Okay, we are streaming. Let's check in with the, see how things are going with everything else. Obviously, it's always a miracle that we get on at all, and today is no different. Aristides has joined us. Let's see if we can hear you, dude. Good, sir.
Hello.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay.
How about Pete? You hear Mr. Moon?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Can you hear Aristides, Peter?
Yeah, I can hear Aristides.
Okay, good. How about me? Yes. Okay, we're doing the normal checks and balances. As a matter of fact, let's see if both of you talk again. I want to see if it's going on the OBS, online broadcasting software.
How you doing tonight, Peter?
I'm good. I'm ready to go.
Excellent. Excellent. Okay, you're both showing up on the OBS. Now let's check live stream. And, okay, we'll see if the connection is coming along. It is coming along fine so far as can be seen, but we're going to need feedback from our lovely listeners. So everybody do join in. Our wonderful Peter Moon and Aristides are here, and we need to hear from you. He says, this is T-Tank Barry in California. Says, loud and clear, Brother Douglas, Peter, and Aristides. God bless you, sir. You are the man. And so this wonderful human being has confirmed that we are audible. So take the stage, dear Peter. As a matter of fact, of course, I'll go through the usual admonition first. Well, actually, I won't. I'll wait till a little later because basically T-Tank Barry says loud and clear from Shasta County, California. But we'll wait till we get confirmation from others and a greater gathering of audience before we admonish everyone to hit that upvote. Everybody, of course, hit that upvote. That being said, we turn it over to dear Peter, and sometime during tonight, we've got a half a dozen listeners already. It'll, of course, numbers will climb as the hour progresses. But definitely at some point I will explain to people how the latest holiday went. It was, of course, the Julian calendrical. This is the old classical calendar system used by the Eastern Orthodox Church through today, and it was the Julian calendrical translator's day. Hence, this is why there's a picture of my mother embedded in thumbnail of live stream. Now, I do point to the technology that she's using. Obviously, you can see this is an older photograph just by the technology being used. This is not, of course, modern technology on display there. And but she, of course, still retained her age extremely well for many decades after the war. Of course, the privilege of vampirism and the genes that come with it. The Kawasaki syndrome is very pronounced in this case, certainly with this photograph. The red in the eyes is quite visible. Douglas Mark says loud and clear for everyone. Okay, so that being said, we are going to turn it over to dear Peter now. Probably the most irritating thing that happened before I came home. Obviously, well, after I came home. Obviously, I'm not happy. I'm never happy to be back. I always want to stay at the estates for eternity to feed and party and, of course, just experience an environment that's not loaded with cobwebs and mold and ectoplasm. But, of course, I come home and I took a short nap, hoping to make certain I got some sleep in before being up throughout the night. And bigger and shit, we're talking about midday here. We start at 6 p.m. my time, so we're talking about maybe 4 p.m., 3 p.m.-ish. And the electric blanket died, and certainly enough, I woke up with a cold. It literally woke up sneezing my ass off. Not happy, and drenched myself in vitamin C and zinc, a number of other things, but not a happy camper right now, and hopefully we'll be over the cold, as we progress through the night with my usual resilience. But such being said, got the new electric blanket set up. That was the one that I had asked V to purchase months ago, and finally got the Brookstone and never set it up until, this electric blanket died. There didn't seem to be a purpose, really. Well, it died, and, now hopefully this electric blanket will help me recover. So there we have that, and turning it over to Peter now for a much, shall we say, much less bitter presentation of the world around him. I'm still dealing, of course, happily with some degree of resolution with the Xfinity. Actually got onto a three-way call which I had to do on my phone. Had to learn how to do this. I get, I'm dragged, kicking and screaming into the 21st century. Young lady with Xfinity helped me contact the federal government, and that way the three of us together could get me back on the Xfinity program, theoretically at least. So still yet to receive an email confirming that, but supposedly that should happen at this point. But the Assurance wireless phone, Lifeline California, still have to work with that. In interim, still have service on everything, and with that we turn it over to Peter. There we are. Dear Peter, if you can hear me, were you on mute?
Oh, I was on mute, yes.
Okay.
So I'm very sorry that you don't feel good. It sounds like you've got things under as much
control as possible.
Thank you. As possible, and that you will probably wield your way through this with relative impunity. So that's encouraging.
Thank you.
We don't want you to be ill.
Thank you. Thank you. No, I definitely appreciate that. Before I forget, two other things to bring up. It is the birthday EVEDy of Michael Aquino. I did put that into the summary of tonight's program. This is not in celebration. We are not effusing. This is not celebratory. We bring that up because he is obviously an important part of our narrative, and played a pivotal role in human history that most people are completely unaware of, and that needs to be exposed. The other irony of today is that it is the 70th commemorative day of the so-called Battle of the Chinese Farm, which took place in Israel during the Yom Kipúr War on this date today. This was the decisive tank battle of that war, and they called it the Chinese Farm because, of course, the Israelis were ideologically completely Marxist, and they had communist Chinese advisors trying to teach them how to farm the desert using the methodology of Trofim Lysenko. How would you describe this individual? A man responsible for literally hundreds, I'm not exaggerating here, hundreds of millions of deaths, about 100 million in the Soviet Union and 100 million in communist China. Far more in communist China on the balance than in the Soviet Union, but this individual, very few people can claim that many deaths laid at their feet, but he has about 300 million to his name, and he's regaining popularity, but his methodology is what caused the Great Famine in communist China, and they were trying to teach the Israelis how to farm the desert the way Trofim Lysenko recommended. It was that research farm that was the great battle site between the Egyptians and the Israelis in 1973 on this date today. So with that out of the way as a historical context, we turn it over to Peter, alas, finally, and with great pleasure, Peter Moon will now take over and present us many other things. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. And it did not go unnoticed by me that tomorrow is Michael Aquino's birthday.
Thank you.
But of course we cannot ignore the events of the world. I was going to, or I did comment. Well, before I say anything, I want to say it's Michael Aquino's birthday tomorrow, October 16th. But it's Douglas's birthday on October 20th, and I want to remind people to give Douglas a birthday present.
Bless you.
In the way of donations. Many of you generously donate to him, and please do. He deserves a birthday gift. So you go to DouglasDietrich.com, and in the upper right-hand corner, there's a yellow button you can donate to. So you're encouraged to donate, and we want his birthday. It'll also ease the misery of what he's going through with a cold. And I was out there playing football this morning and into the afternoon, and we played long. Wow. And my sleep was a little funny. I came home and slept. Probably would have liked to have slept longer. I had a little bit of a headache, and then I I put aloe vera on my face every night. It's very good for the conditioning the skin. And I've only been doing that for about a month. But I put it on over my head. It really helps relieve, just cools the aggravation of whatever it was. Too much, not enough eating, too much, whatever. But anyway, so be it. We want everybody to be comfortable. And I'm so thankful when I see people, I guess you could call them my peers in terms of age, how sickly or
Sorry, that's awful. Yes.
dysfunctional people are physically, not even referring to their minds or their emotions. It's ubiquitous. It's really not necessary. I mean, people do have their misfortunes. I'm talking about just the incredible lack of exercise. Walking is so important. It just changes so much of the physiology, and people are, if you were to walk into the waiting room of a doctor, and I haven't done that in a long time, I have an antipathy towards doctors right now. Now, they don't like me either. I can't schedule an appointment. My doctor won't see me just for a checkup.
Wow.
They won't get back to me.
Jesus.
I probably need to change doctors. I like him very much, but it's like this machine of it's like you talk about. It was the Turing issue of being able to stop a computer. You couldn't stop a computer.
Right.
And therefore, if you go into that medical regimen, try and turn them off. You'll be getting, consistent reminders to come in and get tested all the time.
Yes.
What for? It's like, I mean, there are times when it's very necessary and very positive. I've had some positive feedback from that. But I don't know. Nothing like breathing and fresh air and exercise if one maintains that. But anyway, I'm going to move on with the show, and I'm going to say that we can't pretend that bad things are not happening right now. Lisa and I said, we go into how the book that we're working on is ties into all of these world events, current events. By the way, Douglas, did you happen to notice that I sent you an email with the first 15 chapters of the book?
Most certainly, yes. I mean, it was the first thing I looked at when I came home and turned the computer on. I didn't have a chance to respond, but...
That's okay. That's okay. I just wanted to know that you got it and saw it. And,
absolutely. Absolutely.
I had to correct a chapter because the nanoblood chapter ended abruptly, and I had to put an ending on there to make it, have it have continuity to the next chapter. I don't know. I just abandoned that. Right now, I started to work on the May Brussels chapter, and went back to before I can do May Brussels, I have to discuss Eastern Airlines. I mean, and I cannot tell you, never have I had such an antipathy towards an airline. And I hated it, and I was often forced to fly on it because it was the major airlines of the East Coast. And they also had, I think, the shuttle from New York to Boston, which I had occasion to take. That wasn't so bad because, you're up and you're down. Yeah. It's a 4-hour drive to Boston from New York. The airplane flight is like 25 minutes or something. Maybe a little longer, but it's not long. You're up and you're down. But often you would fly from Florida, and the bottom of the barrel was Atlanta Airport. Now, they have a new airport now, but Atlanta, I remember somebody telling me, He says, yeah, Atlanta's the pits. You know, to sit there in Atlanta, it was the most uninspiring airport. Now, they have a new airport now, but this is going back into the 70s and 80s. And Eastern Airlines, it was just like, you felt like you were kind of, you know, the military will fly you for free if you're a veteran.
Yes.
But you'll fly, you know, in the basement in the cargo. I'm exaggerating here, but you'll be flying. You won't be flying in luxury.
Actually, you're not exaggerating at all. You would be flying in cargo planes, quite literally.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're not going to be bumping around with the boxes, but practically, you know, you'll be subject to that.
Actually, you will. I mean, it may not be always the case, but there's plenty of cases where they do that. Yeah, go on. I mean, yeah, it's free. I mean, it's literally pennies on the dollar, something like a few bucks, if that. So no one complains, but go on. Yes.
Yeah. So, but yeah, and it was like, it was never very clean. And even when it was clean, it wasn't dirt. You felt like the cushions needed a good carpet cleaning, or, you know, I mean, like a full wash or replacement. It was just such a tacky airline. It was disgusting. And
oh my God.
Yeah, it was, and of course the food was airline food, but it was much worse than what we have today, as I recall. It was just, man, and it was really hard to avoid flying Eastern Airlines if you lived in the Southeast and going to New York and whatnot. You wanted to, you know, made you wish you were on the West Coast. So, and Frank Borman would come on the TV and do advertisements for Eastern Airlines. And I looked at him and I said, you son of a, and I wasn't really flying much after. When I was flying, I didn't see TV that much. But after, you know, I said, how can this son of a bitch, you know, even stand up and say he's associated with the airline? It was just so bad. I once used to eat in this restaurant occasionally. It was I think a yogi or East Indian woman ran the restaurant. She had a metaphysical shop. This is back in the 80s in Long Island, when the metaphysical shops were not a dime a dozen then. And I never went to her metaphysical shop. I might have went in there once. But we'd eat at this place, and every time I'd eat there, I'd get sick. And one of my later lady who became my proofreader, she says, that woman is a witch. She's a witch. And I said, oh, no wonder I got sick. Now, she wasn't a witch in the conventional sense of a Western witch. She was a Hindu. But she came from that culture. So I didn't know the person. I didn't know her, but I wouldn't, you know, but I never had this, you know, hatred of her restaurant.
Till then,
like I did with Eastern Airlines.
Oh,
it's just so. You know, of course, Eastern Airlines. Douglas talks about how the parts of the airplane were
cannibalized and used quantum resonance. This chapter is about explaining quantum resonance and how it parlays into the tragedy of Mae Brussell's daughters and Mae Brussell herself. And on your birthday transmission of 2019, if anybody wants to go listen to that, you'll hear this stuff. It's a very good. I when I listen on my TV, I can't manipulate where I want to go. It takes forever. I could sit there for 10 minutes to get 5 hours into the broadcast pushing on the button. Like I can move with my mouse. I can, you know, go to anywhere I want if I'm listening on my computer. But so I started listening, and towards the end, you go into an in-depth discussion of the integration between the art elect and the
chips and the biology of the artilect and the non-biology of the artilect, and it's really good. I'm thinking of going back and listening to that and maybe sharpening up or improving, not sharpening up, improving the chapter. Not that the chapter isn't good on the artilect, but this, it's so if anybody wants to go listen, it's the October 20th, 2019. It'll say, you look up on YouTube, critical omissions 20, or it'd be 10 period 20 period 2019. Critical omissions, might put in May Brussel. And I was able to dig it up. I had it measured. So it's an interesting tape. You're going about 5 hours, 4.5 hours into the tape, whatever it is. And if you want to listen to that and tell people in the audience and really kind of get into May Brussel and the artilect, that's a chapter I'm working on. And I think what's really critical right now, it's interesting. It's like say as I drove to football today with my friend Terrell, I pick him up at a Dunkin' Donuts in Baldwin. He takes an Uber there, and I drive him we drive into Queens. And I started telling him, I said, I was telling him the New York Jets would have a chance to win today. He didn't believe it. He's a big Jet fan. And because they played, the best team, one of the best teams, Philadelphia, and sure enough, they won. Nobody would have expected to win. And I said, I thought they'd win because things don't always stay the same. In other words, he bets football. I don't bet football. I don't bet anything. But sports are very hard to predict because people get hurt, weird things happen, fluky things happen. So the better team does not always win. There's fluky circumstances. And I'm referring to fluky circumstances because what is the outcome of this book that I'm working on with Douglas? Mm-hmm. And it's like, I don't know, because as I was listening to his diatribe about the artilect, having already finished the chapter, kind of putting it to rest, I'm listening to it again. And it's making me think deeper. And it only reinforces what we've been through. And I get different existential feelings, perceptions, intuition about Douglas and what he's been through. I just wrote about 4 pages of you talking in the book, Douglas. It's you talking. Oh, well, all right. So I'm putting myself in, I went through, it was very hard to go through this, blah, blah, blah. It was traumatic, but the rest of this book is even more impactful. I'm pretending I'm you when I'm writing, right, because I have to give it, make it have a narrative.
Yes.
And it's reflection of what you might say. And of course, you'll qualify everything when you read it. But I had to do it because I was kind of like, well, if I don't say this, it just gives context to the rest of the story. Because now I'm leaving the we've gone through the escape of the artilect, which is chapter 15, and now we're going into the quantum mechanics of May Brussel,
yes,
leading up to the May Brussel fiasco. And then I think from there I'll go into HARP, and then onto the Vox Arca. Now, and you were mentioning stuff in the Vox Arca in that, and HARP, towards the end of that, which was very sort of soul-wrenching. Your story, this is, I hate to say this, because your story has become my story.
Yes.
because no, I hate to say that, because this is what happens is people read the Montauk Project and it becomes their story.
Yes.
And it's not good.
No, it's not.
It's not supposed to be that way, and they take it on, and I'm I'm not taking it on like that, but I'm saying I am digesting and processing these things that happened. They really did happen. The brutality that took place at the Presidio is not something that's fit to print by the New York Times. And it's not just the censorship of the New York Times, which exists. It's the trigger. It makes you want to vomit.
Yes.
They can't have their readers reading this.
Yeah.
It brings up too much crap. It's upsetting.
Yes.
And this book is upsetting, just as the Roswell deception is upsetting.
Yes.
It's like, how do you think these mother and this daughter, they turned up this killer on Long Island, the Gilgo Beach killer,
Right.
and he had a very successful business for processing, I think, building codes and stuff in New York, in Manhattan. But his house was like, God, I'd feel more comfortable in the crypt than in his house. It looked just like he didn't maintain it at all. He's like somebody who's in building, you know, I'm sure he could have afforded a new roof. He could certainly afford a lot of guns and secret stuff to carry out his killings, but he looked disgusting. Now he had a daughter and a wife. Of course, they're divesting themselves from him. But how do you think they felt when they found this out?
Oh,
You have to wonder where their mindsets were in the first place.
Thank you.
Yeah, but even so, it's just like when bad news has to be delivered about somebody you love or you care for, and this happens all the time in life, when people betray people and this sort of thing. So much of what I'm doing with Douglas, and I couldn't help but think of you were talking with Daniel Arola on the early part of it, talking about martial arts and stuff, and Daniel was very friendly. He was actually pretty good. What he was saying, what little I listened to it, and and then and you were giving a shout out to Lena Shea, and it's like these crepes.
Yes. Yeah.
Like Douglas was surrounded by what do you call them? Miscreants.
Yes.
Miscreants, misanthropes.
Yeah.
That definitely had an intellectual capacity to process and quote unquote appreciate what you had to offer. But they were glomming onto you for the wrong reason.
Yes.
And things changed when Jameson did his what would I call it? I wouldn't call it a Freudian slip. I'd call it a
He was boasting.
No, it wasn't a Freudian slip. I'm trying to think of a word for it. It's a Mephistophelesian slip.
Thank you.
A Baphometic slip.
Yes.
Where and this is important because, as my girlfriend Marianne used to say, these people drop beads. She used to say this about Peter Levenda. He drops beads.
Thank you. Yes.
They let you know who they are.
Yes.
And you're talking about these people like Aquino bragging, and they just shoot foot bullets by saying they have to brag. Batman is obsessed with crime, the character Batman, because his parents were killed by a criminal, murdered. And so he becomes OCD on crime.
Yeah, basically he becomes insane himself. He's basically a villain himself in many regards, but go on.
Well, in a sense. And in another sense, he's an element of vengeance and adjustment.
Yes.
He's a complex character.
Yes.
And then you have the comic book version, or the TV version with Adam West.
Right.
It's like, and he's saying, well, the criminal will leave clues. The criminal will leave clues because it's part of his braggadocious, he wants to get credit for what he does.
Yes.
He wants to be admired.
Yes.
For his, if only by his own self-image. So this does apply to people like Aquino, and it's how they ultimately can be defeated. If you watch the movie Damn Yankees, or the book The Year the Yankees Lost the Pennant, of which the play and musical were based upon, the whole premise is this old real estate agent who's a big baseball fan of the Washington Senators, who continually lose. He sells his soul to the devil so he can become a young baseball player and take the Washington Senators to beat the Yankees in the pennant, for the pennant. And because he's in real estate, he insists on an escape clause, because he says in real estate you get an escape clause. If I'm going to sign a contract with the devil, I'm going to have an escape clause that if I don't like it, I have an out.
Yeah.
So the devil carefully calculates it so he has to do it by the last day of the season. Therefore, it could, he tricks, they both trick each other. But the bottom line is he does this escape clause and he escapes from eternal damnation.
Yes. Yes.
And he still managed to outsmart the devil.
The devil himself.
And they beat the Yankees or whatever. But it's, yeah. So, but the thing is, there's an escape clause because he trips up the devil. Because, and he's used to contracts and real estate, which was a very clever plot device.
Yes, that was, yeah.
Yeah. So, in any case, this is how you defeat evil, by letting the devil trip himself out and not agreeing to him and holding your own counsel.
Yes.
Now, this came up at the end of the last transmission. I got up in the morning, mm-hmm. and I was watching because I turned on the TV. And when you turn on the TV, at least my TV, it comes on to Channel 12, Long Island news station. Mm-hmm. That's the first thing that's going to come up.
Interesting.
And they were going at, the Israeli drama.
Right.
And
drama. Here we are. Yes.
Yeah. And they said, okay, coming up is a news conference with Netanyahu and the Secretary of State. And Netanyahu said, and this is an instance of tripping oneself up. He says Hamas is ISIS. He didn't have to say that.
There.
But when he said Hamas is ISIS, and we're going to crush Hamas just like we did ISIS, it's one thing to say you're going to crush Hamas. To identify it with ISIS is big problems, because Douglas has deconstructed ISIS and how it was a company founded by Senator John McCain and other people.
Thank you.
And it sourced out of the United States. And it's just like, okay, oh boy, you shouldn't be saying this.
Thank you. Now that's a Freudian slip, or as you would say, Mephistophelan slip.
Mephistophelan, yeah.
Yeah. It was when
Basil Buppian, whatever.
Yes. When Peter brought this up, it took me a while to actually As people know, I always decompress half the time when I'm on the show. I'm back from the estate, especially on holiday seasons like this, and I'm not even really present. And by the time he presented this to me was in the 12th hour. It was in the 12th hour of the show. And of course, at that time, I'm already kind of getting ready to fade out. And but when it took some time during that hour that he presented this, that it really hit me. Basically, just so people understand it, ISIS was everything Peter Moon said. Hamas is also, as Yasser Arafat said, a creature of Israel. Yasser Arafat's words. And we gave several links proving that, and I'll put them in the chat room again later tonight. Very important point. So it's almost well, I'll give it back to Peter. It becomes obvious on the face of it once Peter explains it.
Well, it's hard to explain, not impossible to explain, but basically, I had all the information in front of me. You sent it to me.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, if I can just go from memory, yeah, well, ISIS was created in the United States, exported, and there are certain videos of saying, some generals saying, yeah, well, all the guns in Libya were shipped to Syria, where they, became a part of ISIS.
Yes.
When the Libyan crisis went, and it's just.
And by the way, you hear me in the last hour of our latest transmission before tonight. You hear me presenting this to Peter. First, I present him the Fox News page where they had that video, and the video was scrubbed. And then I presented him this little tiny channel on YouTube with this girl named Heather H. And I said, I know this girl. And I said this on transmission, so it's on bandwidth, it's on record. And it was afterwards, when I was speaking to Peter privately, it hit my conscious memory. I said, holy shit, that's Heather Holman's channel. Heather Holman was the young lady who became the care provider for Michael Aquino throughout his period of suffering from intestinal cancer. That's why her channel wasn't scrubbed with this particular item that was scrubbed from Fox News. This particular item where the general is copying to this. Back to Peter with that. Again, the incestuousness, how all of this is such a closed inner circle. That general, of course, was the co-author of the book End War. General McAvey, I believe the guy's name was, or something like that. He was a McAvey, I think, McInerney or something. He's cited on the video, and he's the man being spoken to when he slips or basically kind of he confesses, so to speak. And this guy wrote the book End War with General Paul Vallely. He was a co-author of that book with Paul Vallely. They were, of course, co-religionists because Paul Vallely was the co-author of the book Mind War with Michael Aquino. And so the book End War was a play off Mind War, and they're all interlinked in the same cultic affiliation. I know that for a fact. Certainly with Paul Vallely, it was very open and very public, and he used to be on the same websites with Michael Aquino back when they had the websites up. They're all scrubbed now. But when it came to this other individual, he's another co-cultist. And back to Peter with all of that. It adds,
it's like this stuff is all incestuous, and it's all it's like that movie. One of my favorite scenes in movies is American Werewolf in London. When the young guy at line, they go into the bar and they see a pentagram on the wall, and he says, they're already, I think, wary of werewolves. So there's already been an event, and he looks and he says, what's that pentagram on the wall? And everybody in the bar looks at him, because they're all werewolves. And they just look at him like, he's not one of us.
Right.
And that's kind of what all these people circling around Douglas have been.
Yes.
In the past, is like I wouldn't, what's the word? Insult werewolves.
Thank you. Good way to say that.
Yeah, because they're just demonic. They actually are human beings, but they're possessed. They're possessed, and evil overrides them. And unfortunately, and they do. They warrant compassion, but not in the context of extending it to them, because it's more important. Like, when do you give compassion to a prisoner? First, you got to take him out of society so that he doesn't harm other people, and then they need to be repentant and fix their lives instead of joining Richard K. Cole, becoming part of his chicken coop.
Excellent.
Yeah, so to get back to what I was going to say, with all of this horrendous tragedy going on, there's one of the most important principles or datums I learned in Qigong is where your mind goes, your energy goes. Mm-hmm. So when your mind goes to all of this horrible stuff going on and you begin to take a side, it's just like taking a side with Democrats or Republicans. This gets interesting because all of a sudden the Republicans and the Democrats agree that Israel must be defended. However, there is that contingent of Democrats known as the Squad,
yes,
who are very much pro-Palestinian.
Yes.
So all of a sudden Biden has to turn his back on them and do it with as much savoir-faire as he can, because he doesn't want to completely alienate the Squad. But he is alienating them.
Yes.
By, and he's careful about pointing the finger at Iran. So it's all of a sudden, so much of the dissension between the Democrats and Republicans, all of a sudden something's bringing them into unity, and now the Democrats are being forced to revolt against the Squad, which is the radical element. It's all very complicated, and this is what Pluto in Capricorn does. Pluto in Capricorn puts the screws to politics, and this is what we're going through. Pluto is pure power. It's the underworld, and we have the underworld in the Gaza Strip with all these tunnels. Now, the main problem with Israel is their rhetoric.
Yes. Well, one of the main problems.
Yeah.
And by the way, just so that you know, the Squad was thrown under the bus long time ago by Nancy Pelosi and all the elderly Democrats. They've got a gerontocracy going where the elderly Democrats.
No, because they do pander to it.
Yeah.
They do pander to it. They kiss its ass. They don't like it, but they kiss its ass quite frequently.
Yeah.
So, while they do, yeah. So it's all. I don't know exactly why they do.
Well, it is the next generation, the up and coming generation. I mean, but yeah, back to what you were saying before I interrupted with that. You were talking about the underworld and in Gaza and go on. Yeah.
Well, yes, and then there's what else is going on with the let's just say the Squad. All the kids at Harvard are protesting for the Palestinians.
Yes, that's right.
Now, this is a big problem because, see, so whatever is right or wrong about the Israeli talking points, I'm not even criticizing them in this conversation. Their rhetoric is problematic to themselves.
Yes.
Because what happens is the kids at Harvard are not accepting it.
Yes.
And this gets interesting here again. The professors of academia are renowned for propagating communist propaganda.
Yes. Yes.
Extreme left-wing stuff.
By the way, the FBI used to call Harvard the Little Red Schoolhouse. But go on.
I think is their team named the Crimson?
It might be, but the FBI was using it in the other sense, of course.
I know, but red is crimson. I'm saying, the little,
Yeah,
no,
it makes sense.
That's the irony of it.
Yeah, that's part of the irony. Yeah,
I think they're called the Harvard Crimson, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. And no, I'm certain you're right. By the way, just so you know, some good news to report to our listeners. I have received the email now from the Xfinity that my affordable connectivity program has been transferred back in terms of benefits. So at least that's working.
That's a big deal.
Yes, it is. It is. It's back to $5 a month for my internet bill. I might have to spend, $30 to $60 until they, maybe because of, but maybe I won't. It depends. We'll find out with the next bill. But back to Peter talking about the rhetoric of Israel, which is very inflammatory and basically genocidal. They're speaking in exterminatory terms.
They don't understand the damage that it does to their own cause.
Thank you.
If I was advising them, I'm not sure exactly what I'd say to them, but I'd say change your rhetoric, because what happens is they come out and say things like, I guess to get to the core of it, they say Hamas is this, Hamas is that. And Hamas may well be these things, but it doesn't necessarily go over well with people who are disgusted with the treatment of the Palestinians.
Yes.
So when you have terror, whether it be by suicide bombers, there is an injustice at work. And you have to address the cause of the injustice, the relief. And I saw somebody making talking points of saying, the Palestinians, whether it be the PLO or Palestinian group, they say Hamas, Hezbollah, even Iran, they want to, destroy Israel. And what they don't understand is that this is a big issue to Palestinians, because Israel was created in Palestine. It's like somebody coming into America and saying, this is the United States of America, all you indigenous people don't count. And then wiping them out. And then you have to deal with those indigenous people. So to this day, there are reservations, and these reservations have played a role in the social and economic factors and political factors of our world. I'm not saying how, but Native Americans are still part of our culture, and they're very repressed people. So the United States government has not been able to get rid of Native Americans or their culture. The culture has been co-opted in many different ways, but they haven't destroyed the Native Americans. And you know, the Native Americans, it's interesting, they accepted gambling and they began to build casinos because they couldn't stop, you know, they had a legal loophole to build casinos on their land. Now, the states are doing casinos.
Yeah.
Now, the game of football, which was already very popular as a watchable sport, is just shooting the moon with gambling because people are gambling on games. Yeah. It's like big sport.
Oh, it's out of control.
It's not just watching to see who wins. It's how many points they win by, how many touchdowns so-and-so scores. You can bet on anything. So this is, you know, the madness of the world that we live in.
Thank you.
But so if you repress and don't acknowledge that the Palestinians feel they were occupied, and the actual circumstances or facts are that they were occupied. And this goes back to World War I and Woodrow Wilson.
Thank you.
And the Balfour Declaration and all the stuff I talked about in the last transmission of him being bribed by Samuel Untermeyer to put a Supreme Court justice on that was Jewish, which led to all of this. And it's these are things that not even the Jewish intellectuals know, because how could they? It's not like it's something they could even read in a library.
Yes.
So it's occulted information.
Yes.
They don't understand. Now, if they were exposed to the information and how they responded to it, that's a whole different thing. So the talking that and of course Israel loves itself, or I shouldn't say that. I should say that Israelis love themselves. We should all love ourselves. But they do because they, by their belief, they are the chosen people of God. Yes. So they are favored. So that can lead to pride and arrogance.
Yes.
And now, did you see the video that Nemo sent on Skype?
Oh, I didn't get a chance to review it. I know he sent something. Yes.
I did watch it.
Okay.
And I had warned him, no, that he didn't, you know, I said, be very careful of your rhetoric or whatever I said. You know, you don't want to incite, you know, getting Douglas's YouTube thing shut down. Well, this was on BitChute.
Yeah, it's on his channel. But go on,
yeah,
BitChute.
Well, he got it from somewhere.
Okay.
And it was highly inflammatory rhetoric by Hasidic Jews talking about agendas for warfare on the Ukraine. In other words, if you were trying to make a case that the protocols of the elders of Zion was genuine, this video, which was all videoing Hasidic Jews at a party in a lecture, it would have made you think that they were real.
Yeah, this would be in essence what renders the protocols of the elders of Zion a virtual truth. Their behavior is such.
Well, yeah, and what it was is they were celebrating over the fact that they were going to take the Ukraine.
Yeah.
Now, it was very complicated because at the same time, they quoted Putin as basically talking about the Torah. He was inciting inflammatory remarks against the Jews, yet at the same time he was doing their bidding. It was very complicated. I didn't dissect it, but because I wasn't going to take the time, just that this rhetoric was very. This is beyond anything you'd hear on the news or by Netanyahu. He would never say these things. He wouldn't do it. He's too smart. No matter what many foot bullets he might shoot, he wouldn't do this.
Right.
But these are people that you don't even know, that are not necessarily political icons.
Right.
So now, at the same time, I have seen videos of Hasidic Jews who are pro-Palestine and saying what is being done by the Zionists is horrible. So there are many Jews who don't buy into all of this.
Yes.
So it's a complicated situation. But what I've realized in tonight's transmission is these people don't have access to this information. They just don't, because it doesn't exist.
Thank you.
I would say, however, that when you have a real insider, they might know well this information. They might know it too well.
Yes.
Herzog, the president of Israel, could possibly know it just by reason of his grandfather. It could be a family secret. I don't really know whether he knows it. What these truths are that are being hidden. But I would say to individuals who are existentially challenged or troubled by all of this stuff, whether you're Jewish or not, whether you have family or Palestinian or not, whether you have family who's been caught up in this Israeli fiasco, Gaza fiasco, where your mind goes, your energy goes.
Yes.
And sometimes putting your energy on peace and love can be positive. Sometimes it can be naive. Like if you've got, menacing characters in your neighborhood, thinking about peace and love might not work. You might need crime repellent or something. So, but then again, what I see is a tremendous amount of people pontificating and asserting their opinions, whether it be on TV or on responding to articles. People are so willing to give their opinions, and in the end, who really cares about their opinions? When I read an article, though, about anything, I like to read the comments. At least there's too many comments to read, because sometimes you get a more objective view of the article from the people making the comments. They'll put the commentation, they'll either rah-rah the comments or they'll skeptically talk about them. It gives you more circumspection. So, but where, in my opinion, where your mind should go is on your own life and your own salvation, figuring out the exercises you need to do, or the supplements or whatever it is you need to take to fix your maladies that you might or might not suffer from, how to improve your own life, how to find peace and harmony in your own life. There are those who, especially Jewish people who are part of the reserve, who will go over to fight.
Yes.
That's their business. I remember a Jewish guy in Scientology. He was not in the Sea organization, but he was a very nice man. And he was Jewish, and he said if Israel ever went to war, he was ready to go over there and fight for Israel. Mm-hmm. Because he believed in it. I thought, wow, he identifies with being a Jew more than he did with being a Scientologist. If he was a Scientologist, he'd just be worrying about his own self in that regard.
Right.
In to hell with Israel.
Right. Yes.
I mean, it's his own choice, but he identified that. Because I don't know why he did. I didn't know him well enough to know that answer to that question. But people identify very strongly for whatever reason, and you can't, question or dishonor that reason, because it's their truth, it's their reason, it's their people, so to speak. And of course, this goes so far back into history. Like, what is all this tribal dissension? And I think if you go back into the tribal dissension, you'll get into theories that where Jewish people have superior or different genetics. And there's cases to be made for that. I'm not here to advocate that. What I would say is that people have asserted that Jewish people are much more intelligent, and there's a case to be made for that. As my Moorish friend Sid Catlett said, because of the way they read, it in the Hebrew alphabet, it affects their brain differently, just like Chinese people. Right. And so, in other words, the brain gets worked differently by the way you read, makes you smarter. Yes. And then, of course, Jewish people have also, in fact, I think Hitler wrote about this quite a bit, saying that they were very good at, doing accounting and things that evoked, being bureaucrats, and yes, basically saying it was not real products. They were very good at manipulating bureaucracy. Yes. So in fact, he goes into great detail about it. It's not, and I think it was after World War I. He's shocked at the state of. He goes into the bureaucracies, whether he's getting his medical pension or whatever the hell he was involved with. I don't know. But he was just shocked at all of the people who were in these jobs. He said they were serving no useful function. Right. And part of what formed his opinion, because I don't know. Yeah, I mean, Germany felt so jacked over by World War I. What happened with World War I? It was really, there was an injustice. So what did you have with an injustice? You had a rallying against Jewish factions. Yes. Because of communism, and correctly or incorrectly, they identified Judaism and communism together, and they identified these two forces as undermining everything that was good and decent from their perspective. So it created a rebellion, and Germany was starving. Yes. And it created a National Socialist Party, and then you had a Jewish faction that wanted to bring the Jews back to Palestine. Yes. And according to the book we're working on and all of the information, the whole purpose of that was these were not Jews, these were Edomites.
Yes. Thank you.
Who had co-opted Judaism. Now, this is not even a discussion that's easy to have with your normal Jewish person, because they're just not even informed about this. Many of them don't even know their own religion.
It's true.
If you were to move into the Hasidics, they could there are probably many of them who could have a discussion about this.
Yes. Yes.
It would depend what side of the coin they're on.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they can tell you problems, and they can tell you this faction versus that faction. And there are all sorts of infighting that goes on in Judaism that you would not have a clue about, because you're basically an outsider. And outsiders aren't that interested in tackling internal Jewish politics.
Yes.
They're going to tend to generalize it and criticize it, or support it. The evangelists are very supportive of this, of Judaism, not Judaism, Israel.
Yeah. Well,
They're not.
both.
They're not supportive of Judaism. They're not. They're supportive of Israel. I was very curious.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking as I was. I don't know whether it was you said something in some tape I was listening about the CIA, or it was something I saw about the CIA. But it was about CIA involvement in some of the devilry that goes on. But see, one of the things is, majority of the CIA at one point, probably still is, were Mormons. But
yes.
Definitely Christians.
Yeah.
It's like hand over their heart Christians, CIA people. Not Jews, but Christians.
That's true.
This
yes.
is very important. Yet they're not doing Christ's work in any way, shape, or form. That's it's like, yet, but they would believe in Christ. They think they're doing this for Christ, and it's hand over your heart patriotism for truth, justice, and the Christian way, the American way. In fact, when I was working on the Montauk Project, there was a guy who used to come to Psychotronics. He was a comic book artist, a seasoned comic book artist. I don't even remember his name. I think it was Root Ray. But he had a reputation. And he said that, he wanted to do a comic book on Montauk. He wanted to do a comic book on aliens before that. He says, never do a comic book on aliens. He said they tried it, it just never worked. It just didn't work. I thought it was very interesting. He says it just doesn't fly. Although he talked about Superman. Superman was an alien, but not in the context of what we know as gray. He said that Superman, if you go back into the early years, was definitely identified with the Aryan Christ. Strong identification between Superman and Christ. Aryan Christ. But so much for that. So when we get into this, and you have to wonder if this is indeed World War III.
Don't get my hopes up.
Well, because, you see, it brings in Iran. Saudi Arabia is being courted by Blinken. Yeah. And now, who was being fingered tonight, I heard this guy come on after the football game, Mark Levin.
Yeah, Mark Levine, go on. Yeah.
Levine, yeah. And he makes these talking points that are very righteous from his own viewpoint, but he doesn't see the other viewpoints.
Of course not.
And nobody will bring up the fact that could Hamas be aided, abetted, supported, or created by something within the Jewish political faction.
Right.
This will not be discussed.
Of course not. Oh,
It will not. It's not open for discussion. Therefore, it becomes a pertinent issue. Because how could you consider that? Well, see, there's everything that's said that's pro-Israeli. Maybe it's right, but it's said with such righteousness that you can't question it.
Yeah, it's deemed axiomatic. It's deemed as a given that Israel is on the side of right. Yeah.
That's a big problem. Now, they do at least pander to the fact that there are people protesting it. And sometimes they will qualify that there's something, and sometimes they won't. But this rhetoric, it leads to more problems than it solves. So he was going at the nation of Qatar, which they like to call Qatar.
Yeah, which is so offensive, but go on.
But they said Qatar.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, I looked into Qatar a long time ago, and it is totally under the influence of the British, always was, always will be. Yeah. Strong British influence. And this, he was saying how Qatar houses Hamas and finances them, puts them up, and now they're trying to negotiate. And that they're cozy with Iran. Of course, Qatar is where Al Jazeera
is headquartered, yes.
Yeah. And they are the go-between. Like in World War II, Portugal was a neutral country.
Yes.
So that's where, negotiations took place. Spain was technically neutral, but it really wasn't. So Portugal was much more favored. Ireland was neutral too. How was it neutral, or was it pro-German?
It was theoretically neutral, but they were profoundly pro-German. They even sent a individual into Berlin when it was said that Hitler committed suicide. When that headline came out, they sent an individual all the way to Berlin to send his condolences from Ireland. So Ireland was very pro-German. But go on. Yes.
Yeah. So Portugal was a much more credible neutral place than Spain or Ireland. And of course, Switzerland was not to be discussed. Sweden was neutral too. But in any case, the Qatar is much more neutral than but it's not only neutral, it's active. It's active, much more active than Portugal ever was.
Yes.
So there, and I say there's very strong British influence there. And of course, there was very strong British influence in creating Palestine in World War I. That was a big British agenda, to drive out the Ottoman Empire. So it's like, you've got all of these Middle East countries ready to stack up against each other, potentially. I would imagine NATO would side, and the Americans would side with the Israelis. Who knows about, I think Egypt tries to stay out of the problem as much as possible, work for their own self-interest. And then you have Russia and China and North Korea twiddling their thumbs with delight.
Yes.
Like saying, oh boy, how can we benefit by this? Putin must be just relieved to watch all this going on.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Taking money away from the Ukraine fight. It's curious how all of this will play.
Just so people understand the complexity of the politics here, it's something that Obviously, I will be going into this during monologue. It's something that can't be ignored, of course. We're obligated to cover this extensively, and I am going to be doing that during monologue, but I do want to bring up a few things while Peter's with us and have him kind of, give context to that. I'll, of course, be taking a little bit of a short break for just a few minutes in a few moments, because I want to just refresh myself, make certain I'm ready to continue through the rest of the opening hours with Peter. And I, started the transmission with just about everything ready, but there's always just a few things I have to tidy up, so to speak. But when it comes to the complications of the politics that Peter is alluding to, I'll just give a little bit of a, shall we say, a kind of hint as to how bad the politics are. First off, when it comes to the Ukraine, we've got Zelensky, of course, and Zelensky is ethnically Jewish. Now, the interesting thing, of course, that many people are probably completely unaware of, is that Israel, as I brought up before, without going too deep into that right now, in fact, without going into it at all right now, we went into the score about this, so to speak. We went into the Russian-Jewish relations within our latest episode before tonight's, or the episode before that, where I spoke about how Russia basically ships literally thousands of Russian girls to Israel, who are basically turned into instant heroin addicts. They are paid in heroin for their bodies to be exploited. And as the flesh pot of the Middle East, since prostitution is outlawed in Muslim nations that are fundamentalist, and even the elites are very circumspect about their use of prostitutes, even though they're using them all the time as in terms of escorts within their own kingdom, they still tend to fly to Israel so they can do things that they wouldn't even dare to do in their own kingdom. And they do that with these Russian girls, and they use them up very quickly, and they die very quickly. And because of this kind of diplomacy, where Israel has compromised, recorded, and blackmails all of these Arabs who also consider it a rite of passage to bring their sons, and they have many sons because they have extremely large families in the House of Saud and these other Middle Eastern Emirates. They're all beholden to Israel, and because of that, they've wound up throwing the Palestinians completely under the bus and basically aligning with Israel. The only thing that stopped a formal alliance, literally a military alliance between the House of Saud and Israel, was this Hamas attack. But when it comes to this level of incest between the Israelis and the Arabs, because of Israel's dependence on Russia for the steady supply of females, the Israelis give no aid, and I mean no aid, not even humanitarian aid, to the Ukrainians. So for those of you who don't know, the ethnic Jewishness of Zelensky has done nothing to help him or his nation when it comes to the Israeli factor. Yet he's gone all out to now support the Israelis. And I have no idea what that idiot thinks he's going to get out of this. But he is supporting the Israelis wholeheartedly. And to give people just another hint of how the lines are being drawn, you take a look at India. And now for a long time during the, shall we say, what was it, the 90s? Maybe throughout the 90s, I'd say, people used to say Brazil was the wave of the future. Now, this was kind of popular in science fiction for a long while. I mean, going back to the 60s, people were taking a look at Brazil and saying that, Brazil was going to be like a up-and-coming superpower in the future. And, of course, Brazil's just a shithole. There's nothing coming out of Brazil but shit. And so when it comes to people's predictions, they're god awful. They have no idea what's going on, and they say the stupidest things. Right now, the nation that everybody's promoting is India, because they're seeing this as a great counterbalance to China. they have no idea that India is like just another shithole like Brazil that nothing is going to come out of. And basically, India, this is the shocking part, that India's going through this attempt to exterminate its own Muslims at this point. And because they basically gave up on Russia for obvious reasons for years and years, starting with Nehru. The Asian Indians were basically slave circuited to the Soviet Union, which provided the overwhelming majority of their weapons. They get it all from Israel now. And this has been building up for decades. But over the past few months, it's really cascaded, especially since, the Ukrainian war started. And they're realizing the Russian weapons aren't worth shit. So the Israelis are 100% the Asian Indians are 100% pro-Israel now. So, if I go into that into monologue, I might not even get to that point tonight, but I might get to it with next episode. People need to begin to understand that Asian India, they think that the Israelis are the model for exterminating Muslims. And that's how they phrase it. They say we model ourselves after Israel in terms of our, desire to exterminate Muslims. And so for those of you who don't know how it's basically coming out at this point with the horror of the Gaza Strip, again, I'll go into this during monologue. But I want people to know that basically, in the Gaza Strip right now, the Israelis are wiping out entire families. And basically, one of the things the Israelis will bring up, this is the part that's just maddening. They'll bring up, we found the Hamas plans, and the Hamas plans were targeting all these soft targets, which are like schools and hospitals and all these non-military targets, which, of course, their Israeli Special Forces officers were manipulating them to do, and just taking advantage of their understandable hatred for the Israelis who have done so much to just devastate their country, to take advantage of that rage and exploit it so they could present the world this atrocity. Well, I can guarantee you something that you're never going to hear, but if you do research on it, you'll find out everything I say is true. Basically, the Israelis have targeted residential buildings, hospitals, and mosques, and schools in particular, orphanages, and basically it's been reported that they've killed at least 400 children. That this is by just targeting schools specifically. They killed at least 400 children, the Israelis, so far. That's far more than Palestinians have killed Jewish children. And in order to prevent the reporting on this, Israeli airstrikes have been intentionally using very specific drone strikes that were unleashed to hunt down individuals. They've killed at least 7 journalists just to prevent accounting for such atrocities. And that includes one journalist whose entire family was killed when her home was struck. I mean, this is the Israelis waging a genocidal war, but we're supposed to love them for it because they're Jews. It's when Jews do this, it's supposed to be, that's the will of God. Fuck that shit. You've got to understand that the Israelis are intent on exterminating an entire ethnos. They demanded evacuation of 1.5 million people in 24 hours when Egypt closed its borders and they have nowhere to go. So it's just like they're just going to wipe them out after that and say, well, we gave them fair warning. It's impossible. Even the United Nations said it was impossible for that many people to evacuate within that deadline. It's if at all, ever. This is the madness that if America, which is sending like entire carrier task groups over to the Mediterranean to support the Israelis in this, where does that put America? There's the young Democrats have to be recognized as saying no to this because they're doing the right thing. This is the right attitude to have, is to say no to this. Only the elder Democrats and the Republicans with that evangelical base are supporting this wholeheartedly. And the maddening thing about it, and I don't know where Peter is of this, but Biden has specifically over the years said, I am a Zionist. He said this as a quote, directly said, "I am a Zionist." And he's been seen, of course, wearing a yarmulke multiple times. There's photographic evidence of this, where he's wearing the yarmulke.
He's probably paid to do it. I don't think he has any personal convictions of his own.
I mean, yeah, I won't argue with that. But in either case, he's bought out completely. He's completely corrupted and compromised. So when he's sending carrier task groups over there, what are they going to do? What is the hope? Are they just going to sit there idly off the Levantine coast and just watch? This is like insanity. And if they do anything to support the Israelis, they're supporting genocide. But what people have to remember is that if the lines draw up logically, and remember, alliances can be completely twisted until the war erupts. Alliances can be something that don't seem to make any sense. One that has always puzzled many historians was the Nazi-Communist alliance between Stalin and Hitler for that brief period of time before everything really broke down, which, of course, I've explained in the Vampire Chronicles that Peter and I will later expand on when we find the opportunity to do that. Of course, we'll take care of this book first. But when it comes to the situation, the alliance cannot stand the way it is. The real alliance would be the Israelis at the center of the Sino-Slavic synaxis. The real side that the Israelis take is certainly under Netanyahu and the right-wing extremists, which is about 50% of the population. And if a civil war happens, which might be possible, then things will change. But with the 50% that's radicalized to the right, you have a situation where their alliance is going to be with the Russians and the Chinese and the North Koreans and the Iranians. The Ukrainians under Zelensky may try and suck up to the Israelis, but it's not going to get them anything. And in the end, it's almost like Zelensky is courting the enemy in that sense. So we'll see what happens with him in his own country in that regard. That might bring about the overthrow of Zelensky, potentially. If
I think everybody's very confused. I think they're all disarmed by reason of their lack of information.
Thank you.
And so they have their alliances, but they don't know how all the dominoes stack up. Zelensky has been, a media star. He's been a star of the United States. He comes over, he talks. They're giving him billions of dollars. What I would warn him, if I were to talk to him personally, I say, when you're given this much adulation and credulity, it just seems like he seems to have stepped into it by happenstance.
Yes. Yeah.
By being a comedian who, got involved with a political cause, was elected, and found himself at the center. Whatever is in his chart, astrologically, he's obviously got fame and celebrity, first being a comedian, and now it just went beyond off the charts. Same with O.J. Simpson. He got fame as an athlete, as a commentator, and then it went out the charts with his murder. Very famous, or infamous, as you will.
Yeah.
Super noticed. I would warn him that, you're being cheered on by all the people in the Coliseum.
Yes.
Now you're going to be the victim.
Yeah.
So this is unfortunately the way the world works sometimes. I don't know how. I have no idea how all that's going to pan out. This is why, engaging in prediction is, and people will get very excited about predictions because it's just the way people are.
Yes.
None of us know what's going to happen. I certainly didn't see the astrologers predicting any of this. We're going through this big eclipse right now, and certainly it fits the pattern of eclipse. The eclipse yesterday was the big eclipse, solar eclipse. in the sign of Libra, which is the balancing of the scales. Right now, we're having a balancing of the scales.
Yes.
It happens to be squaring Pluto in Capricorn, which is your political government sign. So this is like really, as I said earlier, it's putting the screws to the power dynamics of the world.
Yes.
And then again, so it's like these people who had the upper hand, now it's reversing. Like all of a sudden, the squad is not getting the support they want from, the middle Democrats. I don't know what the Republicans are thinking right now. I'm sure Trump is saying, well, if I was president, none of this would have happened.
Yes.
I'm sure he's saying that. And certainly he was a lot more proactive or aggressive when it came to, putting his money where his mouth was when it came to war. And consequently didn't have a lot of war going on. He commanded a certain amount of street respect with the foreign leaders because I think they could identify with him, thinking he might push a button.
Yes, he had the Nixon strategy.
Yes, he had them thinking that. He had everybody thinking that. And he talked like somebody who wasn't, he talked like a street guy.
Yes.
And that's actually good.
Yes.
Because when you get into this soft politics of let's be nice, let's have protocol, it's, this is kind of like the British being insulted by the fact that the colonists would fight hand-to-hand combat instead of politely firing from, 30 yards away or whatever it was.
Thank you. Firing lines. Yeah.
Yeah. This isn't the way gentlemen fight. And, it's not a gentleman's fight. And of course, and this is one reason, foreign countries do not respect the way Americans are because they don't, they're not realistic.
Yes.
When it comes to such, they're very, I guess what you'd say, what's the word? Cunning.
Thank you.
Cunning, extremely cunning.
Yeah.
And
foreign countries.
Even see, the thing is about politicians in America, they will put up a beautiful, sophisticated front.
Yes.
They will make you think that they wouldn't take a dime.
Yes.
This is the way they are. Whereas, but they will.
Of course.
You just have to be one of the club or know how to play the game.
Yes. So I'll be back in just a few moments. I'm going to go mute. I'll let you know as soon as I'm back. But please continue with your observations. I've given you already some of the outline of just the horror of the situation as it stands. But as you said, many people did not foresee this. Of course, I would always emphasize that I have been predicting the strategic trend for many years. But that, of course, the specifics always surprise us. So I'll be mute. I'll be back in a few minutes. But continue, dear Peter. Thank you.
Okay, so what I'm going to talk about now while Douglas departs is some of the projections of the of where the book is going as it relates to not just the art elect, but the Vox Arca. And in this broadcast of October 20th, 2019, Douglas is talking very much about how the Vox Arca, of course, for those of you who are not familiar, the Vox Arca is a device which he which was created under the direction of Michael to be able to voice grimoire being spells, magical spells that the human voice cannot utter because of its range of vocalization. So this was a device that was based on all of Aquino's arcane and esoteric knowledge. But who did the research to figure all this out? Was Douglas, because he was assigned to do it. So Douglas actually probably knew more about the Vox Arca than Aquino himself. And what's interesting about, okay, when we talk about spells, spells are, it's where we get the word spelling, grammar, grimoire. It's the iteration of sounds, the effect of creating sounds, which is very much what you had with psychotronics, where you have electromagnetic frequencies, and sounds are a manifestation. And they also elicit electromagnetic frequencies, just the vibratory quality of the sound. If I go, creates a completely different effect than what I'm saying. If I'm talking to you now in such a way that is appealing to your intelligence, that's a different frequency is if I'm making just guttural utterances like Yoko Ono used to do, like on her recordings, some of her recordings. So it's like, or whatever music you listen to, whether it be heavy metal or folk music, it all creates a different vibration frequency. And you can change the mood of a household by the music you play in it, or the sounds that you make. Now, when we talk about the Vox Arca, this is a device that was created that could basically destroy creation as we know it, or was purported to do that. Can't really say it could because it hasn't been effectuated yet. Yet Douglas stated very clearly that this is what keeps him alive, because the government knows of its power and they're afraid of it. They're afraid of it. I don't know what all the details are of Aquino and the government. They obviously approved what he was doing. I don't know how much they were clued in on it, but it was billions of dollars that were invested in it. And Douglas has gone through painstaking descriptions of the devices he had to, or the, what could I say, the material he had to acquire to put this together, which might include human teeth or human body parts that were connected to people who were traumatized and suffered specific types of trauma. And the trauma would therefore be iterated through this device. That's just part of it. It was a plethora of different material that, much as we were talking about the Eastern Airlines parts that were, was a haunted airline because they had all these pieces of a crashed airplane that they put into different parts of the airplanes and whatnot. But so this was all to induce trauma. And I would say that somehow the government itself is under a spell on some level. This is something I will ask Douglas about when he returns. The government is under some sort of spell influence of a spell, whether it was induced by Aquino, but to where they are literally afraid that Douglas might bring the world down upon them.
Thank you. Yes, I just got back and heard you say, induced by Aquino, afraid Douglas might bring the world down upon him. I take it we were...
Yeah, I ask you that they're under a spell, because I was talking about the Vox Arca and how, just going into some of the things you said about it, how it keeps you alive and so forth. But it occurred to me in saying this, that the Vox Arca, that the government is afraid of you using it against them or against the world, destroying their world.
Yes.
They're under a spell themselves. And that spell, I don't know if that's a spell Aquino put on them or what. I don't know if you could elaborate on that. We don't want to change their minds. Don't say anything that change their minds.
Deeply appreciate it. So I'll take it that I'll say it this way, that you've got the intuitive grasp of the situation perfectly. Let's just say that the thanks to Michael Aquino's incredible influence, both metaphysically as well as politically, he basically has his cultists still very active, infiltrating every level of the U.S. government, and the government, therefore, ergo, was to a large degree impacted by him in such a way that without any conscious thought, they are definitely still under his spell. And so we're dealing with the repercussions of that have worked to my favor thus far to a degree. Now, just to kind of give people just a little bit of the, without overdwelling on it, just a succinct summary of what happened recently. Certainly, Peter Moon intuited that the individual who came to my door was probably deep state, and the more that the situation's analyzed, the more that cannot be denied. It had to have been the case. Just so people understand what I did, of course, I myself say is dumb, and certainly I'll say even bad guys have bad days, and I obviously was asleep, the doorbell rang, I answered it. But take this into account. When I signed up for Affordable, the credit program that I did, they said that $100 would go towards a tablet, $100 credit, and etc. And this individual had a tablet that he said, I'm here to give you this tablet. And, it was only later on after I opened it that there was no recharger in it. So the thing is fucking useless. And there's further details, like when I called the company that was supposed to back it, they said, that's not our property. That comes from a vendor. If you want your money back, you'd have to find the vendor that had that tablet. But at the same time, that tablet was on. When he handed it to me, that tablet was on, and it was dinging incessantly with notifications because it was directly connected to my computer. In other words, it was giving me notifications from the Skype. It was giving me notifications of incoming emails. So we're talking about this individual had my social security number. He represented himself as part of a federal program. This was obviously completely a setup. And it was something that made sense with the program that I was on, that a follow-up like this should happen. So there was nothing that I did, and I certainly didn't sign anything that would have hinted that what was going to happen was going to happen. But what they did was they cut off not only my internet, but they cut off my cell phone, which is the only connection I have to the outside world. So their intent was to completely cut off my communications. Now, this is the kind of shit that they pull because they find everything I say so threatening. It took multiple phone calls on a daily basis. In other words, not when I was at the Estates, but whenever I was home, like directly after the show, I would be calling Assurance Wireless and Xfinity to make certain all services stayed on, to the point where ultimately we accomplished what we wanted to with Xfinity and got me reestablished. Hopefully the same happens with Assurance Wireless. But that might take some working with the Lifeline program at California. I'll be calling them probably in the morning and then trying to get some sleep. But this is an example of what the government does to suppress me. And what they're trying to do is, if they cut off my communications, there was probably going to be some follow-up operation where I couldn't call for help. That was something that makes sense. If they're going to cut your communications off, then that's to leave you vulnerable so you can't call for help if something happens, like a potential home invasion, at which point the search would be on for the Vox Arca and its potential recovery. All this might be happening because of the fact that Aquino effectively killed himself, but effectively is still very much in the world and influencing it. There are all kinds of people who claim that they are housing Aquino's essence and serving his will, and I have no reason to disbelieve them. So with that being said, we go back to Peter with this, and so hopefully that puts some context into...
and what I would say is this sounds like it could be another foot bullet by Aquino himself.
Thank you.
Having created this whole instrument, because he basically everything you did with the Vox Arca in terms of retrieving information was under his direction in retrieving materials. In other words, I figure you must have learned more about the Vox Arca, knew more about the Vox Arca and the details of it than he did.
To a degree, in some ways, yes. Yes.
He was working with the functionality of what he was doing based upon all of his arcane knowledge.
Yes.
But see, then you end up with it.
Yes.
This is like, well, it's I don't want to say the same because I don't feel I'm dealing with that level of evil, but it's like me ending up with David Anderson's time reactor.
Yes. Yes.
Like, okay, what do I do with it? Okay, this is how it works. Thank you, David.
Right.
You know what? Wow. That would be, that would create some puzzle. I never even really thought about it.
Thank you. Yeah,
I thought about getting access to him, to it, telling him what's wrong with it. I've thought about that, but never, saying, okay, here's the keys.
Right.
Now, there was a dream many years ago where he gave me keys. I was at a university on the grass, and he left the keys on the grass. I think the keys were to a car.
Interesting.
And those were the keys, which would eventually lead to me, acquiring the knowledge and doing the videos on it. That was the keys. But perhaps, they'll just say, I remember Lorian Ann Fenton saying to me, she says, I can't deal with him anymore. Here's his number. She turned me over to you, but then Laura Lee Solomon crept in.
Yeah.
And I wasn't going to be doing what Laura Lee did. I wasn't. But anyway, she couldn't deal with you anymore. And for whatever reason, it's just kind of like, okay, that was given the keys to Douglas Steve. What if David someday gave me the keys to the time reactor? I don't know. I never thought about that. It would be, like, as I say, what do you do with it? I know with the Vox Arca, I'd say, well, I'm not using this.
Yes.
I wouldn't even want to do diagnostics on it.
I can understand that, and no one other than myself ever should, but go on.
No, and this is the insanity of somebody wanting it, because they don't really know what they're dealing with.
Thank you. And just to, again, so people understand a little bit about the technology, because this is understandable to a degree, and of course, in a sense, inescapable. People say, well, why not, an engineer could take a look at this and deconstruct it, reconstruct it, kind of reverse engineer it. Bullshit. It doesn't work like that.
You went into great detail about that, and that doesn't even deserve discussion about.
Thank you.
Let me look. Let me make sure this works. We'll give it a once over here. See if the engineers have consensus on this. It's just stupid.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's and you went into detail, and that's what prompted, I think, your whole discussion.
Thank you.
With Eastern Airlines. Well, it doesn't say here on the,
Yes. Bless you. See, Peter gets it. He understands it. By the way,
Well,
that was.
I think most people do too, and it's kind of like dealing with the instructions and putting together whether it be a cabinet or a piece of furniture.
Yes.
The instructions are sometimes very poor.
Yes.
And well, the instructions, and so you could sit there reading the instructions like an idiot, and then I've read many of descriptions and say, well, yeah, I had to take a screw here, and I had to do this, and they had to basically make a piece of furniture work. They talk about how they had to, get their own screws and do certain things and put them together because it didn't fit.
Yes.
So that you sometimes see that basically is, the map is not the territory.
Thank you. Very good.
Yeah. So when people start talking like that, they don't even belong in the discussion. They should just go elsewhere because this is not, it's not meant for their ears. Yes. Because they're living in a different world.
Thank you.
And one that's very much they're effective with regards to this is not something that they're clued in on. But were you going to say something else? I mean, about the Vox Arca itself or any of this?
I'm sure it'll come out in our private discussions when we review the chapters together. In the copy that you handed me, I take it that
that doesn't have anything on the Vox Arca on it. That's
okay.
Artelec stuff.
Okay, but you corrected the one chapter, like you said, where you thought.
I gave you corrected versions. I mean, everything needs more correction, I'm sure. But yes.
Definitely, I'm looking at it while we speak, and I'm very excited, and but we'll discuss things privately, and I know that this will be something that the public will be able to receive much better because it'll be something that they're more attuned to.
Yes. Yeah. And I also realized that this will, and it will give a new paradigm for mankind, first with the people who read the book and listen to this forum. It'll give a new forum of discussion.
Yes.
In other words, how can we contextualize this, that, and the other thing? Because, frankly, this world, the people are so devoid of, I guess, what could be termed magic. The magic they're not devoid of is the stupid things that they do. Whether it be, petty stuff or whatever it is that people do. So, but it will create new forms of discussion and more contextualizations to apply to, and that alone does indeed change the world. Slowly but surely. So, it's how the world changes.
Thank you.
Whether we like it or not.
Yes, and it's definitely changing. As Peter said, for all we know, we could be entering into World War III. But in my opinion, that's too much to hope for. But go on. Yes.
Well, where I was going with this conversation initially is we've got the paradigm of the Kings of Edom.
Yes.
The book, which, the whole H.P. Lovecraft mystery, and the Chochoa, word we haven't said in a long time, on which would represent the complete forces of chaos.
Yes.
And there's always a relationship, even beyond chaos, in the negative sense of all these creatures that are just creating just chaos. There's a natural relationship between chaos and order in the universe.
Yes.
And this is kind of. Well, my father had a book on Greek mythology that he had from probably college, and when I read it, it was written very simply. It was written almost at a junior high school level. Maybe he had it from high school. I don't know, but I think he had it from college. And I was just utterly fascinated to read Greek mythology. I could identify, maybe it was Roman mythology, but using the Roman names, but I could completely identify with it better than I could Christianity because it was all so simple. And it starts talking about chaos. Mm-hmm. The first chapter is about chaos and order and the relationship between heaven and the earth. But chaos is it's a principle in chemistry, it's a principle in physics, it's a principle in biology. It's a working factor in this continual relationship between chaos and order. When we get to concepts like the kings of Edom and the Chichoa, it's completely vile and out of hand.
Yes.
It's like where the whole idea of order has been literally crucified. There's no order here. You've got to put it back together because things are so screwed up. And I suppose you could say things are, from a Christian paradigm, things are so screwed up, and it all began in the Garden of Eden when you screwed it up by eating the apple and going on the forbidden fruit. So, but when we get into these extremely negative paradigms of the Chichoa and the kings of Edom, and then Harry Houdini and H.P. Lovecraft being killed over the revelation of this, and this is revealing the truth of Judaism, which in turn, with the Teklet Blue, reflects back to the denial of Christ and the Christianity. But the real problem with all of this stuff in the Mideast is these are all patriarchal religions. You have Christians, you have Muslims, and you have Jews. They're all patriarchs.
Yes.
You could say that's a big issue too, but without pandering to that truth, just in terms of the context of the Edomites and the Chichoa and all this negative stuff, and then you have the art elect coming out of left field, being created by the Presidio without a good intent, but it had a functional intent to, I don't know what the intent was when they created the art elect, other than to have the most advanced supercomputer in the world, and obviously one that they could control.
Right. And but beyond that, it was to utilize that artificial intellect in a manner that could help with operations that were beyond human scope. In other words, the ultimate travels into the baryalic realm, where you have an intellect that is already disembodied, not corporeal, discarnate, would be able to therefore penetrate computers all over the world by accessing the baryalic, and then that way no firewalls would be able to protect anyone's.
That's not the original intent of the computer. That's when Aquino gets involved.
That's quite true. That's quite true. And but the original intent was basically to preserve the personalities of important people, such as some of the general staff that were volunteering to have their personalities uploaded towards a kind of immortality.
Were they really important? When you think of important people, you think of people like Tesla or Einstein or somebody like that.
Thank you.
These generals are chum.
Yes.
I mean, as far as I know, unless they had some secret talent.
I know. I appreciate what you're saying. Believe me, I'm on your side with that. These were people who simply had privilege and an opportunity. It didn't work out for them anyway. But the point was they had the hopes that their personalities could thereafter be downloaded at some point into a different body, a much more youthful body. Of course, that was the ultimate intent. So this was all part of that project. It was, as many projects are, a kind of convergence of several different projects that resulted ultimately in something that was not expected as a result. So it's there we have it. That's what comes to my mind right now. But Peter Moon's well aware of the general situation, the general story. It takes like more specific questions, and I'll remember more specific things. Remember, of course, for all of you listening, that I spent a lifetime trying to forget everything that happened as much as possible. And our numbers are good, though, and that's I do want Peter to know people have been contributing. I'll try and look up some of these contributions so that we can give these people their credit, and this has been thanks to Peter's encouragement, and I want to thank everybody who has done their bit. Holly Koditis Kiefer, for one, JP, of course, JP about 25 United States dollars monthly, Holly Koditis Kiefer 100 United States dollars that she tries to send out monthly, and I'll look up some of these other wonderful people. Of course, Stephen Myers, who I hope to bring on later in the show during the roundtable period, contributed 75 United States dollars. He's a individual who lives in Manhattan Island, right in the belly of the beast. So people are contributing, dear Peter. Thank you so much for your encouraging that. Let me see if I can get a few more of these names out here to just give them their credit, and we'll move back into the narrative for tonight for the remaining hour that Peter usually gifts us. So here we are. We got 11 cents back from PayPal. I always like these little cashbacks. They're cute. And let me make certain this young lady is not asking for anonymity. But from what I can see, she's not asking for anonymity. So Anika Cunningham from the United States in the Oregon area sent 20 United States dollars. What a wonderful young lady. Thank you so much, honey. And aside from that, Andrei Nemezhizisky, that Ukrainian man who lives in Germany, sent 100 United States dollars, as I mentioned before. Our dear friend Seth P. He's an individual who sent a quarter of 100 25 United States dollars, and the lovely lady Nolani Bouchard in Hawaii, 30 United States dollars. 40 United States dollars is sent from Brooke Hagberg, and she sends that about once a month. So, okay, some wonderful people, and so it all helps immensely. And so back to Peter.
Thank you to all those. And we're talking about Douglas's birthday coming up on October 20th. So I've encouraged people to, donate to him or donate extra for his birthday so that he has a happy birthday.
Thank you.
And that's very important that people have happy birthdays and that they are remembered, because although he's definitely grown up an individual, he's basically without a family.
Yes.
His family is his son and the blood boys, people who he works with, and they are a family.
Yes.
And that's a whole strange and unique paradigm in itself.
Yes.
Which we won't go into at this moment. We may address, but we're talking about the foot bullet of, well, where I was going was the reason the Art-elect manifested the way it did was because of this ritual the Knights of the Broken Circle,
Yes.
with the idiot generals shooting foot bullets into themselves and also shooting foot into Aquino's feet, because this is what gated in the Peacock Angel, which became an integral part of the Art-elect, vis-a-vis its part of Douglas. And this is, at least in part, where Douglas and the Art-elect connect, is through the Peacock Angel. And the Peacock Angel is the deity that is basically assigned to run this universe,
Yes.
run the mechanical aspects. It's referred to as the Peacock Angel. Can you give its name in, what is it, the Yazidi language? Or
Yes. Malik Taush. Malik Taush. You can just say Malik Taus, would be a anglicization of it. But of course, the Yazidi is much more euphonic to me. Malik Taush. And that is, of course, the Peacock Angel, the Lucifer, but in the real sense of the Lightbringer, the angel of pride, pride because, of course, he is the master of this world. And the Yazidi, of course, have a much more complicated philosophy and cosmology than simple Christianity, in which the fall of Lucifer, the creation of the Yazidi people to be his people, as God created his own people, the angel who fell to earth had to create his own people. And the Yazidi were created to worship him, and he is, of course, their God in that sense. So we have this this people that is, of course, they can use magic without the kind of price to be paid as a natural balance. As people of the Peacock Angel, they don't need to impart or bargain with metaphysical forces for the magic that they use, which most other sorcerers, like Aquino or any other sorcerer other than Yazidi, there's a certain bargain that needs to be made with the spirits that serve you, whether you're calling upon jinn, unless you're somebody like Solomon, who has been given a kind of artilica, not art-elect, but artilica, basically meaning a magical relic, which you can use without that immediate sense of binding in terms of contracting part of yourself to the entity in order to get services rendered. You can have, say for instance, like Solomon, something gifted to you that is a magical relic that can command them without collateral damage. Then unless you're like that, you're going to be bargaining. You're going to be paying a price for services rendered. The Yazidi don't have to pay that price. Their magic is natural. It's how they survived extermination campaign after extermination campaign. It's not that some of them don't fall or fall prey to the enemy, but as a people, they've always survived. Aquino wanted to see an end to that in order to untether the Peacock Angel from this earth by wiping out his people, wiping out his worshippers. Then he would be left untethered, out of balance. And therefore, Aquino hoped be forced to bargain. Now, all of this involved ultimately the United States invading Iraq in order to ultimately assess militarily the Yazidis. It's one thing to assess them anthropologically, quite another to assess them militarily. The Iraq invasion was the ultimate result of a plot put into place by Aquino decades before. And it goes to show the kind of influence that he had, and why, when the Twin Towers collapsed, George Bush Jr. was so intent on invading Iraq through the insistence of Dick Cheney and other advisors, whom, by the way, he called his quote-unquote Vulcans. For those of you who don't know, well, people can look this up themselves. Don't take my word for it. Take a look at the Vulcan advisors of George W. Bush Jr., and you'll find out that there was this entire group of neocons that they called themselves the Vulcans that were advising George Bush Jr., of course heavily under the command of Dick Cheney. But when it comes to these people, they were really under the sway of Aquino. He used that term Vulcans and gave them that name because of his understanding of my own dynamic. And since he knew I was essentially the original Vulcan, so to speak, the closest that there was in reality to Spock, he tried to create a kind of mockery of myself, which was what he was always doing constantly. Part of his psychological operations, warfare background, and the kind of insanity that he worked in was a kind of satanic inversion of everything. And, of course, his influence, as Peter Moon noticed when he was listening to that birthday episode of mine from 2019. I'm surrounded effectively by enemies, just people who are completely treacherous in that episode. You wouldn't know it by the way they were behaving, but they were obviously completely embedded. And even at that time, were giving me all kinds of, oh, don't tell anyone. Say, for instance, you hear me in that episode talking to Daniel Arola, but, you know, privately, Daniel Arola was telling me, don't let anyone know I'm related to Michael Aquino, because, of course, he was related to President Aquino of the Philippines, which ultimately made him related to Michael Aquino, who was a quarter Filipino, but always hid that so pathologically. And I was so indoctrinated into covering for him that I would reflexively say, no, he's not Filipino, even to the point where I was saying that publicly years after I became a public informant, until I finally deprogrammed myself out of that reflexive lie that I was always telling on his behalf when I worked with him. So understand that I have to overcome a lot of my own damage from this individual in order to relay the true story. Many of these people were assigned to me to prevent that. And so with someone like Daniel Arola presenting himself as this, positive figure, quote unquote, an ally, but, I'm ashamed of my relationship with Michael Aquino. I'm trying to redeem myself because of that. I try to work with these people, but the overwhelming majority of them turn out to be, of course, irredeemable, literally irredeemable. They've never sought redemption. They revel in their damnation, if you will. By the way, I don't know if you ever knew this bit of trivia about Daniel Arola, but when Daniel Arola was a male stripper, one of the men who he was performing live acts with was Cesar Sayoc. I don't know if that name automatically rings a bell with you, but Cesar Sayoc was the man who was sending pipe bombs to Hillary Clinton and all these Democrats. He was that Cuban guy who was considered himself a white supremacist, but nobody could understand why, since he wasn't white. Cesar Sayoc.
What's his relationship with Daniel Arola?
They were both members of the Chippendales dancers for a period of time, and they both performed adult strip acts and sex acts together. At the time that Daniel Arola was involved in the sex and porn industry, which was how his sugar mama adopted him. He was living in a warehouse for about a decade, and then she adopted him because she found him sexually appealing enough where she decided to take him home. But at the time that he was working, that decade that he was working, one of his work partners was Cesar Sayoc. So the guy was also a stripper. This is all a matter of public record. And then later was caught sending those pipe bombs to everybody. So that's that's kind of crowd that, aside from that, it was also on record on several of my episodes where Daniel Arola was bringing up some young black guy who he said I taught him everything he knew, and it was some black guy who wound up abducting a young black girl, and keeping her locked up in a storage facility and raping her until she stole his cell phone and called for help and escaped. And so that was another product of Daniel Arola's martial arts training, student of his dojo. So you have this guy who seems to have this copacetic relationship with me, but, he's really there to discredit me and actually taint my name with terrorism. That was the real objective of his embedding with myself. When all of that didn't really take, then and his sugar mama died, then he ran straight to Stephen Outram. I mean, we got to really feel sorry for Daniel Arola, because that means he's sucking Stephen Outram's distended colon every day in order to earn his keep. Well, there you have that.
Yes. What track was I on? I was talking about the impact of
The Artilect.
the Artilect, the Box Arc. Oh, the Peacock Angel.
Yes.
Yes, the Peacock Angel is basically utilizing its own. In other words, it's being called upon by these idiots, and then it finds its way into Douglas, into the Artilect, and it has its own agenda, which is basically, in this weird way, I have some form of dialogue with the Artilect,
Yes.
with the Peacock Angel yourself, if the Peacock Angel is not a gender.
Right.
But the peacock is, of course, that refers to the colors of the spectrum, and this refers to the spectrum of what that we live in, of existence.
Yes.
So this is it's communicating with a hierarchical deity, for lack of a better word.
Thank you.
And it's coming through this. And what's positive about it is that it reverses the diabolical nature of everything that was being done with Aquino, with the kings of Edom, and all of this nonsense. It gives us a paradigm of hope, if nothing else.
Yes.
Because here we have, in a martial arts sense, the tipping over or the neutralizing of the negative force, that the spell that that humanity is under. And when we say humanity's under a spell, we're all under a spell when we're born. We're born in an environment and we learn. And if we're lucky and have parents, loving parents, they guide us. They guide us to grow up so that we can think for ourselves. And different people, based upon their characteristics, which are designated by their astrology predisposition, they'll look at, some people will seek security, some people will seek adventure, some people will seek romance, some people will seek unity, some people will seek learning, some people will seek service. Some people will seek justice. People are all motivated by different archetypal forces, and that's the variety of living. So when we think of the Peacock Angel, it's basically there, not unlike our parents were when we were born. It's a guiding principle.
Yes.
And it's unfortunate that all of this came about. I don't know if it's unfortunate or not. It's fortunate that it came about at all.
Yes.
The fact of the matter is, it came about concomitant with rampant abuse.
Yes.
Of that took place at the Presidio, and then there's the abuse that took place with the Artilect. There's all sorts of, now we have all of this abuse going on in Israel, human carnage. And of course it's the kings of Edom that love this carnage and feast off of it. And all of this reference to the art elect and whatnot leads us to the paradigm of the Heart Project, which is about binding entities, and also leads us to the Vox Arca itself, which is capable of vociferating grimoire that we live under. But I said the spell we live under when we're born is all the conditions of this world, and we're guided by our parents into a life where we can make decisions and learn. And then what do we do? That's a spell we're living under, and we're living under the spell that the world works this way, the politics work this way, the laws work this way, and we have to find our way amongst these laws. But these laws are all spells. The idea of magic is very much faced with this idea that we can circumvent these laws and
Yes.
engage in the supernatural, and we can have a shortcut. And whether or not that is true, that's the idea. The idea with the Vox Arca is that all of these laws can indeed be, not only can the laws be suspended, but the whole system can be eradicated.
Yes, upended. Yes.
Yeah, and that's a whole different paradigm. What I think if you were in a position where you could change the laws, whether we're talking about on the mechanical level or even the constitutional laws, and this is how the whole system of jurisprudence is fixed. It's all based on precedent. In other words, laws evolve out of machinations of experience.
Yes.
They just don't come in willy-nilly. Now, sometimes there's laws which become outdated or inapplicable. Laws are to serve the population, and sometimes the laws become serving the bureaucratic system and not the population. So, these are issues that happen. But as they say, if you could reconfigure everything, and this goes back to the time machine paradigm. Okay, you're going to reconstruct everything. Why? How? You can do it better? How do you know you can do it better? And you can look at all the, failed businesses, failed efforts of human beings to try things and that didn't work out, failed inventions. You could look at all this stuff and you say, well, how can you want to make everybody successful? It's kind of like these are efforts. It's like if you have Douglas was explaining it with, I think, in that very same audio. Maybe it might have been a different one. He was talking about neural pathways. Neural pathways. And neural pathways are what make you smart. You go back. So, like, say, if I'm working with, whether it be tiles or wallboard or whatever sort of construction things, I kind of lose my facility with it until I start working with it again.
Yes.
And then I say, okay, this is how this works. Or even painting or varnishing. You forget how things work. And sometimes you need to be reminded of, or as you do it, then you remember. Because you forget, because your neural pathways are not connected. Most of my neural pathways are connected towards writing and publishing right now. But if I'm doing, construction projects, I go into a different mode of neural pathways. And this is one of the incredible things that would occur with Scientology auditing or processing, is that you would go into the neural pathways of pleasure moments, happiness, and you would rehabilitate the positive neural pathways of the individual, which are indeed quite invigorating. And that would put you in a position to go alleviate the negative neural pathways that stop you from thinking clearly or having negative emotions. So I went into some of those positive neural pathways when I was playing football today, because I was going through the motions, struggling with being old. That's a mindset. But then I started thinking back to when my father was coaching me when I was like 8 years old. And I'd go after the flag and get it, and he'd yell encouragement to me. I was eager, I was young, I was ready.
Yeah.
And I started to say, you know what? Why not take that back? And then all of a sudden I started to have fun. And I started to do well.
There.
And I said, oh, wow. It's all a matter of making it fun. That's the whole idea. And that's the idea of life. If you can make life fun. Like when I was in Romania, and I had a very fun time in Romania, it's very weird now thinking back. It's like I'm so far away. That was such a part of my life. And now it's like, okay, that's back in the summer. Now I've got to confront the New York winter and all the things I'm doing, reconstructing my office and all of these different adventures I'm working with.
Yes.
But the neural pathways of what Stephanie South said to me in Romania, she says, when you go there, enjoy every moment. Just enjoy every moment. And I did. And even the moments where they might be innocuous, or I'd be sitting there in my tent and I just, I'm going to really enjoy this moment. I remember what she said. Now I'm trying to bring that back to my day-to-day life and just enjoy every moment. And it's fun to reconstruct and renovate the office and whatnot, because it's like reinventing. It's like a whole new reality.
Yes.
Like, wow, everything's going to be reorganized with as much feng shui as possible. And feng shui and qigong are very closely related, because the feng shui is based on the bagua, which is 8 directions, and qigong is based upon 8 directions, bagua qigong. And so it's part and parcel. The more you align with the elements, the better off one is. So to get back to the I was talking about the spells that we're all under.
Yes.
And we're under a hierarchical order. And right now, well, it's like we can say right now, a lot of people are suffering mentally and emotionally. And this is very unfortunate. Societally. And I'm not even talking about the people in Gaza who are homeless and been pushed out of their homes.
Right.
Without even getting into the perpetrators of all this. It's just whether you're Palestinian or Israeli, you're suffering if you've lost your home and had to get out of town, and maybe they're going to what do you call it? Shut, be killed.
Yeah, basically ethnically cleansed in what the Israelis themselves call a second Nakba catastrophe, which was the Arabic word for Holocaust. Their Arabic Holocaust took place when the Jews exterminated 1 million Palestinians and then ethnically cleansed 1 million more. And the Jews say that they're intent on doing that again, repeating that performance. So
does that go back into biblical times, or is that more recent?
Oh, that was in 1947, 48 when they established the state of Israel was Al-Nakba. And
1 million Palestinians were killed during that time?
Yes, 1 million were killed and 1 million were ethnically cleansed, forced to relocate, and they were told that they would be allowed back into their homes sometime in the future. Of course, they've never been allowed back. They've been stuck in Gaza and the West Bank ever since. And so this is...
I never heard that about the Palestinians. Wow.
Oh, yeah, just to repeat that so that our listeners will appreciate it with... so it'll drive the point home. Both sides, the Arabs and the Jews, refer to their Holocaust as the catastrophe. With the Jews, they don't call the Holocaust. In the Hebrew culture, they refer to it as HaShoah, meaning the catastrophe. That's what they call it, is Shoah, HaShoah, the catastrophe. With the Arabs, they use the term al-Nakba, the catastrophe. They put the emphatic in front of it. So, Americans might short circuit it and call it Shoah. There's a movie called Shoah, which is a big documentary on the Jewish extermination. It's like 12 fucking parts and literally 24 hours long, for anyone who wants to sit there for 24 hours watching Jews bitch and moan about how pissy it was during the Holocaust and how they were all killed and shit, then that's right up your alley. I don't understand why anyone would want that, but, there's obviously an enormous receptive crowd for that. No one's ever done anything for the Palestinians that's equivalent, but the Palestinians suffered the equivalent thereof, and therefore, this was in 1947. The Jews came in, slaughtered 1 million of them right then and there, drove 1 million more out, said you can come back later. Since then, they've been zipped up in the Gaza and never allowed back. Indeed, the Jews have been expanding their settlements into further West Bank territory instead. And then now the Jews are saying they're going to conduct a second Nakba. By the way, this is official policy. I'm not making this up. This is people can look this up. I will repeat the quotes from the various individuals who uttered them soon enough when I get into monologue tonight. But I do want people to know that the Jews have stated outright they are running a genocidal campaign of extermination. So the fact that the Americans are saying we're supporting them is insane. At this point, it's the Israelis that are the enemy, and if people don't understand that, they're out of their minds. Israel is an insane nation, and it's run by madmen. And these people have gotten away with murder for so long that they now feel they can declare their murderous intent, mass murderous intent, with impunity. None of this is quote-unquote anti-Semitism or Judeophobia. It's what they themselves are saying. Back to Peter with that. So,
well, that's one of the unfortunate things. Like, say, I've never heard of this Palestinian Holocaust. I've never heard of it, and now certainly the media isn't going to
speak of it.
Present it. I'm sure you can find it on the internet.
Yes.
That sort of thing is inescapable.
Yeah, Nakba would be spelled Nakbah. Nakbah in the anglicized romanization would probably be the most common spelling. And in fact, I'll look it up now just to see if it's out there. Make certain that there's something for people to find. What I'm finding is just without the H, Nakba. And so they've romanized it into further anglicization. They bastardized it further, but you'll still find out about it. they'll talk about, they won't go into detail, but at least they talk about the general situation. So one of the things that I'm seeing is, okay, I'm finding some pretty good stuff here for people. They'll be able to get some good information out there. By all means, please continue, Peter. Yeah, as always.
Yeah. Now, this might be the most important thing that's come up tonight.
Okay.
Is about this Palestinian Holocaust, because,
Yes.
I don't jump on the Palestinian bandwagon because, it's a complicated issue. I don't jump on the Israeli bandwagon. I certainly have tremendous sympathy for the Palestinians because of that one lady I met in Paris.
Yes.
She told me, what it was like to be in Israel. It was very sad.
Yeah.
And of course, I think one of the main challenges is when Jews identify with the Holocaust, which is certainly understandable. It's like where your mind goes, your energy goes. And if you go thinking about the Holocaust all the time, and sometimes your time might be much better spent focusing on something positive.
Yes.
So, these are challenges people have, but this is so important. This whole thing, and the more that gets known about, this is why I say the rhetoric of the many of these Jewish
figures,
politician figures, yes, do not serve them.
Thank you.
Do not serve them, because if you just listen to what the media says, it's very directed and slanted in one direction.
Yes.
So this is thank you for this, and
thank you.
I wonder how. I really can't say. I can't speak for people, but I really wonder how many of these protesting students are even aware of this.
Probably not. I would think most of them are just sympathizing with the Palestinians in their current situation, or what they understand historically would be the fact that for the past 10 to 20 years that there has been a persecution of the Palestinians relentlessly. But I don't think that they know about al-Nakba per se, the majority of them. What I'll try and do is, of course, when I go into monologue tonight, I'll go deeper into the history, of course, and that will be inescapable. But it gets to the point where the Americans have to understand that the Jews are not acting in their interests. A great example, and I'll cover it more in depth when I get into the history of it, will be the USS Liberty incident. I mean, if you take a look at the attack on the USS Liberty, which, you bring that up and automatically the majority of people are going to call you anti-Semitic or Judeophobic is the term.
What is the USS Liberty attack? I don't even know what it is.
Oh, the USS Liberty attack was an American naval ship that was kind of like a signals or intelligence ship. It wasn't a particularly big ship, but it was definitely big enough. In other words, it had a crew of several hundred men. It was something in which, so it was basically off the coast of Israel, And what had happened was that the Israelis attacked it and they sank it. This was not like some accident, like, you know, oh, the Israelis might have thought it was some Arab ship and, you know, happened to drop a bomb on it. No, it was a combined air and sea attack by Israeli Air Force and jet fighter aircraft and Israeli naval mortar torpedo boats. And so they basically slaughtered the crew, which was about, you know, about 200 men. There were some survivors, but at least the majority of the crew, about 171, were killed. Then the United States just sucked it up and kissed Israeli ass. And
why was the ship attacked?
Because basically what had happened was that Nasser, Gamal Abdel Nasser, had established base 333 in Egypt. It's half a 666, so it's meant to have meaning. And so at base 333 in Egypt, he had established a new Africa Corps. And this Africa Corps was essentially technical engineers. These were the Nazi Raketeniers, or the Nazi scientists, who built him not only an arsenal of rockets, but an arsenal of nukes. So Gamal Abdel Nasser was prepared to nuke Israel. And the only way the Israelis could avoid that was to bring in a nuclear superpower on their side. So at the point that they were at war with Egypt, then Gamal Abdel Nasser basically was preparing the mobilization of Area 333 to prepare the arsenal for launch. And so the Israelis had the ace up their sleeve. They said, well, we'll fucking attack the Americans and the Soviets will side with us. So as soon as they sank that American ship, the Soviets automatically took Israel's side and said, if Egypt nukes Israel, we're going to nuke Egypt. And that's how Israel brought in the Soviet Union on its side. Now the Americans...
Otto Skorzeny, the one who helped Nasser set up all that?
Originally, yeah. But he was also hired by the Israelis to give them a bunch of intelligence on the entire subject. Not necessarily that particular setup, but other aspects of the Egyptian war machine. And that was something that they used to their advantage. Now, the whole point was that you've got a situation, again, of complicated politics. Remember, it was Adolf Hitler that established the State of Israel. Stalin took over later with basically pumping it full of population from Eastern Europe. But the original Jews were from Germany, and they were considered a Nazi infiltration or insurgency by the British. Because you had these beneficiaries of the Ha'avara, or the transfer agreement. Ha'avara is a Jewish word literally for moving house. And the Ha'avara agreement, or the transfer agreement, was where Adolf Hitler, in a time of Great Depression, said that any German who leaves with any money, you'd be taking money out of a Germany that desperately needs every penny. So he made it illegal for any Germans to leave Germany without leaving. In other words, if any German decided to leave for America or any other place to look for a better future, a better situation, they had to leave their money in Germany. That was the law. But he allowed the Jews to leave and take their money with them. So he was, of course, because of his connection with the Zionists, they said, make certain they all have to go to Palestine. So he was encouraging them to relocate to Palestine. This was known as the transfer agreement. This was the beginnings of the State of Israel. Now, the SS taught them how to farm. None of these fuckers knew how to farm. The SS taught them how to live, because these were all accountants and dentists and doctors and lawyers. None of these people were survivors. The SS taught them tactics, how to defend themselves from the local Arabs, and they taught them how to farm. And so all these original settlers in Palestine were Nazi trained, Nazi indoctrinated. This is why you had the photographs of many of them in the Hitler Youth uniforms and the like. These were the militias trained by the Germans so that they could, as young men, establish themselves in Palestine and have a fighting chance. The British considered them all Nazi terrorists. So this was followed up by some of them like Moshe Dayan and David Ben-Gurion and others throwing bombs in British consulates and embassies and shit. So the British wanted to make certain that the Jews didn't reestablish in Palestine because of, well, for the obvious reason, these were basically a Nazi insurgency. So the British would sink the different Jewish ships trying to carry Jewish passengers to Palestine. People can look up a ship called the Exodus. Not like the Exodus, the actual emigration movement, but a ship, literally a ship named the Exodus, that the British sank full of people. And then there were many other cases of this where the British would sink ships full of Jews. Let's take a look at this one. British sink ship. Let's see here. Ship thousands of Jews. And this was one of them was the SS Exodus is what's coming up first, but there was also the Struma. There's the other ships in which there was one in which literally thousands of Jews were killed on. The British, just sank these with impunity, and but no one ever talks about it, of course. So when it comes to the Jewish refugees, they were entering there against Britain's will. But ultimately, once they were established, the British couldn't get rid of them and tried to partition off, Israel, and then everything fell apart, and the Americans and Russians got involved, and then it quickly fell out of British control. And when it all came to a conclusion for the British was when the Jews, in an act of complete and total military aggression, invaded the Sinai and took over the Suez Canal from Gamal Abdel Nasser. And when the Jews were occupying the canal, the Israelis, then the British and the French said, great, now we'll renationalize the canal on the part of the British and French colonial empires. And of course, Gamal Abdel Nasser was getting Soviet support to fight them off. And that was when the Americans said to the British, the Jews, and to the French, you'd all better fuck off or you'll be at war with the United States. This was the end of the alliance. At that point, that's when Eisenhower went public and said, all American Jews better start thinking of themselves as Americans instead of Jews. I mean, you can't even imagine a president ever saying that today. But President Eisenhower at that point was ready to go to war with Israel, France, and Britain combined. He had the fleet on alert at that point, and he knew who the enemy was. And he said, we're ready to go to war with Britain, France, and Israel over this. And they almost did. At that point, the Brits and the French backed off. The Israelis backed off. And then its situation stabilized. Nasser took over the canal again. And he, of course, was reinforced in his power as a national hero. And then what happened was later on, when he was again at war with Israel, was going to mobilize the nukes, then the Israelis said, well, we got to get a nuclear power on our side. And the way they did that was to attack the Americans. And then the Soviets came in and said, we'll protect Israel from any counterattack, or the Egyptian attack specifically. So that's, otherwise, if you ever take a look at the USS Liberty incident, the sinking of the USS Liberty, no one ever tells you why this happened. As a matter of fact, if you ever investigate it, you'll only get answers like, no one knows why it happened. Well, obviously, someone has to know. The Israelis gave the order, and it wasn't like it was an accident. It was a coordinated attack of multiple assets. So this is something that, again, is completely hidden from history. You never hear about it. Nobody says, remember the Liberty, the way they say, remember Pearl Harbor, but they goddamn well should. And so there you have that. Let me see, there was another book called Another Boat. I'm trying to remember other ships the British sank, but people get the idea now. They know what I'm talking about. So anyhow, so there you go.
Well, thank you for that. That's quite a history lesson.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
And the circulation of some of this information you've been talking about is very healing, although it's upsetting to people's paradigms.
Yes.
Because they just get indoctrinated by what you should think.
Yes.
And the talking points, the unfortunate thing is that the talking points that we're given sound like talking points that are being thrust upon us with insistence. And I'm not prejudiced towards any side. But when I listen to it without prejudice, therefore, I say these things sound like somebody's trying to convince you of something rather than what's the other side here? Yes. And then you're saying, wow, the other side, there's quite a story here that, and I just don't see the way things are going, making it any easier for the Israeli faction. I see it making it they're taking a more difficult course for themselves, which, in other words, it becomes self-defeating, and I don't see them making friends.
Yes.
And it ultimately becomes of critical importance to anybody to have friends.
Yeah, well, that was, here, I found it. There we are, I found it. 7,000 Holocaust survivors were killed by the United Kingdom a day before Germany surrendered. Aside from the Exodus, that ship was sunk by the British with 4,500 Jews on it in 1947. But in May 3rd of 1945, Britain's Royal Air Force killed more than 7,000 survivors of Nazi concentration camps who were crowded onto ships in Elbeck Harbor, Germany. This was like a Pearl Harbor. These were dozens of ships, all full of these Jews, were headed towards Palestine. And Churchill gave the order, don't let a single one of them get out of Germany alive. And
Why?
He didn't want them in Palestine.
Yeah, but why? I mean, but why?
They were Nazis. As far as he was concerned, it was a Nazi insurgency. He felt that these camps they were in were like indoctrination camps where they were all Nazified.
That's interesting.
And so the word was out that Hitler had killed himself. Of course, that was a lie. But, everybody was taking hope in that. All these Jews were crowded on these ships. Churchill gave the order. They killed them all. And then, of course, the British said, oh, we're so sorry. It was 3 ships. Cap Arcona, the Titelbeck, and the Athen. And so basically the Royal Air Force's 263rd, 197th, the 198th and 184th squadrons armed their Hawker Typhoon fighter bombers and just massacred them all. This is not friendly fire, by the way. You can't do this as an accident. It's not like somebody goes by, drops a bomb, and says, oh, shit. This is like a coordinated assault, okay? So everybody who gives me this bullshit that, oh, that's a friendly fire incident. Yeah, that ain't friendly fire, dude. Aside from the fact that you could argue there's no such thing as friendly fire, for obvious reasons, you get my point. So there you go. It's more information for the mill there for your average individual who's unaware of this. For anyone who doesn't know, I think that the entire name for the operation about Britain's secret war against the Jews was Operation Embarrass. You can look that up yourself. Operation Embarrass, and because they didn't want it to be found out, because then the British would be embarrassed. But it was called the SIS, the Secret Intelligence Service. Nobody hears about them anymore. The SIS was the British anti-Jewish network that was federal. It was federal. You're talking about this is government. It's not like a group of or a cabal of elitists who happen to be Judeophobes. This was under Churchill's organization. And so the SIS, the Secret Intelligence Service, was responsible for Operation Embarrass. And they basically, I remember between 1946 and 1948, they bombed at least 5 ships used by the Jewish emigres. They created a fake Palestinian defense group, like the Israelis later created Hamas, and that way they could blame it on the Palestinians. That's why when the Jews came in, they killed 1 million Palestinians and ethnically cleansed 1 million more, because of this bogeyman of this fake, Palestinian defense network. And it's like what they're going to do now. They say we're going to destroy Hamas completely, but you destroy Hamas without destroying the population. Because basically, Hamas is the population in the sense that they represent the population in a very real sense. So, anyhow, the SIS and their operations, let's put it that way. I mean, talk about a 007 James Bond License to Kill. On the ship Exodus that they sank, they killed 4,500 Jews. They killed 7,000 on the 3 ships that I mentioned. I mean, the British were the worst enemies the Jews had in World War II, not Hitler. So the way they get off on this and present themselves as righteous makes me sick. Both the Jews and the British I'm referring to. So there you go.
Well, it's so awfully complicated, but and what's interesting about Churchill, you see, the British are the ones that liberated, that I wouldn't say liberated, they put Palestine in the hands, they basically took control of Palestine.
Yeah.
And after World War I, got rid of the Ottoman Empire because they're very territorial. And it was in their interest to back this Jewish justification because, the pretense of the Holy Land, because they're interested in territory. Now, so they're supporting Palestine, but for their own territorial motives. And then when Hitler puts the Jews in there, then it's a threat to their territorial, because the Jews are a different faction.
Yes.
They were happy to have the Arabs and the oil.
Yeah.
I don't think they needed the Jews in there at all.
No.
So it gets very, complicated in terms of all of the nutty politics involved. But complicated. What can I say? But no, explain.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go on. I was going to say, notice the shifting of alliances, and with the shifting of alliances, that's what we're going to see hopefully happen. Hopefully the Americans will realize they're not on the side of Israel as soon as, Biden keels over and dies. But even Biden had the common sense to tell Israel, you shouldn't occupy the Gaza. Even Biden has said that. So it's he has some brains, or at least some modicum of common sense.
Well, and what's interesting about whenever you see the British, and now the British are involved in Qatar,
yeah.
So that's their instrument in the Mideast to manipulate. They've got the Al Jazeera, they've got the politics of Qatar, and so that's their instrument of manipulation. So, but whenever I see the British involved in it, here's the common denominator between the British and the Jews, is the magic of John Dee. The whole British Empire is based upon the magic of John Dee. And then you have the angels that are talking to John Dee are identifying themselves as the angels who worked with Solomon. Whether that's true or not, one can argue. But there's definitely a magical consistency. So you have Britain vying, controlling Palestine or trying to control Palestine through its own John D stuff. And then you've got, well, where are Solomon's keys vis-a-vis the Jews? Are they using magic? I don't know what they're doing at the higher levels, the Edomites. Yes. Aquino wasn't using Solomonic magic to my knowledge. Can you comment on that?
No, it was definitely Adamic, which is in some ways not all that different. It's kind of like our dear friend Clarice Claudette, whose birthday is the same as mine. She sends me care packages once in a while, and they've been incredibly important in my life. But she, pointed out, Solomon was given this privilege by God, this power, and what did he do with it? He called up demons. That's it's she was married to she was a archaeologist. She was an archaeologist working in Israel, and married some Israeli guy who took her for everything she had. So I'm sure her impression of this is realistically cynical when it comes to what Israel is doing.
Well, what I would also say, though, when one says he conjures up demons, demons are just the other side of an angel. It's you don't really distinguish them. And although Solomon was he was an imperfect character. Imperfect character for sure. I think if there's anything interesting about him is that he could, he controlled the keys of manifestation, but he also taxed the hell out of the population, and ultimately built this altar to God, which has so much, I guess what you'd say, harmonic construction in it. And then what do you have? You have a concentrated power of energy, concentrated power in this Ark of the Covenant in the Holy of Holies.
There we are. By the way, Holly Kaditis Kiefer, a regular contributor and a wonderful human being, she says, tell him about Sharon and the Sabra and Shatia refugee camps. Among many, for easy understanding, I respect the work of Alison Weir, W-E-I-R, ifamericansonlyknew.com. Thank you, Holly. So I have no idea what Sharon and Sabra and Shatia refugee camps are about, but Shatia is spelled S-H-A-T-I-L-A, Shatila. Sharon and Sabra, S-A-B-R-A. So Sharon, Sabra, Shatila refugee camps.
Let me read here on Alison Weir.
Okay.
Alison Weir is the biggest selling female historian in the United Kingdom since records began in 1997. I don't know. Records began in 1977. Maybe they released the records. She has published 32 titles and sold more than 3 million books, over 1 million in the UK and 2.2 in the USA. She is now working on 2 concurrent series of books, the Tudor Rose trilogy of novels about Elizabeth of York, Henry VIII, and Mary I, and England's medieval queens, a quartet of historical works of nonfiction. So she's written quite a bit about English history, and of course people are very fascinated with English history, which... the main thing wrong with English history are the English. And its impact on the world. I don't know if this goes into magic at all, which would be the... Really,
well, ultimately it does, but no one ever acknowledges that, or hardly.
Yeah. I mean, I can't speak for this person who's done extensive work. It's like, it sounds like I could spend
I doubt she goes into magic, but
if I could spend a lifetime reading her work because it's so voluminous.
Yeah.
I could say the same thing about myself. It's,
Yes.
it's how this is why one needs a higher capacity to process data, which is what Douglas was offered with the Artilect project.
Yes.
You got to know which data to process,
Yes.
and therefore what neural pathways you're going to invest in.
Yes.
And I don't see the relevance of that. Not that it's not irrelevant, but I just don't see the relevance of going to study this author. Not that it's not important.
Right.
I could see how it could relate. It might relate, but
Right. We don't see the immediate. We don't see the immediate relevance.
I'm not saying it doesn't have value, but you've
Right.
got to be able to. And of course, by the same token, she doesn't necessarily see all the angles that I'm working with.
Right.
Because different viewpoints, different reference frames, which is just the way life is, and it's very important that one follow one's own intuition.
Right. So what Holly says in response is, you spoke of it some years ago, probably have forgot it for sanity's sake. She means myself, with a heart. Ariel Sharon. Yeah, I probably did.
That is of interest vis-a-vis what we've just been talking about.
Right.
For sure.
Okay. Yeah.
Because she's saying he set up camps.
Probably. Yes.
Indoctrination camps.
Yes. That makes sense. Or extermination camps. Yeah. That's
Well, yeah, he was an incredibly powerful general who fought. I mean, he was known sort of as a politician, but he was a general.
Yes.
And I think he was the one that orchestrated the invasion of Beirut when they were getting rid of the PLO.
Mm-hmm.
That was just every day you'd read about or hear about just going in and leveling Beirut. It sounded horrible.
Yeah.
Just absolutely horrible.
Thank you.
Such as war. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was going to say, well, the Israelis refer to their constant attacks on Gaza Strip in particular as mowing the lawn. They call it mowing the lawn, just going in and killing people periodically to try and discourage them from attacking Israel. Of course, all they've done is provoke the attack. I mean, this is the ultimately their behavior is truly evil. There's no other word for it. They're just perpetrators of endless perpetuity of suffering, and yet they'll bitch about how victimized they are. It's sickening. And Americans go for it. I mean, the Holocaust Memorial Museum, they're trying to build one here in America, as if America committed the Holocaust. I mean, they've already got several. They're trying to build a national one, kind of like they had the National World War II Museum. That definitely needs a rethink. Hopefully all this prevents it from happening.
Well, thank you for all you had to offer tonight. It's the end of my time here. It's after midnight, and I will, it says right here on the news, Palestinian relief fundraiser causes controversy. This appears to be on the streets of New York City. So they're trying to raise money for Palestinians, which, because they're raising a lot of money for Jews right now.
Yeah. As if they needed it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, there's all sorts of human relief that's needed right now. And even the Jews are having, it's hard. They're running the commercials for the Jews.
Oh, by the way, some of the hostages Hamas took were Holocaust survivors. And again, it just boggles the mind. How are these people still around? How are they still alive? How are they healthy enough where the Hamas says, oh, we'll take them hostage? you'd think that they couldn't survive walking 2 steps. But, of course, because these people were products of the Mengele experiments, they're probably still able to run at a good pace. Like so many...
but let's just say you were 13 years old as a Holocaust survivor.
Yes.
And say you were born in 35.
Yeah.
Well, if you were born in 35, you'd be, in your 80s. It's possible, but how many Holocaust survivors are there? I'm going to ask that question before I go.
Yeah, apparently there's countless ones, because every time I hear about it, it says, hey, yeah, by the way, these people were Holocaust survivors. Yeah.
And you could say...
Clarice Claudette points out that Ariel Sharon had a stroke after the invasion. Yeah, go on.
Okay, it says here. Now, Roman Polanski.
Yeah, he's one of them.
Yeah.
He was right where he belonged.
Well, I think he was in a concentration camp. But I'm trying to think. So this just lists celebrated ones. Deceased. Let me see here. This is. It says. Let me see. How many are still alive today? It says there are 300 to 350,000 still living. That's an astounding amount.
Yeah. No.
I would like to know how Palestinians and Israelis stand on vaccinations.
Well, I can tell you something else just before you go that you'll find interesting. Japan's finally going after the Reverend Moon Church in Japan after the assassination of Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, and the assassin gained so much sympathy because his family was destroyed by the Reverend Moon cult, and the Reverend Moon cult, of course, is a CIA psyop. The Japanese are now going after them basically as a national security threat, an insurgency, basically an insurgency. So there we have that.
That happened quite a while ago.
No, the assassination did, but it took till now for the court to finally give orders. Like, the Japanese bureaucracy is slow.
Well, interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. And I will sign off, and I will be back on Wednesday.
Yes. God
All
bless
right,
you.
everybody. Remember to contribute to Douglas for his birthday on October 20th. And good night.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you so much. Love you dearly, Peter. SkyBooksUSA.com. Thank you so much. So that was Peter Moon. He's retreating into the gentle night. With that, we have Aristides with us, and we're going to make our calls to everyone in general, all and sundry. So let's press those addition buttons and get things going so I can take a short break, refresh myself, prepare for the rest of the night. And okay, Aristides, let's test your audio. Excellent. Good man. And feel free to vent, cathart, talk about anything you wish.
I mean, that was 3 hours of the most incredible dump of information. How can I ever follow on after that with anything,
Oh, you're profoundly kind. Thank you so much. You are. And thank you for some of the information you sent myself as well. I like what that thing says about the nihilists. I'm going to have to download that meme. And let's see who else I can bring on here that comes to mind. Other than that, how's your personal life going? Whatever you're willing to share about it, of course.
It's going okay. Pretty busy, you know. Just try to get everything every day, and that's it. Keep on going.
Okay, great. That was survival oriented. He's a he's a man who's sustaining himself. Yes,
that's life sometimes, man. It just keeps coming at you.
Yes, it does. It does. That's the horror story of life in general. Yes. Okay, so I think I've got the majority of people here. Who else doesn't show up on my list? Most of the time we have oh God, well, I'll press the add button. Okay, we'll see who responds, and then I can take that break as soon as possible. Oh, already exhausted. But we'll be Sammy Romero's unavailable. That guy's gonna be busy as hell for the rest of his life.
Kid stuff, huh?
Yeah.
Yep, that'll do it.
Oh man, how did you live until you?
I don't know. That's kind of why I'm just sound stunned and lost all the time. But I mean, it's it's cumulative.
Yes, and so our friend Brendan put in a specific type of firearm. I'll ask him its significance. Brendan, test your audio.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank God. What? Now, there really is such a thing as a stupid question. I get a question from Brendan. Is Joe Ty back? I mean, really? Really? What on earth ever gave you that idea? What gave you that idea? Oh my God. What did you see that gave you that idea?
Because he jumped back into one of our old conversations that you had from months ago.
Oh, I don't know if it was the one... I've never blocked him. That's why.
Yeah, if it was the one that I accidentally sent a photo to or something last time, and then he started spamming people, and then somehow my Facebook added him as a friend, which I never accepted his friend request.
Yeah, this is the enemy. This is they got the deep state tech. Yeah, go on.
Right. So or whatever. Yeah, like exactly tech or occult means, but
yeah.
So basically, yeah. So then. I find him on my page, and I don't know if he was trying to text me or what, but he was linking Brooke to a bunch of these weird, like, these bizarre kind of, like, health kind of things.
Oh my
God. Trying to, like, get her roped into it.
Yeah, of course.
Let's see if I can find it.
Of course. He wants, he's going to rope everybody he can into, especially the lady.
It says, Valley Fever is coming. I think it's already here. He tags Peter Moon in it. And Valley Fever is a West Coast, or it's like a Southwest.
Yeah, that's like Southwest desert
virus.
Shit. That's like fungus in the lungs and shit, right?
So he's tagging Peter in that. Then he tags Brooke and Black Frank in this thing about how wheat kills you.
Right.
And this is like within the last couple of days. This isn't just like random.
No, this is Ian West. Black Frank is Ian West. Go on.
Yeah, Ian West. So then he shows up as one of my friends, and that stuff started showing up on my timeline, and I'm like thinking to myself, like, I never accepted this shit.
Thank you. Yeah. And like, so oh God. Yeah. Go on.
So that's the only reason why I said it.
Yeah, he helped.
And then he tried to go back into the Skype. So he did like a double attack.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, this is what they do. I mean, it's what happened was Brooke unblocked him because she felt so sorry for him. But look at what he does. You know, this is what she's
like compromised or something. Might as well be the enemy.
Oh shit! Oh my God, that's awful. Anyhow, so you two gentlemen have got this. I'm going to take a short break, refresh myself, and honestly, I think you guys are going to do great. Both of you guys can hold the conversation, I'm sure. And
did you see that Wehrmacht Astra 600?
Okay, so that's what that is. Okay, so this is the
pistol. It's a Spanish firearm, but it was issued by the Nazis at one point, and then later on it became a collector's item.
Okay, interesting. Though I would stick with a more modern gun. I mean, these obviously have history to them and they're valuable, but honestly, I'd stick with more modern guns.
Yeah, I can't afford that right now.
Yeah, of course.
But I'm pretty armed to the teeth at this point.
Excellent, as well you should be.
I've got dogs, I've got
good
perimeter, I've got I even bought the pepper spray just to give to people that live with me. You know?
Yeah, you
You
mean
never
to-
have enough offense.
I thought you bought it so you could spray it into their face if they try to wake you up at night.
Pretty much.
I
got swords.
Cool.
You know.
Good. I mean, bladed swords, not decorative swords, right? Bladed actual.
Well, I have swords that are like that can like remove ghosts,
okay,
which are
good.
more decorative.
Excellent.
And then I have swords that are like straight up offense.
Excellent. But yeah, that's called live blade for the swords that are made for people cutting meat. Excellent. Yeah. So, okay.
Battle ready.
Yes. As well, you should be. We need to be in this time and place. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty much your fault, but it's fine. It's about time I get ready. You know.
Yes, that's true. Regardless of myself or not, but yeah, I was the one who's responsible for what brought him to this point. But in the end, it's for the best because you need to be at this point for what's coming ahead worldwide. Yes.
Oh, no doubt.
Yes. Thank you. So
go do what you got to do, and then we can.
Yeah. Okay. So you guys have got this.
I wasn't planning on coming on, but I have to make a call to the continent tonight, so I have to stay up a little bit.
Okay. Great. So I appreciate that profoundly. Believe me. And if I can remember what I was going to talk about, I'll bring it up with you. So in the meantime, Aristides, let's test your audio before I go.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Excellent. So you two have got this. Love you both. I'm going to go mute, and I'll be right back within 10 minutes at the longest or something like that. Okay, bye.
All right.
Yeah,
Hey,
I'm
brother.
not as cracked out as last time. So if you have something to talk about, go ahead.
All right. So you dropped this picture in the chat. What's the significance? Is just something you like?
Are you talking about the Nimbu? I mean, or the Astra?
Yes.
Yeah, it's called an Astra 600. It's a Spanish-made weapon that was issued. Well, it was issued by many militaries, but mainly the cool one is the one that was issued by the Wehrmacht all the way up until after the war. So it's like, it's like another weapon alongside the Luger that like became famous because the people were bringing it back home
right
after the war. So that one's but that one's apparently pretty accurate. Do you see it's like spread on the?
Yeah. This one I haven't seen as much of.
It was like ultra rare.
Yeah,
I don't think anyone kept them.
More so, think of the Luger. I'm just wondering, if modern 9x23 ammo should not be used. I wonder why they say that, but there's different kinds of.
I think they have trouble finding the right ammo for it, so people were just like throwing Winchester cartridges into it, and it like
that can be some of the older stuff is made with weird chamberings.
Which I was under the impression that it was a 30-06 or something. I didn't think it was that rare of like a. Let me see what it is. Astra.
It's a 9mm. What?
It's a 9.
Yeah, but then there's like different. It's like a variant. I don't know.
Yeah, like some of them came different. Let me see caliber. The Wehrmacht one might be different. Yeah.
I'm trying to look up a little more on it now.
Yeah, so Wehrmacht 600. It kind of looks like a Luger. I mean, it's like if you didn't know anything, you could kind of confuse the two.
You didn't. Shortened version of the Astra 400, manufactured to fire 9x19. That's the normal 9. So 9x23 is something a little kind of oddball.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, 15 of them had. Oh, yeah, that's weird. So I guess they weren't. .32 ACP was like a rare variant. The rest of them were 9s.
Right. Yeah, I mean 9 was around back then, but 9 is usually the 9x19. So I guess you're saying, well, don't put ammo that's too long in there. That can happen. Ruin your historical heirloom.
Yeah, and these gun guys, like, they go crazy. I mean, I was getting into some of it, and it's like, They were like, there was one dude that threw. He was like, I don't know if he was trolling or what, but he put like, he had like a 45 Magnum revolver, and he put like a bunch of 22s in each cylinder, and he was like trying to fire it like at the back of a truck where like it could have like easily splashed back at him. It's like, I don't even like, I don't know if these guys are for real or what. Like some of them are so stupid that it's like, wow, like how are they able to own guns? Like they must be in some place where it's just like Texas, where you can just walk in and buy it the same day. We'll just give you anything.
Yeah, you could do that some places. But
right. Like I'm not against, control of them, or for it really. But it's like when it comes to that kind of like basics, it's like, come on, like there should at least be some basic etiquette with a deadly weapon. Like,
I don't know, intelligence test maybe.
Yeah, exactly. You can't really measure it. And then the one that they give in California is like ridiculous. Is like, do you keep your weapon stored with the ammo inside, or do you separate them? Like these are the questions they give you.
Right.
You're like
they want to tell you what you can do inside your own house.
Or it's just like an aptitude test to even sell you the gun. Like it's like a multiple choice of like the most stupid, like, do you point this at a child when it's loaded? Like it's literally questions like that. I'm not joking. And you're like, no one would ever say yes to them. And then I had a friend, I was talking to my friend about it. He's like, yeah, I failed it too many times. And then they just gave it to me. Like they just signed off on it. And I was like, and then I saw the questions. I was like, dude, how could you possibly have failed that? Like, there's no way. You had to have been like drunk or something.
Incredible.
Yeah.
What else, man? Did you get a flare gun?
Mm-hmm.
You did?
But I need the Polish one. Yeah, I do. But I need the Polish one that Douglas was talking about. It's like a 22 caliber. I mean, millimeter. It's like a 22 and a half, or maybe it's bigger. It's like 27 millimeter.
It's like 26.5 is the.
Yeah,
I don't know how
that's
many
what it is.
are out there.
Mm-hmm.
Flare gun expert.
Yeah.
And then you can get insert tubes for various purposes, but
right.
Adapters.
I thought, yeah. So you can get the flares for it, and they look super dangerous.
Yeah, I would think that kind of thing would be restricted. Maybe, depending what they are.
It's apparently it's not. I mean, in California, you can own a flare gun.
Yeah. If you talk,
if you discharge it, you get charged with like like it's not considered a gun. It's considered like a explosive device or something.
Right. Reckless discharge or something.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Of an explosive device, which sounds worse than just shooting someone. But maybe if you have enough money, you can get a lawyer that's like can get you the self-defense card.
Well, I mean, they can't tell, some people have them for legitimate purposes for signal flare stuff, but I guess, I don't know if there's like different ones that pack a different amount of freaking wallop. I mean,
for sure.
It sounded like what Douglas was talking about. I don't know if those were regular little, like your little signal flares, like a camper would take with them or something, or that just sounded like something military grade, like,
Yeah, he was talking about probably like the 33 millimeter ones. Those ones, like, would definitely blow something up. Like, I mean, for all the shit that they talk about California, it's like there is technically a law in the books that if you're in your own house and someone has like is using deadly force, you can't kill them. But it's like you have to be able to like defend that. Whereas in like Florida and shit, they're just like, he was in your house.
I mean, it is. When they go so far to tell you that somebody can be in your house trying to kill you, and you can't get that, it's your duty to run if you're.
That's just bullshit.
Right. It's like, right. Okay. Sure.
Like you can't assume deadly force at that point if they're already in your house, like
in your house trying to kill you.
I mean, I don't really care about the consequences. If someone's in my house without being invited, or like it's already over, like,
right.
I mean, there's nothing. Like, it's not going to be kosher if I don't know you're coming over and you just break open my door. I mean, like, nothing good. Like, they're not there to see you or say hi or something.
Right. So, yeah, you could get in a lot of trouble that way. So, it's good to have a pre-dug hole in the backyard, just kind of covered up by something. And, you know, no need to make a phone call.
At that point, no.
No. You know, just that's to take care of you.
Like, I was just gardening last night.
Yeah.
At 12 a.m.
Oh, so hey, last time, okay, we won't talk about millet again because then like Brooke will pop on and get angry.
Oh, right.
Yeah, but magnesium you're talking about, like what's your you know, and so many people are deficient and it's hard to absorb.
Like 90% of people.
Yeah, it's hard to absorb. Like what's your go-to way for that?
Well, something I learned from Don van der Meulen. That guy. He was saying it's good to actually put it on your skin. So you can get something like magnesium oil, which is like magnesium sulfide or magnesium chloride that's suspended in this type of oil.
Yeah.
So you can put it on your feet. That apparently is like the highest available form.
Yeah.
You could also do like Epsom salt baths for like an immediate, like if you're in pain or something, you need immediate magnesium.
Yeah.
It's not really a good long term, but it's good for like acute things.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can also get these liquid supplements that you take by the mouth, like magnesium chloride or the different chelated forms of magnesium that are like in drink form. That's my go-to usually. Yeah.
There are so many. Of course, you buy some cheap supplement and it's just like there's no guarantee you're absorbing it. It's just basically they grind up like rocks and shit and they just put it in a capsule and it's like you're just gonna crap it out.
Mm-hmm.
But no, one thing I've done is I don't know if you heard of it, you use carbonated water and the what is it, the magnesium, it's magnesium hydroxide, and then you mix with carbonated water, it becomes bicarbonate.
Yeah, that's a very good one. Because that one you can actually, if you get some good mineral, like bottled mineral water, it'll have the magnesium ions in it.
Yeah.
Like that. Magnesium, which is magnesium hydroxide, just means magnesium with an ion.
Right. I mean, it's depending if it's the water form or not, but like, but I've done that. So I get the powder and I have the water carbonating thing.
Yeah.
And it works, you know, and man, I tell you, when the first time I did that, I was floored. I could just it just started coursing my body and like hitting, and like almost started getting muscle twitches and stuff because like all of your neurotransmitters like use this stuff.
Yeah. It was like a battery, like it activates your.
Right. Yeah. I was like, I was blown away. Like, I was like, wow, I've obviously not been getting enough of this. But
yes. Yeah. I think it's upwards of like 80 or 90% of people, like worldwide. This is like a serious problem.
Hello? What's this?
Hello?
What?
Who's there?
I can hear you.
Hi. Yeah. Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah. Who's me?
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah, Douglas called me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We're on air right now.
Oh, good. Okay. Great.
Yeah.
Glad to hear you guys.
Douglas on a break right now.
Okay. Yeah. It's the first time calling the round table here.
Okay.
I always hear you guys talking, and it's, I like what you guys talk about.
There we are. I just got back. Okay, so Stephen Myers, who I tried to call earlier, apparently for some reason there was a delay in the ring, I guess.
Oh, yeah. How you doing, Douglas?
Yes. Good to have you with us. I get the impression you just joined. So, Brendan, Aristides, was there something you guys wanted to close up in terms of a train of thought before I go into it with Stephen, introducing him to our listeners?
I think we're pretty good.
We solved the mystery of the magnesium.
Oh,
quickly.
Well, shoot, please.
No, we did. We already did.
Oh, okay, great, wonderful. And so, Stephen, let me formally introduce you. Apparently, you've already introduced yourself to Brendan and Aristides. And
call me Steve.
Yes,
Call me Steve. By the first name is good.
Great.
Yeah.
So Steve,
Case
yeah, give us a little intro about yourself. What would you like to introduce about
okay.
yourself?
Well, I've been listening to you since Mike Wingworm
Yes,
from
that's
those
right. I
days.
like that. Yeah, perfect name for the son of a bitch. Yes.
Yeah. I bought some seeds, and when I saw your video
Yeah.
I caught you on video. I said, "Yeah, this guy's heavy. He's deep," because I'm 67, and all throughout my life, I read. I was into more or less, not the occult, but just learning about it. I used to go to the same bookstores that Peter Moon went to, like Samuel Weiser's The Magical Child here in New York City.
Yes.
And I learned so much in those bookstores. It's a just hidden treasure of knowledge.
Yes.
That no one knows about. So I clicked with you when you started talking about everything. It's just a click. I said, wow. Because I used to listen to Jordan Maxwell and Michael Tazarian, Chris Everett, on the side, even that kook David Icke.
Yes.
So and when I heard you, everything just clicked, and some of the books you mentioned, who's that guy who wrote that book, Peter Levenda?
Right.
The Martian Marine. So I'm glad.
Yes.
I kind of was off track.
Yes.
But when I heard you speak, I said, this is it.
Yes.
There's no other truth besides that. Plus, you're in a circle, and I read Anton LaVey's book, Diary of a Satanist, that I picked up from those bookstores. So I learned, about Satanism.
Right.
And what, who really runs this world. Who's in control.
Yes.
So, when I heard you, you talked about World War II, and
yes.
Man, I said, this is it. I said, he's the one.
Thank
like
you.
they say in the Matrix,
Thank you.
I said, man, you have, it's no one else knows, no one else can know what you know, unless being in this inner circle.
I really appreciate that. I want people to understand that Stephen Myers has been in communications with myself via the email and mostly through his contributions, really. He'll always leave a nice little note or a question with his contributions, and he's been contributing regularly for many years by now, as he said, since the days of Revolution Radio. I'm sorry you were suckered into buying those seeds. I mean, you live in the middle of Manhattan. Right. Were you able to use them at all?
I'm sorry. I used to live in Manhattan and Harlem. Now I live in Queens, more or less. I moved out to Queens. I was in Manhattan, and I moved out to Queens. So, after Harlem was gentrified, during the crack area, it's all yuppies, and it's like 34th Street there. And, so that was a more or less push out of Harlem, crack days, they destroyed that place, it's really destroyed. It's all planned anyway, all these places that were gentrified was all part of the plan,
Yes.
To displace people. But, it's so much to talk about because, the people you talk. Have you ever heard about the Committee of 300 and Dr. Coleman?
Vaguely, but tell us about it.
Book? Oh, yeah, it's deep because, he was really into the Russians, how the Russians, for example, I used to go to subscribe to his, it was called WIR, World in Review, and he was an ex-MI6 agent, and I went to one of his lectures one day in the city. This was back in the 80s, but he wrote a book. It's still on Amazon called A Committee of 300, and this was, got into the Club of Rome, all these secret societies, the Russians. He really broke it down how America is still at war with the Russians. How the Russians, this Newfoundland, what was this up in Canada when they shot this Arrow airplane down, that crash, that mysterious crash, and a Challenger. He got into all the, what really happened was the Russians with the EMP weapons that they used from Tesla. So the Russians have this type of technology, but. He got into all that, how these plane crashes, all this. But his credentials, he had the credentials because he was MI6. He served in Africa Corps. He is an older guy. So I used to, gain a lot of knowledge from him.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
The guy was deep.
Okay. Yeah, and in terms of what else comes to mind, please go ahead. This person obviously was kind of like a prelude or a precursor, an intro to myself in the sense that he prepared you. Yeah,
yeah.
Yes.
All these people, prepared me. When I used to go to these bookstores and I found rare books, black and white on the Russians, how they're using mind, bending spoons, mind technology. And, of course, I used to watch all the movies like Telephone, the mind control, the Manchurian Candidate. And so I always knew the Russians were the enemy.
Yeah.
And World War II, that was up in the air, I never hated the Germans or the Japanese. I always said, there's something missing, and you put it all together,
Thank you so much, and profoundly important. And so you have a copy of the Roswell Deception, no doubt.
Yes, of course. I'm gonna buy another copy anyway, just to have it on hand.
Oh, thank you.
I got it from Kindle, but I'm gonna buy another copy, of course.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll always support you because I used to pay for the WIR every month. So knowledge is not free.
No, it's not. No, it's like. And so, what about? Do you remember a publication called Covert Action Quarterly? Just curious. If not, don't worry about it. If not, don't even worry about it.
No, I used to read the Contact paper. You ever heard of that? I don't know. It's called Contact.
And what was that about? What?
It's kind of way out, but it's like these people who wrote this magazine were from the Pallades, but they had tidbits of good information. And when I went to the bookstore, Samuel Wise, I got a book called The Matrix. It was like in black and white. It was all about cloning and what how they clone leaders and blah blah blah. But when I heard everything, the puzzle, I said everything came together. I said, wow, man. Of course you were in the inner circle with Michael Aquino, so no one has the credentials to has the credentials to really be in the inner circle.
Yes, thank
you.
So
yeah, I'm glad. It's funny when I was on the job when I was looking at your pictures, the Jamaican guy came by and said, I had your picture. I was looking at your picture there. He scared the hell out of me. He said, "Blood clot, who's that?"
What did he say?
He said, it's like Jamaicans say, when they're excited or they curse. He said, "Blood clot, who's that?" Who's that, man? It was so funny, man.
Oh, delightful. That's
yeah.
Funny. And so, by the way, just forgive me because obviously because I'm producing, okay. I'm multitasking. Yes. So I'm distracted by right now. I had to get rid of some troll in the chat room, but you're doing fine. And you obviously there we are.
Douglas, I was going to ask about that. Was it the chick?
Oh no! It's the Mork. This person calls himself Mork. What did the chick say? Did the chick say something in particular? What did she say?
Some kind of weird incest shit, or at least that's how I interpreted it. I don't know what's going on with that.
Is that the one who retracted her message?
Let me see.
Yeah, you might have caught it. You might have caught it before she retracted it. And so that might be a cover for some troll. I don't know. If she gets active again and says something odd, then I'll take care of it. I had to take care of the one that
I don't even see their account anymore. What happened?
Okay. Well, I hid the one called Mork, and Mork was the guy.
Yeah, those people were sketched too.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, the other person just disappeared. I don't know. It was probably like one of those bots or something.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I mean they send him in, and it's enough to keep anyone occupied. The most of the time, of course. But fortunately,
I thought
both.
Brooke was a moderator.
So's Brendan and so's Aristides. I mean, both of you are welcome to, use your powers. Believe me, right. Nemo.
I only ever you notice that I only ever get involved when it's like some serious motherfuckers in there.
Understood, and appreciate.
Just because you're right. It takes a lot to just sit there and look through all this shit.
Thank you. And most of the time, it's beyond unrewarding. It's maddening. Just because most of the time people are just And I remember I think I blocked Aristides or someone that was like I didn't know that there were
So I try not to be so trigger happy.
Yes, understood. And Nemo's very good about it. He asks me sometimes about, do you want this person blocked, etc. But it all works out. Generally, it works out. And I'll keep taking a look in there. But Brooke hopefully will show up at some point, and I just maintain her in thought and prayer. Hopefully she doesn't fall afoul of some new situation. She's dealing with a lot of stresses, as we all are. Certainly I've been over the past several weeks. But all that being said, Stephen, how's your life going in general? Is your life stable over there now that you're in Queens? What's it like, the change of environment? I mean, it must be more relaxed, or?
Well, yeah. Well, I live in a place called Little Guyana, so it's like a lot of tribes here. From you go to Liberty Avenue, it's like you're in Bombay, and it's kind of weird, because like you said, New York is very tribal. They have so many tribes here. It's just tribalism.
Yes.
They have their flags. They plant their flags in their yards. And, the pretty loud, rowdy music, and it's like I'm in another country.
Oh my God! So why? I mean, like you said, you couldn't stand the gentrification that was going on where you were at. But is this any better? Do you feel that this is?
Well, I'm kind of my mother's up there in age. She's like 94, so I have to financially take care of her.
Yes.
So I'm just here, because of that.
Basically. So you're basically there as a care provider for your mother.
Right, exactly. Yeah. I can't abandon her, so
Okay.
I have to be here. She's like 94. She still gets around. She still moves around. It's my mother. Her grandfather was from Canton, China.
Yes, incredible.
Yeah.
And so her background must be fascinating. Obviously, she's Chinese, essentially.
Part Chinese. Yep.
Yeah, and so she is also mixed race. So she would be part Chinese and part black.
Yeah, because my grandmother was kind of like Arab, the Indians that inhabited the islands of Jamaica. We have people, all over from Jamaica. Like, we have Germantown, Irish Town, and it's an interesting place. It's from some people from Syria, and everybody just lives in harmony. It's all about harmony. We have Asian, Chinese people down there who've been there for I don't know how long, but in the 60s they just had riots when I was a kid against the Chinese because they're hoarding everything, and they got pissed off.
Yeah.
So it was a short thing. They got over it. No big deal.
I would hope so. I mean, no one was killed. I hope.
I guess not a few people. They just just a small skirmish down there, and that's it. It's really nothing actually. They just got pissed off. Like Idi Amin, the history when all the Indians came in Africa and hoarding things, and I just say to myself, you can't go in these countries where the people are the majority, and don't share anything, or at least you have to share with people. It's like I saw something on was it TikTok or something? This woman from China was in South Africa, and he made she thought he was making fun of her. This homeless guy, and she's so arrogant she got pissed off, because he's like smiling and doing his eyes, and this guy's a homeless bum. And she bragged. I made a statement, but she shot back and she bragged. Oh, that's why I'm in your country, to be your boss.
Oh, wow. Oh, shit.
I said, you're so arrogant. You're surrounded by all these people. You're in their country and you don't have any type of respect. You got to be a fool,
Yes. No, definitely. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah, one thing I like about Asian history, they keep everything in house,
Yes.
House cleaning.
Yes.
They don't interfere with others, basically,
Yeah, well, they try not to. Yeah, but
they try not. Yeah.
That doesn't stop others from interfering with you when
right.
when they basically erupt in these various riots and whatnot. I do.
Right.
Now I'll read you some questions from the chat room. In terms of Mark Haish, I don't know if he wants to come on or not. I think I called him. I'll call him again just because I see him active in chat. But he was saying sounds fantastic. I guess he means audio quality or perhaps the subject matter that you're covering. But who is it in chat room now that has a question specifically for you, apparently? Let's take a look. He says, don't make the cut tonight, I guess. Didn't make the cut tonight, I guess. Fuck, I thought I called. Anyhow, Caesar Zolo Sen says, where's the Samuel Weiss bookstore? Is it in the city? Can't find it online unless I'm typing the name wrong. Okay.
No, Doug, it was so long ago. It was, Peter Moon talked about it. I think it's around 20, let's see. It was between Park and Madison. You had to walk down the stairs. It's like a hidden place. Cool. It was called Samuel Weiss bookstore. This was before the internet.
Of course.
And they had all these secret books there. Nobody knew about it. So I used to drive a cab in New York. So, I knew about it. Yellow cab back in the 80s when, so I knew about all these stores when I used to drive by, That's the only way I found out about it,
Yeah.
That's when I found all these books.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely impressive. I'm glad that you had the interest in searching for them, and I'm really glad that you ultimately found myself. So is your mother able to comprehend, do you talk to her about me? Is she able to comprehend what you're talking about?
No, I don't think she's on that level. She just, she doesn't get involved in politics, nothing. She just, happy-go-lucky, goes to the center over in Howard Beach, hang out with the girls, and play cards and active,
Mm-hmm.
So,
that's good.
That's good. A lot of people aren't, I'm telling out here that this is too much for them,
Yes.
this is way too much if they're not prepared, pre-prepared to, know what you're talking about. So, I'm on that level because, Peter Moon knows about the magical child and, Samuel Weiss bookstore when he mentioned it. So, I was easy to comprehend what you're saying, and plus I went through all these some riff-raffs, and halfway truth, and some books that tidbits of the truth, and so it was easy for me to comprehend it. But the masses, they're kind of semi-literate, especially these days, and they live in a cell phone and YouTube with all that junk. These people just regurgitate. Knowledge from other people, tidbits. But, if you go that way, you just stay confused, you're not on the right track,
It's so true. By the way, Cesar Solozan says, thanks, Steve, for your giving him the information that you did. So that's definitely appreciated. See, you're already interacting with the chat as a member of Team Dietrich, a fellow co-host at this point, along with Brendan Zogit and Aristides. So in terms of, say, for instance, you spoke of course, reviewing Faces of Death and seeing a satanic sacrifice. So tell us a bit about some of these impressions.
Oh, man, this in Faces of Death, I this was in a VH store in Brooklyn when I rented these videos. Is Dr. Elliot Gross, this cat, he did a thing on death. But before I talk about that, I witnessed one when I was a kid, because I used to go to Stony Brook Christian School. Mm-hmm. So to make the short story short, my brother had a fight with this guy, right? Mm-hmm. So his name was Eddie. Mm-hmm. So he brought me into this room, and this was a Christian, summer camp. So he brought me into this room.
By the way, sometimes those are the worst. Go on.
Oh, yeah, of course. What's the story? So this was got me interested in the cult. So I was only like 13 years old. And he said, I'm not going to kill your brother, because my brother had a fight with him, but I'm going to teach him a lesson. So he brought me into this room. So he had like black candles, a satanic pentagram, and he started speaking in tongues, some demonic language. Oh. And he said, your brother's going to get in a fight. I'm gonna fix him. Next day we went back to Brooklyn. My brother got in a fight with this guy over a bottle cap.
Oh my God. Yeah. And what happened?
That's what.
Your brother didn't die, did he? He didn't get killed.
No, he just became a good beating, because the guy, the Satanist, said, I'm not going to kill him.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to teach him a lesson.
Okay.
Since my brother beat him up, he got another kid.
So did you tell your brother about this?
No, my brother's not on that level. I wouldn't discuss it. Only one friend I have who's on a heavy level. Mm-hmm. But the Faces of Death, of course, I saw when they they had the scene.
But by the way,
they
I
brought-
want you to get into
Huh?
that. But first, I have to make the
Yeah.
observation. The first thing I would
Okay.
note is that okay, the guy brings you into a room, says, "I'm going to teach your brother." You must not have liked your brother very much.
No, Doug. The Satanist's name was Eddie. And he said, "Come on in this room." He said, "I had a fight with your brother." This is what he was telling me, Eddie,
Right.
the Satanist.
Right.
So he said, "I'm gonna teach your brother a lesson."
So
I'm
so
not gonna
did
kill
you
him."
did you? So that's appreciated, but
Yeah.
certainly what
But I
you
was a
saw
kid.
was frightening. But you didn't feel the
No.
need to warn your brother. You didn't feel the need to you just let it kind of happen. So I was just figuring you must have felt he deserved it or needed the lesson.
Oh, Douglas, I was only like 13, so I was a kid.
Uh-huh.
I'm like, you know how kids are. I'm like, I was just watching the show when he's talking in tongues, with a black candle, writing my brother's name on
Oh
it.
shit! So you
Yeah.
just kind of like rolled with it, and then kind of like didn't
Yeah.
really think anything would happen, and
Right.
kind of like then it
Yeah.
happened, and you were like, oh wow,
Yeah.
shit, it worked, and
Yeah,
uh,
I never forgot that. Yep.
yeah, holy shit! Oh
Never
my
forgot
god!
it. So that stuck with me for the rest of my life. as a
Thank God
kid.
you're not my brother, but go.
Well, I'm not too close to my brother. We used to fight a lot when I was a kid. He almost threw me off the fire escape.
So when
It was
the
like 4
when
stories
the
and
Jamaican
Brooklyn
guy saw
choking.
my image, was that one of my more rape face images, or in drag, or what? Which one of those?
No, just your regular face scared him.
Okay, yeah. Holy shit.
But I was born in Brooklyn. I was born here, so
Yeah.
I was born here.
Well, that's no, I Jamaicans they're very sensitive to the supernatural. So he could sense, he could sense that. He could sense that.
He knew it.
Yeah.
Jamaicans are very spiritual. They sing about Babylon and
Yeah.
the system and rebels. They're rebels. And reggae music is known throughout the world, throughout Europe, and it's just they're on a map. Because of the consciousness. Of the music.
Yes.
you know?
Yes.
So that's that helped me along too. Of course they killed most of them, the reggae artists. They destroyed them.
Yeah. Yeah. It's so sad.
So you want to hear the story about the face of death?
Yeah. And Aristides, before, were you going to say something, Aristides, or were you going to say something, or did, or not? I was just curious. I thought I heard you say something. Aristides?
Oh,
Yeah.
I wasn't on mute.
Oh, okay. So that was what it was. Okay.
Oh no, I wasn't going to, but I did put in the text box here. I believe.
John Coleman.
Yeah, Steve. I think this is the book he mentioned.
Yes.
Coleman, Committee 300.
Yes.
Yeah.
There we are. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. Go
The
on.
book.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very good, Aristides. I appreciate that profoundly.
Yeah, I had
Mhm.
emailed it to somebody previously, so I was real quick to retrieve it.
Oh, interesting. Okay, great. Yeah, so go on. Thank you. So go on, Stephen.
But they're doing exactly what the ritual that you talked about.
Thank
They
you.
brought the leader in, this guy in all white.
Yeah.
Right, and
Yeah.
they brought him in like on a stretcher, on their shoulders.
Yeah.
And the guy was narrating it. He said, "This guy is leader of a satanic cult, and he's dead." So they brought him in. They did the ritual. They cut him open, eating his body parts, and then they had a blood orgy after that. They they ate his body parts and drank his blood, and then had an orgy. And oh God, it was gross. Face of Death really, those series really woke me up. And then they had, where these teenagers were out somewhere out west, and they shot the FBI. This guy, to start with the story, where this guy had a head in a box. They didn't know he's knocking on the door, right? So the guy was narrating, and this guy was knocking on the door, had this guy's head in the box.
Mm-hmm.
And when the FBI raided the place, it's FBI. Bam! They kicked the door down. They found all these teenagers in there with the satanic blood all over the wall, body parts chopped up in the sink. On the bed they had like candles, burning candles with blood, and they had it written on the wall, "Release the beast in you." And so they got the film. They got the film for their cult members, and they showed this guy the head that they got, they found in the box when this guy was knocking the door, and they showed him getting his head severed with a blade, and they did that to train their followers how to murder somebody and do satanic rituals. I guess they went for the neck because that's where the blood vessels are.
Yes,
but it was real. It wasn't fake.
Yeah.
So I know what you're talking about. Everything clicked.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Profoundly.
yeah, man.
Yes.
Yes.
You're one of these few people who's explored enough of this subject to speak of it with some degree of common sense. I mean, obviously, you've heard some of the people we've had on in the past, like Ian West, and he'll just be trolling and trawling the dark web, and it's not like it's not like. Yeah, other than that, it's very little he had to offer. It's just awful. And so, aside from that, Stephen, I mean, what about your growing up in New York? Essentially, it sounds like you've grown up in New York. You must have seen quite a bit. Share some of those adventures. Feel free.
I saw everything you're talking about in the Vietnam War when they destroyed all the junior high schools. They took out all the science classes, the language and mathematics in Brooklyn. They flooded with heroin.
Yeah.
I mean, it was, if you look on YouTube and just see the abandoned buildings, it looked like Beirut, I swear. Brooklyn looked like Beirut.
Oh my God.
I mean, they flooded all the drugs and killed off a whole generation, man. Back in the 60s. I'm surprised I'm still alive,
Yeah, I'm surprised as well. Yes, holy shit.
I said I survived all that crap.
Yeah, that was when they were making all those post-apocalyptic films too. They were like, of course, Death Wish with Charles Bronson was being filmed pretty much almost on site because New York was a war zone. It was horrible. And like you said, it's like, how does anyone survive that? And it builds up a real callousness in people. And people like Peter Moon, he lives on Long Island. It's like a different planet. It's like,
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
He has an idea that there's this world out there, but he's
That's
never
the real world.
Yeah, he's never seen it. Yeah, he's never really seen it. Yeah.
Yep. Because that's how I can relate to when the things you went through in the ghetto, living in the slums. People can never even imagine how the masses are out here, man.
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Sure.
It's like he's put some of that in the book. He's kind of opening up with a mini biography of mine, and he does bring up the ghetto background. So I got to give him credit for that. So much that I'm trying to forget, of course. And so when you were growing up and of course witness to all of this and then seeking out knowledge, going to these bookstores and whatnot, what about, was there a father figure in your life?
No, he split, man. I'll tell you a short story about him, man. He flipped and turned, kind of gay, man.
Interesting.
Yeah, his boyfriend name was Colin Turnbull, man. He was head of the Museum of Natural History because he's in World War II. The Jamaican forces that helped fight Britain.
Yeah.
And he met all these British aristocrats. So, I met this guy Colin Powell. I'm sorry, not Colin Powell. He was head of the Museum of Natural History.
Yeah.
I think his name was Colin, but he's head of the Museum of Natural History. He used to do African anthropology. Colin Turnbull. I'm sorry, Colin
Turnbull. Colin Turnbull.
Yeah, Turnbull.
I heard his name. I've heard his name in the past. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
so
on Central Park West.
Okay, so he was into more than just anthropology of. He was into black physiology too, apparently.
Yeah.
That black cock.
He was real. Yeah. He was real tutti frutti. But when I went to his house, I'm glad. When I went to his dwellings up on Central Park West, when my father took me over there, he had Napoleon's piano, man. This how aristocratic this guy was. He had piano from Napoleon's time. I don't know if it's Napoleon's or what, but he took me downstairs. We had the gift shops. Stevie, what kind of ring would you like? They had all types of rings there, and he bought me this. He's a nice guy, though. He bought me a ring, like a turquoise ring,
Yeah.
Other than that, he was a nice guy.
Yeah. No, I'm glad he was a nice guy. Of course, he could afford to be.
Of course. This guy's an aristocrat,
Oh, shit. And
that is a museum of natural history, man. A big shot.
So your dad... Yeah, go on. I mean, he looked like... Go on. What were you going to say?
Yeah, he had like little pygmies up in there, all his African relics. When he went to Africa, Colin Turnbull, because he's like, what do you call those guys? He was like head of all the, the Museum of Natural History.
Well, yeah. So these pygmies, were they like, I presume they were replicas, or were they stuffed human beings?
Yes, statues. No, they're like statues.
Yeah, because I wouldn't put it past the fuckers to have stuffed human beings. That in the old days, they do that shit. Yeah, they used to have them. Yeah, they used to have them live in cages, for a period of time there. If you ever see that stupid movie, the Life of Benjamin Button, that piece of shit, they show they show that pygmy being kept in. They make it look like he's voluntary, like he loves it and shit. Like,
is that when he got old, Douglas? Is that when this cat got old?
Yeah, he's like reversing age. That movie about the guy reversing age. Yeah, they show this historical person in the film, or they're trying to portray this historical reality of this pygmy who was kept in a cage, and the whites would throw peanuts at him and shit.
Right, I know about that.
Yeah. Right, and they were trying to portray it in that film like he was voluntary, like he enjoyed it and shit, and that was so offensive. That was so fucking offensive.
What a shame, man.
Yes. Oh, disgusting.
And
so obviously this dude, Colin Turnbull, he was kind to you. I suspect he probably wanted to get into you, but essentially he ran off with your dad.
Yeah, not only my dad, but he had a place in Virginia, an African lover boy too, from Africa.
Okay.
Well, he had a place up in Virginia. Right. My father took me to with him. But my father, even though he's kind of, tutti frutti, but he never, he knew that I was never into that. That never turned me on, another guy, even as a kid, it's like disgusting, and I never had no desire for it.
Yeah, I'm really proud of you. I'm really proud of you that you stood up for your own sense of identity. That's very difficult to do when you have a father figure that is... I wouldn't say he was trying to tempt you into that world, but he was certainly exposing you to it. And
Douglas, I didn't know. I didn't know about that till I got older because I was a kid.
Right.
That's what it was. He always kept it undercover.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
But I found out when I got older, because there's so many gay guys in Brooklyn, man, it'll blow your mind, man. These guys are like, I'm like, oh my God, is it something in the water with these dudes?
Yeah. Oh no, it attracts them because it's a major city. It's like it's major conurbations where they have any sense of nightlife, and it's basically they start off as art fags. They go there for like the art studios and shit, and then they use that as an excuse to get into each other. So did that? Was your brother older or younger? Was he cognizant? Was he cognizant of any of this, or just?
No, he's just 1 year older than me. So I really never got along with my brother, because when we grew up in Brooklyn and, from 8 years old up and no father figure, I was running the streets as a kid. And when I was 13 or 15, and I went into this youth program it changed my whole life. Mm-hmm. Luckily, I got, at 15, I changed my life. Okay. I went into a youth program, where the youth in the ghetto go,
Yeah. What were they? What were they engaging in terms of activity? A basketball or something else? Or what was it?
Heck no. Back in the 60s, it was like militancy and, oh, man, it was hell, man. Black Power movement. And
the youth program? The youth program was doing
No, I'm sorry. No. The youth program was more or less like a, community, they send the kids away, and we live in a house, and we go through like, rehabilitation. It's more or less like a drug program.
Oh my God! Okay. Oh my
Yeah.
God! I was thinking
You
some
understand?
like police athletic league. I was like, Jesus fucking
No.
Christ! You went into like some kind of like
Yeah.
camp. Holy
Yeah.
shit!
It was beautiful. It was in Brooklyn, though.
Oh my God!
It was nice.
So like by the way, just so people who don't get it, who don't understand, obviously, our man Stephen Myers is older than myself by about a decade, so he was actually witness to the Black Power movement at its height, when you truly had the aspirations towards separatism, and there was thoughts of a separate black community, a separate black kind of nation, really. And so it was a time when blacks were truly feared. And yes, but at the time, somehow you were very fortunate. You got into a rehabilitation program where they sent you to effectively a camp. And,
Right.
So, and as you said, that changed your life, certainly got you out of the drugs and the whatever scene. But what was the... who funded this? The federals? It was federal government?
Well, it's more or less people in the community, black community. They cared about the kids, and it's called Emoja House. So it's like a cultural place for troubled kids. To a certain age, say like 12 to 15, and the parents. It was like a 4-story place in Brooklyn.
So it was a cultural community center where they received enough funding from people in the community to do this. This is incredible. I mean, I'm impressed.
I'm sorry. It was the people from the community cared. So had like volunteers, the women, and helped us. Helped the kids get off drugs, and they cared.
That's incredible. I mean, Jesus Christ. And so your mother all this time, which she was just surviving, just kind of earning a living at work all day, or?
It was more or less, no growing up with no father. So she's trying to find a man. So I had like a half brother who was more or less, not more or less, but his father was mixed Asian and African. He's tall, 6-foot dude. So my mother was, very attractive. So being mixed, she had that, she used to model and, and all this other stuff. And
great. So she had no problem finding men, of course.
Yes, sort of, because she had a baby out of wedlock. My half brother, he's like part Chinese too, he's cool, He moved up. He grew up with he stayed with my grandmother in Florida. Now he lives in Georgia, but,
Do you maintain contact with him very much, or?
No, I'm not too close to him. I grew up in a more or less a dysfunctional environment, no males, and grew up in the street. I grew up in the street, basically,
Yeah, no, I get it. Get it.
In the street. I'm talking abandoned buildings.
Yeah.
In the street.
Yeah.
That's how bad it was back then.
Yeah.
People never understand what black people went through.
Yeah, no. It's like, no. You're using some terms here that it might be some glitching in the tech in the Skype, but okay, I heard the abandoned buildings part, and that's common. Of course, the kids go into abandoned buildings and they're basically doing whatever they're doing, which is anything. Yeah. But did you say it reeked? It reeked, or what was the term you were using?
What about what now, Douglas?
But describing the environment. You were describing the environment.
It was all abandoned buildings, basically. It was in Brooklyn, New York. It was like that movie American Me, Denzel Washington. Right. I don't know if you saw it. The dope dealer with that drug dealer Nicky Barnes and all these characters, and the mafia had that drug set up the.
American Me is the epitome. It's a very good demonstration of that kind of lifestyle. Yeah. Yes. Disgusting.
Or Fort Apache in the Bronx. The Bronx was, oh my God.
Yeah.
Fort Apache, man. That oh God.
Wasn't that a police station? Wasn't Fort Apache a police station?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, my best friend grew up there too. He's 70 now, but he grew up in the Bronx too. And God, the stories he had. Oh my God. war stories.
Yeah. No, I mean, like I said, there's a reason they made all these post-apocalyptic films. They're usually Italian directors would make these post-apocalypse films, like the Bronx Warriors, shit like that. Of course, there was, of course, the famous cult film in America. What was it about the gangs? I can't remember. What was it? The Warriors.
Yeah, right. That's a cult classic.
Yes.
Yeah, Warriors, come out and play.
Right. And of course, it's a pure fantasy because it was a multiracial gang. It was a multi-ethnic gang, which made it fantasy from the start. Yeah. That was cute.
UN gang, right?
Yes.
That was a big lie.
Yes.
Yeah, because back in the 60s in New York, I swear, you couldn't go in certain neighborhoods. They'll beat you with baseball bats.
Yes.
In New York, man, it's worse than apartheid. I swear.
No,
you wouldn't believe it.
No, I told somebody once about a news item. This was a guy who was also a mercenary, and he had served overseas. And I told him, "Hey, did you hear about these young black guys were in a car and they drove into some white neighborhood in New York, and everybody rushed out and beat them to death with baseball bats."
Yeah.
And he thought it was the opening to a joke. He kept waiting for the punchline. He said, "What's the point?" I said, "Dude, I'm telling you I'm relating a news item to you. I'm not telling you a joke." It's this is like the ethnicities, they're just fucking like monkeys. They're just like you go
primates. Animals.
It's disgusting. You've heard me say it before. When I try to describe Manhattan Island, I tell people it's a small island of warring tribes, is what I will tell them.
You know this. Let me tell you about this incident, Douglas. It subtly happens. It's subtle now. They took this Jamaican dude out hunting. He's from Jamaica, Naive, up in Pennsylvania. You probably look it up. He went hunting with his white buddies, so he thought. Man, they pumped him full of lead. Must have shot him around 9 times.
Oh, fuck. So they took him hunting all right. He was the prey.
Yeah.
How naive. How naive. Jesus Christ. And the Jamaican guy scared of my image? Jesus Christ. They got to learn who to be scared of. Jesus Christ. When a bunch of white guys invite you out hunting, just say no. Yeah. Just say no.
Got 9 of them.
Oh, shit.
From his job, too.
That is holy shit. And of course they all got away with it because they said it was an accident, right?
No, they said he was on drugs. Yeah, and they said, they covered it up completely. You can look it up.
They got away with it.
Yep.
Holy shit. Yep. How do I get in on this kind of racket? I mean,
that's fucked up.
You have to admit, it's funny as hell. It's funny as fucking hell. It's hideously funny.
Right? What did they say? He like smoked a joint, so they thought he was a deer or something. Like, how do you?
They must have probably said he was dangerous. He got on drugs and he was dangerous, man.
He was dangerous. Yeah, exactly. Stupid, dumb.
Yeah. Oh my god.
You can look it up. You can look it up. Jamaican guy goes hunting in Pennsylvania with his buddies, and you read the story, and oh my god, his girlfriend inspired him to go. It's so crazy. Darwin, man.
You mean his girlfriend said go ahead and do it? She must have wanted to get rid of him.
Yeah, whatever, man. But this guy got pumped full of lead, like 9 shots.
Yeah, of course.
And his hunting rifle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah, he must have been. His shadow must have looked like the Eiffel Tower. Yeah. This poor dumb son of a bitch. I mean, it's they turned around and said, "Get him!" Yeah, no, just now run, boy, run, boy. Yeah, then probably first he couldn't believe it. Then they were shooting at his feet. Then after he danced for a while, then he was running. Then they hunted him down. Yeah.
And another incident too.
This is recent. Is this recent? It says 2022.
Yeah, you can look it up.
Yeah, 2022.
Holy shit, she dropped him off in the middle of the woods.
Yeah.
After his pregnant fiance dropped him off in a remote area of Rockland County for a hunting trip with friends and a former coworker who are white and 4 other men. He was shot by the coworker 9 times, and they all claimed it was self-defense, quote unquote, because he was quote unquote acting crazy. Firing an AK-47 after taking hallucinogenic mushrooms. Oh, of course they had to. Of course, because he's a Rasta or something.
Yeah, he's Rasta. Yeah. So just
And then it
this,
says he was going, at one point he allegedly claimed that he was going to quote unquote shoot up the place. And the last 10 minutes where his demeanor escalated to the point of no reasoning. So they basically drugged him. And then they found the psilocin in his system. So they basically fed him a bunch of shrooms and then waited for him to go crazy, and they hunted him down. Like the most dangerous game style.
Yeah.
And that way, when the coroner looks in his blood, they're like, yeah, he was out of his mind on mushrooms. Like,
yeah.
Fuckers, man.
That's
crazy.
They first they held him at gunpoint and said, "Eat these mushrooms, nigga."
Right.
And then when they shoved it down his throat and they said, "Chew, boy, we want to see you swallow." And then he swallowed them all, and his eyes went wide, and he's all like fuzzy and shit. Then they had a joy hunting him.
So imagine getting hunted on shrooms in the woods. Like that's fucking. That's like Daniel Arola's wet dream.
Yeah. No, Daniel Arola's wet dream is that they all gang rape him when they finally catch him. But
all jokes aside, that's fucked up, man.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. I thought this was something historical, like you said. Oh, I saw it back in the day. This was last year.
Yeah. I keep up with news. I can tell you
and
stories.
And then why did she drop him off in the middle of the woods?
She's pregnant. She probably said, I don't want my kid growing up with this father figure. It must have been that. She said, this guy ain't going to be giving me no child support. And she probably said, you know, fuck this Rasta. All he does is hang out all day and smoke dope. And, you know, she says, I know what to do with this fucker. The white guys told me that they'd take care of him. So then she drops him out in the woods and shit.
Oh, and then this is the end of the article says, the district attorney, which of course is going to be a white guy, determined the shooting was justified under the state your ground law, aka the castle doctrine, but they weren't even in a house, so they just finagled that one.
No. By the way, the stand your ground law says that your home is your castle, but so is your body. They say so your body, so wherever you're at, you can, you know, defend your body as your body's your castle. This is like what they claim.
That's a pretty liberal
no shit
interpretation of that.
But by the way, every state where they've instituted stand your ground laws, the deaths of black men have gone up astronomically.
Yeah, you've talked about this. That's where the whole dangerous game thing comes in.
Yes.
They do. It almost seems like the same modus operandi. They invite him hunting. Then he goes crazy. It's like the same trip. Yeah.
But there's some Darwinian selection going on here. Come on, what's up with the black guy who agrees to this? There's something wrong. There's something wrong. Are these men so? Are they thinking? Oh, I have been accepted. Are they thinking I've been accepted somehow?
They're pretty naive, Douglas. They're pretty naive and can't pick up people's energy, man. You know, they
can't. Exactly.
They don't have that gift.
That's beyond naive. To me, that's almost awareness. Like they got a death wish. Maybe they're hoping maybe they're kind of like, you know, your dad in a different sense, just kind of hoping, they'll just gang rape me and it'll be fun or something. I don't know. It's like, yes. Oh, no, it's awful. Oh, I mean, I shouldn't find this funny, but I'm sorry. It's hideously funny.
Yeah, I didn't mean to laugh either. It's just like, so, like...
I know.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man.
Darwin, man. Yeah. And another story, too.
Go on.
This dumb black kid, it was a black and white couple, right?
Yeah.
And he complimented the white woman. And this dude shot him dead just for doing that. Said, you have a nice look. He looks nice. And, you know, he actually... just shot the dude dead.
And what was the repercussions? Did this man face any?
No, I didn't follow up on the story, but I think they might have charged him for murder. But if you look it up, it might still be on Google. But just because the guy said, you know, I'm thinking to myself, this guy's so stupid. Don't even know these people. Goes up to him, oh, your girlfriend looks nice. You know, complimented him, and this guy just blows him away.
Jesus Christ! It's like even if that guy wound up going to jail for that. It's like, you know, the point is that people should not be so stupid as to do something like that, especially if you're of a different ethnicity. It's like, holy shit.
And these times, they're doing this in these times with these right-wingers, and you see what they get away with.
Oh, you mean everybody's armed. Everybody's armed these days.
Right. Yeah. They'll murder you.
Yeah, after that last story, if anyone invites me hunting, it's a big no for me.
Yeah, thank you.
Of course.
I don't care how well I know them.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I mean, that should be obvious. I mean, that it's the
maybe a shooting range at best.
No, I mean, come on. I mean, seriously, what kind of individual wants to go out into an isolated spot with men who have guns, who will likely be drinking or doping, or it's like the worst possible combination. People mistake each other for animals all the time. Something moved in the bushes. Style. Yeah, Dick Cheney style. Yes, something moved in the bushes. It's you taking a crap. They'll say, "Oh, we thought it was a buck snorting and shit." Yeah,
it's just like that cat they dragged, on the pickup truck. Remember that story? They dragged him with a chain in Texas somewhere.
Yes,
his buddies. Those white guys was his buddies. He was hanging out with him, drinking with him.
Yeah, and he was black. Of course. Yeah, and then they wind up dragging him on a chain behind a pickup truck. What happened to them?
I don't know. I think they did take some action and put him in jail, but the white guys who did it, so they say. They probably get a little bit time, short time, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, to just
No, we need to bring back firing squads.
Yes. Yeah. By the way, Brooke Gibson did not know this. She's in the South, and she didn't know. She was saying something about Texas, and in all fairness, I mean, these states are like different worlds, each one of these states.
Oh yeah.
And I told her some stuff she didn't know. I said, in Texas, they got that whole cowboy trip, and back in the day, the worst thing that anyone could be would be a horse thief, because if you steal someone's horse, then they die basically, because that's their only way to get across these vast spaces in the old days was that goddamn horse. And so the horse is everything. So they actually took the law of hanging horse thieves and they extended it to automobiles, where if anyone tries to jack your car or steal your car, you have a right to shoot them. And so basically in Texas, a lot of times people get away with murder because they just simply say he tried to steal my car. Or he was, the other thing is also when it comes to the stand your ground and defend yourself in home, they take that very seriously. So a lot of times what will happen is if somebody winds up killing some black kid in his neighborhood, all he has to do is really just drag him home, and that way he says he tried to break into my home. and so,
see, that's when it gets dicey. And that was where they always say, oh, well, if you're in your house and you shoot someone and you shoot them in the back, you automatically are at fault and all this shit.
That depends on which state you're in. Depends on which state you're in.
It depends on the state, but like, what's gonna stop you from like turning them over and shooting them in the front?
Thank you.
It's like the coroner can only ascertain like
so much.
I don't think they can get that detailed, in my opinion.
No, they can get pretty detailed. They could tell that, but it's what
the fatal. They can tell the fatal versus post.
But what you need to do is you put a knife in the body's hand. Because the coroner can't do shit there. It's basically, see, he had a knife in his hand, and he was going to kill my wife, who was facing the opposite direction. That's why I shot him in the back. Get it? Or you just make something up. And
good. I'll keep a pocket knife by the door.
Yes, thank you. Yes, just say, look, he was acting crazy, people. And then I like the way they gave the Jamaican guy the AK-47 to make him look as vicious as possible. They put that in his hands as soon as he was dead. Yeah, as soon as he was dead, they put that in his fucking hands.
Cold, dead hands.
Yes.
Shit, that's crazy.
Yes.
I want to ask you, what do you think about that Las Vegas shooter, man? Was that a psyops or?
Oh God, that's obvious.
Totally.
Yeah, that's obvious.
The same bastard that oversaw that, the what's his name? The sheriff, the chief sheriff of Vegas.
Yeah.
At the time is the same guy that was in Maui. He got transferred to Maui.
Oh God!
He was the sheriff of the
where all the fires were. Oh, that fucking figures.
Yeah.
That fucking.
So it's like total government. He's like a fucking agent.
Yes.
Right. Shit. Definitely.
What a piece of shit. What a piece of shit.
So not only was he on site of the biggest mass shooting in history, American history, then he ends up in the biggest fire in history as well.
Yeah. This is like he must think himself pretty accomplished. It's
He's like a chief or he's like a grand. What are they, like a grand master of the Temple of Set or something?
Yeah, something like that. Yes, that's right. Wait, what they call like
when your hit count is like It's like a video game. When your hit count's high enough, you just get transferred to fucking Maui to kill islanders.
Yes.
That was his reward, basically.
Oh, by the way, I saw an article just the other day. U.S. military finally begins draining the oil tank that was polluting all the natives' water and shit in.
Oh, in Pearl Harbor?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
I told you what happened when I was there. They were having protests. So not only did they pollute Pearl City, which is where all these natives live in Oahu, but after they got paid for living in a hotel for 6 months while the Navy was quote-unquote cleaning, the IRS taxed them capital gains on all their funds.
Yes.
So not only did they lose their homes, lose their water supply, had to live in a hotel for 6 months, then the IRS taxes them as if they were getting some like lottery winning. And then they tried to talk to the IRS, and the IRS of course didn't answer. So the state representative, one of the congressmen, he literally had to fly to Texas to the IRS headquarters in Texas to even get them to respond. Like they were just gonna let them die basically another time.
Yes, it's insane.
They were hoping they just run out of money and die.
Yes. Awful.
Yeah, can I ask you a question too?
Of course, please.
Have you ever heard about this book called "Program to Kill the Politics of Serial Murder" by McGowan? You ever heard of it?
Vaguely heard of it. Never even had a chance to follow up on it. But tell us about it. It sounds fascinating.
Of course, the author's dead. They killed him by cancer, but it was. He gets into a lot of things you talk about. He mentioned Michael Aquino. The book is called "Program to Kill the Politics of Serial Murder." I got it from Amazon. It's just one good book.
If you could, I mean, that's something you could do. Get me a copy of that if you can find a real cheap copy used or something.
I will.
Yeah, then I'll be happy to review it. Yeah, that's
it's deep.
Thank you for bringing that up. I mean, very few books mention Michael Aquino. Any book that even names him deserves credit just for that.
It's on Amazon. You could even look it up on Amazon, but I can always send you a copy.
Yeah,
if you mail your copy.
Sounds
Program
good.
to Kill the Politics of Serial Murder, man. Of course, he died from cancer.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's referencing the way that they limited the ability to prosecute like religious crimes, or is this just like a broader like serial killer kind of scope?
This is what Douglas talks about too. Everything is interconnected with the police, the judges, the cults. Man, this cat is deep, man. They killed him, of course.
Explains why he's dead.
He got cancer for some reason.
Cancer in quotes.
No, they really can cause cancer in people. I've explained this before. Injection.
Mutagenic carcinogens are and the virus thing.
Yeah, right. There's different ways to introduce it, including literally just certain kinds of powder. There are certain kinds of powder that are extraordinarily effective that they've developed to weaponize transmission of cancer. With that poor son of a bitch, that guy who was running Venezuela, Hugo Boss. They actually Chavez, thank you, Hugo Chavez. Hugo Boss was, of course, the man who designed the uniforms for the Nazis. Yes, sorry about that. Hugo Chavez. The reason I keep saying that when I think of Chavez, because they actually published a magazine cover, Time magazine or some other Newsweek or something published a cover with Hugo Chavez, and they said Hugo Boss because he was the boss of Venezuela. So that always, fucked with my mind ever since then. But Hugo Chavez, they literally put a carcinogenic powder in his underwear. He wound up getting pelvic cancer. So that was their way of.
Is he still alive? Oh no, he died.
No, he died. He died of that.
That's why there's that Maduro dude.
Yeah, that's right. Who Steven Seagal was making movies with. Steven Seagal, and of course Daniel Rollo was all jealous and shit. I ought to be making movies with Maduro and shit.
That begs the question: why would Andrew Tate hang out with him? If he's hanging out with these commies, he's supposed to be like macho, anti-commie.
Oh
Yeah.
God.
These people are so crazy.
Thank you. They're all just full of shit, and they don't mean anything they say, and they just hang
Yeah,
out.
exactly.
Yeah, they're all losers. And for those who don't know, Steven Seagal defected to Russia because he's wanted on charges of pedophilia in the United States for molesting young girls in his stupid dojo, where young girls come in to learn martial arts, and he was like, "Yeah, here's what."
But they always pull that. They always pull that Andrew Tate trip where they say it's an attack from the Matrix. I didn't do this.
Yeah.
It's like that same trip.
Yes. Yes.
Man.
So, Stephen, what else comes to your mind? Obviously, you've pursued these subjects a lot. Anything else that comes to your mind, please share it. Go ahead.
I'll, what do you think about this? Is this all planned? Is migrant crisis to put, is this a communist tactic, to open the floodgates and to, what do you think about this migrant thing? All these, like bottom feeders coming over, through the border. Is this planned?
I think a lot of that's just right-wing hype. I don't think that most of them are. I don't think, first off, there's that many of them coming through. I mean, down in the border, it might look like a tsunami or some kind of wave. What do you know about it? What do you know about it?
No, nothing. I was just curious. It's a big hype over here now. You're getting migrants coming to New York, and this with the mayor. The mayor wants to be like Gandhi and bring all these migrants here, while you have homeless people, and everybody's in an uproar, and maybe it's just another distraction.
I think Gandhi was pretty racist. I mean, he didn't want
I know.
But,
the New York mayor probably doesn't care if they're Muslim.
I know.
It's well, I mean, with migrants, are you talking about the ones from Central America coming through the border that he's trying to bring in, or overseas migrants? You mean the ones from the border, Central America?
The border, basically.
Yeah. Okay. So I would say that we can only wait to see what happens. I honestly, we're kind of at the. I used to tell people that if you got rid of the Electoral College, we would wind up with a Spanish-speaking president almost immediately, because basically, if you get rid of the Electoral College, unlike the trip that the presidents have to do now, which is basically the presidents have to go across the nation and just basically, what would you call it? Prostitute themselves basically on this traveling circus as they go from state to state. But if you got rid of the Electoral College, which by the way, I personally am for, I am personally for getting rid of the Electoral College. But if you got rid of it, what I used to tell people is that there's only 3 places that any presidential candidate would need to go. That's New York City, Los Angeles, and Miami. And that's basically, in New York City, they speak Puerto Rican Espanol. In Miami, they speak Cuban Espanol, the Cubano, and in Los Angeles, they speak the Mexicano Espanol. But basically, if you speak good enough Spanish, your chances will improve, and you'd basically have a Spanish-speaking president with the next election. This is what I used to tell people. Of course, what I think now is basically, we want to get to that point. We're going to degenerate into a civil war, and basically whoever runs the country is going to run it by force majeure, by right of force, is what it's going to come down to. But it's if the migrants help tip the scales to the point where they bring us to the civil war sooner than later, all I can say is roll with it. Just roll with it. And just take advantage of it. I like Peter Moon tells me, first off, there's several things Peter Moon says that obviously I can see where he's coming from, but I don't necessarily agree with it. One thing Peter Moon says is, you shouldn't tell people about the Hitler part of yourself. People have a hard time processing Hitler, but, without that, it's impossible to explain why I have all the gang stalkers. It really makes sense only in that context. And when it's when it comes to the other things,
it also explains the Michael Aquino angle too.
Why
else would he want you other than your Astro chart, which is also Hitler related?
It
kind of explains everything. Why Michael Aquino was even interested in
Thank you. Absolutely. And then the other thing that Peter would bring up is like, you don't want secular power, and it's kind of like saying the same thing. He also says, you don't want to be rich. He says now. Granted, now I'm not trying to come down on him.
Only people with money ever say that.
Thank you. I'm not trying.
That's the same thing my uncle says. He like works for Apple, and he's like, you don't want it to happen. You can't handle it or something. It's always some kind of
Thank you. Sure. And by the way, just so people understand, it's not that Peter's loaded per se, but he's never really understood poverty. He's never really experienced poverty, and so when he says you don't want to be rich, he tells people, but by the way, one of the things he believes is a myth. It's a total myth. He'll say, people who win the lottery are overwhelmingly unhappy and they have these crash and burn lives. And actually, that's a myth. The reality is most people who win the lottery live happily ever after. And there are stunning examples of people who fuck it up. Sure, they're always going to be there. But there's plenty who win the lottery and they, you never hear them complain again.
Yeah, I remember watching a documentary about this one guy and he won like 10 million or something ridiculous. Yeah. And then he didn't change anything. All he does is smoke 10 joints a day or like 20 joints a day. Yeah. And they went to interview him and they're like, what changed? And he's like, nothing. Yeah. I just smoke way more weed now.
Yeah, there you go.
And he didn't die or anything. Like nothing happened to him.
Mm. Well, in a sense, it's because he was already dead. Obviously.
Yeah, he was already just like chilling.
Yeah, that's like somebody like that. You just want to take him out and shoot him just because it's like they don't deserve the money. I mean, obviously, it's like.
But it's like these people always say like when I tell them how poor I am, they're like, you mean you can't save you any money, like $500 a month? I'm like, what are you talking about? $500
like, how can somebody do that? This is like with that Judith Agert was telling me.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, Judith Agert would say save like $3,000 or something like for the next time I come to visit, and then I'm like, where do you think I would get that money? It's like every month I barely make rent. And it's like these people just don't get it. That comes from. Yeah. But so the other thing Peter was saying was you don't want secular power, but there's no other way that I could ever, basically put into effect anything that I feel would be constructive to help humanity. Really, the only way you can do that is with secular power. I think I have some answers, and I think I have some solutions. I could make a joke here and say, indeed, final solutions, but really, I don't even think like that. I don't even think on genocidal terms. But when it comes to, obviously, the only way that I could get secular power, first off, they'd have to either amend the Constitution to allow people not born in the United States to run, which is what Schwarzenegger was trying to buck for. Schwarzenegger actually paid for commercials to promote changing the Constitution so that he could run for president, so that foreigners could run for president, but nobody bought into it, and or certainly not enough people.
It worked for Obama apparently, but
yeah. Well, that's because nobody knew. That's because, or rather, every time.
I don't understand the appeal. What did Arnold even want with that? Like California wasn't enough. Like
it's like Arnold.
He must be like a Mason or something. Or like an old school Illuminati. He's from the very.
He's just crazy. He's just crazy.
He's just insane.
Yeah, he was just insane.
That's like ego, maybe.
No, it was just insane ego. He just it's like he said, he wasn't kidding. He was interviewed once. He was on some fucking Saturday Night Live or some stupid, David Letterman or whatever the fuck, and he was being interviewed, and he said, "Yeah, I tell my friends in Austria, all you need to do is come to America and marry a Kennedy. There's enough of them around." And then everybody said, "Oh, that's funny." And then he said, and then they pointed out, "Well, you're a Republican and she's a Democrat." And he says, "Yeah, but that hasn't been a problem since I took to sleeping in the garage." I mean, pure sociopath. Pure sociopath. Yeah, exactly. I mean, by the way, and all the time he's not lying. He's not lying. Yeah. The guy's not lying about, just come to America, marry a Kennedy. He did so. He wasn't in love with her. He didn't care about, he just wanted the name so he could hook in with the dynasty. And then after that, he just sleeps in the fucking garage. He's not joking. He doesn't give a shit. and then he just moves out after taking what he needs from her, and went to run for governor of California, and then said, now from here I'll be president, and tried to campaign to change the Constitution. He's he just thought he could take it all the way.
The governor. I mean, those were good times, though. Governor times.
Yeah, not when he was governor. No, he was trying to get rid of the in-home supportive services and all that shit that was keeping my parents alive. But I
was being facetious.
Yeah, yes, thank you.
They had to kill a bunch of shelter pets because he cut all the funding.
Yes,
from the
yes,
shelters.
yes, that's right.
That.
Yes, I told people about that. Yeah, I was telling people about that, and other crazy things. Yeah,
and then the ignorant people would be typical Nazi. Yeah. Start with the weakest link.
Yeah, that's the ignorant people would say. But the stupid thing was when he started, when he was just doing weightlifting and learning how to talk, that was when he was coming out with things like, yeah, Hitler, I admire him. He was a little guy, but he became a big guy. And then later on, when they called him out on that and had the recording, he said, I hate the man. I hate everything he stands for. Right. And then put on yarmulkes and shit and was going around parading with the Jews at various Holocaust centers and shit. That's when you knew the guy was just a total cocksucking whore. And of course he always was, but you get my point. That's when it became blatantly obvious. It's, I mean, honest to God.
Total sellout.
Yeah, it's just disgusting.
And he's Austrian too. He should rep Hitler. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, I know. That's what makes it so sick. Yeah, that's but it is what it is.
I don't know if this is true, but usually the Austrians are a lot more reserved about the Hitler thing. I've never really heard them trip on it. It's usually the German, the northern Germans, like the Berliner people, they freak out.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's true.
Well, for generations, it was known that the Germans make this big deal about remorse, and the Austrians really were what they called unregenerate. They even elected what was it that SS officer as the president and shit. The guy who became the guy who was in charge of the United Nations, Vice. What was his name? I'm trying to remember now. Weishaupt or something? No, that's the Bavarian Illuminati guy. Yeah. It was maybe somebody will say it in the chat, but you get my point. But then of course everybody started pressuring them, and then they started pulling stupid stunts like, oh, we gotta turn the apartment that Hitler was born in into a police station because we don't want pilgrims here and shit and all that stuff, and and of course they were justified, of course, with that David. What's the guy, the Holocaust denier? They put him in jail. David Irving. They put him in jail, but they were justified with that because he's just an idiot. So
I don't get those American ones that do that. Like that guy and what's that guy Fuente? Like they just do it for shtick. Yes. I don't think they really care that much about it. But did you hear, Douglas? I wanted to bring it up that the Canadian guy in the Parliament.
Yeah.
That he got.
Yeah, the SS officer.
They found out he was a Nazi, and they fucking in his twilight years, they fucking threw him in jail. What a bunch of scum, dude.
Well, hopefully he gets some attorney to get him out based on his age. It's Canada, so hopefully they can fuck with the legal system there or something.
Right.
Yeah, but they're fucking scum, of course.
He's a 98-year-old guy. Jesus Christ.
No, they pull this shit.
Compassion.
Yeah, they pull this shit all the time. They're scumbags. And they deserve nothing but contempt.
Right, that's horrible.
Yes.
After 80 years, you're gonna fucking take the guy in because he was what was he? First Ukrainian Division.
Yeah, that's right. There he was, part of the SS.
Had the effect of obscuring its links to the Nazi regime. Yeah.
It's
say Doug, Brendan, Doug.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to retire now because it's kind of late here in New York.
Okay. Yes.
Yes, I apologize if there's anything you want to say.
No, that's okay. I'm glad I checked in.
Well,
I'll get back to you Wednesday. I'll be listening.
Yes, well, Stephen, what I'll do from this point forward is try to remember to call you. You don't need to answer, just depending on how busy you are. This way, whenever you want to jump on the bandwidth, you can just jump on bandwidth. So
Thanks, okay.
yeah, that'll be like this is what I do with everyone. Is I basically just call everyone at once, and whoever wants to come on can come on.
Yes.
So
Thanks.
yeah, okay.
Brendan,
Well,
too.
Stephen Myers, it was great to have you. Hugs, and you have a great night.
Thank you. Good night.
You're definitely one of the legendary guests. Yeah,
Yes.
You're officially appointed.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Good night, gentlemen.
Good
I'll
night.
listen up to... Okay, bye.
Yeah.
Good night, Steve.
Yeah. You're the
Okay.
best. Thank you.
No,
And-
you're okay. Good.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see now. I think. So do you know how to
I'm still here.
you know how to get off the
me to-
call, right, Steve?
No, there's something. How do you get up the call? Oh, let me see, Doug. Yeah, I think I...
You
You
just
can just hang it up
you just hang it up.
like
All
a
right.
normal Skype call.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll do that. Thanks. I see. Okay. All right.
Well, it is confusing the way it's set up. Yeah.
Oh, no worries. Yes, that was delightful, and what wonderful stories that he shared. And so our numbers are high because, of course, we covered a lot of interesting topics. Of course, it's morbidly entertaining to hear about these poor black guys getting. I mean, I can't believe, especially for a black person, to be that naive repeatedly with these.
That was
different,
shocking.
Yeah, not just that story, but so many others like he brought up.
Yeah.
That apparently this happens often,
It's funny because when we read that The Most Dangerous Game in high school, I didn't think that they were going to use that as a model for something. I thought that was just like, oh wow, that's what happened back in the day, but I guess not. I guess it was that was their what was it called? Their roadmap.
Yes. Oh my God, that's funny. So George Knight has joined us. So George, I tried to call you the other day. I hope you saw that. Yeah, you saw that.
Oh, I did see a missed call. Yes, I do apologise, Douglas. I was probably that was probably me at work. I do apologise.
Understand.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So do us a favor, speak about whatever you want, and how long do we have with you? How long are we gifted with your presence tonight?
About an hour, I believe,
Okay.
Douglas. About a good hour. Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
good. Well, take advantage of it. Go into whatever subject you wish, because after that I'll go into monologue and and take up the rest of the night, more than likely.
Yes, thank you. I have been listening for the last half an hour about the subject. So yeah, it was definitely enjoyable to listen to.
You missed some of the best parts. We had the really juicy stories, maybe when just before you started tuning in. So what time is it where you're at?
It's early, so yeah, I'm still waking up myself. I'm not very collected
6 a.m.
at this point. Yeah, in this time of day. Yeah, so I'm just caffeinating myself, oxygenating myself, and hopefully I'll come around and be able to be a bit more sharper.
No worries.
Waking up from the dream world.
Yeah, I may have to grab another Coca-Cola myself and just caffeinate some more. But in the interim, just catch us up on anything that comes to mind. Obviously, we've got a lot of current events that I'm certain you must have some impression of. I'll be covering them in depth, of course. But, it was the Peter Moon, the last hour with Peter Moon in particular, that I really got into some of the British extermination of the Jews, how they were trying to prevent them from coming into Palestine and were sinking the ships they were coming in. So you might review that, the last hour and a half of Peter Moon time, so that you can hear me go into that subject.
I know you kind of explained it, but was that because they owned Palestine, they didn't want people there? Or was it just straight up they didn't want...
It was basically...
They thought they were Nazis.
Yeah, the British considered the Jews to be a Nazi insurgency. Yes. And this...
The Exodus. It was the Exodus, wasn't it, Douglas? That they destroyed to prevent them from landing or embarking to Palestine.
The Exodus was a ship with about 4,500 or 4,700 Jews on it. That was 1947. I was explaining to Peter that in 1945 was when they sank 3 ships in harbor before they could leave Germany. Basically, what had happened was the Jews who were Holocaust survivors, they all got into all these ships to head towards Palestine. There were the Kapar Kona was one of these ships. There was another one that was named. Let me see if I can look some of this up, because these were, of course, this was a long time ago. But there was 3 ships in particular. But the Kapar Kona is the one that I remember the most. Oh, also the Tealbeck and the Athen, and altogether on these 3 ships, there were well over 7,000 Jewish survivors of the death camps. Or Nazi concentration camps, the Kolzenslagen at least. And so they were in these ships, and Churchill gave the order, don't even let them leave port. And so the British launched a major attack. The Royal Air Force launched the 263rd, 197th, 198th, and 184th squadrons. These were Hawker Typhoon fighter bombers with ammunition, bombs, and rockets. This wasn't like, any kind of mistake, some kind of friendly fire in the middle of combat. This was like Pearl Harbor. They just went in, and they also attacked the hospital ship, the Deutschland. So all these 7,000 concentration camp refugees, they killed them all. The British killed them all.
That link I found about it, it was like, they were ruthless.
Yeah, they just kept, if they saw people swimming, women and children, they just, machine gunned them down. They didn't give a shit. And then later on afterwards said, oh, hey, mistake, jolly good, right? All that shit.
The Brits can get away with anything, literally.
Yeah, yes.
Like, you just say, oh, I'm British, and then, like, any country, pretty much, they're just like, okay.
Yeah, in the old days, at least. Certainly, to an extent today, but really in the old days especially, yeah. Right. And so what I was explaining was that Churchill had organized what was called the SIS, which most people have never heard of. But the SIS was the Secret Intelligence Service. And the whole idea was to basically prevent the Jews from getting into Palestine. They were a Nazi insurgency. And the entire operation by which they conducted this was called Operation Embarrass. And so the SIS was an operation from 1909 to 1949. So from 1909 to 1949, a period of 40 years, they were basically an anti-Jewish organization. And so they were the opposite of Hitler's transfer agreement. And so there was a book written about them by a Professor Keith Jeffrey, G-E-F-F-E-R-Y, Jeffrey. And so basically, if you look up Operation Embarrass, you'll find out more about it. But they wanted to slow illegal immigration into Palestine, meaning the Jewish insurgency. And so, of course, have no linkage to the government. Just basically no linkage was the big George Bush Sr. CIA term that he used to use as a politician. That came from the British intelligence, of course. And so...
Right, it says here they tried to blame it on an Arabic militia group, which they themselves created.
Yes.
So it's the same trip they've been doing for
ever
50,
since.
60 years now.
Same thing with ISIS, same thing with, Hamas.
Al-Qaeda and Hamas and all these beings.
Yeah. It's all the same shit. They just keep doing it. And so our lovely Arcane Observer says, I've been following your experience and accounts for a while, and I find what you talked about to be incredible. This is the first time, though, that I've been able to catch a live stream since subscribing after finding your channel. So thank you, honey. Deeply appreciate it profoundly, and hopefully you become a regular. Hopefully you become a regular visitor, and if you wish, we can always bring you on the show like we did Stephen Myers. Okay, so right now, thank God, the YouTube didn't always offer this, and they don't always offer it, but sometimes they do offer it. They're really unpredictable, but they're allowing me to go to the channel, but I can't block the user from the channel. I'm trying to hide the user, and this is someone named, quote-unquote, Douglas Dietrich. So someone made a channel, no videos on it, Douglas D. Dietrich, trying to use my own fucking name, and they just keep entering things and retracting their messages. I don't know what that shit's about. Why do they retract the messages? It's like, if you're gonna say something, if you're gonna troll,
right?
Why don't they just troll? I mean, what's the message retract? Why do they do that? Is that...
I don't think anyone else can see the retracted message. I think that's the point.
Yeah, but I mean, like, is the message retracted by YouTube? It might be YouTube that retracts the message.
Yeah, I think if it's something, because we have it set up where if it's like crazy enough slander that it like automatically deletes it.
Fuck. Yeah. Okay. So that explains it. That's what's going on.
And it's like it's an algorithm. So if it's like if you're talking about like some protected groups or some kind of shenanigans, it'll just automatically stop it.
Okay. So probably somebody going by my name probably going to say "kill all Jews" or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just assume that.
Yeah, so fucking predictable. It's like unfucking believable. It's like,
I don't see it for some reason.
Well, probably because I hid him from my channel.
Yeah.
So that kind of takes care of the problem. And of course, they'll set up another one, and this is why I try to have Nemo on, because Nemo's real good about being up the majority of the night and monitoring these people. But George, we've given you enough time to oxygenate and caffeinate. There should be enough caffeine and oxygen in your brain now to, kind of take the lead.
Take the stage. Yeah. Thank you, Douglas. Just to briefly outline or summarize some of the nuances of the situation during the period of proactive prosecution of hostilities. With the Jewish situation in Europe, the overwhelming vast majority of the Totenslager were outside of Germany, so they were situated in occupied Poland areas, and the Allies. If anyone goes to any Holocaust museum, they will see aerial shots of aerial reconnaissance of these death camps and the rail track routes that lead into these. Either the concentration camps, the Konzenslagen, or the death camps, the Totenslagen. And many historians and scholars have argued and disputed over why the Allies never bombed the railroad routes going into these Totenslagen death camps. And we've outlined many times on the show that they were concentrating their so-called strategic bombing on city centers, so within Germany itself. And this because Operation Grimora was first initiated in 1939, and it was before the Blitzkrieg even ever commenced. It was the Allies that were conducting strategic bombing over population centers, city centers, particularly over Hamburg in Germany. And this was the result. So the result of the Holocaust itself was a direct response to Allied strategic bombing, because all the railroad routes, all the supply chains that were bringing supplies from Europe into Germany were all sabotaged. They were all compromised. So there was no food or supplies going into Germany. So then that forced Adolf Hitler himself to ask the question to himself, do I feed my own nation, or do I kill the slaves?
Yeah.
Or do I kill the pals?
So
that was what he was contending with. And the Allies did not care. If you take a look at these Holocaust museums all over the world, you will see aerial shots they were flying over and taking these aerial reconnaissance shots of these camps. They knew exactly what was being conducted, but nobody did anything to prevent them because they didn't care. And that's the situation, and that's the realization that people need to come to when they talk about the Holocaust and the reasons why. The Allies were conducting their own Holocausters.
Absolutely.
They were generating their own fires.
Yes.
City fires.
Mass sacrifices.
Yes. Conducting their own kindling of sacrifice. This is what obviously WkEND-Cum-M has gone into in the past.
Yes.
With the response was to then. You have an option, you have a choice. You can either feed your own people, or you can kill. You can take out in a humane, in the most contrary or the most I'm trying to use the right term, Douglas. I've been trying to sound like I'm going to upset anyone. It's the most humane way possible, to kill someone before they even threw them into the ovens to be cremated.
That's right.
Whereas the Allies with Operation Gomorrah, their strategic bombing over Dresden and Hamburg, they were generating city fires that scientifically has been proven it equated to the temperatures of the surface of the sun and much hotter. The flesh from the citizens, the populations were being melted, and you can see images of desecrated bodies of just nothing but just the excuse me, Douglas, just nothing but bone.
Yeah.
And any remains that, when the skin was being melted, it wasn't like they were being not if they weren't incinerated, they were being melted alive. And so they were conducting things that were far more
heinous,
it's far more sinister.
Egregious, far more egregious. Yes, far more crime against humanity, or the very sense of humanity. It was inhuman.
It was completely, thank you, Douglas. And we have spoken about it in more great detail in the past, but this is the response from most people don't even contemplate this. They can't. They obviously always. I remember I had that on Twitter with the guy who started the Respect Party, George Galloway. He was a former member of Parliament who was part of the Labour Party, and he detested Tony Blair, who created the new Labourite Party. And he was talking about the V2 rockets raining terror over London, and he was talking about the Blitzkrieg. And I presented to him, along with all his followers on there, about Operation Gomorrah, which nobody ever cites or references. They don't even know about it, or they choose to ignore it. That the Gomorrah started months before the Blitzkrieg, and the Blitzkrieg was a response. And then the Holocaust. The Holocaust didn't go into full operation until 1942. Mm-hmm. That was between these years. That's a long period of proactive prosecution of hostilities from 1939 to 1942. That's because the Allied strategic bombing compromised all the supply chains into Germany, and so they had no food. And so they had an option. They were short on rations, short on supply. So that was the reason for the final solution. And it was an order given.
I have a question about the final thing. Why would, Douglas, I brought this up to you too. Why did they use the Zyklon B as opposed to using something more efficient and cheaper like CO2 or carbon monoxide or something that, like, it could have just been like it would have been like just as quick and efficient, and I'm assuming. So why did they have to use the chemicals?
Yeah, probably some deal was made with Zyklon, the company that produced it, I would presume, kind of like a defense contract.
Right. Yeah. So it probably wasn't kind of...
or it might have been for a very specific occult reason, according to Peter Moon. The only way that... By the way, people can look up the term Prussian blue. Prussian blue back in the old days was a very expensive paint. Literally, because they had to use certain minerals to create Prussian blue, and it was rather toxic, not particularly friendly to the environment. But when artists had to have a sponsor to use blue colors that were quality, because Prussian blue was so expensive. You're talking about like $100 a paint bottle or something, maybe even more astronomical than that. It was worth its weight in gold, literally. So when it came to the situation with what Peter Moon was researching with the helozone, the Morus trunculus snail, I think, is the mucus trunculus snail, or the mollusk of the millennium, the trunculus snail that we got the techolite blue from. He was finding out that the blue that came from the squids, which is what this particular cabal of Jewish rabbis was trying to say was the blue of God, the techolite blue. They were given a false lead to this Cthulhuid cephalopod that led H.P. Lovecraft to writing about Cthulhu because of his influence from his Jewish wife, Sonia Green, who came from Ukraine to escape the pogroms there from the Russians. She was escaping the Russians, not the Germans. It was before World War II. but Sonia Green told him about the real terror of the blood from the cephalopod, the squid, that some of these false Jewish prophets were promoting. That, of course, was a kind of blood. Any kind of blood would be used in certain mixtures to create a specific kind of blue. And this might also have been called Prussian blue. This is something that I find confusing, but need to, people can look this up themselves and they'll find a better chronology about it than they'll get from me. But it turns out that...
When I looked it up, there were many rabbis that...
but I mean about the Prussian blue. About the Prussian blue.
Oh.
Yeah, and so when it came to the Prussian blue, there was a way of also making a Prussian blue without all the minerals, was to use animal blood, or any blood. Any blood would make it. But I think what Peter Moon was saying was that cephalopod's blood was what was used somehow with the Zyklon B, and that's why after all the Jews were gassed, that Cthulhuid blood was what coated the walls and turned them Prussian blue. So basically what Peter Moon found out was that maybe for that reason the Zyklon B gas was used, because it's kind of a way to, here's your fucking salvation. You people believe that
that makes sense.
the Teklet blue is coming for you, and your time's coming. I mean, here you go. And then they got...
That makes a lot more sense. So one of the high command knew of this
yes.
trip, and they were able to... It's like that was a little extra flavor added to the whole thing.
Yes.
And
then,
so that explains it. Gratitude,
yes. Yeah. And then after that, the cremation, of course, was to process the ashes into artificial diamond, which helped to finance the Nazi exodus. This is something that, of course, say, for instance, you were speaking to someone who's a Holocaust denier.
Yes.
They would tell you that, well, Zyklon B, Prussian blue, none of this makes sense because none of it happened. And they could connect enough of those dots and concentrate on enough of those details where they could make a fairly compelling argument, but that's not my stance. Of course, this is just so I can explain that to people. I try to discourage that, but of course, we'll find out more as the future progresses, how much effect I have on some listeners, because I know some of my listeners are Holocaust deniers.
Yeah.
But
that's the stance that me and Douglas have always said is the if you go to Israel and what they Benjamin Netanyahu himself, he is a Holocaust denier. And if you go to Israel, they are they're highly agnostic or highly non-secular or secular. They deny the other half of the genocide, the atrocity. They deny half of it because they do not recognize half of the population that did suffer, because they were not part of the matrilineal lineage from the matrilineal bloodline.
Yeah, the matrilineal.
Yes,
matrilineal
the
lineage.
matrilineal. Yes. Yeah, matrilineal. So they the other half. But if you look at the Nuremberg race laws, according to the Nuremberg documents, if you cite any of those documents, they recognize they killed 12 million.
Yes.
And the Jews of Israel themselves only recognize 6. So whenever you hear of a prime minister speaking...
Well, not only Jews of Israel, but the entire diaspora. So basically, effectively, the Jewish culture, you can legitimately say the overwhelming majority of the Jewish culture denies the Holocaust.
Yes. No, absolutely, Douglas. And that's the other convoluted nuance of it. Which is, it obfuscates everything.
Yeah, but that's the number we're always given, is the 6.
Yeah.
Yes, 6, the number 6. The Zyklon B also, it is historical as well, and this is the thing that some Holocaust deniers will use. They'll say that Zyklon B pellets were used in delousing chambers, and yes, louses or pests or parasites were an issue, but that was, that's another convoluted nuance of the situation. And and like Douglas said about the cremation, this is, if you look at the images themselves, people only have to look at the bodies that were mounted, that were outside. They were all emaciated, meaning they starved. They were perishing. And this was what I was referring to earlier, was Adolf Hitler himself had a choice. either his people can turn like that, or he can humanely.
Yeah. Holy shit! What the fuck happened? Now I'm on with Jennifer, and that ended the other call. That means I have to bring the other guys on our call. How the hell did that? How? Whoa! Shit. Can you talk? Well, that was fucking brilliant. What was that? How can I return the call? Oh, that was so fucking weird. Okay, so I got knocked off call. Incoming call. Let's do this. Okay, can you hear me? Okay, can you speak? You're on mute. Try and talk. We can't hear you. Okay. Okay. Let's see now. Oh, okay. That means I'll have to call Brendan. Okay, honey, we can't hear you. Are you on mute? And, okay, so let's see if I can get this going. Okay. She's not working. Out. See what you can do. You're not registering as available. Let's put it that way. Okay, so, yeah. Sometimes these things just don't work out. Now let's see if we can make this work. Okay, good, good. Jennifer calling again. Okay, let's see if we can hear your voice now. Okay, can you hear me? Jennifer? Okay, Jennifer, try. And, well, can't say we didn't try. Okay. Alright, let me try this. Alright, go over here. Thank God I left the phone on. Not that that makes this any quicker for my listeners. Brendan. Fuck God. Jesus fucking Christ. There we are. Oh. Yeah, so the chick, Jennifer called, and somehow it knocked me off the call. I didn't, like, merge the call. I didn't do anything. It's like somehow she called at just the moment the cursor was moving in such a manner that it answered her call, which ended our call. So I need to call you everybody back. Oh, call me. Can you, how do I get back on? I'm not getting that option. I mean, don't think I didn't think of that. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. That figures. Okay, so we're going to start a new one. Tell him that. Okay. Yeah. So now that's what I think we're going to have to do. Yeah, we're going to have to do that. Yeah. Okay, so let's try that. All right, so I'll hang up here. Oh my God. Okay. There we are. Now let's see if we can add some other people.
Okay, I can hear you. Let's see
okay. And
how the stream is going.
Yeah, let's see what we can do.
Are we still on stream?
As far as yeah, we of course that has nothing to do with the stream. You know that.
Right. And, should still be, yeah. Continuing.
Yeah, so let me see if I can add Aristides back to the call. And so he's active. And then who else was there? Mark
yeah, we
H.
can be heard on that thing.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Let me push this on Marrakesh. There we are, and then the one more I'll try will be Victoria, maybe. See if she's, up and, shall we say, sober enough to answer, so to speak, and be up to her. And then, of course, we have, Jennifer. See if she responds, though she wasn't able to be heard at all. Okay, now I'm pressing that button, and see who joins us. And then after that, I'll just go into monologue. But that was so weird. That was really weird. And so then
it could have been we were too controversial for the Skype.
It could have been that too, but I doubt it. It was call declined this time, like her feelings were hurt or something. God, I hope she doesn't take that personally. It was like the way things were turning out. I couldn't hear a word she was saying. Yes, it says, okay, well, we tried. And she says, should I try? I will call again. I will call you. Call you again. Call you again. Let's see now. Okay, let's go back here. Press that button again. And okay. There we are. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know if you heard what we were saying, but it was the weirdest shit. It was this young lady named Jennifer Hawkins. I'm calling her again now, but she happened to try and call, and so I could merge the call in. She tried to call, and somehow my cursor moved at just the right time, where it I think I'm only speculating. It's the only thing I can think of, where somehow it hit an answer to her call, which then if I answer her call directly, it knocks everyone else off the call instead of merging. But then again, I don't see how that happened. It's really weird.
Yes.
Either way, so you can continue. We were talking about Holocaust denial. We were talking about Brendan. What do either of you gentlemen remember where we left off?
Yeah, I was going into the Judea Declaration of War that was declared in 1933. Yes. And so I was I was just bringing up when as soon as with the National Socialist German Workers' Party, they were democratically elected, and they were democratically elected in a minority vote, but it brought them into a governmental coalition with the Conservative Party. And as soon as they were incepted in 1933, you had the Judea Declaration of War, a boycott and sanctions imposed on Germany, a democratic Germany, of which compromised their entire economy and entire state, and so it forced the government to impose unlimited state of emergency. And in 1934, it was then known or declared as the Reich, as a response to the Judea Declaration of War against Germany. And so, that's what I started going into, and it's to bring up the nuance that they were legally declared the enemy of the state. And so, that's what's so important, that people don't even consciously know or aware of. They're unaware about the Judea Declaration of War in Germany, which ultimately resulted in the Havara Agreement.
Yes.
And through the way that they helped to stabilize the economy by transferring German citizens that were of Jewish descent to Palestine in exchange for which took along their goods, but they were able to take, because I have the book by Edwin Black about Havara, the transfer agreement. I think it equated to something around about 3,000 to 5,000 equivalent to United States dollars with them. Which helped them to stabilize their economy. People could look into the details of that, of how it worked. But that was to summarize the what was going on, the situation. But I was just going into that direction, Douglas. But anything else that we can address with that? It was more to do with the Holocaust. It was more directed. I don't know if are we still live at all, Douglas?
As far as I know, yeah. I mean, they can hear us. Yeah, they can hear us. Whenever we lose the call, that has nothing to do with the live stream. Call is not the live stream.
That's brilliant. Yes.
Yeah.
So that's great. Yes, that's great. So no, and that was that was the direction I was sort of going in before. Yeah, it just I was a bit because it said that you're on pause, Douglas, and I noticed. I was like, hang on, what's going on? Are we? Yeah, the call is not established anymore. But no, thank you for
Hello.
Hi, now we can hear you. This is Jennifer Hawkins.
I'm
So
sorry.
this was a monumental struggle. But it's well worth it. George Knight, this is our gentleman from England. Oh, George, don't go mute, for God's sakes. I need you to introduce yourself.
Yes.
And this is the lovely lady, Jennifer Hawkins. Jennifer Hawkins, of course, this is her first time on with us, and we'll do our best to make it as pleasant as possible. Brendan Zogit seems to have dropped off. I have no idea what was going on with that. I left him a message in the... so we'll see what happens. But either way, this is all working out organically. So introduce yourself for a few moments here, George, and then we'll find out a little bit more about Jennifer.
All right. You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay. I'm very sorry about that.
No worries.
Yes, I think that I had my microphone muted, but it was unmuted on the Skype. So it appeared that I was unmuted, but my microphone was actually muted. Anyway, I'm very excited to be talking with you a little bit.
Yeah, we're excited too, believe me. Go on.
Well, I'm sorry there was a bit of a problem there, but I think it was because I had muted my microphone and that caused a disruption initially just because of that, and then made you think that there was some kind of problem with it when actually on my end I had muted it or something to the effect. I don't know.
No, I knew it was something
I will
like that. Yeah, I knew it was something like that. That's common. It's common. Don't worry about it.
I'm
so
sorry
go on.
about
Yeah, no worries. Go on, Jennifer.
No, I actually came across, I've heard several of your lectures that you have had on YouTube, and it was really incredible. Mostly I was following the Michael Aquino and the conversations about Satanism in the military, and I was really fascinated about that, and I was kind of following that line of thought, and then came across that you actually had a YouTube channel literally just a few days ago. And I was like, oh my gosh. And he literally is doing live streams and talking, openly to the public on YouTube.
Yeah. Throughout the night, no less. Twice a week.
Yes. And I thought it was really incredible. And then of course I subscribed and then put up notifications, and notification did pop up. But I hadn't found you for the longest time now at all.
Oh my God.
But
Well,
then,
that's because, we're shadow banned and it's very difficult to find us on searches. Just so I can emphasize what you're saying so that people can help us, I want people to understand that YouTube dissemination of on their search engine, they go by a popularity aggregate, which is completely self-defeating. That means the more popular you are, the more you're going to appear on searches. So it pretty much eliminates anybody except those who are in the millions of hits. So the only way that we can appear on searches is to get as many people to upvote us as possible. So this is why I tell people that you've got to fight as dirty as possible. It's a dirty situation. So it's guerrilla warfare is the only response. You've got to get on every IP address you've got, which is your PC, your laptop, your cell phone, your tablet, everything you've got, and just put an upvote, because it's the only way that we're going to get noticed on searches. So like Jennifer says, we're not appearing on searches because there's not enough upvotes. So the more popular you are, the more you appear on searches. It's completely stupid. So that's why I ask for the upvotes, not because it's some kind of psychological boost, though it's always great to see that, but basically to keep us on the searches. So, but I'm glad that, after the months it probably was in which you didn't see any notifications, that you finally caught up with us and then got into a live stream, no less. I mean, we're honored to have you. And, tell us a little bit about yourself. I mean, certainly I'm fascinated by your interest in the subjects that I address, and certainly I'm curious as to what alerted you to Michael Aquino. And you're welcome to start with that. But certainly we'd all like to know a little bit more about whatever you're willing to share about yourself as well. So please, by all means, the stage is yours.
Oh, okay. That's very generous. No, I just, Michael Aquino I've been following for years now, years and years, for a while. Just the idea that it was Satanism in general, interested in how the military was relating with this and trying to understand what they were doing, and then I came across that you were a librarian.
Yes.
And I thought that was incredible, and the close connection you had at that time with all of this, and the information that you had was almost like it was priceless. You know, like to especially now to even be, you know, have access to talk with you about it. But no, yes. Anyway, I've been following this for a while, and I do have you know,
well, I mean, the
I'm
question. Go on. I didn't mean to interrupt. You're associated. Go on.
I'm associated with a radio station, KUAP.
Did you send me any emails? Did you send me?
I did.
Okay. Thank God. Thank God you followed up. Oh God, yeah, because you sent me at least one email, maybe two.
Just one.
Okay, you sent me just one. Okay, and I didn't even get a chance. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if you've been following my schedule recently, but you might have had a hint about how busy I was this month.
I imagine.
Yeah, and it can get that way. You know, it can get that way any month. There's different things going on, but I'm so glad you followed up, because I was going to respond to that email, and I keep reminding myself to do that, but I get so caught up in so many different things. So thank God you. So you have your own little thing going, and you were inviting me to an interview on that, right?
Yeah, I just have a small YouTube channel, very small little YouTube channel, but that I just started a couple of years ago, and I've posted some videos up. But I'm associated.
I'd be happy to do an interview with you. That would be
amazing. And I would have to, you know, because this was completely impromptu. Yeah. Like I saw you were live, and I was like, you know, I'm gonna pop in there because I'm, you know, kind of tying things up for the night and everything. But
well, you're on my favorites list now, and
well, thank you so much. That's very thoughtful of you.
So by your icon in the chat, forgive me, the icon looks as if you might be Asian or half Asian, or is that just the way you kind of look? The icon looks, maybe.
I don't know. I think I'm just a half breed of several things.
Okay.
But, you know, most likely, you know. But no, I'm really glad to be on here to be able to visit with you. And the knowledge that you have right now, here you are talking, you know, about World War II and about Hitler, which is incredible. I don't know. I would like to do an interview with you sometime about this, but I'm actually I'm listening right now. And I do, you know, the fact that you are even lacing into the idea that World War II is about much more than what it appears to be on the surface to most people revisiting it from a historical perspective, that there was something going on there that had more significance than that. It's completely, it's neglected by the general populace in these conversations. And so I think it would be extremely helpful, I think, to try to bring some light onto this, you know, even though I do know, and there's, you know, obviously it is sort of something that people maybe they're a little uncomfortable at first, but with a gentle introduction to all the ideas, they may understand that there was a bigger perspective of what was the aim was during World War I and World War II. You know, and I think that you have kind of clearly honed in on that there's of what that was exactly, what the motive was for that. Yes.
No, just to put this in some context, the way that I would respond to that would be that a great deal of the public is actually obsessed with the idea that World War II was a spiritual battle, but what they are buying into is very much the opposite of the truth, which is their perception that the Axis powers were somehow diabolic, particularly the Germans. So the films that are constantly produced very much continually indoctrinate them into this concept of the Germans being somehow infernal or diabolically motivated at the higher command levels at the very least. And it is something that this is how the Allied public, and by that I mean the population that watches Hollywood movies or any other kinds of films that are produced about World War II in some general entertainment sense, whether they're produced in Hollywood or in England or in Russia in particular, But these are the big three Allied powers that are the most desperate to maintain this myth of themselves as quote-unquote the good guys in World War II. And as a result, they are obsessed with the quote-unquote evil of Nazism. And they are obsessed with trying to somehow rationalize themselves as being the good guys based on the evil of the enemy. As a matter of fact, it's to the point where there's not even much dwelling on the Allied side of the Allies doing anything particularly quote-unquote good. You don't really see oftentimes Allies presenting themselves as doing something particularly good or constructive or somehow charitable. Rather, they keep emphasizing about how evil the enemy is. It's as if their argument is that you'd better be glad we quote-unquote won because look at the alternative. Why, these guys were really bad. But then, of course, because of the obsession with seeking alternative truth, quote-unquote, or alternative facts. By the way, these are oxymorons. They make absolutely no sense. People seeking alternative information, which would be legitimate, alternative information, they're left with this sewer that is the internet, and what they run across then convinces them that, quote-unquote, the Nazis won, quote-unquote, and are somehow running the world right now. And if you go into the internet, this is a very common theme, and one of the deepest regrets I have in my life as a librarian. I say this almost kind of humorously. There's a sense of, how would I say it, irony here. It's not that I regret it to the point where maybe, I stay up at night thinking I should never have done it, but it is definitely... There's times when I think something similar or along those lines. I was one of the people who hemorrhaged an enormous amount of information when I was working with the Department of Defense. One of the elements of information that I released information on before I came out under my own name as a public informant was about Operation Paperclip. And Operation Paperclip was simply a technical exchange. There's nothing political about Operation Paperclip. You're talking about engineers, some scientists. Operation Paperclip was bringing over technical specialists who were basically keeping America in an advantage over the Soviet Union. These were German people who may or may not have been affiliated with the exploitation of slave labor or working in some manner with the labor camps or death camps, but they really were not interested in politically influencing America. But Operation Paperclip, if you were to go online and look in the alternative information site sources or even just regular conventional information site sources, you're going to get the impression that Operation Paperclip was where the Third Reich transferred its whole fucking government and now runs the United States. I mean, this is literally what people will essentially be telling you. And it's just crap. It's just insane. And it makes absolutely no sense. Anyone with any modicum of logic would say, gee, they brought all the Nazis over and in this governmental exchange where we got their government and they're now running America. I mean, it just makes so much sense because, of course, of the Jewish influence in Hollywood and the Jewish influence in finance. And obviously, the fact that we're sending a carrier task force to support Israel while it's going to prepare for a ground invasion of the Gaza Strip. I mean, all this proves the Nazis must be running the show with so much response to Jewish needs and the power that Jews hold in American culture, even though they're only 2% of the American population demographically. This is something which I'm not even saying from some, shall I say, stance of that it needs to be changed. I'm just talking about the reality of the situation, and that obviously if the Nazis were running the show, that reality wouldn't be the reality that we see. Right. But nobody thinks logically. So that being said, please, any other, go on with any other not that I mean to hold the interview here, mind you. We can always hold this on your YouTube channel, but let's have a conversation while we're here. I mean, feel free to also state whatever else comes up to your mind.
Well, what you were saying, it made me think, I always wondered, well, actually, I got into even thinking about the very first thing I remember as far as thinking that something, when I was trying to do a great deal of searching at all, it began with World War II. It began with Hitler. It began with, trying to pick apart what was going on there, because the way it's presented in the education system. And I thought, this is probably the most important thing where things began to really change, or at least it became obvious that something was happening. Something dramatically happened after World War II. It seemed that way to me. So when I was looking into it, and only recently I began to wonder, even if in the Operation, in Paperclip, was it possible that some, German American citizens who had came over to the United States at some point and were working for the military, had they possibly gone into the Reich when they, at that time in World War II, and been working within the government in Germany there, in Germania, and then was Project Paperclip, was it Operation Paperclip, was it actually bringing home chickens to roost in a way? Were some of those scientists, were they initially American implants, even German American implants from Germany? I mean, actually German, but were they American citizens working for the German military and had infiltrated into Germany, were just, went right back, and then were they secretly the whole time working on that, as working from the USA, some of them, and then bringing some of the information back? I always wondered about that. Another thing I always wondered about was, the war itself. Of course, it was strange how it is neglected, that what proportion of the population of that region was completely annihilated, and then how many people went missing during that war. Millions that are unaccounted for, that were completely missing.
Thank you.
Which of course could be expected during wartime.
Not at those numbers, but go on.
Not at those numbers. Thank you. I thought that those numbers were extremely, you're talking millions of people that are completely unaccounted for.
And so, just to put this into perspective for our listeners, I don't know if Jennifer Hawkins is referencing this specifically, but the first thing that would come to my mind, with what she's discussing, would be the fact that if you were to analyze or tabulate the population of Germanic peoples in Central Europe prior to World War II, basically we're talking about the equivalent of well-nigh almost 200 million Germans, but we're talking about all over Eastern Europe. We're talking, for instance, this would include the Volga Germans in the Ukraine that were deported by Joseph Stalin during the war. They were considered an untrustworthy population, and Joseph Stalin was deporting into deeper areas of Siberia or Central Asia entire populations throughout the Second World War, and just denuding various elements of European Russia of many minorities that had been there for hundreds of years. And this, of course, would account for many millions missing. But then you go further into Central Europe, which is that shatter belt region, is what geographers used to use these terms for geopolitics. They'd call these regions between like Germany and Russia, where you have many smaller states. They'd call that a shatter belt region. There's shatter belt regions in other parts of the world, like Indochina, for instance, is considered such. But the Germans that were scattered in those areas altogether, when you count them and the Volga Germans, you're talking about 180 million German people. Now, within a relatively short period after World War II, say, for instance, at the time of the Balkan War, meaning when I was serving as a mercenary in the Balkans, 1990s, by that time, if you added the populations of East and West Germany, which were then united at that point, along with Austria together, you have 100 million Germans. Now, that's a lot. Comparatively speaking, that's a lot of people, which is an amazing number considering the war and how many died. But from 180 million Germans before World War II to 100 million Germans by 1990, that means that shortly around 1945 through 1950, you have 80 million people disappear. 80 million people disappear. No one accounts for that. They speak of all kinds of numbers, like the American academics, which are quite leftist, quite liberal, quite progressive. And I myself point out that I'm a liberal progressive, but it's mostly to kind of counterbalance or just kind of balance out the insanity of the radicalized right at this point in political history, this point in social history. The radicalized right dominates the alternative media, and they are extraordinarily cleaving. They cleave very precisely to the Russian line, the Russian party line. So you'll hear them regurgitate Russian propaganda. I've often said that alternative media is Russian propaganda translated into English, and that's pretty much what the majority of it is. But when it comes to the situation of the disappearing German population, basically cut in half, you'll hear the Russians over and over again. Originally, it was through liberal progressive academia, many of the academics basically being ideological Marxists or communists in America for generations. They would constantly tell you that, the Soviets won World War II, and it's the Soviet population that made the greatest sacrifices in World War II. By the way, this is a lie on the face of it, because obviously the greatest loss of population was in China. Whether it was under the nationalist or communist government, far more people died in China than died in Soviet Russia or any of the Soviet republics put together into the greater Soviet Union. So the academics are already lying on that count. But then to go beyond that, just because the Soviets lost such an enormous amount of their population, literally around 127 million people, as a matter of fact, there were far less survivors. Maybe about 124 million survived. By the end of World War II, all of the Soviet republics combined basically had a population equal to that of Japan's, which nobody ever mentions or even knows about because nobody's done any research into the demographics. Nobody cares. So the Soviet population by that time was already denuded. It was completely incapable of doing anything really aggressive on the world scene. But when it came to the reality, your average survivor of World War II had family later on in general, where everyone would basically be able to say that they had some relation who had died in World War II. It became a national trauma, a shared crisis, a shared identity, and it became literally what was called the Soviet cult of the dead. Basically, the Soviets made this their religion. They didn't have a religion per se, so this became their religion, was the national sacrifice of World War II. But just because half your population gets wiped out doesn't mean you won the war. If anything, it shows you've lost. In terms of the Soviets and what happened with them, they had no real decisive impact on the war, yet the West is convinced they did. This is why the West is so bought into the myth that the Soviet military was invincible and therefore the Russian military was invincible, and why they kept saying, we'll just let the Soviets have the Ukraine. The original attitude the Americans had was the Ukrainians can't stop the Russians are unstoppable, and everybody just wrote off the Ukraine. And they wrote it off when the Russians invaded Crimea. They wrote it off when the Russians invaded again the year before last. It was, this is the madness of the Americans. And it's despite the fact that the Russians are demonstrably incapable of waging war at all. The Americans, if you go on YouTube and you just see videos about World War II, just casually scroll down and look at the comment sections, and everybody is still orgasmic over the Russians in World War II, saying, oh yeah, and if the Russians invaded Japan, they would have taken at least half of it, if not all of it. I mean, I could go on about this for hours, but you get my point. the real point that we were getting back to, that you alluded to at first, was with all this disappearance of populations, we get hit over the head with the losses of the Russians again and again, the Soviets again and again, even though it has no impact on real history. It's a human tragedy, but it has no strategic impact. Nobody talks about the fact that half the German population disappeared. Now, one of the things that I found really irritating was when I was being interviewed by a German in Germany. He was in Germany. I was not. We were talking via Skype, just like you and I right now. But he was a German guy sitting in Germany. And, of course, he had to give me the warning. Don't say anything about, less Jews died in the Holocaust, because, that's illegal over there. If you say something like that, they could put him in jail. And I said, if anything, I've always told people that far more people died in the Holocaust than the Jews themselves admit. But when I was speaking to him about this missing German population, then I found it irritating. He says, so are you saying they all went to Unterland? Now, he's, in all fairness, was just trying to be a good interviewer and trying to get to certain points right away. But, of course, it's just so offensive. No, of course, I'm not saying that all these people evacuated to Unterland. But obviously, millions did. So when you take a look at this many Germans disappearing, nobody dares to talk about it. Obviously, a great deal of them were exterminated. In terms of the Germans that were not exterminated, did they just have, say, for instance, some kind of rapture where they just teleported into heaven? No, there was a mass migration into Unterland, and it did involve an exodus of literally millions of people. Now, we're speaking of maybe a few million. And at the most, probably realistically, about 3 to 4 million at a maximum. That would be over a period of many decades. But obviously, this was something that was going on at the time that when the Iron Curtain went up and Central Europe was effectively shut off from the rest of the world. Not even the Soviets could hide a genocide that massive. So we're talking about the majority of the exodus that took place had to take place from 1945 through about the 1950s, 60s at the latest, where there might have been a trickle after that. But the majority of it took place really in the decade after World War II. But mostly as close to World War II as you can get, basically from 1945 till about the Japanese-American Peace Treaty of 1952 is when the majority of the exodus had to take place. So the majority of the migration did take place through Antarctica. The majority of the Germans that relocated to Unterland relocated during that time. But then, of course, there were many millions who died. Now, there was a man, and this is where we have to be we have to show discernment. We have to be very careful about the sources that we select. But one person who is one of these few gray sources, I would say that the majority of sources out there are pretty black and white. You have people who become Holocaust deniers, and I have to dismiss most of what they're saying, just on the basis of the fact that they're lost in trying to prove something that is of no interest to me. They're lost in basically trying to redeem the German culture by saying this Holocaust was not committed, but oftentimes they're Judeophobic. I use that term, of course. If you've heard me in the past, you understand I disambiguate the term Judeophobic from anti-Semitic, because for those who are unfamiliar with the ethnography, Arabs are Semitic. And so because Arabs are Semitic and they're in the great majority, to use the term anti-Semitic really means you're anti-Arabic. And why the Arabic people never jump on this is beyond me. It's probably because they don't have enough media control. But the Jewish people were biblically Semitic. Of course, I've pointed out the differing ethnicity of many Jews in Israel today. Many are out and out Russian, and many are out and out Turkic descent, and etc., etc. Very few are Semitic. They would be mostly Sephardim Jews, as opposed to Ashkenazi. But in terms of the reality of demographics and all that, I use the term Judeophobe. But many of these Holocaust deniers are just out and out Judeophobic. They're just very rabidly anti-Jewish. I'm not going to use the term anti-Semitic for reasons I've just articulated. So you want to evade that. But when it comes to one source that I found bears at least looking into to a degree, I don't think he has much of an output, was Jonathan Sachs. And Jonathan Sachs, his surname is spelled S-A-C-H-S. Jonathan Sachs wrote a book titled An Eye for an Eye. And in the book An Eye for an Eye, he was pointing out that, as I explained at great length in many past episodes, and just to summarize it as quickly as possible right now, the Jewish Pale of Settlement throughout Eastern Europe, from the Baltic to the Black Sea, which went all the way into Moscow because of their need in the capital of the nobles for accountants, dentists, attorneys, people providing services that the peasants couldn't provide. The Russians had an extraordinarily sharply demarcated society. And you had the nobles, and you had the peasants who were called serfs, and you had basically no middle class. And so the closest thing they had to a middle class was basically an enormous Jewish population. So the Jewish population was, of course, educated, and they took care of all these services that the nobles were not going to handle, and the peasants, the serfs, could not. And so they were effectively, aside from the aristocracy, the only literate class or caste, effectively a caste, in Tsarist Russia. When the Bolsheviks took over and the nobility, the aristocracy, was exterminated or fled, emigrated, if not exterminated, then the only people who could read and write were the Jews. And because your average peasant couldn't even sign their own name, they'd have to sign either with an X or a bloody thumbprint, then they had to turn towards the Jews for administration. So because of this, when the Greater Soviet Union was established, it was effectively a Jewish commissarocracy with machine guns. And this Jewish middle class was suddenly given all power over life and death, and they exploited it beyond mercilessly. The amount of people who died in the gulags, in the pogroms, in the mass exterminations under these Jewish Bolsheviks as commissars, as a class, as a caste yet again, the commissarocracy, was astronomical. It's far more people than died during World War II. And so even though the Russians lost 127 million in World War II, they lost pretty much double that number to this Jewish commissarocracy before the war even started. This is why after World War II was over, their population was basically equal to that of Japan's. And that was with all of the absorbed republics of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, all the integral Soviet republics. This is why they had to have Eastern Europe, because without that, they didn't have manpower to do anything. So with when it came to what the Jewish commissarocracy did at its worst was in the Ukraine. And that's where, of course, as I brought up before, the amount of farmers in the world, unless you're involved with agribusiness, where you've got an industry that is using up massive amounts of acreage with a lot of imported labor to pick the harvest, and a lot of robots to tend to the harvest otherwise, just or machines where people are using various vehicles, grain threshers and the like. The majority of farmers in the world are subsistence farmers, because if anyone knows anything about farming, it's impossible to grow enough food other than to feed yourself. It takes so much land to just feed yourself that farming beyond feeding yourself is almost impossible without industry or an agricultural cooperative. So when it comes to Ukraine, it's one of the few places in the world blessed with black soil. And black soil enables you to produce more than you need to feed yourself. It enables you to produce a surplus. And 25% of the world's black soil is in Ukraine. So it's the breadbasket of the world. And that's one reason why Putin wants to conquer it. If he can conquer Ukraine with another 25% of the world's black soil in Russia itself, he automatically controls almost half the world's food supply. So when it comes to the Ukraine under the Soviets, basically the Jewish commissarocracy said, well, to feed the Russians, we'll just take everything out of the Ukraine. And they denuded the Ukraine, and the Ukrainians themselves were left starving. So this was called the Holodomor. And during the Holodomor in Ukraine, 15 million Ukrainians died. That's more than the Holocaust, even if you count all of those Jews that are not born of the matrilineal, those Jews that are born of the patrilineal side of the family that the Jews don't count as Jews. If it were, by the way, George Knight says, thank you so much for all this, Douglas. Thank you for having me, and wonderful to meet you, Jennifer. I'll look forward to joining you all next time. Thank you, George. He has to go to work.
But, have good work.
Yeah. So when it comes to Ukraine, this is why Putin says Ukraine is Nazi and he has to denazify it, was because during World War II, the Ukrainians sided with the Third Reich. And this is because of what the Jews had done to them. The Jews had done so much damage, killed so many of their countrymen, that obviously they wanted to get back at them. That's why the largest massacre of Jews in World War II took place in the Ukraine at Babin Yar, where the Ukrainians literally rounded up all of the Jews and openly shot them in the open after they forced them to dig their own trenches and graves. No one could blame them for doing this after what was done to them during the Holodomor, where the majority of them lost at least one relative. It was a national catastrophe. Nowadays, of course, everyone wonders, why are there so many neo-Nazis in Ukraine? And what's this whole neo-Nazi trip with the Ukraine? Well, that's where it comes from. To them, understandably, the Nazis are the good guys. So when it comes to the Ukraine and its history, what people don't understand, that puts it into some context. But it brings us back again to the question of disappearing populations. So when Jonathan Sachs wrote this book, An Eye for an Eye, he was pointing out that what happened to all these Germans that disappeared by the tens of millions. And he points out that when the Jewish commissars took over Eastern Europe, when the Eastern European satellite state nations were occupied behind the Iron Curtain, that basically all of the Germans were not only slaughtered by the many tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands by the local population in reprisals where the local population turned on them and looted their holdings and basically slaughtered them where they could find them, but many of these Germans were put into the death camps that had all been located overwhelmingly outside of Germany, the majority of them in Poland, and these Jewish commissars exterminated the Germans. Now, Jonathan Sachs is the only person who, without access to the documents that I had at the Department of Defense, realized this, and just by sheer common sense, put the numbers together and wrote the book An Eye for an Eye.
That's incredible.
Yeah, and so he, however, this is the problem, because no one would listen to Jonathan Sachs. The only people who would listen to him were Holocaust deniers. So basically, the last time that I saw Jonathan Sachs was at some Holocaust denial conference, where Jonathan Sachs was presenting a presentation titled Stolen Holocaust. So in other words, what he was saying at that point was essentially that the Jewish Holocaust didn't happen, but the German Holocaust did. I think that's what he was saying, because I didn't really, quite honestly, I didn't really listen to it. But if he were at a Holocaust denial conference, he had to have been saying that because they wouldn't have allowed him to speak there otherwise. It's kind of like when you're at a certain venue, you're going to be catering to that venue or you're not going to be welcome. So, while that is not true, what he's saying at that conference, and understand, of course, I'm simply presuming what he's saying based on the logic of where he was at. But while it's not true, in a sense, it is true. In a sense, we have a stolen Holocaust in the sense that the German Holocaust was far greater and far more egregious, but it's hidden, it's occulted, and the Jewish lobby has made an industry out of exploiting their experience.
See, this is why I very much would like to do an interview with you, because I think that, while your knowledge is extremely extensive, it's like there's so much to go into, really. And I do have a lot of questions I'd like to, present to you and see what you think, just off of your given knowledge, which is just extremely vast, Mr. Dietrich.
Thank you.
But I'll hop off here. Okay. I didn't mean to hold up or anything like that, but I'm really glad I was able to catch this live stream.
Yeah.
And I'm going to listen back on what you've said again. And
by the way, you're welcome to. You're welcome.
Yes,
I don't know if you have
fascinated.
this. Yeah, you're welcome also to take a splice. You can splice this off of tonight's upload, and you're welcome to put that on your channel if you wish.
Oh, I may try to do that. I don't know. I may try to do that. But, because I'd like to get further into even, what was happening with Operation Barbarossa and what you might know about that.
Absolutely.
And with Stalin. And
I'd be
how
happy
he
to.
handled that was really weird.
Yes.
And then how that was ensued with the Cold War. After that happened, and then as it went, because at first they seemed to be amicable. Yes. It was very strange. They had many agreements. Hitler and Stalin did. Mussolini. So it was just very.
You realize I could go into that right now if you wish, but that would take another hour.
I know. But I'd really like to.
So do you want to schedule that interview now? Do you want to schedule that interview now? We can schedule it right now if you want.
When would you like to do it? I mean, any time is fine with me. I don't know what's a good time for you.
Okay, so let's go over to my calendar here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a screen share, and can you see this? The cursor moving around your initials?
Yes.
JH. Okay, great.
Mm-hmm.
And so so my calendar here. Today's Michael Aquino's B-Day, his birthday.
Oh, wow, that's strange. How strange is that?
It's more than passingly strange.
That's very strange. I had no idea. That is bizarre.
Which is, of course, as a matter of fact, what I can do on that note is take you over to tonight's show, where I put this in the notes. So later on at your leisure, you can go to tonight's upload and you can take a look at the notes where I mentioned the fact that he was born on October 16th, 1946. Coincident, the Stadt Nuremberg, the city of Nuremberg executions. This was he was born the night of the Nuremberg hangings. And that is when what had happened was the man who had hung all of those individuals, and so let's take a look at this. Who hanged? This is John Clarence Woods. Now, John Clarence Woods is. Let's take a look at see if we can find a picture of this son of a bitch. It's funny because you'd think you'd find a picture of John Clarence Woods, but let me see if we can do this. John Clarence Woods, and let's take a look at see if we can find photo of him. Okay, so this is John Clarence Woods. This is where we're going to. Now, John Clarence Woods was in the United States Navy. And my legal father, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, was, of course, in the United States Navy. And my father reported this man because this man was going out and about town on leave, and he was raping children.
Let's say he was I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, so my father...
No.
I'm sorry. So my father reported him and got him dishonorably discharged Now, by the way, I've explained in the past before that dishonorable discharge is extraordinarily rare because there are many other alternatives to it, and it takes a lot of work to get a man through a dishonorable discharge. They have to convene literally a group of commissioned officers, and they have to judge that the person needs to be dishonorably discharged. It's considered extraordinarily serious. And theoretically, it would be like branding a swastika on your forehead. Theoretically, you will be unemployable the rest of your life. This is all in theory. This man got a dishonorable discharge from the U.S. Navy, but and we're talking about just before World War II, that my father had reported him. He wound up somehow not only joining the U.S. Army, which is supposed to be completely impossible. Not only did he wind up joining the U.S. Army during World War II, but they promoted him to the highest rank a non-commissioned officer can have, the same rank that my father had. Chief Petty Officer in the Navy, this man was a Master Sergeant. In other words, a dishonorably discharged sailor was made into the highest rank in the U.S. Army for a non-commissioned officer, as if he had been in a career all his life of 30 years. And he was made the hangman for the top echelon of Nazis that they could capture.
Mr. Dietrich,
Yeah?
I have to log off because I have to.
Understood.
But
yeah. Okay. So we
I
go
do
into that
want to-
during the interview with that. We have to. If you
that
have
would
no
be
time to
amazing.
schedule it now, do you want to schedule it now? Before
yes,
you go.
let me know when you would like to do it. That'd be fine.
Okay. So let's see now with the amount of what I've got going on. So which is best for you, Tuesdays or Fridays, or what day is your show on?
Maybe on Tuesdays. A Tuesday
Okay.
would be fine.
Is your show live or is it?
Yes, we could do it. We'd be doing it live. We could do either through the Skype or StreamYard.
Okay, and you only do it Tuesdays, or what days do you do it?
We could do it on a Tuesday. That'd be fine.
Okay.
Or that's fine. We could do it on a Friday or whenever is good for you.
I prefer Fridays myself.
Friday is fine.
So
Friday
if
is
we could do this on Friday, now you use camera? Would you like me to be live on camera?
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. That'd be great. And I'll do the
Okay.
same.
Okay,
Fine.
so what we could do is make this for November, maybe. Let's try November. How about Friday the 3rd or Friday the 10th? How about Friday the 10th of November?
That sounds great.
Okay.
And nights are good for me. What
time?
Maybe what time in the evening is good for you?
Oh, what time
I'm
zone are
Central
you
Standard.
in? What time zone are you in?
I'm Central Standard Time.
Central, which is like 2 hours ahead of me, I believe. So
Yes, it's 2 a.m. right now.
okay, so if I were to, let's make this for, what's the latest that's the most convenient for you where we would still have time for a full interview?
What do you think about maybe
6 p.m. your time, maybe, which would be like 4 p.m. mine, or
I won't be
later?
available till probably 9:30.
Oh, excellent, excellent. All the better
Okay, so
for
maybe
me.
how about 10 p.m.
Your time.
Central Standard Time?
Yes, so that would mean about 8 p.m. my time. Okay, so
Okay.
I will put 8 p.m. 08 o'clock p.m. And I'll put interview by Jennifer.
Yes, that sounds great. And I'm just going to have a list of questions and some commentary and see what you think.
And we
'Cause
can make
I-
it for as long as you want. Yeah, 8 p.m.
Wonderful.
And what's your surname again? I'm sorry. Hawkins?
It's Arcane Observer.
Arcane
The
Observer.
Arcane Observer.
Okay, Jennifer at the Arcane Observer. At the Arcane Observer. Arcane Observer. Okay, Jennifer at the Arcane Observer. And of course we can start off with, Aquino being born on the Nuremberg hangings. And,
Yes, that'd be wonderful.
about the hangman. That'd be a nice
All
place
right.
to start.
That
And,
sounds awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You have a
Mr.
blessed...
Dietrich. And you have a good
morning.
evening. Thank you very much.
Yes, blessed morning, and we'll speak again soon enough. Of course, you're welcome to come on my
I
show
will.
before then. So what
I
I'll...
will listen, and if I think of anything, I'll call in and just visit and chat with you. That'd be great.
Yeah, since you're on my list, what I usually do is as soon as I start around midnight Eastern Daylight Time, which would be about 11 p.m. your time, What I usually do is I just call everybody, and whoever wants to jump on, jumps on, or they don't bother to answer. Is that okay if I do that with you? You don't need to answer, but I can call you at that time.
Oh, that's fine. I'll message back if I'm doing something and can't, or
excellent.
Or if I'm late.
Okay, so I'll call you Wednesday night at about 11 p.m. during the hour of 11 p.m. between 11 and midnight, and then and then you can just handle it that way. All right, you take care for now.
Bye. You too. Bye-bye.
Take care. And okay, wonderful. And that ends the screen share, of course. That actually ends the call. So I do need everybody to give me feedback as to whether or not they can hear me. And that way I'll go into monologue, even though my voice is completely fucking shot. Yes. So let me know if you can hear me. Dear people, and welcome to our dear man Amor Fadi, and let's take a look at come on everybody, I need feedback right away. Let me know if you can hear me, then I'll start launching into monologue. Want to make certain everybody can hear me before I do that. Feedback in the chat. Is Douglas Dietrich audible? And aside from that, Skype, yes, here we are. Thank you, George, and nice to meet you. Yeah, Jennifer Hawkins, that was her name. I probably shouldn't say that out loud. And Brendan, I realized, had to go make a call to Europe or something. He was making a call overseas. So, aside from all of that, what I'm going to do now is check chat again and see if anybody is out there. Knife Fight 420 says, we can hear you. Thank you. Thank you. That's what I needed. I'll get started on monologue right away. Fuck my voice. God, it sucks being so fucking dry. With that, let's get into it. Okay, everybody, we'll start with the obvious. The IDF, the Israel Defense Force, has announced that there be 126 confirmed Israeli hostages held by Hamas in the Gaza. IDF also says at least 279 soldiers of its own have been killed, while Gaza says more than 2,300 people have been killed in the Gaza Strip. And things are just beginning. Of course, the rest of the world does not stop, even when a big crisis blows up. In that other huge conflict underway, I must eventually report on efforts by Russia's army to push Ukrainian forces back in a small town in eastern Ukraine, Avdiivka. If it falls, that will be a blow, at least symbolically, to Ukraine's defending forces. But the Russian counteroffensive is coming at great cost to Russia in terms of lost soldiers, equipment, and other material. One story will continue to preoccupy newsrooms in the coming days. Israel's government says that an invasion of the northern part of the Gaza Strip is looming once civilians, well over 1 million people, have fled southwards. Supposedly, the objective is to eradicate Hamas, the group that runs the territory and conducted attacks that killed so many Israelis, mostly civilians, yesterday, that means last week. No doubt the Israel Defense Forces can damage Hamas's infrastructure, but the risks of urban fighting are high, and the chances of wiping out the group, I suspect, are slim indeed. So many factors complicate what will come next. I had expected that by now there would have been more attention paid to the Israeli and other hostages who were kidnapped and taken into the Strip. It may be that Israel held its forces back as it makes efforts to find some of them. For the people in the Gaza, the risk of humanitarian calamity is not growing, but already here. Food, water, electricity, and other necessities are already in short supply because incoming resupply is cut off. Gazans are crowding into small urban areas in the south. With borders closed, civilians are trapped inside the territory. Might America prevail upon Egypt to open up? Antony Blinken was in Egypt yesterday by now, presumably making the case, therefore. In Israel, meanwhile, the risk of throwing military force into Gaza is magnified by dangers of an uprising in the West Bank or a renewed conflict with Hezbollah in Lebanon. Ehud Barak, a former Israeli prime minister and defense minister, has harsh words for Benjamin Netanyahu and advice on how Israel should now prosecute its war against Hamas. If this is Israel's 9/11, it is repeating the United States' disastrous mistakes. The American response to 9/11 killed millions, destabilized an entire region, and led to more American deaths than the original attacks. Israel is rushing down the same path. To quote, "This is our 9/11. We are committed to change the equation, to shatter the old paradigm." These words are from the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, and they were among the earliest in a flood of statements around the world since Hamas's horrific attack this past weekend, comparing the assault to Al-Qaeda's September 11th, 2001 attack on the World Trade Center. Now, the day of the attacks, a Wall Street Journal headline read, "Israel faces its 9/11." The accompanying op-ed opinion editorial column exalting the moral clarity and resolve that characterizes democracies under attack that the writer was witnessing in Israel. Many Israelis drew the same parallel as the dust cleared from the killings. Analysts like Eurasia Group's Ian Bremmer and former Director of National Intelligence James Clapper have likewise made the comparison, as has hawkish California Democrat Adam Schiff. Across the Atlantic, when former Jeremy Corbyn advisor James Schneider pointed out that Israel's partners were tacitly complicit in the war crimes being committed by Benjamin Netanyahu's government in retaliation to Hamas's attacks, the GB News, that's Greater British News, presenter responded that all the responses to 9/11 were immoral, illegal, by that reasoning. Sure enough, there are countless parallels. There's the appalling loss of civilian life, of course, in both cases, at the hands of extremist groups that blindsided the public and benefited from severe intelligence failures with the help of insider conspiracy. In each case, unconfirmed reports and half-truths spread like wildfire in the ensuing climate of fear and rage. After September 11th, there were rumors of imminent additional bombings and stories of Muslims and even Israelis celebrating as the Twin Towers fell, alongside a host of bizarre urban legends. Now, you understand I'm disambiguating the bizarre urban legends from the reality of the Muslims and Israelis celebrating the fall of the Twin Towers. In the wake of the October 7th attacks, mainstream media and politicians, including the President of the United States, spread still unsubstantiated stories of Hamas fighters raping women and beheading babies, as if the terrible crimes they were confirmed to have committed, weren't horrifying enough. The towers were still smoldering rubble when accusations began flying about which adversarial governments were responsible, all of them conveniently pointing away from the one nominally friendly country where almost all the hijackers hailed from, and whose government, it would turn out, really was involved in the attack. The House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula, which, like Israel, is not a legitimate government. That's why I refer to it as the House of Saud, the dynasty, as opposed to calling it Saudi Arabia, which simply gives the Arabian Peninsula the dynastic name. Likewise, following this weekend's violence, an early report claimed that the Iranian government was involved in the Hamas operation, only to be disproven by other reporting ever since. And both attacks have been followed by a combination of an outpouring of global sympathy and a rally round the flag effect, with a right-wing leader in each instance seizing on the respective attacks to give his tenure a shot in the arm that was otherwise quite sagging and flagging, like their penis. In a strange twist that will no doubt be fodder for sociologists of the future, the jingoism triggered by Hamas's attacks is at times more pronounced in these United States and some of its partner countries than in Israel itself, where half the population knows better and realizes that they're run by a bunch of maniacal lunatics. But this is where the comparison becomes deeply worrying, to say the least. Because if the far-right Benjamin Netanyahu government co-ops Israelis' grief the way George W. Bush and his team of neocons did with the American people, and if Netanyahu embarks on a policy response that is even remotely similar to the war on terror that Bush launched as smoke billowed from the ruins in Manhattan, then last weekend's human tragedy, as well as this weekend's now undergoing under our eyes in the Strip of Gaza, will becomest one far, far larger in scope and scale. And Israeli civilians will be dealing with years, if not decades, of violent blowback. It's still too early and too devastating to know the picture that will emerge from this coordinated attack. In Israel, there was already talk about this being the beginning of a protracted Sukkot War. Yea, I noticed it happened on Yom Kipúr and therefore is often referenced as Yom Kipúr II before everybody started calling it Israel's 9/11, but the 1973 Yom Kipúr War soon became the Sukkot War. Actually, Sukkot was just being drawn to a close, concluded at the time of these attacks, the day of these attacks. But my son was kind enough to render a transcript of what I was saying to Brooke Gibson. Brooke Gibson had asked where there might be a safe place to move in the event of outbreak of world war or civil war. I've pointed out before there are various anecdotes that are quite historically real of individuals who foresaw the coming of World War II, conducted research as to a safe place to move. One poor French guy basically purchased as much property as possible on Guadalcanal, moved his estate there along with his servants, and settled down to face one of the greatest battles of World War II across his front yard. There's no safe place to move. And what I said to Brooke Gibson was kind of thrown off because at the time that I was speaking of Sukkot and its symbolic meaning, Peter Moon decided to join us, and I really didn't do the allegory justice. So I'm going to use my son's transcript of what I said about Sukkot, which is only a few paragraphs long, really, to kind of guide myself through more specifically articulating what I wanted to articulate in the last episode before tonight's. Or, yes, I believe it was my last episode before tonight's, on Wednesday night of last week. Now, while the last Yom Kipúr War did infamously begin on Yom Kippur, the conflict lasted for a total of 19 days, which encompassed the Sukkot holiday that always starts 5 days after Yom Kippur and lasts for 7 days. Given the ongoing war, the chief military rabbi at that time, the 1973 war, declared soldiers exempt from the commandment of Sukkah dwelling, but it clearly held a strong emotional bond for many, and they built improvised booths on jeeps and military vehicles, sometimes in enemy territory. Now, Sukkot and the war against terror in the ideological battle over genuine security and strength is upon us again. Or rather, Sukkot has just passed, but the ideological battle and a new potential or pending war on terror is just beginning. So this is when I gave the allegory that everyone universally is aware of. Once upon a time, there were 3 little pigs. One built a house of straw until the big bad wolf blew it down and gobbled him up. One built a house of sticks until the big bad wolf blew it down and gobbled him up. But one built a house of bricks and was safe from all the huffing and puffing of the big bad wolf. Society teaches values to successive generations through its children's stories. The story of the 3 little pigs is one of our most enduring fables, teaching the importance of good planning and disciplined effort. But it also carries with it a more subtle message, that safety rests in our own hands and our own labors, that security can be purchased for the price of a pile of bricks and a bucket of mortar. This ideal, if ever it was true, went up in flames together with New York City skyline and Washington's military nerve center. Oh my God, how many fucking years ago by now? Well, a dozen years ago by now, on September 11th. More appropriate now than the 3 little pigs is Robert Burns' adage about the best laid schemes of mice and men. Indeed, the Twin Towers were each expressly designed to absorb the full direct impact of a 727, which the architects failed to factor in was, well, what the architects failed to factor in was President George W. Bush Jr.'s brother Marvin and his cousin Herbert Walker III, both co-owners of Securicom, the security company contracted to guarantee the inviolability of the Twin Towers, ordering withdrawal of all bomb-sniffing K-9 patrols 6 days before 9/11 in order to facilitate the installation of controlled demolitions so that Larry Silverstein could take them down simply by vocalizing the order to do so. When Silverstein leased the Twin Towers 6 months before 9/11, he was saddled with millions of dollars in asbestos removal. Instead, he made billions of dollars from collecting on the Twin Towers insurance policy, while Urban Moving Systems van driver Sivan Kurtzberg, among nigh half a dozen Israelis of Dominic Suter's Israeli-owned Weehawken Moving Company, gleefully danced on the George Washington Bridge in a manner foreshadowing the obscene dance round Shani Luke. The 22-year-old Deutschen Israeli, Judeo-German, tattoo artist, and globe-trotting pacifist, who was kidnapped by Hamas from the Tribe of Nova rave festival in the Negev desert. The video has gone viral, I myself have not watched it, of militants, big men with rifles, sitting on her limp body in the back of a pickup truck, spitting on it, and parading it around as they shout, "Allahu Akbar! Allah is great." The latest news suggesting she is still alive, although suffering from a serious head injury and suffering the grimmest fate imaginable along every single other hostage that was taken. Ultimately, America's FBI concluded that at least 2 of the dancing 9/11 Israelis they detained over a period of 71 days was proven to be Mossad. On release, they were immediately interviewed on Israeli talk shows as heroes who boasted about their participation in an operation that accomplished its objective, ensnaring the Americans into fighting Israel's war against Iraq. So, not a single Israeli had to die fighting Iraq, but tens of thousands of Americans did. On behalf of a nation that we support financially in every possible way. New York City being the financial capital of the world, Every single recognized nation on Earth lost at least one citizen in the Twin Towers that day. Every single recognized nation on Earth, save the trois co-conspiring non-national states of the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula, whose United States Army-trained terrorists had skyjacked the 727s that crashed into the twin spires of the World Trade Center, and the State of Israel occupying Palestine. Of course, the ignorant still don't blame the architects. Presuming none of us imagined the acts of incomprehensible evil that brought down those towers. Which is precisely the point. We cannot imagine the design and the reach of evil. We can make our best effort, erect walls of brick around ourselves and roofs of steel over our heads, but we will never be completely safe. The world is too unpredictable an arena, the mind of the wicked too dark a cavern to fathom. As if to drive home the instability of temporal existence, traditional Christians around the world are preparing to disrupt their normal lives by moving out of their homes into little stick houses to live as our popularly presumed antecessors lived in the desert after their exodus from Egypt. But more than an attempt to recreate the experience of a fledgling nation traveling toward its homeland, which would be won by genocide, the Israelites being given the command of God to offer up the population of Canaan in a burnt sacrifice en masse, the original Holocaust, and precursor to so many others the Jews would be responsible for. The holiday of Sukkot offers us an opportunity to attune our minds to a most fundamental principle of Biblicism, that however great our strength and the might of our own hands, however elaborate and well-conceived our plans, life strews unexpected obstacles in our path that can scuttle our most certain victories and demolish our most solid edifices. Now, a sukkah may be built of virtually any material. Wood, brick, steel, canvas, or even string may be used to construct its walls. But no matter how stable or how precarious its walls, the roof of a sukkah must be composed of sakak. These are thin strips of wood or leaves through which the light of the stars can shine at night. And when one sits in the sukkah and looks up at the sakak, the barest representation of a roof, which will not protect him from even the lightest rainfall, he is inspired by the recollection of his ancestors who trusted in the protection of the Almighty, the one who took them out from under the rod of their oppressors and guided them through the inimical desert before bringing them safely home to slaughter an entire race and steal their land. In his visionary writings, the prophet Ezekiel describes a great battle on the eve of the Messianic era, what is known as the Sukkot War, when all the forces of evil in the world combined themselves into a great army called by the name of Gog and Magog. The brilliant 18th century thinker, Rabbi Shimshon Raphael Hirsch, interprets the prophet's vision not as a military battle, but as an ideological war between the philosophy of Gog, which means roof in Hebrew, and the philosophy of Sukkah, where those convinced that their fate lies in the power of their own hands and their own resources will attack the values of those who recognize the limits of human endeavor to influence the world. In the immediate wake of the World Trade Center attack, cries rang out for vengeance and military retribution. But as that year progressed, more measured voices asserted that this war would be like no other, without defined enemies or defined borders, without clear strategies or decisive victories. This was an unfamiliar kind of crisis, where we find our capacity to respond in our own defense or to secure our own future profoundly diminished in a new world disorder. So the citizens and leaders of the world's last remaining superpower have had to grapple with the uncertainties of a violent present and a murky future. Some have responded by declaring that we must work harder to take control of our own fate, but others have conceded that we will never be secure again. And they are right. No building, no bunker, no shelter made of brick or concrete or iron will guarantee our safety from the perverse imagination of extremists who can rationalize indiscriminate mass murder. Yet for all that, what I define as the Sinai Christian, those Christians who understand that it was the mage kings of China who consecrated and titled the Christ, which is a title, not a name. The Sinai Christian who understands the revelation of the Magi and the Chinese origins, the Sinitic or Sinaic origins of proto-Christianity, sitting in his sukkah, will look up at the heavens and be at peace. For he will recognize that the best laid schemes often cometh to naught, and that, after doing all that can be done, we are best off leaving our fate in the hands of the one who placed the stars in their courses. Protection ultimately cometh not from one's own strength, but from the source of all strength. So as the winds of autumn blow with the first hint of winter, we may shiver with cold, but never with fear. The sukkah's flimsy, see-through roof reminds us of the invisible reality of the wings of the divine presence. We neither abandon ourselves to fate, nor try to seize hold thereof, but turn instead with confidence to face the future, secure in the knowledge that we have prepared ourselves as best we can to meet whatever life holds in store for us. For there be dark days ahead. Russia can gain from Middle East turmoil, but it could backfire if the war spirals out of control. Russia's response to this last week's violence in Israel and Gaza has been conspicuously muted. Russia stands to benefit from the Israel-Hamas war, but only if it doesn't go too far. Midweek on Wednesday, the Kremlin said it was closely following the fighting and warned the Israel-Hamas conflict has the hallmarks, all the hallmarks of a hot war, and could be potentially very dangerous. And as an ethnic Jew, Zelensky himself is betting everything on Ukraine's support of Israel. Now, hearkening back to the 1914th year in our Lord, the start of the summer had been filled with hope. Burnley had just beaten Liverpool in the FA Final Cup, well, the FA Cup Final as the Britons call it, thanks to a goal by England international Bert Freeman. The poet Alice Meynell noted that the weather was gorgeous, with moon after moon, heavenly sweet, as the silken harvest climbed the down. Abroad as well, things looked peaceful, as one senior diplomat then observed. Sir Arthur Nicholson, until recently ambassador to all the Rossias, and now permanent Undersecretary for Foreign Affairs, so wrote, "I have not seen such calm waters since I have been at the Foreign Office." It was May of 1914, in the closing century of the last millennium. Within but a few weeks, the idyllic days and calm waters had vanished following the assassination of Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo. The decisions made in the weeks that followed changed the world forever. Soon, all of Europe was at war, spilling over into Asia and Africa not long thereafter. Within 4 years, many millions were dead, with many more wounded for life. Russia was gripped by revolution and a spiral towards communist authoritarianism. The curtain had been brought down on the age of European empires, even if for some, like the British, flickered on briefly. No one saw it coming. No one saw the attacks on Israel coming last weekend either, other than the conspirators behind it. Just over a fortween 14 nights, 12 weeks ago, Jake Sullivan, the United States National Security Advisor, had talked with optimism about the changes in the Middle East and about his hopes, shared by many in the region, of stability and continuing integration. At the Atlantic Festival, held on the 29th day in September, he said, "The Middle East region is quieter today than it has been in 2 decades." 8 days later, Hamas began an attack that resulted in the deaths of more Jews than on any single day since the Holocaust. The horrors of those scenes are almost impossible to describe, from the festival goers mown down in cold blood to the taking of hostages, many of whom are women, children, and the elderly. Their lives are now likely to be traded, or even more likely to be lost, as Israel's response to this crisis escalates. The retaliatory measures being taken to hunt down those responsible are themselves haunting to watch, with multi-story buildings crumbling after being flattened by missile strikes and detonations. Equating the Hamas attack on Israel with the Russian invasion of Ukraine is a way to keep attention and aid coming for his nation's war, but the situations are quite different, and Zelensky's clear stance on the side of Israel risks losing both attention and support. The surprise Hamas attack on Israel has sparked a major war in the Middle East and shifted global attention away from Ukraine for the first time since February of 2022. On the morning of October 7th, the Palestinian militant group Hamas launched Operation Al-Aqsa Flood, simultaneously flooding southern Israel with a barrage of rockets and invading with ground and sea forces that targeted both military personnel and civilians. Following the attack, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu declared, "Citizens of Israel, we are at war. The enemy will pay an unprecedented price." Okay, maintaining good numbers. Still have connection. The entire episode is farcically tragic, regardless of where one stands on the issue of Israeli-Palestinian relations. Hamas's direct targeting of civilians, even under Israeli infiltration forces' provocation, was a war crime. Moreover, given the expected scale of the Israeli military's response to the attacks, it seems that Hamas's actions will significantly worsen, not improve, the plight of the Palestinian people. Last Saturday's covertly self-inflicted attack on Israel, which saw hundreds of Hamas terrorists, if you will, or if you must, breach the border between Israel and the Gaza Strip, obviously with the full intent of the Israeli High Command, and Israeli airstrikes, well, it's all shocked the world. More than 1,300 people have been killed in Israel itself, and the Israeli aerostrikes on Gaza, the Palestinian enclave ruled by Hamas, have killed well over 3,600 people by now. The fighting over the Holy Land goes back a lot further than the Hamas takeover of Gaza in 2006 or the Oslo Accords, which in 1993 established the Palestinian Authority over the Palestinian territories, or even the founding of Israel itself in 1948. If there was any doubt at all that Israel is planning a ground invasion of the Gaza, it dissipated with the day before yesterday's order by the Israeli military that half the population of Gaza vacate the northern portion of the territory in 24 hours. That order applies to about 1 million people, a number that prompted the United Nations to warn that it would result in chaos. Israel intends to target the infrastructure of Hamas, much of which is believed to be underground. Urban assaults, like what will be required to control the densely populated areas of the Gaza Strip, are among the most difficult and deadly operations a military can attempt. The dissection of Israel's failure to detect signs of the Saturday Hamas attack will continue for quite some time, but video of training efforts prove the terrorists were preparing in public less than a month beforehand, with replicas of border gates and reconstructed towns. Obviously, this was seen recorded by the Israelis, and they were given the order to do absolutely nothing about it. The Israelis wanted this to happen at the highest levels of the Netanyahu regime. His administration was hoping for this to save his government and render himself dictator for life. Israel's campaign to destroy Hamas after the militant group's no-surprise incursion and brutal killing of at least 1,300 people last weekend, mostly civilians, is already entering its new phase, with reports that Israeli soldiers have already entered Gaza ahead of the expected invasion. As the United Nations confirmed, Israel has ordered the evacuation of civilians from northern Gaza, some 1.1 million people no less. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed, "Every Hamas terrorist is a dead man." And no doubt all the family behind him and all the human beings before him who happened to get in the way. But to where would the Palestinians evacuate even if they could? That small, densely populated coastal strip has long been blockaded by both Israel and Egypt. And Gaza authorities confirmed some 1,500 Palestinians were already killed with the first wave of Israeli bombings, numbers that have most certainly risen and will surely continue to rise in the coming days. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken traveled to the region, promising that the United States has Israel's back, as it began transferring missiles for the Iron Dome aero defense system. Across the Middle East, tens of thousands of people protested Israel's response to the attack as New York, London, and other cities braced for mass demonstrations this weekend in support of the Palestinians, who logically see a double standard in the world's reactions to Ukraine and Israel. 8 days after the militant group Hamas staged an unprecedented attack that saw more than 1,000 of its fighters infiltrate Israel, at least 1,300 Israelis and 3,600 Palestinians, most of them civilians, are dead. The Gaza Strip is being pummeled by Israeli aerostrikes, with entire families being wiped out. Israelis are still counting their own dead and seeking answers about family members who were taken captive. The attack was unparalleled in both scope and consequence. Hamas gunmen broke through the fence that separated the besieged Gaza Strip from Israel, took out Israeli military communications towers, then proceeded to attack towns in the coastal enclaves environs. Hundreds of Israelis were killed inside their homes, at bus stations, and at a music festival that had gone on into the early hours of Saturday. Images of Israelis being taken hostage, among them children and grandmothers, went viral on social media platforms. Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, took at least 3 hours to issue a statement about the incident. Almost immediately, Gaza was being beaten to a pulp. Rubble from previous Israeli wars started getting stacked against new debris. Residential buildings, hospitals, and mosques were shelled and flattened. So far, according to Guardian reports, an estimated 400 children in the Gaza have been killed. Israeli aerostrikes have intentionally taken out at least 7 journalists to prevent accounting of such atrocities, including one whose entire family was killed when her home was struck. The West Bank, meanwhile, has been fighting its own battle. According to the Palestinian Authority Ministry of Health, at least 27 Palestinians had been killed by Israeli forces, with 1 man stabbed to death, and 5 others shot dead by Israeli security forces and armed Israeli settlers near Nablus. Palestinians from Ramallah to Hebron have witnessed an exponential swell in settler attacks, with homes and cars being torched and fears of more assaults rising. For 12 days, the West Bank shut down entirely. A commercial strike was announced and schools reverted to online learning. The streets therein were eerily silent, save for the occasional wail of rocket sirens from nearby settlements and even from Yerushalayim, Jerusalem itself, followed by the thuds of the Iron Dome missile system deflecting incoming rockets from the Gaza. So far, the PA, the Palestinian Authority, issued only pro forma statements on the attack, urging the international community to stop the Israeli assault. Stuck between a cock and a hard case, as they would say in prison, the PA is unable to directly condemn Hamas, but also fears that any scathing criticism of Israel would land it in hot water. As is usually the case during any of the conflicts between the Israeli military and Palestinian armed groups, be they in the West Bank or the Gaza, the PA looks largely irrelevant. This time, however, it appears even more useless than usual. Its raison d'être of keeping a lid on any violent resistance aimed at Israel becomes all the more absurd as groups like Palestinian Islamic Jihad and Hamas gain popularity. These groups' messaging hinges on restoring a sense of dignity and honor, seemingly lost when the Palestinians began coordinating security measures with Israel, as the PA does. With an eye on the destruction and death of their compatriots in Gaza, Palestinians in the West Bank have also witnessed an unprecedented turn of events, one that's not surprising per se, but one whose death has laid bare the international community's lack of empathy for their cause. Waves of support for Israel have been forthcoming from around the world. While sweeping condemnations of Palestinians for Saturday's attack flooded in from capitals across Europe, there was one that struck a particular nerve among Palestinians: the ethnically Jewish Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who took to Twitter to announce that Israel's right to self-defense is unquestionable. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has not hidden his fear that the developments in the Middle East could threaten military support for Ukraine, making a surprise visit to Brussels, the erstwhile capital of European Union, on Wednesday, where NATO defense ministers were meeting. At his first visit to NATO headquarters since Russia's full-scale invasion, he told reporters, "I want to be honest with you. Of course it is a dangerous situation for people in Ukraine." The sudden focus on the Middle East comes as doubts were already rising about so-called war fatigue among Western allies, including political instability in Poland and Republicans in the United States Congress threatening to cut off aid for Kiev, the capital of the Ukraine. To quote Zelensky himself, "If there are other tragedies in the world, there is only a certain amount of military support to share, and Russia hopes that support will be divided." Aware that there be little prospect of a quick war in Gaza, and the world's attention swinging fully back to Ukraine, Zelensky has apparently made a clear choice to pick a side in the Middle East. He has compared the Israeli victims of the Hamas terror attack with Ukrainians targeted by the Russian invaders. While there are innocent lives lost in both cases, and the Western coalition is currently being united in Israel's favor as it's done for Ukraine, it's unclear if the comparison will work to Zelensky's favor in the long run. Nevertheless, Zelensky also urged countries to rally round Israel as they have for Ukraine. According to Axios, which cited Israeli and Ukrainian officials, Zelensky's office even sent Netanyahu's office a request to visit Israel. Despite Zelensky having little political influence in this particular case, his comment left a bitter taste for many Palestinians for several reasons, one of them being the fact that almost half-back Ukraine in its fight against the Russian invasion. Palestinians also say that Zelensky's support for his people's own right to fight Russians and defend themselves doesn't extend to them, exposing his hypocrisy. Hani El-Masri, director of Mazarat, the Palestinian Center for Policy Research and Strategic Studies, has attested, and here I quote his tea, "Palestine is under occupation, so you cannot support the occupation of another nation. This is a matter of principle, and this is despite the fact that Zelensky has staunchly been pro-Israel and many Ukrainians have fled to live in illegal settlements in the occupied West Bank." For many Palestinians, this double standard to which Palestinians and Ukrainians are held is clear. Ukraine's right to defend itself is accepted, even supported, by many international leaders, but the same cannot be said about Israel's occupation of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. While Ukrainians and their supporters have used boycotts and sanctions as a tool to fight Russia's invasion, the Palestinian boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement has been labeled anti-Semitic, meaning Judeophobic, and fought against through numerous legal and political means from Europe to these United States. Since Russia's invasion began some 20 months ago, Ukrainians and their allies have managed to isolate Moscow through many avenues. Ukrainian soccer teams have boycotted competitions featuring Russian sides, while some have called for the cultural boycott of Russia itself, including, perhaps questionably, the music of the long-dead composer Pyotr Ilyich Tchaikovsky. Palestinians, similarly, have called for the cultural and academic boycott of Israel until it ends its occupation of Palestinian territories, but these calls have been met with international backlash instead. To quote as Noor Oda, a female political analyst and former PA or Palestinian Authority spokesperson, at length and verbatim, the Ukrainians and their supporters have used the Palestinian playbook. They boycotted and divested and imposed sanctions. I'm not saying that's the wrong thing to do. It's definitely the right thing to do. For 2 years, Palestinians have watched as Europe, the United States, and the entire world mobilized to defend Ukraine, to support it, to reject Russian occupation, to reject Russia's acquisition of territory by force. It's impossible not to see the stomach-churning hypocrisy of all of it when you contrast that with how the world is dealing with Israel. You deal with one occupation in one way, and you deal with another in a completely different way. You defend the occupier when it's Israel. You oppose it when it's Russia. Other Palestinians took to mainstream media to point out this double standard. Last Sunday, Mustafa Barghouti, an independent Palestinian political leader, asked CNN's Fareed Zakaria, why does the United States support Ukraine in fighting what they call an occupation, while here they are supporting the occupier, who continues to occupy us? Although Zakaria disputed Barghouti's comparison by asserting that Hamas targeted civilians and Ukrainians ostensibly haven't, Barghouti pointed out that Israel has targeted civilians as well and has repeatedly carried out what have been clearly determined by international organizations to be war crimes and crimes against humanity. The Western media consensus that Hamas basically has a problem with its optics because its fighters killed and captured non-combatants rather than soldiers is correct to a certain extent, but it leaves out the fact that previous operations that focused on the killings and kidnappings of military personnel by the group, like Gilad Shalit, who was held for years in the Gaza, were met with similar outrage by the international community. It's safe to say that while Hamas would likely not see the same level of horrified condemnation for carrying out operations solely against Israeli military targets, it would also not see support on the level Ukraine has received for targeting the Russian military and taking Russian prisoners. But Hamas has never really been concerned with appearances in the Western media. While Hamas doesn't have the luxury of hiding behind the world's most advanced military technology, Israel has been carrying out atrocities against civilians in Gaza for many years, usually with guided missiles. It's possible this physical disconnect from its actions gives it a layer of deniability, as Israel is able to blame civilian casualties on collateral damage. This is not the first time the West has been accused of a double standard for its stance on the Ukraine war. Earlier this year, Amnesty International published a report highlighting the West's double standards on global human rights. Said report concluded, and here I read therefrom, the West's robust response to Russia's aggression against Ukraine contrasts sharply with a deplorable lack of meaningful action on grave violations by some of their allies, including Israel, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt. In 2022, International Criminal Court prosecutor Karim Khan said he was opening an investigation into alleged war crimes in the Ukraine. The ICC also issued an arrest warrant for Russian dictator Vladimir Putin for war crimes in the Ukraine. Many Palestinian rights groups supported that maneuver. Per Shahwan Jabarin, director of Al-Haq, a Palestinian human rights organization in the West Bank, to keep Palestinian question alive, I have to be principled with all the causes I'm supporting because my own case is a just one. The ICC maneuver for Ukraine is the right one, but some of the countries that supported it did not back an ICC maneuver against Israel. And herein lies the duality and double standards with dealing with various international causes. Although Palestine joined the ICC in January of 2015, Israel has refused to do the same out of, well, the knowing that they would be prosecuted. Human Rights Watch recently laid out the basics of what is allowed and prohibited under international law, in which they articulated that it's quite clear that there is a duty on warring parties at all times to distinguish between combatants and civilians, and that members of a country's armed forces and commanders and full-time fighters in non-state armed groups are subject to attack at all times during hostilities. However, the laws of war prohibit indiscriminate attacks, such as the ones carried out by both Hamas and most certainly the Israeli military. Though the ICC could be a venue for some type of accountability in the future, under current circumstances, it's unrealistic to expect either side to cooperate with any investigation. And this brings us to Russia's shift towards the Palestinians. Zelensky made a point this week of encouraging world leaders to visit Israel, as they did in the early weeks of Russia's invasion, commenting on the support Ukraine received in the initial days of Russia's full-scale invasion, while emphasizing that visits from world leaders were an important symbol of solidarity. Zelensky said, "It was very important not to be alone. Very important." The Russian government has taken a very different approach to the outbreak of violence in the Middle East. Putin is aligning with the global south. The Pravotel, the ruler, Vladimir Putin, deplored the loss of innocent lives, but did not denounce Hamas by name. And though he has had a close relationship with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the past, Putin has focused more recently on aligning his view on the region with the global south. Responding to questions Friday, Putin said Israel was using quite cruel methods in Gaza in response to last weekend's attack. To quote his T, "In my view, it is unacceptable. More than 2 million people live there. Far from all of them support Hamas, by the way. Far from all. But all of them have to suffer, including women and children. Of course, it's hard for anyone to agree with this." Meanwhile, Deputy Chairman of Russia's Security Council and former President Dmitry Medvedev took the opportunity to blame the American empire. On Telegram, Medvedev wrote, "The conflict between Israel and Palestine has been going on for decades, and the United States is a key player there. Instead of actively working on a Palestinian-Israeli settlement, these idiots have crept into our country and are helping neo-Nazis with all their might, pitting two close peoples against each other." Zelensky, who is himself openly Jewish, made explicit comparisons between Putin and Hamas, and said Western military aid was crucial to destroy global terrorism once and for all. He said he also feared Russia would move to exploit the conflict in Israel because its interest was permanent destabilization and decreasing assistance to Ukraine. Specifically, he said, and here I quote his T, "If you don't help Ukraine, Russia will gain power and the war will never end. Russia will move forward in EU countries. The biggest option for everyone is stop warfare in our country and get them out of our territory. Are these false equivalencies? In its support for Israel and articulating the threat posed by Hamas, the Ukraine has the potential to strengthen its alliance with this critical partner and possibly garner stronger backing in these United States. Furthermore, by drawing parallels between the experiences of Ukraine and Israel, Zelensky hopes to reinforce Ukraine's place within the Amero-Europe or Euro-American alliance and stay in the conversation, even when the focus is on the Middle East. While it may be valid to draw certain parallels between the two conflicts, it's important to acknowledge that there are significant differences. In the more immediate terms, Israel's sustained air raids on Gaza and total siege of the civilian population present a stark contrast to Ukraine that is almost exclusively defending itself from invaders on its own territory. Indeed, in broader terms, international community does not recognize the current Israeli government's claims to territory in the same way it views Kiev's defense of its own territories. Since Russia's aggression in 2014 and the full-scale invasion in 2022, most Israelis have stood with Ukraine, supporting resolutions in the United Nations General Assembly aimed at protecting Ukraine's sovereignty. The Ukraine, in turn, has unequivocally supported Israel in its right to self-defense. Alexander Demchenko of Kiev-based Lvivy Berig wrote this week that one concrete measure the Ukrainian government should do right away is to join most Western nations in officially designating Hamas a terrorist organization. In Washington, there are hopes that linking United States aid to Israel and aid to the Ukraine could overcome the persistent Republican opposition to the latter. United States Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, who traveled Friday to Israel, announced a new $200 million United States dollar military aid package to Ukraine, adding that, in his words, "We can do both, manage the war in Ukraine and Middle East, and we will do both. The United States will stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes." For the West, and in some way for the Ukraine as well, the widening global conflict now has two fronts. And in a regional reflection of the world's 12th front war, worries grow in Israel's north that a new second front could be opened by Hezbollah, a longtime enemy of Tel Aviv, the actual capital of Israel, and a wild card that has said it was fully prepared for a fight, though the United States determined earlier this year that the likelihood of such a conflict is low. Michael R. Bloomberg has written in Bloomberg Opinion that dark days lie ahead, and that a mounting civilian death toll in the Gaza will only serve Hamas's interests. Amid the spike in carnage an invasion may bring, a well of pressing questions remain. How will the 100 or so hostages Hamas holds inside the Gaza shape Israeli strategy? Why would Hamas act now and with such shocking violence unless Netanyahu himself gave the order? Israel has been working in recent years to partner with Arab countries, mostly recently Saudi Arabia, with both sides largely leaving Palestinians out of the equation entirely. If the goal was to derail that effort, it seems to have succeeded for now. In Bloomberg Opinion, Mark Champion wrote that how Israel treats Palestinian civilians in the coming days will play a big role in deciding whether that messy, less violent future is possible. Israel can't be secure unless it first crushes Hamas as a military threat and then creates a clear path toward a political settlement that answers to Palestinian as well as Israeli interests. Well, I can tell you, as the true expert, the ultimate expert, Israel is walking into its own trap. Laying siege to Gaza is no solution. And American support for Israel's incursion only enables mass atrocities. Israeli forces have been relentlessly bombarding Gaza in the days since Hamas launched a brutal series of terror attacks last weekend. In point of fact, Israel dropped more bombs on Gaza in 6 days than the United States-led coalition dropped in any month fighting ISIS. Yet Israel is preparing for block-by-block warfare in the Gaza. The goal is to destroy Hamas. The human cost will be astronomical. And vengeance is not a policy. Israel wants vengeance. Biden must not let emotions drive American imperial policy. This is Netanyahu's road to war. The Israeli dictator sought to sideline the Palestinians while wooing the Arab states. Now he faces a bloody backlash. And how legal is Israel's siege of Gaza anyway? Blanket interdiction of food, medicine, water, and electricity self-evidently violates the customary rule of proportionality. Laying siege to Gaza is no solution. The United States' support for Israel's incursion only enables mass atrocities and genocide. And just how much aid does the United States give to Israel? The United States has given Israel more aid than any other nation since World War II, granting it more than $260 billion United States dollars. Enough to buy every Israeli a castle. This is why every Israeli lives like a king off your fucking back, America. Rise up and rebel against the Zionist occupation government. And these United States, oh my God. All I can say is that taking all this into account, even with infinite resources and unlimited moral support, the best laid plans of prime ministers and presidents will still often go awry. But rarely do they backfire as thoroughly as they have for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Netanyahu suddenly faces a long, bloody war with the Palestinians after spending most of his political career sidelining, short-shrifting, and underestimating them, all the while relying on his country's military superiority, including its Iron Dome anti-missile system, to protect Israel. And these United States, which went along with Netanyahu's grand strategy of normalizing relations with the Arab states while humiliating the Palestinians in recent years, suddenly faces the prospect of being pulled back into a region that it had desperately wanted to deprioritize. This is the death of America's exit strategy. And yet again, the United States must grapple with fundamental issues of Palestinian-Israeli coexistence that date to United States President Jimmy Carter's historic 1978 pact with Egypt and the 1993 Oslo Accords between Israel and the Palestinian Liberation Organization known as the PLO. No one can excuse the horrific atrocities committed by Israel's own Hamas stooges in the last several days, nor can anyone other than myself deny Israel's presumed right to a response without damning themselves to Zionist-promoted public excoriation, a response which will very likely entail a full or partial reoccupation of Gaza and the methodical extermination of its population. But it's already inarguably clear that Netanyahu's policies created the conditions that led directly to the bloodiest few days in the history of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Nimrod Novik, the former senior advisor to the late Israeli Prime Minister Shimon Peres, who eagerly tried to pursue the Oslo process and who is currently a fellow with the Israel Policy Forum, has testified, and here I quote as T, "The horrific event we've just experienced and the prolonged, massive Israeli counteroffensive to follow cannot be fully understood in isolation from what I consider a two-layered Netanyahu strategic failure. First, Netanyahu and his current coalition, the most extreme ever in Novik's own words, either downplayed or outright ignored warnings from Arab signatories under the Abraham Accords about addressing Palestinian grievances. Second, for decades, Netanyahu pursued what Novik called the illusion that even under his draconian policies, which turned the Gaza into what Human Rights Watch categorizes as the world's largest open-air prison, Hamas would abstain from the kind of attacks on Israel that might jeopardize its hold on power in the Gaza. To quotist the aforecited Novik, his so-called separation strategy rested on two legs. One, solidify Hamas control over Gaza so that we have an address and a governing entity with which to reach understandings over easing of closure in return for ceasefire. Second, weaken the Palestinian Authority, lest it emerges as a viable partner for negotiations, something Netanyahu has been determined to avoid. You know, not a single Israeli official has responded to my request for comment. And, of course, realistically, we can't expect them ever to do so. Netanyahu also pushed a controversial policy of weakening the judiciary inside Israel, in part to prevent the courts from protecting Palestinians from Israeli human rights abuses, which they did only occasionally. That push, described by Netanyahu's critics as a judicial coup d'etat, set off waves of protests in Israel that have continued for months. To be fair, the prospects for any serious negotiations with the Palestinians and a two-state solution have been grim since Hamas took power in Gaza in 2007, the year my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, was murdered, supposedly, quote-unquote, thanatized by the Veterans Administration. But critics say that Netanyahu didn't even try to negotiate. The two sides did engage in American-mediated talks under Netanyahu in 2013 through 2014, but made no real progress. On the contrary, it seems clear that since his first stint as prime minister in the late 1990s, Netanyahu has sought to undermine the Oslo Accords and any prospect for a Palestinian state, even as he pretended to go along with the agreement at first, exempli gratiae, by signing the Wye River Memorandum in 1998, which edged along the implementation of Oslo. Netanyahu even boasted in remarks that he didn't realize were being recorded in 2001 that he had de facto put an end to the Oslo Accords. Then came a series of disasters that set back, even paralyzed, any prospect for a two-state solution, and made Netanyahu's project of destruction even easier, including the second Palestinian uprising in the West Bank and the aggressive Israeli response. In 2005, then Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon unilaterally withdrew from Gaza. The next year, the George W. Bush administration, pursuing its jihadic democracy agenda in the Middle East, insisted on Palestinian elections. The vote brought Hamas to power, dividing the Palestinian population up until the present day. And then after Netanyahu won re-election in 2009, he set about completing the work he'd started in the 1990s, frustrating every effort by United States President Barack Obama to push for peace while continuing to create new facts on the ground in the form of West Bank settlements. Those settlements ensured that Palestinians would get less and less territory in any final agreement. Finally, in U.S. President Donald Trump and his ambitious transgendered son-in-law, Jared Kushner, Netanyahu found his dream partnership. Trump gave Netanyahu virtual carte blanche to move further into the West Bank and ensure Oslo's destruction. Then, one by one, Trump began to unilaterally withdraw rights and recognitions from the Palestinians that both sides used to consider final status issues to be negotiated under Oslo. At Kushner's urging, Trump announced that he was moving the American embassy from Tel Aviv-Yafo to Jerusalem, and ended the formal American relationship with the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, by closing its office in Washington. The administration also denied a right of return for Palestinians to Israel and pulled funding to support Palestinian refugees, all without offering any real solution regarding the future of the Palestinian people. In his efforts to ensure that the Palestinians would never get a state, Netanyahu's various governments ended up weakening Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas, who wanted to negotiate, while strengthening Hamas, which has vowed Israel's destruction. With the Palestinians rebuffed, Trump and Netanyahu then forged the Abraham Accords, which normalized relations between Israel and the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain. The agreement was signed in September of 2020, 12 months before Trump's defeat in the presidential election. United States President Joe Biden's administration mostly endorsed these earlier maneuvers as it attempted to land the biggest deal of all, establishing relations between Israel and the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula, chummy ever since they both conspired to take down the Twin Towers. For Netanyahu, all these policies created the conditions for the worst Israeli-Arab war since 1973. To quote Gilad Shaar, the former chief of staff to former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, over the years, he led a failed and misleading security concept. He preferred the status quo over in-depth political solutions, even transitional or interim, in the West Bank and Gaza. His policy attempted to nearly topple the PA, Palestinian Authority, and strengthen Hamas, while fostering Hamas's sense of impunity and capability. Or, as Matt Deuce, the former foreign policy advisor to United States Senator Bernie Sanders, so put it, a status quo built on repression, which is what the Abraham Accords and the so-called Israeli-Saudi normalization deal are really all about, is invariably fragile and transient. Just how fragile has now become all too apparent. Perhaps the biggest mystery remaining, one even more puzzling than Israel's astonishing failure of intelligence, is why Hamas would want to embark on what could end up being a collective suicide mission for the militant group. Many experts believe that the precipitating factor was the American-led push to normalize relations with the House of Saud in the Arabian Peninsula. This frightened Islamist groups, such as Hamas, because, if achieved, it would have effectively removed the religious dimension to the conflict, since Saudi Arabia is known as the custodian of the 12 holiest mosques in Islam. Iran may well have been a key player here, since Tehran was desperate to stop what it saw as a broader Israeli-Sunni coalition against itself in the region. The Wall Street Journal reported last Sunday that Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has been planning the air, land, and sea attack with Hamas since August, although Hamas spokespeople are denying this. Iran's proxy in Lebanon, Hezbollah, the Army of God, is also threatening Israel's northern border if Israel mounts a ground invasion of Gaza. So now, both Israel and the United States find themselves embroiled in yet another Arab-Israeli war, and the geopolitics of conflict are shifting globally. On Sunday, Biden deployed the U.S. Navy's most sophisticated aircraft carrier, 6 other ships, and jets to the Mediterranean, and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin pledged to send munitions, raising concerns that United States military resources, already strained because of the war in Ukraine, could be spread even more thinly. In Moscow, Russian dictator Vladimir Putin is gleefully predicting the fracturing of the Western coalition against him, since Republican U.S. House of Representatives Speaker Kevin McCarthy was ousted last week by right-wing House members who oppose Ukrainian aid. And then there are even fears that the Communist Chinese Empire could exploit the moment to move in on my Taiwan. Even in the best case, the outcome will be ugly, bloody, and long. The Washington Post reported on Monday opening last work week that U.S. officials expected Israel to launch a ground invasion into the Gaza in the next 24 to 48 hours, with Israel's troops exposed to extreme danger for years to come. And Netanyahu's bid to warm up to the Arab world may well be in shambles, with Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states once again forced to call for Palestinian rights. Last Saturday, Saudi Arabia issued a statement saying that Israel had ignored its repeated warnings of the dangers of the explosion of the situation as a result of the continued occupation and deprivation of the Palestinian people of their legitimate rights. And so the United States finds itself back to where it started decades ago, pressing Israel to find some kind of accommodation with the Palestinians. On Sunday, a senior administration official told reporters that Washington would continue trying to bring the Israelis and Palestinians together in face-to-face talks, as Biden has done twice in Aqaba and Sharm el-Sheikh, to find some rules of the road. For Netanyahu and Israel, it's a whole new road. And as yet there are no rules. Israel's ground war in Gaza would be a brutal race against time. The Zionist machinated Hamas attacks leave Israel with openly supported rationale to launch a ground offensive in the Gaza. This is the only way Jerusalem can truly debilitate its unofficial paramilitary organization in order to eradicate all evidence of their own culpability. And so a race against time begins with any such assault, as casualties would be high, international support will weaken, and the question of the ultimate endgame lurks behind. In retaliation to over 1,000 Israeli dead, the country's defense minister, Yoav Gallant, has vowed to besiege Gaza. In a statement earlier this week, he said, "We are putting a complete siege on Gaza. No electricity, no food, no water, no gas. It's all closed." Israel has been as good as its word, even stopping medicine from entering the Palestinian enclave. Israel is obliged under international law to minimize injury to Palestinian civilians. Shutting off supplies to an area of 2.3 million people, nearly all of them civilians, raises grave questions about the legality of Israel's action under international law. While international law generally accepts the blockade of enemy armies, depriving civilians of essential supplies violates international humanitarian law. Such action would be illegal even if Israel were not specifically targeting Palestinian civilians, which they very goddamn well knowingly are. One of the foremost tenets of international customary law is the notion that belligerents have limits to what they can do in war, an idea that dates back to medieval just war theory. These limits seem obvious to us, that combatants are legitimate targets in war while civilians are not, and that methods of killing should not be gratuitous. This was a central part of the 20th century codifications of international law. In addition to the 1949 Geneva Conventions, the 1977 Geneva Protocol, the 1980 United Nations Convention, and the 1997 Ottawa Convention all affirm that the means of warfare is not unlimited, and that methods of warfare of a nature to cause superfluous injury or unnecessary suffering are prohibited. Quotations that I'm sourcing from the United Nations Convention Preamble. In addition to this principle of humanity, 12 other customary rules have emerged from the travail of war: proportionality and discrimination. According to the rule of proportionality, no more force may be applied or deployed, used, than is necessary to achieve a legitimate military objective. The rule of discrimination requires that civilians and soldiers hors de combat, meaning rendered unable to fight, be spared attack. Broad agreement exists among scholars that these three principles, humanity, proportionality, and discrimination, form the heart of the customary law of war. What do these bedrock concepts tell us about Israel's decision to cut off electricity, water, food, and medicine to the Gaza? First, Israel clearly has the right to defend itself under international law against Hamas's aggression. In doing so, however, Israel is obliged under international law to minimize injury to Palestinian civilians and their property. To quote the United Nations Convention's own preamble, Israel must avoid means of warfare that cause superfluous injury or unnecessary suffering, the customary principle of humanity. Israel might defend its actions by citing the necessity of preventing further attacks staged from the Gaza, but blanket interdiction of food, medicine, water, and electricity self-evidently violates the customary rule of proportionality. It is one thing to say that Israel will not supply food, water, medicine, and the like. It is quite another to implement a siege, stopping all supplies from entering the enclave. Other, less drastic means could have been adopted to stop the attacks without inflicting the self-evidently deadly conditions on innocent civilians. Israel might, for example, search incoming ships and vehicles for contraband weaponry while allowing life-sustaining supplies free transit into Gaza. But they won't, because they're a bunch of genocidal fucks. Finally, the interdiction policy entails foreseeable consequences of immense suffering and death to non-combatants, a policy at odds with the principle of discrimination. These are customary rules of international law that Israel should strive to respect. But even if we disregard customary law and focus instead on written conventions, the policy of cutting off essential supplies violates Articles 54, Section 1 of the 1977 Geneva First Protocol. Thus, on grounds of both written and customary law, Israel's policy of besieging Gaza is illegal. Not just immoral, but illegal. Which means that the United Nations is obligated to declare war on Israel. But they won't, because the Jews run the fucking world. Israel has been cruelly attacked, and deservedly so, and it is still fully justified in defending its national security. This right, however, does not include the authority to starve civilians caught up, through no fault of their own, in a war remote from their intentions. The malfeasance of Hamas must not be paid for in the lives of innocent people. It's been a little over a week since the bloodiest massacre in the nation's history, with more than 1,300 people brutally murdered in southern Israel, and an estimated 150 more kidnapped and taken into Gaza. But already the country is switching from defense to attack. According to the Israeli Defense Forces, a wall of tanks, troops, and guns is currently arriving in the south in what all predict will be a ground offensive into the Palestinian enclave. The number of reservists called up has risen to 360,000, a record mobilization for Israel, with a long history of defending itself militarily against enemies since its founding in 1948. For days now, the country's Air Force has been striking targets in the Gaza. But now, the scenario of an all-out offensive into Gaza, with boots on the ground, looks quasi-certain. As Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu himself said Tuesday, "We are only at the beginning." The militant group Hamas has been in control of Gaza since 2005, when Israel withdrew its troops from the region and abandoned all Jewish settlements. Land for peace, at least that was the hope. Since then, there have been countless attacks by Islamists with rockets, suicide attacks, and sometimes even terrorist squads breaking through the fence. But the last time Israeli troops rolled into Gaza was in 2014, in coordination with the Russian invasion of the Crimea, with Operation Protective Edge, when it sought to enter the densely populated coastal enclave, with more than 12 million people living in a strip of land 363 square kilometers, that's 141 square miles only, people. An estimated 66 Israeli soldiers died in that operation, while the number of Palestinian victims is thought to stand at well over 2,000, almost every single one of them, down to the last death, an innocent civilian. And it's going to be different this time, because that did not spell the end of Hamas, as the organization knew how to hide its command structures in homes, schools, and across an expansive network of tunnels. Since then, Israel has avoided another invasion. Instead, Israel limited its actions in Gaza to containing Hamas's military capabilities through aerostrikes and to delivering humanitarian goods to the sealed-off area, all the while hoping that the situation would remain manageable. And that the country's Iron Dome aero defense system would be enough to intercept missiles from the Gaza. But military expert David Wormser, longtime advisor to then U.S. Defense Secretary Dick Cheney, predicts things will be different this time around. To quote his T, "It's not about reestablishing a system of deterrence against Hamas, but rather eliminating it completely. That means destroying the infrastructure, but this time must also include renewed occupation, at least for a while." This is eradicating evidence of Israeli perpetration by exterminating Hamas. Wormser himself is convinced that the army will act more decisively than it did in previous wars in Gaza, not because the military situation has fundamentally changed, but because of the shift in the Israeli perception of Gaza. The fact that there are now people there who, per what Wormser says, want to kill Israelis and do nothing but kill. This was a Dick Cheney neocon after all. He's going to speak like an idiot. It's a canard cynically exploited by the Yahoo regime to conjure up traumatic memories of the Holocaust, justifying calls for the country to defend itself by all means available. What is certain is that Israel will initially seek to weaken Hamas through massive aerostrikes, but with even less consideration than before to prevent any civilian casualties. Until now, the Israeli army had relied on the roof-knocking strategy. Because Hamas uses its civilians as human shields, pilots usually launch a non-explosive projectile at a targeted building before bombing it, so that people theoretically have time to escape safely. Now the IDF has switched to warning Palestinians shortly before the attacks by distributing maps in Arabic indicating the larger zone of an impending attack. So there's going to be an inevitable ground operation. Israel has called on the population of Gaza to stay away from Hamas facilities and, if they can, to flee to Egypt. Kind of like the ancient Israelites in reverse. Egyptos has promptly closed the door, well, the border, and is unlikely to welcome refugees in the future, also out of concern that Hamas fighters may retreat into the Sinai. Meanwhile, Hamas is threatening to begin publicly executing the estimated 150 Israeli hostages should aerostrikes continue. Some videos of such executions have already circulated online, although they cannot be verified. This puts the Israeli government under enormous pressure, especially since Jerusalem has already announced that it will not stop the military operation, leading to protests from the relatives of the kidnapped citizens. On Thursday, Israel said that it would continue its ongoing siege of Gaza, which has cut off basic necessities like fuel, food, and water until the hostages are released. Ultimately, Israeli special forces will have to enter Gaza if it wants to eradicate Hamas on a structural level and, if possible, capture high-ranking members. But the trauma of the 2014 offensive on Gaza is still fresh in Israel's mind. At that time, the soldiers' their primary objective was to destroy the terrorists' tunnel systems. Waiting for them were snipers, suicide bombers, booby traps, and commandos with guided missiles that annihilated armored vehicles. In recent years, Hamas has expanded its underground tunnels. It is also unclear how well equipped Hamas really is, as it manages to produce weapons or smuggle them despite Gaza being sealed off. Security experts are also speculating whether Hamas may have succeeded in paralyzing Israeli Defense Forces communications during its major attack on Israel, possibly via a large-scale cyber attack. There is no confirmation of this, but it would be a new, dangerous tool for les résistants. And time is of the essence here. Jerusalem, therefore, has an interest in a short-term ground operation. U.S. expert David Wormser concludes, completely clearing the Gaza Strip of Hamas could take us months. That is time that Israel does not have, as the ongoing rocket fire from Gaza is pushing the Iron Dome to its limits. And I have to admit, I can't wait for the rockets to start coming through. This becomes a problem if the Lebanese terrorist organization Hezbollah gets involved. The Iranian-funded militia based in southern Lebanon has aimed more than 100,000 rockets at Israel. A war on trois fronts would push the Jewish state to its limits. It would certainly put Jews living in the state in considerable danger. Again, I hate to say it, but the way they were living with no concern for the people they put under the heel of, it's karmic. I mean, they deserve it. They would say, how can you say that? These are people who have done nothing but go about their daily lives. Yeah, at the expense of everything stolen from the Palestinians. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Israelis. Yeah, you deserve it. Now, this becomes a problem if the Lebanese terrorist organization really does commit itself. I only hope and pray the Iranians have the balls to give the order. Another temporal factor is international pressure on Israel. Even though Jerusalem is currently receiving countless signs of solidarity after the unprecedented terrorist attacks, experience proves that as the number of Palestinian civilian casualties increases, so too will appeals to stop hostilities. That brings us to whose problem this really is. The looming question that comes with the ground war is the possibility of whether Israel will occupy the Gaza again. Israel would have liked to have gotten rid of that question sooner, during the Six-Day War back in 1967, but a year after I was born. Months after I was born, really. But no one wants Israel back in Gaza, not Egypt, nor the Palestinian Authority in Ramallah. Fatah, which ruled over the West Bank areas, is almost as hostile to Hamas as it is to Israel. However, the ongoing military occupation of the West Bank is already proving a logistical, political, and undoubtedly moral headache for Israel. It is only made possible because of the cooperation between the Autonomous Authority in Ramallah and Israel on security issues. Longtime Israeli government advisor Jacob Nagel says that managing and providing for the Gaza region with 12 million people in tight quarters is not a job he would want to take on. To quote his Nagel, "We can occupy Gaza for a while, but then hand it over to someone else." And hand it over to whom? Even such an experienced strategist in the region doesn't have a clue. The latest Israeli military operation in Gaza is the most recent in a long string of such incursions over the past 12 decades. Major attacks took place in 2006, 2008, 2010, 2012, 2014, 2018, and 2021. Virtually every 12 years, Israel has pursued a strategy of mowing the lawn, a phrase it uses to describe the periodic bombing of Palestinians in the territory to keep armed groups at bay. But each time Israel says it is going to degrade and destroy the capabilities of Gazan militants, fighters soon prove they have only expanded and increased their capabilities. This weekend's display of these capabilities and the horrific violence it unleashed was so extensive it left intelligence experts dumbfounded. Gaza is perhaps the most militarily surveilled spot on Earth. The territory has been under siege for a decade and a half, with an Israeli naval blockade and weaponized drones routinely flying overhead. High-tech Israeli missile interceptors, walls and fences, and underground tunnel detectors constantly patrol the strip. But Hamas was still able to launch its massive multi-phasic air, land, and sea assault. It just goes to show you how intoxicated the Israelis are with overconfidence. And by the way, I said this weekend's display of these capabilities of Hamas. I really meant to say last weekend's. I only wish they could repeat it this weekend, but I repeat myself. Israel has sought time and again to figure out what to do with Gaza, even before Israel's ground withdrawal from the territory in 2005. Yitzhak Rabin, who was Israel's prime minister in the early 1990s, once infamously said, "I wish I could wake up one day and find that Gaza has sunk into the sea." The 2 million pesky Palestinians who demand to be free from the cage Israel confines them in continue to keep Israeli leaders up at night. I mean, why, it's almost enough to make one weep in pity. The events of recent days clearly indicate that Israel's military efforts have failed. And it isn't for lack of trying either. Israeli military campaigns in Gaza have wrought death and destruction on its besieged population for years. Each time Palestinian fighters are killed, as are scores more of Palestinian civilians. Presumably many of the Palestinian fighters who took part in this weekend's assault were not alive when Israel first started its campaign of assassinating Palestinian leaders in Gaza in 1993. But even though Israel's militarized approach to Gaza has been an epic failure, Netanyahu will likely try it again. The Israeli Prime Minister has already warned he will turn all Hamas hiding places into rubble. Given the extensive Israeli death toll from Hamas's assault, Israel's retaliatory campaign will be granted unprecedented leeway by its international partners, including these United States. For Palestinians, this can only mean bearing witness to unprecedented massacres. Though Israel has occupied the Palestinian territories for over half a century, Israeli violence against Palestinians has reached unprecedented levels in recent years. International, Israeli, and Palestinian human rights groups have all concluded that Israel is committing the crime of apartheid against Palestinians, and the United Nations said 2022 was the deadliest year on record for Palestinians killed in the West Bank by Israeli troops. Killings in 2023 are on pace to surpass all those numbers. More than 200 West Bank Palestinians have so far died in the Israeli line of fire this year, and none of them committed a terrorist act. Israeli settlers are simply running amok in the West Bank, carrying out mass attacks that even Israeli officials have deemed ethnic extermination pogroms. The current Israeli government is the most far-right in the country's history and includes politicians such as National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, who was considered too dangerous to even enlist in the Israeli military due to his mental illness, his psychopathology, his penchant toward insanity. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, who was handed the reins of the Defense Ministry's civil administration, putting him in charge of large parts of the West Bank, has called for wiping out entire Palestinian villages. Women and children and the elderly, all. These are the fucking Jews Americans worship. Why do you think my biological father knew he had to kill them all? And talk of another Nakba, another catastrophe against the Arabs is on the rise in Israel. The Nakba was the mass ethnic cleansing of historic Palestine in 1948 when Israel was founded and 1 million Palestinians were forced from their homes into refugee status. Most of Gaza's residents today are in the territory because of the Nakba and continue to be denied reparation and repatriation to their ancestral homes in present-day Israel and the West Bank. Now, Israeli politicians are openly calling to ethnically cleanse Palestinians again. An Israeli Knesset member who is a part of Netanyahu's Likud party tweeted this weekend, "Right now, one goal, Nakba! A Nakba that will overshadow the Nakba of 48, meaning he wants to kill more than 1 million people. It is a mistake to think that this sentiment is a product of Hamas's most recent attack. In fact, it is one that has been held by a growing number of Israelis for a long time. A 2016 poll by the Pew Research Center found that nearly half of Jewish Israelis wanted to expel or transfer all Arabs from Israel. The Israeli public has only moved further to the right in the years ever since. The continuously deteriorating human rights situation for Palestinians prompted Michael Barnett, a professor at the George Washington University and a scholar of genocide, to write an article earlier this year for Political Violence at a Glance, that's an actual publication, titled, "Is Israel on the Precipice of Genocide?" He wrote that research on genocide over the past several decades has provided insight into the preconditions which provide a reasonable starting point. Many states might qualify. Only Israel ticks all the boxes. Only Israel ticks all the boxes of a genocidal state mobilized for mass murder. That was in March. Today, as Israel pummels Gaza once again and prepares for a bloody ground invasion, Netanyahu has vowed mighty vengeance. Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant announced that he would tighten the existing siege on Gaza, cutting off any entry of fuel, food, and people into the territory. Gallant said Israel was fighting a war against beasts, not human beings. The collective punishment of the entire population of Gaza and the dehumanizing language exploited by Israel's leading defense official foreshadow the absolute worst. Understand, the Israelis are the most mass murderous people on earth, the people who performed the first Holocaust against the Canaanites under a delusional order from their mad god of the desert. This is why my father Adolf Hitler knew they had to die. This is why he knew he had to kill the Jews. Look at how they kill with impunity while you worship them. Yes, our man Tad Ricketts says, love and respect. Hope everything's well. Crazy last week. Sounds good. God bless you, Tad Ricketts. Thank you so very much, and welcome aboard. Now, the international community must immediately sound the alarm to prevent atrocities and war crimes. which an Israel with unhinged leadership will easily carry out again. Thus far, that is not the message most Western officials have been sending. Ambassador Deborah Lipstadt, the United States State Department's special envoy to monitor and combat anti-Semitism, no less. An oxymoronic and stupid term if ever there was one. A genocide scholar herself, to boot. To compound the felony, tweeted on Sunday, "No one has the right to tell Israel how to defend itself and prevent and deter future attacks." A genocide scholaress promoting genocide. These are the Jews who want you to feel sorry for them. "I was in a camp," said Roman Polanski. "I get to rape your 17-year-old daughter. How dare you force me to live in a foreign country now to avoid extradition? You fucking Americans." He came back to open a Holocaust Memorial Museum, and the police in New York couldn't even arrest him because the crowd basically threatened to lynch the cops. And the cops backed down. That means a child rapist is allowed to come and open a Holocaust Memorial Museum because you think that gives him the right to be a supervillain. Like Magneto or something. It's like, hey, Magneto, he's a supervillain, but yeah, he's a Holocaust survivor. Well, of course, he's always presented as far more noble than Roman Polanski, but then he's a fictitious character that doesn't exist. As for Roman Polanski, he belonged right where he was in that camp. My only regret was that he survived it. Now, the White House has made clear its unwavering support for Israel and even moved naval ships to the eastern Mediterranean to deter other actors from getting involved. This will be read in Israel as a license to commit greater atrocities than ever before. In doing so, Israel will be abusing United States-supplied weapons, which are supposed to be regulated by American laws that ensure they are used for internal security and legitimate self-defense and do not escalate conflict. Washington is not merely abdicating official and moral responsibility, but enabling mass atrocities at a time when all the red flags for genocide are up. And we want to build Holocaust memorial museums here on North American soil? Let me say it. Let the son of Adolf Hitler tell you from his own lips, God damn you Jews. Go fuck yourselves. And karma is a bitch. Don't complain when it bites your ass. What will be gained from all this beyond death and destruction? At this critical juncture, there be 12 paths before decision makers in Israel and its Western partners. One path leads down a road of unprecedented killing, oppression, hatred, and potential mass atrocities, in fact, nigh guaranteed, all while maintaining the likely prospect that these events will repeat themselves again after a short period of time. The other path requires leaders to demand that Palestinians' core political grievances, the ultimate sources of violence, finally be resolved. The first path requires leaders with power. The latter requires leaders with courage and dignity. Instead, the sullied likes of Narendra Damodar Das Modi's comments on Israel-Gaza war signal a tectonic shift in a new era of geopolitical chaos. Thus forthrightly expressing solidarity with Israel, India steps away from a long-held approach toward the Palestinians. The flood of pro-Israel support from right-wing Hindu nationalists reveals more about the nature of their political project, its aspirations and ideological directions through the decades, than it does about Zionism. The peril in declaring, I stand with Israel, is that it can be problematic, to say the least. Such sentiments stymie discussion of the harder questions around Israel's treatment of Palestinians. The cascade of emotion and revulsion over the heinous tactics used by the Israeli Special Forces infiltrators manipulating Hamas to deliberately target, kill, and kidnap Israeli civilians in surprise cross-border raids from Gaza last weekend has been remarkable to behold, and not entirely inappropriate. But that brings us back to the Israel-Hamas war. Like millions of others, I myself have followed the news compulsively over the last several days. I saw journalists from these United States and other countries jettison their customary guise of studied neutral objectivity as they reported on the unspeakable nature of these events. Many freely exuded their empathy and even identification with Israelis who had just lost loved ones or narrowly escaped attacks on unarmed civilians. In one instance, I watched a reporter from the United States-based PBS, or Public Broadcasting Service Network, tear up as he spracketh remotely from a studio with an Israeli woman whose husband had gone missing during these awful events. Amid this outpouring of feeling and support, a short and blunt statement has been adopted so widely by U.S. President Joe Biden and other American officials and politicians that it has almost instantly achieved the status of a stock soundbite. The bumper sticker phrase, "I stand with Israel." But one effect of such an expression, one effect of an expression such as this, that so thoroughly captures a well-justified sense of outrage, as in the case over the recent Hamas attacks, is that it can block out further thought, and especially the asking of hard and necessary questions. Those who violate the underwritten decorum established amid the shock of atrocities face the shushing disapproval of others that signals that now is not the time for deeper thought. The unfortunate reality is that it has almost never been the right time for Israel or the Western countries that count as its steadiest supporters, led by these United States, to probe the hard questions that stem from the existence of millions of Palestinians who subsist in various states of what have come to seem ever more like permanent inequality and legal inferiority under Israel's authority or control. In the wake of Hamas's past crimes, if we should deem them such, not even taking into account the latest Israeli instigated atrocities as orchestrated for the most cynical purposes of popular exploitation, we have been told with metronomic regularity that there can be no excuse for organized armed attacks against defenseless Israeli civilians, and that much is true. We are also told that there can be no legitimate equivalency drawn between the actions of Israel and those of violence-prone non-state enemies, including Hamas, Hezbollah, and other militant groups. This is a more complicated matter. Given the role of both the Israeli state and Israeli settlers in killing Palestinians with complete impunity over the years. But even if one accepts this principle, neither of these notions encourage further thought. And this is precisely the time when further thought is most desperately required. It should not require condoning the violent tactics of groups such as Hamas or the atrocities they commit to understand that Israel's own behavior towards Palestinians has long been deeply troubling and problematic. It is not establishing any false equivalency or blithely writing off acts of terrorism to observe that Israel has not been willing to grant rights to Palestinians that would be recognized by a dispassionate observer as anything remotely approaching fair or equal. In fact, under the long rule of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, as well as a string of his predecessors, meaningful conversations about a just dispensation for Palestinians have always been completely off the table. Now, to some extent, my thoughts are informed instead by universal notions of justice, as well as by common sense. Most of all, however, they lean on what many Israelis themselves acknowledge about the stark regime of inequality, unfairness, and violence that their country imposes on the Palestinians, who fall under several different legal regimes and live among, or as in the Gaza, in stark confinement in immediate proximity to Israeli Jews. If Israelis can acknowledge these things, those who count themselves as true friends of that country should be able to do so as well, and far more openly. But at least insofar as openness about this nuance is concerned, this has been a persistent problem. This week last, a striking opinion piece appeared in the Israeli newspaper E.ORTH that captured this dissonance. While "I stand with Israel" was still the standard refrain in these United States, this headline read, "Israel can't imprison 2 million Gazans without paying a cruel price." The writer, Gideon Levy, spracketh of Israeli arrogance, and here I read therefrom. "The idea that we can do whatever we like, that we'll never pay the price and be punished for it, we'll carry on undisturbed, we'll arrest, kill, harass, dispossess, and protect the settlers busy with their pogroms. We'll fire at innocent people, take out people's eyes and smash their faces, expel, confiscate, rob, grab people from their beds, carry out ethnic cleansing, and of course continue with the unbelievable siege of the Gaza Strip, and everything will be all right." 12 years ago, the Israeli human rights group, B'Tselem, likened Israel's dominion over Palestinian populations to South African apartheid. Speaking of the entire area between the Mediterranean Sea and the Jordan River, Haggai Al-Aid, the group's director, went on record to state, and here I quote as he, "One of the key points of our analysis is that this is a single geopolitical area ruled by one government. This is not democracy plus occupation. This is apartheid between the river and the sea." Israelis in large numbers, as well as many non-Israeli Jews and other people who sympathize with Israel as a state created in the wake of the European Holocaust, bridle and stew over comparisons between Israel and South Africa under apartheid, and it is easy to understand why. What is harder to do, however, is to explain as to way how having roughly 7 million people of Palestinian descent living with unequal rights under Israeli authority, many of them confined in places such as Gaza or squirreled away in discontinuous parcels of homeland on the West Bank that are under constant pressure from expanding Israeli settlements, is consistent with ideas of democracy or even of approximate equity. 12 weeks ago in Italy, a lecture was delivered by Amira Haas, a daughter of Holocaust victims no less, who is said to be the lone accredited Israeli journalist to reside amid Palestinians in the West Bank. She has previously lived in the Gaza as well. Haas described in detail the elaborate ways in which Palestinians are marginalized, are made virtually invisible, such as road signs in the West Bank written only in the Hebrew, and never in Arabic or even in English, that skip mention of Palestinian settlements and methods of counting, or not counting, this population, that have promoted the illusion that the land, well, that all the lands Israel controls are predominantly Jewish. Haas has previously bravely written, and here I read from her own word, "Look, the current reality is actually one state, which is an apartheid state. This means there are two separate laws, one for Palestinians and one for Israeli Jews. The Palestinian population is subdivided into groups and subgroups like the non-white population of South Africa. They're disconnected from each other. They are treated differently by Israel, while Israeli Jews live in the entire country like one people with full rights. The question is, how sustainable is this? We assume it's not sustainable, but so far it's working fine for Israel. It has been sustainable because the world has accepted it. In the past, we used to say that the world would not accept it, but it does. Now, Haas wrote these words 4 years ago. She's got bigger balls than any Jewish man. For those who say they stand with Israel, her words should encourage a deeper conversation and a sense of urgency. With mass collective punishment and death on a large scale of Palestinians trapped in the Gaza Strip now a real possibility, the stakes are higher than ever. And that brings us to America's short-lived show of unity this side of the world. In decades past, Israel was a unifying issue in Congress and among much of the electorate. Now it's another vehicle for feuding politicians and competing ideological groups to fight anew. This is where, of course, I differ from Peter Moon, who feels that, it's still the unifying issue. This is what causes nonpartisanship. They threw those pesky squad Democrats, the youngins, under the bus. And still have to pay lip service to them, though. Still have to acknowledge them. Yeah. I'm afraid it's not that, I'm afraid it's not that united a front after all. And in the time we have remaining, let me explain why. Along with seeing if I can get past this subject onto others as well. Now, on a dysfunctional United States Congress, amid trois wars in Europe and the Middle East, Democratic U.S. Representative Andy Kim has gone on record to testify that we're just not able to function right now. Israel and Gaza explode. Ukraine asks for more help, and other predicaments demand American attention, while Republicans quarrel among themselves. The American empire's effective 51st state in the Middle East is reeling from what many call its 9/11, and now a humanitarian catastrophe looms in the Gaza Strip. Winter is approaching in the Ukraine, which needs urgent supplies to maintain its counteroffensive against the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire. From the Communist Chinese Empire's expansive ambitions to coups d'etat in Africa to the climate crisis, the world is crying out for leadership. But on Capitol Hill in Washington, Republicans can't even find one. Friday the 13th marked the 10th day of paralysis as the party struggled to elect a Speaker of the House of Representatives to replace the ousted Kevin McCarthy. This after Majority Leader Steve Scalise won a closed-door vote but abandoned his run because he lacked enough support to win on the House floor. I ask you, are House Republicans ungovernable? Representative Steve Scalise of Louisiana abandoned his short-lived campaign to succeed Kevin McCarthy as U.S. House Speaker, unable to cobble together enough votes despite his party's narrow endorsement. With the government due to run out of funding next month, Scalise said the election of a speaker needs to happen quickly. His far-right rival, Jim Jordan of Ohio, said he's going to try again for the top spot after losing out. Republicans and Congress as a whole can accomplish little until they agree on a new speaker. Thus, Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping's first meeting with United States congressional leaders in 8 years was infused with tension after his government did not directly condemn Hamas's incursion into Israel. As an ally of the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire, Xi proposed a ceasefire of sorts in Ukraine and helped rivals Saudi Arabia and Iran reach a diplomatic truce. But in this case, Xi seems to be begging off. Meantime, Beijing reached a tentative debt agreement with Sri Lanka, catching the International Monetary Fund and other creditors by surprise as they try to work out a debt restructuring plan. But we need to turn back to the rift in the Republican Party, the real rift. Trump versus Israel. Donald Trump has been praising the so-called terrorists. Peter says, I wonder what Trump would say about this. Probably that it wouldn't happen under his watch. I didn't have the heart to say it while Peter was with us. Donald Trump has always been a terrible human being, but no one can say he wasn't effective. He conquered the Republican Party and won the presidency by projecting power and strength. He also has an uncanny ability to tackle the conservative lizard brain, validating their most racist, sexist, xenophobic, and bigoted tendencies, which is basically all the tendencies they have. However, those political instincts seem to have lately abandoned Trump. His low-energy, slurred word, bizarrely meandering speeches, like this one and this one. I'm trying to think of a few links to put into the box, but fuck it, they don't even deserve your time, are getting him in repeated trouble. Trump has already angered his anti-abortion constituency by criticizing the draconian restrictions that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed into law in his own state. But within the last 48 to 72 hours, Trump finally united his Republican primary challengers in outrage. First, he criticized Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu because Netanyahu, in Trump's words, didn't make me feel too good. Second, Trump made sure everyone understood just how impressed he was by the terrorists attacking Israel. He said, you know, Hezbollah's very smart. They're all very smart. The press doesn't like when they say... And then he said something I couldn't figure out. It was completely unintelligible. The press doesn't like when they say fuckle humbleblog or something like that. I have no idea what he said, but it sounded something like Bluefisgurgle or Unkalukukulu or something of that nature. But just in case his admiration wasn't already clear, he restated his main point. But Hezbollah, they're very smart. Good luck walking that one back. The 2016 version of Trump would not have made this mistake, but that Trump wasn't burdened with 12-plus years of post-presidential grievances. Trump never got over Netanyahu congratulating Joe Biden on Biden's electoral victory. About Netanyahu at the time, Trump said, "Fuck him!" For Trump, the anger now manifests as him praising those Jews, that anger now manifests as him praising those the Jews deemed to be terrorists. Trump's entire world is pettiness. Yet Donald Trump himself is partly to blame for the situation in Israel. Last Saturday's terrorist attacks in Israel by Hamas militants represent the worst crisis between Israelis and Palestinians in more than 2 decades. But rather than offering constructive policy alternatives, Republican presidential candidates have settled on an intellectually bankrupt strategy of blaming the Biden administration for everything. The finger-pointing is particularly rich given the way that the Trump administration obliterated long-standing American policy in that region, handed a series of pinless policy grenades to President Biden, and then took cover. The inability to broker a final settlement between Israel and Palestine is an American foreign policy failure that spans at least 6 administrations, stretching back to the 1980s. But it was the last 2 Republican presidents who departed dramatically from the international Land for Peace consensus that was supposed to result in a Palestinian state. Former President George W. Bush, despite occasional rhetoric supporting Palestinian statehood, walked back America's commitment to widely shared interpretations of United Nations Security Council Resolution 242 by signing off on Israel retaining large settlement blocks in the West Bank, demanding that Palestinians usher in a functioning democracy before peace was possible, and then washing his hands of the matter when he didn't like the election results. his world historically disastrous war of choice in Iraq did more to bolster Iranian authoritarians than any other single event since the country's revolution in 1979. But it was former President Donald John Trump who did far more catastrophic damage. Trump greenlit the needlessly provocative maneuver, the move of the United States Embassy from Tel Aviv-Yafo to Yerushalayim, Jerusalem, part of which is located in territory the United Nations considered unlawfully occupied by Israel since the 1967 war. It is since a few months after I was fucking born. The move abandoned another long-standing American negotiating position that Jerusalem would ultimately be a shared capital between twa national people. Warned that moving the embassy would result in blowback down the line, the Trump administration and its allies mostly gloated over how clever they were. When Palestine did not immediately erupt into chaos, they concluded that the maneuver would have no repercussions. Not only that, but Trump then recognized the permanent Israeli annexation of the occupied Golan Heights and invalidated a 1978 State Department ruling that Israeli settlements in the West Bank were unlawful. Illegal expansion. In other words, international aggression. Meaning Israel is not equivalent to Ukraine, it's equivalent to the motherless fucking Russians. Instead, the Trump administration gave the Israeli government carte blanche, not only to expand existing settlements, but to grant even isolated encampments anywhere in the West Bank legitimacy and sovereignty. The Trump administration's subservience to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his maximalist government was so complete that polling suggested Israel would have given the former president his largest margin over Biden if it were a U.S. state. Which it is, but only in practice. Not in theory. To make matters worse, the Trump team followed through on its promise to torch the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, better known as the Iran deal. Not even the Trump officials responsible for this gratuitous act of diplomatic sabotage could identify any reason for it, other than that they wanted to. The maneuver not only led predictably to the resumption of Iranian nuclear activities, but also to the election of an ultra-hardline government in Tehran that redoubled its destructive meddling in regional affairs, including providing cash, training, and weapons to Hezbollah, the Army of God in Lebanon in the north, which may start a two-front war with Israel if they fucking mentally retarded clerics in Iran drop any testicles and grow some sperm that they could actually ejaculate. I don't know. Are Muslim clerics celibate? I don't know. The Biden administration did little to reverse any of these Trump disasters, even picking up the baton of helping Israel conclude separate peace agreements with Arab states rather than encouraging a resumption of talks with Palestinians. Biden has refused to follow through on reopening the consulate in Jerusalem for Palestinians, and ultimately the administration's severe political risk aversion has insinuated it neither from disingenuous Republican attacks nor Palestinian frustration with the status quo. Nevertheless, claiming that the president is responsible for the horrific Hamas attacks inside of Israel is preposterous, like poking a hornet's nest, running away and then blaming the sucker who comes along next and gets stung. Multiple times. Like, until they're hospitalized and shit. The Trump administration did everything it possibly could to encourage and legitimize Palestinian violence against Israelis, and Republicans have little standing to point fingers at Biden for it. Worse still are false and disgusting charges by charlatans like Vivek Ramaswamy and Trump himself that the Biden administration funded Hamas. A zombie lie that will surely be repeated thousands of times between now and next November, no matter how many articles are published deconstructing it. Biden must not allow this tragedy to suck the United States back into its previous heavy-handed military posture in the region, or to encourage Israeli military strikes on Iranian nuclear installations in retaliation for Tehran's role in the attacks, which is fantastical and notional anyway. The administration should instead use this terrible moment as an opportunity to advance a new vision of peace between Israelis and Palestinians, one that does not rely on what are by now dead-letter proposals for statehood that lack anything approaching majority support in Israel or Palestine. This is all together the horrible price of lies, paranoia, and distrust. And let me try to put that into words, because it's the first thing that comes to my mind, and now I've got to qualify it. Yeah, that's the problem with public speaking, right? It has been a horrific week. I'm not talking personally, mind you. The gruesome slayings of Israelis by Hamas militants are ricocheting around the world, testing the skeins of civility even on the streets of New York. Meanwhile, Putin's brutality continues to wrench the heart of Europe. America's capacity to govern itself is also being tested. The U.S. House of Representatives continues without a speaker, the person essential for the chamber, and therefore much of the rest of government, to function. And who is next in line after the vice president in presidential succession should somebody blow Biden and Kamala Harris away? There's nobody in third line. Well, nobody third in line, I mean to say. Yesterday, or day before by now, or some such, Steve Scalise narrowly won his party's nomination, but not by enough votes to cinch the job without votes by Democrats, who under no circumstances would or should vote for someone as Speaker who refused to certify Biden as president. The House reconvened midweek last, though no votes were scheduled, suggesting that Scalise is still trying to win support from the backers of Jim Jordan, the other leading Republican candidate for Speaker, who also refused to certify Joe Biden. Trump endorsed Jordan in the current Speaker contest, so presumably much of what Scalise is doing today is trying to negotiate with Trump and his allies and surrogates. Let's be clear, neither Scalise nor Jordan rises to even Kevin McCarthy's low threshold of competence or concern for the public good. Both voted against certifying Biden president. Both opposed Biden's request for additional military aid to Ukraine, and both are threatening to shut down the government on November 17th if they don't get whatever House Republicans demand. A shutdown would imperil the well-being of tens of millions of Americans. In late September, Trump urged House Republicans to shut the government if they weren't able to defund Trump's criminal trials. On his Truth social media site, Trump wrote, "Republicans in Congress can and must defund all aspects of crooked Joe Biden's weaponized government," calling it the last chance to defund these political prosecutions against me and other patriots, with a capital P. I thought of Trump and this mash of self-serving Republicans when I read Israeli historian Yuval Noah Harari's piece in the day before yesterday's Washington Post, or sometime midweek last, seeking to explain why Israel was unprepared for Saturday's onslaught. Nazari wrote that Israel has been, and I'm going to read what he wrote, 2 paragraphs. Bear with me. Governed by a populist strongman who is a public relations genius but an incompetent prime minister. He has repeatedly preferred his personal interests over the national interest and has built his career on dividing the nation against itself. He has appointed people to key positions based on loyalty more than qualifications, took credit for every success while never taking responsibility for failures, and seemed to give little importance to either telling or hearing the truth. The coalition Yahoo established, has been by far the worst. It is an alliance of messianic zealots and shameless opportunists who ignored the nation's many problems, including the deteriorating security situation, and focused instead on grabbing unlimited power for themselves. In pursuit of this goal, they adopted extremely divisive policies, spread outrageous conspiracy theories about state institutions that oppose their policies, and labeled the country's serving elites as deep state traitors. All of this could have described Donald Trump in those very words, but it's describing Bibi Nothing the Yahoo. The point being this: whether named Netanyahu, Trump, or Putin, when authoritarian leaders gain power by dividing the public, spreading baseless conspiracy theories, and accusing opponents of being deep state traitors, they weaken a society's capacities to protect itself from all sorts of threats. They undermine the public good, which is the wellspring of a society's true strength. Netanyahu, Trump, and Putin have imperiled each of their nations by filling them with lies, paranoia, and distrust. And Republicans still can't govern! Trump isn't the only challenge facing Republicans, who prove every single day their inability to govern. In the House of Representatives, the Republican majority still can't get their act together to pick a speaker. While earning the official backing of a majority of the Republican caucus, Representative Steve Scalise is still a long way from the 217 votes he needs from the entire House to become Speaker. With enough hard no votes among nihilist Republicans to scuttle any leadership vote, Republicans remain paralyzed, and will continue to be until they cut a deal with Democrats. What could Democrats demand? At minimum, funding for Ukraine, Israel, and disaster relief, an omnibus bill to keep the government funded until after the next elections, and an end to the baseless impeachment inquiry regarding Joe Biden himself. I don't care about his son. Meanwhile, Representative Kevin McCarthy wants his old job back, and he thinks pretending to be an elder statesman will get him there. His problem? He fucking sucks at it! So where is Trump in all of this? Ghoulishly using Scalise's cancer diagnoses to undermine him. Republican chaos and indecision as crises shake the world. Such petty bickering, grievances, and vendettas might typically fascinate seasoned Washington watchers and readers of political insider newsletters, but be met by a shrug by many Americans and indifference overseas. This time, however, is different. Remember I said that earlier? In arc of tonight's narrative, the ripples of Republican dysfunction could soon be felt across a troubled world. On Thursday, Michael McCaul, a Republican congressman from Texas and chairman of the House Foreign Ministries, well, the House Foreign Affairs Committee, I'm so used to dealing with other countries, put forward a bipartisan resolution with Gregory Meeks of New York, the top Democrat on the committee, condemning Hamas and reaffirming support for Israel. But the House cannot vote on it until there is a speaker in the chair. McCall told reporters, "It's a dangerous game that we're playing. It just proves our adversaries right that democracy doesn't work. Our adversaries are watching us and Israel is watching. They need our help. I'm going to remind my colleagues about how dangerous this is. If we don't have a speaker, we can't assist Israel in this great time of need after this terrorist attack. So I think we're playing with fire and we need to stop playing games and politics with this and vote a speaker in." Again, just to give you the civics lessons that the overwhelming majority of Americans have never received. A House Speaker, the House Speaker, is the third highest ranking elected official in the American empire, a second in line to the presidency itself. Without one, legislative business is at a standstill. Remember I said he was third in line to be the president? If someone knocked off both the president and Kamala Harris simultaneously, he's the second in line in terms of actual responsibility because the vice president doesn't do jack shit. The House is currently under the control of Representative Patrick McHenry of North Carolina, who was named as the temporary speaker after McCarthy's departure, but his ability to move legislation is unclear. On Tuesday, Joe Biden said that he would seek approval from Congress for additional funding for Israel in the wake of the devastating attack by Hamas. But the fight over the speakership puts a question mark over how soon such aid could be approved and sent. Biden has also requested $24 billion United States dollars in additional funding for the Ukraine, but this too hangs in limbo. Although the White House has claimed that the vast majority of House Republicans still support such assistance, there has been growing dissent in recent weeks, and the issue was a factor in McCarthy's downfall. Then there is the threat of a government shutdown that would further dent American credibility overseas. Congress has until a self-imposed deadline of November 17th to pass 12 new bills to fund the government for the rest of the year and into 2024. The leadership vacuum is sucking up precious time and energy and making a shutdown ever more likely. Biden had spent the first 20 years of his presidency seeking to restore order and rebuild alliances after the America First mayhem of the Donald Trump years. But when Republicans gained control of the House in January with a narrow majority that empowered the far right, that effort was always likely to suffer erosion. Karine Jean-Pierre, the White House press secretary, told reporters, "What we're seeing is certainly shambolic chaos over there on the other side of Pennsylvania Avenue, and they need to get their act together. We've never seen a conference behave this way or be this chaotic." Biden's speech on Tuesday was described as one of the most powerful statements of support for Israel ever given by an American president. He has previously spoken of his deep-rooted love for that country, his Zionism. Huge uncertainties remain. Israel has ordered 1 million people to evacuate northern Gaza ahead of an expected ground invasion. Hamas could still have more surprises in store. Hezbollah, the Iran-backed militia based in Lebanon, could still open a second front. But instead of addressing the crisis with one voice, Republicans are consumed with a bogus impeachment inquiry into Biden and the publicity-seeking antics of members such as Matt Gaetz, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Nancy Mace. And this week, New York Republicans moved to expel the accused fraudster, George Santos. Kyle Herrig, executive director of the Congressional Integrity Project, has said, "Since day one, the MAGA Republicans in the House majority have failed to work on real domestic priorities and instead focused on partisan stunts in their extreme efforts to return Donald Trump to the White House. Their ongoing dysfunction, misplaced priorities, and failures now impede the efforts of President Biden to come to the aid of key allies internationally. Chaos, not governance, defines the House Republican caucus." Here's what would happen if we stopped supporting the Ukraine. The United States Congress must immediately approve additional military and economic aid to Ukraine at a critical time when the country is on the offensive. Failing to pass assistance would pull the plug on the offensive, destabilize Ukraine's weak economy, and it would send a terrible message to our allies and opponents. One can easily play the tape out. Ukraine might not be defeated, but the conflict could easily tip into a frozen conflict, leading to pressure on Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, to negotiate with the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire. That would only embolden Russian dictator Vladimir Putin at a moment when he's on his back foot, and it could potentially have disastrous consequences for my Taiwan, as the Communist Chinese Empire is closely watching all our actions. The Ukrainian people have shown incredible resilience, and Ukraine has had real successes against Putin's forces daily. Ukraine's progress on the ground against the invading forces is undeniable, reclaiming several areas all the way to the northeastern border and taking back 2,300 square miles from the motherless Russians. It is important to remember that Ukraine has not asked for American soldiers to fight and die for Ukraine the way the Jews forced Americans to in Iraq by taking down the towers. Ukrainians are only asking for the weapons and financial support to be able to fight effectively. Their success, however, is contingent on continued financial support from their allies, especially these United States. Congress passed the Continuing Appropriations and Ukraine Supplemental Appropriations Act 2023, which included military and financial assistance to Ukraine. This act provided $12.4 billion US covering military training, logistical support, weapons, equipment, and $4.5 billion US in economic support funds to Ukraine. The Biden administration is seeking new funding through a supplemental request. Congress should give Ukraine this assistance. Let's be clear, the Ukraine needs not only weapons, but it also needs economic assistance to keep the government functioning. This financial aid supports paying the salaries of police, firefighters, the energy company folks who repair the war-damaged power lines, and teacher salaries. The Ukrainian economy suffered more than a 30% decline in 2022, and with the mass exodus of people, Ukraine's tax revenues have gone down significantly. That means the Ukraine needs money from these United States and others to keep the lights on so that they can continue the fight for all of us. The Ukraine itself is experiencing an era of normalcy amid adversity. Much of that normalcy is a result of American assistance. Morale is high. Without continued support, however, the basic functions that have kept society running will soon start to deteriorate, potentially leading to a collapse of the democratically elected government. Congress rightly has concerns about oversight of the Ukraine aid that we send, but there are rigorous oversight mechanisms. These rigorous, I mean to say, I slur my words, but they're also vigorous oversight mechanisms in place under the Ukraine Oversight Interagency Working Group, with over 160 officials monitoring 20 federal oversight agencies, keeps the corruption at a minimum. Actually, nil. Congress is helping this effort with $50 million United States dollars to date in support of the work of the Inspectors General of the Department of Defense, the Department of State, and the U.S. Agency for International Development. Congress could do more by providing funds and authorization for on-the-ground staff from USAID, United States Aid, the Department of State, and the Department of Defense, which are already set up and can provide effective oversight. The issue of food aid cannot be ignored either. The war in Ukraine has meant that a significant amount of food produced by Ukraine has been taken off the market. I think this means, basically what it does mean is higher food prices for American farmers. The instability and rapid shifts in prices are not desirable for American farmers who seek predictability. Even more importantly, the food price spikes are directly affecting people in poor countries in Asia and Africa that are net importers of food. Large food price spikes lead to riots or even the fall of governments, so-called food coups. Is the United States itself ready to deal with the consequences of an ally such as Egypt being overthrown due to food price increases due to the war in Ukraine? Rightly, Congress has provided significant food aid to other parts of the world to bridge the gap caused by reduced agricultural production in Ukraine. Understandably, many in Congress want Europe to bear a bigger share of the costs of this war. Europe has provided lesser weapon support, but it has provided as much economic assistance as the United States. European states are also shouldering the burden of housing more than 5.8 million Ukrainian refugees, while the United States is housing approximately 271,000 Ukrainian refugees. On its own, Ukraine will run out of weapons, and the morale of the soldiers will plummet. The government will struggle to finance both its operations and the war effort, leading to more Ukrainians leaving the country. If Ukraine loses, then the 113 billion United States dollars that the United States has invested in the Ukraine would be lost too. A collapse of Ukraine 12 years after Russia invaded would be extremely dangerous and would encourage the Communist Chinese Empire to invade my own Taiwan. It can be rationally argued that the resistance of Ukraine against the Russians has been one of the reasons the Chi-Coms, the Chinese Communists, have stayed clear of my Taiwan. But if Ukraine were to fall, Beijing would easily become emboldened. Ukraine's fate depends on Congress acting quickly and being willing to remain engaged in for the long haul. No one should lose sight of the fact that for an investment of 113 billion United States dollars to date, the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire has been dealt a significant blow that reduces its ability to meddle in its near abroad or globally. Ending support now would be catastrophic for the United States, Ukraine, our European partners, and all our other allies around the world who look to us for leadership and support. Congress must be willing to support Ukraine through thick and thin. After all, the thing that Putin fears the most is a democratic, prosperous, and peaceful Ukraine that is integrated into the West. That reality would send a message to the Russian people that they don't have to live under the yoke of Putinism forever. Of course, this many conflicts at once is not any coincidence. Israelis and Palestinians are again at war, with potential consequences, including the risk of wider conflict for the entire region. Of course, wars are the product of local, proximate factors, but at a time when the global security order is fraying due to the war in Ukraine, the Hamas-Israel war also fits a broader pattern. Nearly a week after Hamas launched its cross-border attack on Israel, the war in Gaza, understandably, continues to dominate the headlines and conversation. Last week, one day before Hamas launched its attack on Israel, I had already remarked that numerous recent crises point to a fraying global security order as a result of the war in Ukraine. Now that Israelis and Palestinians are at war, once yet again, we must examine if this conflict fits that pattern. The world has watched in horror at what has unfolded since rockets began landing in Israel from Gaza last Saturday morning, I mean to say. Hamas's bloody massacre and Israel's retaliatory airstrikes have so far killed more than 3,600 people. It is a political and humanitarian crisis of a scale and complexity that is difficult to comprehend. This last week's events will change both sides forever, as the miscalculations of Israel's and Gaza's leaders are being laid bare. The Mossad-Hamas attack has changed everything. The Mossad orchestrated Hamas apocalypse has crafted a new world order. The starting point for the new Middle East will be an Israeli reoccupation of the Gaza Strip, not an Israeli embassy in Riyadh, the capital of the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula. The siege and bombardment of Gaza by Israel's military forces has now been followed by the order for more than 1 million people living north of Wadi Gaza to evacuate to the south. How the young the elderly or infirm are supposed to do so, or where they can go or stay, what they are to eat and drink, and how they are to remain safe is, of course, no concern to the motherless fucking Jews. All are to be forced into one half of what is already one of the most densely populated places on earth. Borders with Egypt are closed, with the Egyptian government thus far refusing to open up corridors to allow civilians to leave. Hamas has called for people to stay put and to remain steadfast in your homes and stand firm. Many fear what the coming hours, days, and weeks will bring. We are watching an Israeli-instigated humanitarian catastrophe in the making. A second Nakba. For now, many believe that the disasters will be borne only by the populations of Israel and Gaza. But there are already signs of escalation. Some United States intelligence officials had initially linked Iran with the attacks, with Sullivan claiming that, in his words, Iran is complicit in this attack in a broad sense because they have provided the lion's share of the funding for the military wing of Hamas. They have provided training. They have provided capabilities. They have provided support. And they have had engagement and contact with Hamas over years and years. That assessment, or rather misassessment, has shifted in the past several days, with multiple sources now more rationally indicating that Hamas's attack took the Iranian military, security, and political leadership by complete surprise. Still, if Tehran, capital of Iran, was not directly involved, then it is spoiling for a fight now. Following a visit to Lebanon last week, Hossein Amir Abdollahian, or Abdollahian, Hossein Amir Abdollahian, Iran's foreign minister, however you pronounce his name, announced that Israel's actions against Palestinians represent war crimes. Which they do. Israel's actions and ultimatum in Gaza, this is according to Hossein Amir Abdollahian. He said, they will undoubtedly trigger a collective response from the resistance axis. This was obviously intended to mean that Iran's primary client in the region, Hezbollah, would wade in. Naim Qassem, deputy leader of Hezbollah, made it clear that he and his organization would have no truck with calls for restraint. At a rally in southern Beirut, he told supporters that, in his words, the behind-the-scenes calls with us by great powers, Arab countries, envoys of the United Nations, directly and indirectly telling us not to interfere will have no effect. It is a question of when, rather than if, that Hezbollah will engage. So much for peace and quiet in the Middle East. The fact that we are facing the most serious crisis in the region since the Yom Kipúr War, whose 50th anniversary fell last weekend, is itself a surprise, for there had been many signs of progress and peace, as Sullivan had rightly suggested initially. The Abraham Accords, signed in 2020, had normalized relations between Israel and the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain. Just last month, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman had given a rare interview in which he had suggested that Saudi Arabian recognition of Israel was getting closer every day, pending the creation of a viable Palestinian state. To quote his MBS, that's the initials of Mohammed bin Salman, and everybody calls him that, MBS. For us, the Palestinian issue is very important. We need to solve that part. We hope that it will reach a place that it will ease the life of the Palestinians and get Israel as a player in the Middle East. The prospects of a realignment of the Middle East, of a two-state solution, or of accommodation with Israel now no longer seem so much distant as inconceivable. The attack on Israel will have serious ramifications whose significance is hard to understate. For one thing, the shock felt by Israelis at the failure of the intelligence services to identify the threat and of the poorly coordinated performance of the military to counter it will rapidly reshape an already fragile political landscape in that country. If reports are correct that Egyptian intelligence had warned its Israeli counterparts of an imminent attack 3 days earlier, then serious questions need to be asked not only about why this alert was not taken more seriously, but also about the direction of Benjamin Netanyahu's government and the potential distraction posed by proposed reforms, which have sparked what some analysts have called the most serious constitutional and political crisis since Israel's establishment 75 years ago. The shockwaves will fan out considerably further. The response by some was predictable. The Saudi Foreign Ministry put out a statement that did not mention the violence that saw festival goers and families brutally murdered last weekend, instead noting that it had given repeated warnings of the dangers of the explosion of the situation as a result of the continued occupation, the deprivation of the Palestinian people of their legitimate rights, and the repetition of systematic provocations against its sanctities. It was hardly surprising, in other words, that some would seek to take matters into their own hands to draw attention to the problem and to galvanize support. It may not be a surprise that Saudis would choose to push its potentially groundbreaking prospective links with Israel to one side and to show solidarity with Palestinians when faced with a crisis. The decisions made by others further afield are more striking. The initial response of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Beijing also said nothing about the deaths of 1,300 people in Israel, simply noting its concern over the current escalation of tensions and calling on relevant parties to remain calm, exercise restraint, and immediately end the hostilities to protect civilians and avoid further deterioration of the situation. The CHICOM ministry so noting that the most appropriate course of action lay in implementing the two-state solution and establishing an independent state of Palestine. This equivocal response was criticized sharply by Yuval Wax, a senior diplomat based at the Israeli mission in Red China, himself expressing that Israel expected a stronger condemnation of Hamas and its actions, while going on to say that when people are being murdered and slaughtered in the streets, it was hardly the time to call for a two-state solution. While Mao Ning, the foreign ministry spokeswoman, was more forthright in her condemnation the next day, Red China watchers have been quick to spot that Beijing's reference to a two-state solution is a move from its usual position of non-interference in other countries' internal affairs. Moreover, given Red China's long-standing and important trade connections with Israel, not least in the defense and high-technology sectors, the shying away from a show of public support in the face of the traumas of last weekend has been interpreted as an indication of the significance of the Arab world and the oil-producing Gulf states in particular in communist Chinese strategic and economic thinking. If Beijing is seeing the developments of the past week through the lens of a new world that is taking shape, then the same is the case for Moscow. That it has its own interests in the diffusion of disruption both regionally and beyond. While there is no evidence at all of any Russian involvement in the events of the past week, nor of support for Hamas and its activities, Russia has over the past decade been heavily involved in Syria, and more recently building ties with Iran, not least to secure supplies of drones to use in Ukraine. Nor has Vladimir Putin missed the opportunity to point the finger at what the Russian president claims was the cause of the attacks of last weekend. These, he said, did not stem from Israel's oppression of Palestinians or of Hamas's iron grip on Gaza and its desire to create chaos. Rather, in his words, this is a vivid example of the failure of United States policy in the Middle East. Oh, but of course, that provides a narrative that will fall on fertile ground in many parts of the world at a time of political and economic fragmentation. For Putin, the crisis in the Middle East comes at an opportune time, not only in terms of distracting from the war in Ukraine and of blaming the West for the sins of others, but also because of another side effect of the events of the past 7 days. Well, 8 or 9 by now. Perhaps the most significant of these is the reinforcement of ideas held in many countries around the world, but especially in Europe and the United States, that the world is in transition, that we are entering or already in an age of darkness, that threats lie around every corner, from the effects of new technologies to the worries about climate change, from concerns about mass migration to those about the polarization of political life. One rational way to deal with such pressures is to turn away from them. So one likely effect of the suffering of so many Israelis and Palestinians will be the push towards growing isolationism, something which will bring as many problems as it solves. As Kevin Rudd, the former Prime Minister of Australia, has put it so presciently, we are living in the decade of living dangerously. Rudd was writing in 2021 about the context of rivalry between the American and Communist Chinese empires. But the model applies to a whole new set of rivalries that have since manifested and intensified. Not only ones between geopolitical blocs, such as the West on the one hand, and the Communist Chinese Empire and the revisionist Russian Empire on the other in Sino-Slavic synaxis, but also new alliances, whether illusory or otherwise, such as the BRICS grouping, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, which will expand in January to include Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and Argentina. As the events of the summer of 1914 unfolded, great powers, empires even, gambled on their ability to make good decisions, rather than rash ones. As the vengeance for the horrors of the previous weekend take its center stage in the coming days and likely intensifies with tragic consequences, we need to be mindful of some of the very worst lessons of history and to make sure they are not repeated. But now, with Israel having demanded more than 1 million civilians in northern Gaza evacuate to the southern part of the Hamas-held territory ahead of a widely expected Israeli ground invasion, the war seems unlikely to de-escalate anytime soon. Yet it is the South Caucasus, which is a region plagued by perpetual conflict. Within it sits Armenia, a country with one of the oldest cultures on earth that has historically been caught between various conflicting empires. Long-standing ties between Armenia and the Russian Empire are fraying fast, and all of this only re-emphasizes Europe's moment of powerlessness. The EU, the European Union, is largely sidelined in the Middle East, albeit its economic leverage could still prove useful. Still, France alone may have forced America's hand, in a good way, in the South Caucasus. Armenia now faces a humanitarian and cultural catastrophe, and Azerbaijan's actions against it have drawn the ire of the international community. France in particular has taken a stand. Paris is currently preparing a defense cooperation agreement with Armenia and building a new consulate in Syunik province. Paris's growing relationship with Yerevan, the capital of my son's Armenia, could draw Washington into the fold, something that is needed to stop new conflicts from cropping up and preventing the ethnic cleansing that could mark any new war between Armenia and Azerbaijan. We have a true humanitarian catastrophe in Karabakh. The Muslim overrun, eastern Armenia, Artsakh. As the United Nations General Assembly got underway on September 19th through the 20th, Azerbaijan conducted a military offensive in Karabakh, seeking to destroy the remaining Armenian militias in region. The Azerbaijani military, supplemented by renewed weapons shipments from Turkey and Israel, quickly defeated the Artsakh defense forces. In the ensuing chaos, more than 100,000 Armenians fled the region. Azerbaijan claims this was not ethnic cleansing and insists that Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan, has no intentions of carrying out such an act, but statements by the European Union and these United States told a different story, which calls for sanctions and for reviewing the Western partnership with Baku. Thank the gods of my ancestors. During the 2020 war and Azerbaijan's 2022 border invasion of Armenia, Azerbaijan's forces committed an array of war crimes, such as beheadings of Armenian civilians and sexual assaults of female Armenian prisoners of war. These are gross violations of the Geneva Conventions. War crimes were purposely uploaded to Telegram channels. Ramil Safarov was pardoned and named a national hero after hacking an Armenian officer to death in his sleep with an axe in Hungary. Majarozag, a foreign nation. Fearing they might suffer under the cruel watch of the Azerbaijani military and the lack of enforcement or care by Russian peacekeepers, the Armenian community hastily fled, triggering a refugee crisis. Russia failed to stop Azerbaijan's attack on Nagorno-Karabakh and the flight of Karabakh Armenians. Consequently, Armenia will be looking elsewhere for security guarantees. The conflict in the disputed region of Nagorno-Karabakh has not just ended in the worst possible way for Armenia, but for the revanchist revisionist Russian Empire as well. Despite Moscow's bombastic rhetoric and its criticism of Armenia's leaders, it's quite clear that the failure of Russia's peacekeeping efforts has jeopardized its long-term presence in the South Caucasus. The 24 hours of fighting in Nagorno-Karabakh in September that resulted in the capitulation of Karabakh Armenian Defense Forces to Baku, the capital of their enemy, revealed that Azerbaijan was more wary of Western sanctions than Russian military might. Despite being formally allied within the Moscow-led CSTO, the SISTO, the Collective Security Treaty Organization, that's Russia's version of NATO, Yerevan, the capital of Armenia, will no longer be seeking security guarantees from Moscow. Armenia is the only post-Soviet country where Russia's influence has grown steadily since the collapse of the Greater Soviet Union. In 1992, Russian border guards were stationed on Armenia's borders with Iran and Turkey. In 1995, a large Russian military base was opened in Armenia's second city of Gyumri. And in 2020, a Russian peacekeeping mission was deployed to Nagorno-Karabakh after the Second Karabakh War. Russia's peacekeeping mandate in Nagorno-Karabakh was unclear, however, with its viability resting only on Russia's continuing political and military authority. In essence, it came down to both sides being unwilling to risk the death of a Russian soldier. That all changed with Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022, which has devoured the Kremlin's military capabilities and destroyed much of its authority. By the fall of 2022, when Azerbaijan attacked Armenian territory, it was clear Moscow was not willing to intervene. And during the one-day war in Nagorno-Karabakh in September of 2023, Moscow showed again that it was not prepared to risk a conflict with Baku, even following the death of Russian soldiers. Moscow's attempts to justify its blunders have not been convincing. Of course, Russian officials are partially correct when they blame Armenian Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan for renouncing Armenia's territorial claims to Nagorno-Karabakh. But at least formally, Armenia had never advanced such claims. More importantly, it's unclear why such a statement by Pashinyan would annul Moscow's guarantee to the Karabakh Armenians. After all, Russia's past recognition of Abkhazia and South Ossetia as part of Georgia and Transnistria as part of Moldova did not prevent it from deploying peacekeepers to those regions. The failure of Russia's peacekeeping mission in Nagorno-Karabakh, which now looks likely to be wrapped up, puts into question its entire military presence in Armenia. Since the 1990s, that presence has been based on an alignment of interests between Moscow and Yerevan. Now these interests are rapidly diverging. Up until 2020, it was customary to assume that Moscow's goal in the South Caucasus was to preserve the status quo. That was why Yerevan, the capital of Armenia, looked for Russian help, which never materialized during the Second Karabakh War. It's still an open question whether Moscow could have done more to stop that conflict before it ended in a catastrophic defeat for the Armenians. If it could indeed have done more and chose not to, that was a big mistake, paving the way for Turkey to take on a bigger role in the region and leaving Armenia vulnerable. Following Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, all other regional issues, including those of the South Caucasus, have faded into the background for Moscow. Certainly, entering into a conflict with Azerbaijan and its main supporter, Turkey, would not bring Russia any closer to victory in Ukraine. One option open to Russia could have been to increase arms exports to its ally Armenia, but Moscow needs all the weapons it can get for its war against Ukraine. Yerevan has even complained that Moscow is refusing to supply weapons for which it has already paid, forcing Armenia to turn to Indian suppliers instead. There have even been suggestions Armenia might buy Western arms. Without security guarantees or arms supplies, there'd be little reason for Armenia to remain in the Sisto military alliance. Apart from joint military exercises, for many years the only reason for Yerevan to be a member of the CSTO was the option of buying Russian weapons at a discount. It's obvious that no country, not only Russia, can give Armenia a cast iron security guarantee. Any such guarantor would have to be ready to risk an armed conflict with Azerbaijan. But diplomatic tools can also serve as a restraining factor, and there are currently more of those available to the West than to the Russian Empire. Unhappiness with Moscow has already pushed Yerevan to make several fateful decisions. In October, Armenia ratified the Roma Statute of the ICC, the International Criminal Court, which means that if Russian dictator Vladimir Putin visits Armenia, he will be arrested. The idea of joining the ICC first arose following the Azerbaijani attack on Armenia in September of 2022, and videos showing Azerbaijani soldiers executing Armenian prisoners. Back then, Yerevan said that ICC membership would be another lever over Baku. But when the ICC issued an arrest warrant for Putin in March, it must have been clear to Armenian officials how the Kremlin would react, and yet Armenia went ahead with the ratification, to their credit. Nor has Yerevan attempted to hide the real reasons for its decision, with Pashinyan so stating, "We took the decision to ratify the Roma Statute when it became as clear to us that the CSTO and the instruments of the Russian-Armenian strategic partnership were not enough to ensure Armenia's external security." Moscow's reaction was predictable, with Putin's spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, calling the ratification an extremely hostile step. In the following days, suppliers of Armenian brandy to Russia began to experience problems at customs. In the past, Russia has blocked imports of goods to punish countries like Moldova and Georgia that it sees as pursuing pro-Western course. But the tactics have never met with much success. If anything, it has had the opposite effect. Moldova received European Union candidate status in 2022, and Georgia could receive it later this year. It can't be ruled out that Armenia will follow in their footsteps. We can only pray. And wherever the East and West are lukewarm, France steps up. While most of the West has stayed silent, France has done much to come to Armenia's aid. Paris has grown its relationship with Yerevan, and France is one of the few countries to condemn and warn of Baku's actions in the aftermath of the 2020 war. Russia, which uses information warfare against France in the latter's former colonies, has also turned to hybrid warfare methods against Armenia over the past few years as the Yerevan-Moscow relationship has drifted. France, meanwhile, has a history of responding to the plight of Armenians that stems back to the rescues during the Armenian genocide at Musa Dag. The French Foreign Minister and Senate recently approved a military aid package, and France's plan to create a consulate in Syunik comes as Azerbaijan and Turkey step up warlike rhetoric against the Armenian province over the Zangezur corridor. France and Lithuania were also vocal in condemning Azerbaijan's military aggression, recognizing that even though Baku promised integration, it used fear and intimidation against Karabakh Armenians. France's move toward Armenia is opportunistic for both nations. Armenia is looking for a path to Western integration after multiple false promises and failures by Russia. At the same time, France hopes to be the first NATO member state to have an actual presence in a region that has been under the forceful watch of the Kremlin for hundreds of years. French aid to Armenia could intertwine with future American cooperation. One effect of growing French cooperation with Armenia is that the partnership might bring America into the fold. American foreign policy, after all, has continuously crossed paths with France's geopolitical ambitions since World War II. Initially supporting decolonization efforts, the United States condemned the tripartite French-British-Israeli invasion of Egypt, known as the Suez Canal crisis. America would also come to the aid of the Lebanese government during the 1958 Civil War, as France could not provide military assistance due to their war in Algeria. During the height of tensions between France and Vietnam, the United States took the French side over the pro-American Ho Chi Minh, which led to the brutal Indochina Wars. France is one of the 3 NATO members, along with Turkey and these United States, to maintain force projection even after most of the alliance went through decades of steady demilitarization. With Turkey and the United States drifting apart, Washington now looks to Paris as the top NATO partner in force projection. American and French forces worked in tandem in anti-terror operations in the Sahel. Washington supplemented Paris in the diplomatic and military fields, trying to make up for the influence France had lost in its former colonies. Meanwhile, the United States has grown closer to Armenia, especially since the 2022 clashes mended by an American brokered ceasefire. The first joint military exercises in Syunik province in early September helped solidify a growing partnership. Armenia has the potential to become a major non-NATO ally akin to South Korea, the Empire of Japan, Eretz Israel, or Greater Israel, or the Ukraine. France's growing relations with Armenia can serve as a conduit for increasing American diplomatic and military aid for the next several years, as the actions of Turkey and Azerbaijan have put the United States military support for these nations under question. Armenian Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan has rescinded all territorial claims against his neighbor. At the same time, Aliyev refused a Western-backed reconciliation. That's the president of Azerbaijan, who said, fuck you to America. Putin has quietly grown, closer to Azerbaijan, the Muslims, whose gas offers a way to evade Western sanctions, whereas Armenia has drifted west, with French diplomacy being a prime engagement factor. With Russian influence waning, the West can finally begin to integrate a key country in a region it ignored after the Greater Soviet Union's collapse. In Critical Omissions episodes, as transmitted throughout this week last, I've taken a look at the regional implications of the conflict and the global response thereunto. Today, we're forced by circumstances into taking a look at the global implications of the Israel-Hamas war. As I so noted earlier this week, for the signatory governments of the Abraham Accords, the war has highlighted the danger of getting too far out of sync with popular sentiment, which remains committed to the Palestinian cause. And good, numbers holding up. I shall continue for as long as my voice holds out. For the United States, however, it has served as a damning indictment of the Biden administration's short-sighted Middle East policy, which has focused on a potential deal normalizing relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia, while entirely neglecting the Palestinian file. Vengeance is not a policy. Emotionally driven reactions from Washington won't prevent future violence. Dismantling the Gaza prison could. The astonishing spectacle and intimate horrors of the attack by Hamas and Islamic Jihad against Israelis make it even more difficult than usual to understand why it occurred and how it can be prevented from happening again. There is simply no escaping the gut punch of seeing or hearing people of all ages, including children, teenagers, the elderly, and the disabled, being brutalized, riddled with bullets, or dragged into captivity. the terror and pain of the victims, and the agony of their families, whose appearances, accents, and life stories are so familiar to American and European audiences. I mean, they've seen Schindler's List ripped off 100 times, and any time a Jew cries, you're indoctrinated into crying too. All make it supremely difficult to undertake effective analysis. These are real, not natural, but indoctrinated, yet surely undeniable reactions. The emotional and moral truths they reflect are crucial to an effective response, but their very intensity is dangerous. This applies to presidents as well as ordinary people. United States President Joseph Biden's passionate identification with the heartbreak of the Israeli victims and his categorical condemnation of the attack as similar to those committed by the Islamic State reflect his honest emotions and match the feelings of much of his audience, but being present emotionally is not the same as being effective politically. To prevent the monstrousness that has been unleashed on innocent Israelis from happening again and again, along with the retribution innocent Palestinians suffer as a result, we must not rely on the certainty of our revulsion. We must identify and remove the causes of the attack. I refer not to the specific calculations, decisions, and deployments inside of Gaza that produced this specific bloodletting, but to the machine of institutionalized oppression, hate, fear, that comprises the real infrastructure of violence. The drive shaft of this machine of hate and fearmongery is the horizonless immiseration, imprisonment, and trauma inflicted on the masses of people living in what Israelis refer to as a coastal enclave. Coverage of the October 7th attacks has focused on their brutality and their uncanny similarity to events half a century ago along the Suez Canal and in the Golan Heights that shattered then prevalent myths. Well, the myths at the time of Israel's omniscient intelligence services and its fully professional and in-control military. But this time, the shock of failure is even more unnerving since the blow was delivered against civilians inside Israeli territory, not on military units stationed inside occupied territories. Today, what is at stake is not whether the IDF, the Israel Defense Forces, are better off facing enemy Arab states directly or with demilitarized zones in between. What is being challenged is the entire idea of Israel living a normal life as a Jewish Zionist villa protected by walls of concrete, steel, and fear against the dark Middle Eastern jungle that surrounds it. If we really do want to know and address the causes of the butchery we have witnessed, and which we are otherwise bound to witness again, we must shift our frame of reference. The fanaticism and bloodlust of the militants who carried out the attack and perpetrated war crimes, along with their leaders' calculations, tactics, ruthlessness, mobilization skills, and readiness to die, are not products of a special Palestinian and Muslim prowess or innate evil. They are what can, and perhaps inevitably will, happen when masses of human beings are treated as the 2.3 million human beings living in the Gaza Strip have been treated for decades. Nor can the event be explained by the undeniable incompetence, hubris, and self-evident negligence of the Israeli government and its security apparatuses. Given enough time, any system designed to contain explosive and steadily increasing pressures will fail. Anyone who tells a story knows that most of the work of the telling is done in the choice of where the story begins. If the story of this attack begins on the holiday and Sabbath morning of October 7th, it becomes a 9/11 tale of innocent victims exposed to the unprovoked violence of barbarians. The plot then unfolds as the struggle to overcome the shock of a devastating blow and then to defeat and punish the aggressors on behalf of an outraged humanity. But if the story is seen, as it would be by a historian like myself, as starting in 1948, when it was the grandparents of Gaza refugees who lived in the areas to which their armed descendants returned so briefly and violently, then the moral of the story and the requirements of a satisfying end to the narrative change drastically. In this wider temporal framing, Hamas and Islamic Jihad never started a war. They launched a prison revolt. Appreciating the truth of that framing requires a bit of historical background. Before the declaration of Israel as a state in May of 1948, the apron of land surrounding Gaza contained dozens of Palestinian Arab towns and villages, the largest of which was Al-Meidal, what is now the entirely Jewish city of Ashkelon. When, on November 29th of 1947, the United Nations General Assembly voted to divide Palestine into a Jewish state and a Palestinian Arab state, this entire area, including the Gaza, its surrounding areas, and parts of the Negev Desert, was designated to be included within the Arab state. But the United Nations failed to provide money, troops, or administrators to implement its decision. Abandoning Palestine to chaos, the British, who had ruled after the territory for more than 20 years, pulled their forces out of city after city, region after region. And as they did so, Jews and Arabs plunged into an atrocity-filled civil war over which areas would fall under Jewish or Arab rule. The result of this civil war, of battles between Israel and the expeditionary forces of Arab states that invaded Palestine in May of 1948, and of increasingly systematic Israeli campaigns to expel Arab civilians from territories that were to have been the Arab state, was the displacement of 1 million Palestinians. 200,000 of them found shelter in a narrow wedge of coastal Palestine occupied by Egyptian troops, what became known as the Gaza Strip. Israel's refusal to allow those who fled or were expelled to ever return to their homes, and its subsequent destruction of their villages, towns, and neighborhoods, turned these displaced persons into intergenerationally traumatized refugees. Ruled or dominated by Egypt from the 1949 armistice until 1956, by Israel from October 1956 to March of 1957, by Egypt again from then until June of 1967, and by Israel since then, the Strip's refugee population immediately swamped its original inhabitants. Fierce resistance against the Israeli occupation in the early 1970s led to policies implemented by Ariel Sharon, who later became Israel's prime minister, that bulldozed a grid of roads through densely packed neighborhoods, killed thousands of Palestinians, and crushed the radical Palestinian guerrilla organizations that were entrenched in the refugee camps. Seeing Muslim religious identification as less threatening than Palestinian nationalism, the Israeli authorities then offered support to the Gaza branch of the Muslim Brotherhood, so that by the time of the first Palestinian Intifada, or uprising, which began in late 1987, the Brotherhood could create Hamas, officially the Islamic Resistance Movement, to rival the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, as the vanguard of Palestinian struggle, because the Jews didn't like the fact that Yasser Arafat was the face of peace with the Americans and the West. It may seem odd that Israel had a hand in creating its nemesis, but not quite so odd if one takes note of public comments made before the October attack, by both Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Bezalel Smotrich, the Minister of Finance, who is largely in charge of the West Bank settler affairs, that the Nationalist Palestinian Authority, the PA, with its ambition to build a Palestinian nation-state alongside Israel, should be seen as the real enemy, compared to Hamas, whose threat to the PA's political position made it, in their eyes, a valued asset. More than anything else, the Oslo Accords of the 1990s reflected a new Israeli government strategy of relying on what it hoped would be the tractability of and greed of PLO leaders, rather than on the relative passivity previous governments had mistakenly associated with the Muslim Brotherhood. Yasser Arafat and the leadership of the PLO were allowed to return to Palestine from their exile in Tunisia with the understanding that they would suppress popular hostility to Israel in return for a state, or statelet, they would rule. But Israel more or less doomed that idea by refusing to allocate enough authority to Arafat and his interim government to enable it to build legitimacy among Palestinians. Since the signing of the Oslo Accords, the continued expansion of settlements in the West Bank, the assassination of the Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin by another Jew, and the explosion of violence associated with the Second Intifada, which began in the year 2000, have destroyed any prospect of a negotiated two-state solution. The once abhorred and then widely embraced, but no longer available, vision of a Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza Strip that would provide Palestinians with sufficient realization of their aspirations to end the Arab-Israeli conflict. In 2002 and 2003, Sharon's government put Arafat's headquarters in Ramallah under siege, and then transferred him, basically abducted him and jacked him to France, where he died the following year, after being beaten half to death by the Jews. In 2005, hoping to rid itself of the headache of having responsibility for Gaza's large, impoverished, and hostile refugee population and to isolate it from the West Bank, Israel evacuated its military and 9,000 settlers from the Gaza Strip. It also refused to negotiate with Palestinian representatives about any arrangements for relations between the Strip and Israel following the withdrawal. When Hamas then won the Palestinian legislative elections of 2006, Israel, with American support, responded by a failed coup d'etat attempt to forcibly replace it with rule of Gaza by Fatah. Hamas then defeated Fatah forces in Gaza and secured its political ascendancy there, leading Israel to seal off Gazans from Israel, even as some official Israeli maps refrained, and still refrain, from designating Gaza as outside of its international borders. Gaza became a resource-starved and overpopulated open-air prison, forced to rely on Israel for food, water, electricity, trade, mail, the delivery of their mail delivery, access to fishing, medical care, or contact with the outside world at all. From then on, Israel has effectively treated Hamas as the prisoner organization responsible for preventing the inmates, none of whom have been placed on trial, and all of whom have multiple life sentences, from harming Israel or Israelis. This relationship has been enforced by punishing incursions into the Strip by the Israeli military. For 23 days in 2008 through 2009, 5 days in 2012, half 100 days in 2014, and 15 days in 2021, in the process killing more than 6,400 Palestinians between 2008 and September of 2023, and inflicting billions of dollars of damage. But in between these operations to mow the lawn, as the Jews love to call the killing of people who have no power against them, they think of them as blades of grass. Israeli governments and Hamas cooperated enough to prevent humanitarian catastrophes, keep Hamas bureaucrats. Well, the Hamas bureaucrats paid, and yes, terrorist networks have bureaucrats, as well as suppress Islamic State and Islamic Jihad efforts to inflict as much damage on Israel as possible. Hamas has acted as the great Israeli ally, protecting them from other Muslim fundamentalists. You see, as in any prison, correctional authorities distinguish between inmates individually regarded as criminals and worthy of punishment, and the organization representing these inmates, which can be a useful and reliable partner. And as in any prison, the wardens select trustees among the prisoners for rewards and to serve as informers. Thus, for example, are small but varying numbers of carefully screened Palestinians in Gaza allowed, under conditions of general good behavior in the facility, to leave its confines to work for wages in Israel itself, returning every night to prison. The remarks I have already aforecited by Israeli ministers preferring Hamas to the PA or Palestinian Authority help explain the fact that no Israeli government has relied more completely or explicitly on Hamas as an instrument with which to administer Gaza than have the recent Netanyahu governments. Satisfied that its Iron Dome and anti-missile defenses and its sophisticated and expensive underground barrier had neutralized Hamas's ability to hurt Israel by launching rockets over the prison walls or tunneling underneath them, Netanyahu formed an image of Hamas as having been domesticated. He called it Bibi's bitch. In March of 2019, according to Haaretz, a Jewish magazine or newspaper, he told a meeting of Likud Party Knesset members that anyone who wants to thwart the establishment of a Palestinian state has to support bolstering Hamas and transferring money to Hamas. This is part of our strategy to isolate the Palestinians in Gaza from the Palestinians in the West Bank. Netanyahu's policy of relying on Hamas to keep the Gaza prison from boiling over allowed his government to focus all its attention on advancing West Bank settlement, promoting a judicial overhaul to enable annexation without granting Palestinians civil or political rights, and raiding Palestinian cities and refugee camps to arrest and kill militants it could no longer rely on the Palestinian authorities to control. While the wardens were looking the other way, the prisoner organizations in Gaza put their carefully concealed plans for a revolt into effect. Thinking about the present in this way is necessary if future violent revolts are to be prevented. The bitter reality is that Gaza is Israel's problem because, like it or not, Gaza is a part of Israel. Though most governments and the media have been referring to the fighting as an interstate war, it is not. Israel neither recognizes Gaza, or Palestine for that matter, as a state, nor Hamas as a legitimate governing authority over its inhabitants. Instructively, Israel's initial response to the attack was to shut off all electricity, food, medicine, and water to the entire area. No state can do those things to another state, but it can do it to a territory it surrounds and dominates. Thus, before rejecting as outlandish the idea of Gaza as a crowded Israeli prison, consider that what goes on in Israeli prison cells and yards, such as Beit Shean, Ashkelon, or Megiddo, the battlefield of Armageddon, where most of the inmates are Palestinians, is controlled not by the wardens, but by Palestinian prisoner organizations. Those familiar with the Israeli criminal justice system know this to be true, and none would imagine saying that these prisons are not located in Israel itself. In just this sense, the 140 square mile prison known as the Gaza Strip, whose internal affairs are dominated by Hamas, is also within Israel. Everyone knows how brutal escaping prisoners can be, how ruthlessly prison revolts are crushed, and how many inmates uninvolved in the violence suffer as a result. We have seen the former, and we are now seeing the latter. But prison revolts are also seen as graphic signs of how ineffectively, cruelly, or counterproductively the prison was being run in the first. They lead, often, if not always, to prison reform, or, in some cases, prison closure. Indeed, this is what is needed in the case of the Gaza prison. Israel must decide. If it doesn't want Gaza, it must allow the United Nations to take it over and assist it with Israeli reparations, Gulf states money, and international security assistance towards the best future it can possibly achieve. If Israel wants to keep the Gaza, it must, as an often ignored part of former U.S. President Donald John Trump's plan for Palestinians advocated, open up lightly inhabited regions in the northern Negev region of Israel to hundreds of thousands of Gazans whose ancestral homes were once located there, and extend equal rights to all to participate in the life of the state that rules them. Ultimately, this means, and will require, equal citizenship for all. But the fucking goddamn Jews are racists. The biggest racists on earth. Our young lady who has appeared on this show, the lovely Victoria Lauren Hobbs, has said racism is Talmudic. And she's not wrong. But as racist as the Jews are, and the Americans love them for that, there are now more Arabs than Jews living between the Mediterranean Sea and the Jordan River. The problems of how they live together, and what living together eventually means for the name and the character of the state they share, are daunting. But such problems are better than those we have today, and they are better than those we will have tomorrow if the policies followed continue to address only the horror of the catastrophe and not its causes. Yet the war is also bringing into sharp relief the challenges facing other outside powers as they attempt to expand their influence in a region long dominated by the United States. The pressure that the Communist Chinese Empire now faces, for instance, to take a stand on the conflict has exposed the vulnerabilities inherent to its strategy of seeking to straddle all sides of the region's various fault lines. The same is true of the revanchist revisionist Russian Empire. The war's polarizing effect, which is likely to increase as it continues and grows in intensity, makest that approach a lot more difficult to maintain for both Beijing and Moscow in the Sino-Slavic Synaxes' attempts to reorder the world stage. On a global level, the war in Gaza will also have concrete impacts, beginning with diverting attention away from other priorities and crises. Already, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky made a surprise visit to NATO headquarters earlier this week, urging the alliance to maintain its flow of military aid to Ukraine even as their own member states, most importantly these United States, turn their focus to the war in Gaza. Much like the war in Ukraine too, the Hamas-Israel war has exposed double standards regarding international attention to conflicts. The crisis in Nagorno-Karabakh just a few weeks ago, for instance, received only fleeting attention. The ongoing war and humanitarian crisis in the Sudan, nearly half a year in, has received almost none. And perhaps most importantly, the global order was already experiencing numerous crises and structural shifts. Throw in even more volatility and uncertainty to the mix, as the Hamas-Israel war is sure to do, and these crises could cascade unpredictably. This brings us to Israel and the chip supply chain. The war between Hamas and Israel threatens an already vulnerable chip industry. Remember, microchips are the oil of the 21st century. The Saudi Arabia of that oil, that resource, is my Taiwan. But Israel is a small country with an outsized influence on the global chip industry as well. It's a major source of engineering talent, a hub for international chip makers, and fertile ground for semiconductor startups the big companies often want to acquire. Intel Corp has been there for almost 100 years and maintains a network of design and production facilities throughout the country. NVIDIA Corp, the largest maker of chips used for artificial intelligence systems, has a big presence in Israel. Of course, I call them expert systems because they're not artificially intelligent at all. But so does Apple Corp, or Apple Incorporated, which designs some of its silicon there, an effort run by an Israeli named Johnny Shruji. Amazon.com Incorporated and Microsoft Corp have important chip design centers there as well. Israel is one of the few places outside of East Asia where advanced chip production is done. The war between Hamas and Israel, which has left hundreds of people dead in its first week, well, thousands really, threatens to further complicate the chip supply chain. Intel set up its first outpost in Haifa, Israel in 1974. Just 6 years after the company's founding, really, after funding, it would become an essential research and design center, helping fuel the company's decades-long dominance of computer chips. In 2003, when laptops were taken off, Intel introduced a new line of power-efficient processors equipped with Wi-Fi based on designs first proposed by engineers in Haifa. The team gave it the codename Baniaz, named after a spring near the Golan Heights that Israel took from Syria in their 1967 conflict. The product would later be known as Centrino and Pentium M. The company chose Haifa for its proximity to Technion, the Israel Institute of Technology, which has produced many of the region's leading engineers and scientists, including Shruji, whose work would eventually displace Intel from Apple computers. Some 12,800 people are employed by Intel at 5 major locations in Israel today. That's according to company sources that I've cited. Their work includes AI and self-driving cars. Haifa is still responsible for some of what goes into the company's processors, which retain a dominant share of the PC and server markets. Besides Haifa, the other main site is a chip production plant in Kiryat Gat. Intel has been expanding that project this year. Kiryat Gat is southwest of Jerusalem and a 30-minute drive from the Gaza border, which bore the brunt of the violence last weekend. The port city of Haifa is about a 40-minute ride from the border with Lebanon, where the Israeli Defense Forces and Hezbollah, the Army of God, have been shelling each other in recent days. The conflict has already had a terrifying impact. Among the Israelis kidnapped by Hamas fighters is Avinatan Or, an engineer for NVIDIA. Videos posted online show Or and his girlfriend, Noah Argamani, a relative of Armani, being taken against their will from a music festival that was attacked over the weekend. NVIDIA, which canceled an AI conference scheduled to begin October 15th in Tel Aviv, as the day of tonight's transmission, confirmed the kidnapping. Many companies also have said that their employees are part of a mass call-up of Army reservists, which will result in workplace disruptions. Intel declined to comment on the status of its Israeli operations or staff there, but in a statement, the company said, "We are closely monitoring the situation in Israel and taking steps to safeguard and support our workers." So, could Israel shockwaves hit my Taiwan? Red China may be tempted to turn up the military heat on my Taiwan, hoping a preoccupied United States will not be in any position to respond. Okay. Still so much time. Israel's response to the devastating incursion perpetrated by Palestinian gunmen from the Gaza Strip is still in its very early stages. It is not yet possible to predict its ultimate reach. But it is possible to consider the short and medium-term impact on the dangerous geopolitical dynamic in and around the Taiwan Strait, which, because of Red China's continuing efforts to subjugate my democratic Taiwan, remains one of the world's most volatile flashpoints. One likely consequence of the Hamas assault is that Taiwan's long wait for already contracted American weapon systems to defend against a possible Red Chinese attack will be extended even further. Present estimates put the value of already contracted but not yet delivered American weapon systems to my Taiwan at about 18 billion United States dollars. The systems include Stinger anti-aircraft missiles and Harpoon anti-ship missile launchers, critical components for helping a much depleted Taiwanese military resist Red China. But following American maneuvers to provide more military support to Israel, my Taiwan will now fall to number 3 at least on the American list of preferred weapons customers, behind Ukraine, with which it had already been competing for scarce weapons allotments, and Israel itself, whose support in the U.S. Congress and throughout the American government is very deeply rooted because of the Zionist occupation government over America. The problem for my Taiwan is that the American armaments industry has experienced an immense contraction in the several decades since the end of the Cold War in the early 1990s. The industry never anticipated the emergence of a new Cold War, one pitting the American empire and our Western allies against an authoritarian coalition consisting of the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire, the Communist Chinese Empire, Iran, and North Korea. That short-sightedness is now coming home to roost, and through no fault of its own, my Taiwan, among others, has been left holding the bag. Another possible consequence of the Gaza war is that Red China may now be tempted to turn up the military heat on my Taiwan, hoping that a preoccupied American empire will be in no position to respond effectively. For the next several weeks at least, the eyes of America's foreign policy bureaucracy will be set firmly on the Middle East, a fixation that will only intensify if Israel's deterrence-obsessed leadership decides to go beyond Gaza and punish Iran for its possible role in both encouraging and financing the deadly Hamas assault. Among other things, this fixation affords Red China an excellent opportunity to put further pressure on my Taiwan through rapidly escalating gray zone activities, violating my island China's self-declared ADIZ, or Air Defense Identification Zone, for example, or dispatching naval assets towards our strategically vulnerable East Coast. There may also be some voices in Red China pushing for even more robust activities, up to and including an attack on one or more of Taiwan's offshore islands, or even a temporary quarantine of my Taiwan itself. But barring the outbreak of a full-scale Iran-Israeli war, which would utterly transform the global geopolitical landscape, such a response is extremely unlikely, not least because of Red China's roiling economic crises and the continuing problems it faces with its own military leadership. So, while a full-scale CHICOM, or Chinese Communist attack on my Taiwan, is almost certainly off the table for now, an expansion in the already worrying level of Red China's gray zone activities in and around the Black Strait of Taiwan is not raising the chances of accidental conflict. Where that conflict could lead, particularly given the current high level of tension between Red China and these United States, is not a happy prospect to contemplate. Another consequence of the Gaza war concerns Red China itself, the possibility that, whether it likes it or not, Beijing could now be forced to declare where it stands in the international order. At least since February of 2022, when the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire invaded Ukraine, the Communist Chinese Empire has played a delicate game, opting for the ill-defined middle ground between a full-scale embrace of unadulterated international authoritarianism on the one hand and semi-fealty to the American-led international order on the other. The same international order that has allowed its economy to grow and its international influence to expand over the past 3 decades. As one example, over the past year and a half, Beijing has carefully refrained from sending large-scale arms supplies to the Russian Empire, or at least getting caught at it, even while seemingly cheering on the Russian war effort. Red China's reaction to the Gaza incursion was therefore altogether predictable, calling on both sides to exercise restraint, while at the same time giving a significant amount of media attention to Iran's one-sided take on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The problem for Red China is that this sort of unprincipled geopolitical fence-sitting may soon become impossible. This would be particularly true if Israel's response to the Gaza incursion morphs into a war with Iran. In that case, anyone with pretensions to global leadership would be required to get off the fucking fence and finally pick a goddamn side, either the existing world order or the insurgent authoritarian coalition. Were Red China to defy expectations and go with the former, then a serious break on any future Commu-Chinese kinetic maneuver against my Taiwan would likely come into effect. On the other hand, were the CHICOMs to further embrace their already close identification with the authoritarian camp, then the exact opposite would occur, with extremely negative consequences for peace and stability in the Black Strait between Taiwan and mainland China. When so many frozen conflicts go hot, it's not just coincidence. In my critical omissions transmission, Yester Septimania, it est last week, I spracketh about how the war in Ukraine is fraying the global security order. I referenced numerous crises, and could sadly have referenced many more, but I hosted that episode in circumstantial context of the Israeli-manipulated Hamas attack. Does this war fit the pattern? Can anyone aside myself explain that it also is a product of the larger international factors enabling conflicts from Kosovo-Matoya to Nagorno-Karabakh? On the one hand, the war unfolding in the Gaza can be seen as completely independent of the war in Ukraine and other global crises. After all, tensions and outright hostility between Israel and Hamas have been ongoing for years. These have resulted in repeated cycles of violence, including a conflict as recently as 2021. The situation was becoming more combustible under Netanyahu's government as it pushed for more settlements in the West Bank, maintained Israel's long-standing blockade on Gaza, and generally showed little interest in reaching any negotiated settlement with the Palestinians. Indeed, Netanyahu's policies toward the Palestinians and the broader anti-democratic leanings of his government had the potential to undermine relations with some of Israel's strongest supporters, such as these United States. Israel's military operation in Gaza in 2021 led to widespread international condemnation. The effort to find a peaceful two-state solution via the Oslo peace process has long been seen as dead. Moreover, the timing of Hamas's operation roughly corresponded to the 50th anniversary of another major surprise attack launched against Israel, the 1973 Yom Kipúr War. But that war was launched by the forces of 5 Arab countries into territories seized by Israel during the 1967 Six-Day War, including the Sinai Peninsula and the West Bank, not into Israel proper. Moreover, it was purely a military operation that did not target civilians. In terms of both the devastation within Israel itself and the death toll, both overall and to civilians, Hamas's strike was on the level of the 1948 invasion of Arab countries against Israel shortly following its declaration of independence as a nation. Wars are a product of local, proximate factors and broader system-wide factors. The current configuration of the international system is a recipe for frozen conflicts to thaw. So, I must say, oh my God, I just got a stupid fucking notification. I guess companies including Apple use a little-known technique to make third-party repairs harder than they need to be. And so California's new right to repair law fails to stop the parts pairing loophole. I mean, like, talk about all going on in the world. I guess people have time for nothing. I mean, what a load of shit. Veronica Barrera, Goddess bless you. Buenos noches a todos, Senora Vero Barrera. Love you. She says, thanks for explaining all this conflict in detail. Love you, honey. God bless you for helping to keep the numbers up. And so glad to see you here. So back to explanation. Yes. As I said, about the system-wide thaw in Cold Wars, where they're turning hot all over the globe, all at once. Well, on the other hand, the war presently unfolding in the Gaza clearly fits the broader pattern I identified last week, in that it both illustrates and is a product of the breakdown in the global security order. Pointing to a conflict's unique causes and roots does not explain why that conflict becomes hot or remains cold at a given moment in time. Armenia and Azerbaijan had fought 3 previous wars over the years, but violence had subsided afterwards. Similarly, Serbia fought a war in Kosovo-Metohija that induced a NATO response in 1999. Since then, peacekeepers have been on the ground and tensions have remained high, but violence had not broken out. In both these cases, the status quo of frozen conflict held until it didn't. As I discussed in another recent transmission, the fog of war is thick, especially when it comes to war onset. But when a series of wars and crises take its place at or near the same time, it is implausible, albeit not impossible, to chalk it up to coincidence. Again, to reiterate, wars are a product of local proximate factors and broader system-wide factors, and the current configuration in the international system, in which multipolarity has emerged and a major war in Europe is consuming the attention of the American empire and other powers that have traditionally played key roles in brokering and maintaining peace in the Middle East, is a recipe for frozen conflicts to thaw. Exempli gratiae. Both these United States and European powers have appeared unwilling or unable to dedicate the resources required to pressure Netanyahu's government into disavowing the policies that were inflaming the situation. Indeed, the American empire hasn't even appointed an ambassador to Israel, and the administration of President Joseph Biden was clearly more interested in the deal to normalize relations between Saudi Arabia and Israel in an effort to build a coalition against Iran, even though it was far from clear how that process would actually solve the question of Palestine's international status. It seemed American and European officials were simply hoping that the situation would remain on the back burner while they addressed other, more pressing issues. That proved to be folly. The lack of major power pressure or presence is an enabling factor, but there could be an even more direct link between international conditions and the onset of the war in the Gaza. The operation carried out by Hamas last weekend was quite sophisticated and resource intensive. It entailed launching more than 3,000 rockets, deploying drones, and coordinating with ground and amphibious forces. The training, coordination, and resources to execute such an operation obviously required backing and assistance. The most obvious source for such assistance is Hamas's longtime patron, their prison warden, Israel itself, not Iran, which the U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan instead characterized as complicit in these attacks, though there so far be no evidence whatsoever that Tehran played any organizational or operational role in the attack at all. This is like destroy the Twin Towers and attack Iraq instead of the House of Saud, which provided all the skyjackers, or Israel, which was the real conspiracy behind them, helping a Jewish American collect his insurance rather than, well, take out all the asbestos in the towers. Nevertheless, Tehran would have good reason to be feeling emboldened these days. Thanks to the war in Ukraine, Iran is no longer an isolated pariah state on the international scene. Far from it. For instance, while Moscow was one of the key parties that helped pressure Tehran into accepting the multilateral deal that severely limited its civilian nuclear program in 2015, Russia is now reliant on Iran's support in prosecuting the war in Ukraine. Indeed, such support seems to have been recently rewarded with an invitation for Iran to join the BRICS group of nations seeking an alternative to the American-led international order. Are there glimmers of hope? Is there reason to believe this sudden uptick in conflict will soon abate? There's no way of knowing, but for now, the outlook looks grim. The current war in the Gaza may end quickly, but if so, it will only return to a frozen and unstable stasis. Moreover, with no end in sight to the war in Ukraine, it will continue to draw the attention and resources of the countries best positioned to stop other crises. The result is that crises and wars will continue to cascade, with the prime candidate now being the war in Gaza itself, which still risks expanding into a wider regional conflict. So the war continues on the home and foreign fronts, with paralyses in Congress making America a dysfunctional superpower. Wars in Ukraine and Israel, and the risk of one over my Taiwan, test American staying power, even while the Second American Civil War has begun. This brings us to the entire hot topic of Israel, public opinion, and the war, raised by Peter Moon. Oh, here we are. Noticer TM says, apparently I had my phone on. Do not disturb. Shaking my head. Sorry. Oh, my thanks to both these lovely ladies, Veronica Berra and, of course, the lovely Victoria Lauren Hobbs. I spracketh of you positively, of course. I quoted you, darling, telling how, I reiterated how I quoted you in which you said that the racism is Talmudic. Let me give to both ladies, here we are, to both ladies. Oops. There we go. See if I can find my kissy lips here. And there we are. Okay. Well, I feel obligated to finish up a little bit more on articulating, analyzing the situation. Then I hope to bring you on in the final hour if possible. Should I bring you on now before you go to work? Let me know. But the Hamas attack on Israel has accomplished something few other events have achieved in the last decade, creating a wide consensus in America's otherwise deeply divided political landscape. The political debate in the United States feeds on outrage. So a disproportionate amount of attention, especially on social media, has focused on a relative handful of pro-Hamas statements, including some on college campuses. Again, a subject raised by Peter Moon in the opening hours. That has tended to obscure the unusual amount of political agreement. But from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez on the left to Marjorie Taylor Greene on the right, elected officials have denounced Hamas. President Biden and congressional Republican leaders, at odds on nearly every issue, have called for stepped-up aid to Israel, with Biden labeling the Hamas attack unadulterated evil. And public opinion in both parties has swung in Israel's direction. Whether such unquestioning and overwhelming support is wise remains to be seen. Insufficient debate can sometimes lead countries into major blunders, as the United States discovered in the Iraq War. Nor is it clear how long the consensus will last. A ground assault on Gaza, which Israel, by all evidence, is planning, could be long and bloody and shift opinion yet again. For now, however, the near unity is having an impact. Administration officials hope to take advantage of the moment to get new aid to Israel through Congress, perhaps packaged with assistance to Ukraine and added security measures for the American southern border. If that strategy works, it will provide an example of how a foreign shock can sometimes break partisan logjams in Washington. But it still brings us back to the battle for American public opinion. Because most Americans, most of the time, don't pay much attention to the Mideast and its seemingly intractable quarrels. When warfare breaks out in region, news organizations usually focus on American Jews and Muslims to gauge their reaction. Both groups, however, are minuscule. Jews make up about 2% of the United States population, and the Muslim population is even less. The battle for American public opinion largely takes place among other groups. A large share of the American public supports Israel. Gallup, which has surveyed public opinion on the Mideast for many years, has found that in the past few years, just over half of American adults said their sympathies lay mostly with Israel, while about 1 in 4 sympathized more with the Palestinians. Support for Israel has been especially strong among reactionary evangelical Christians, a group that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his allies have carefully courted. Sympathy for Israel also rose significantly among all Republicans during former President Trump's tenure, as he tied himself tightly to Netanyahu and the Israeli right. They were sharing each other's pantyhose. Okay, back to... She says, I'm off today. Oh, excellent. Oh, wonderful. Oh, thank God. So, honey, all right, let me bring you on. So I'm going to call this young lady. Give me a second here. And I'll try to finalize my analysis at that point. Okay, here we are. Okay, let me press the call button. There we are, young lady. How are you this morning?
I'm well. How are you, Douglas?
Oh, much the better for speaking with you. You sound alert. You sound great. I am just so glad to have you with us. You have no idea how much I'm glad. And of course, if you turn on the camera like that, you'll distract me completely. I'll be unable to analyze anything. So, honey, you're looking fine. And it's early morning where you're at. Still dark, apparently.
Oh, do I have a camera on? That's so funny.
You do.
I'm like walking around.
Yes.
I'm doing little stuff around my house. So.
Yeah, I saw mostly your roof and your ceiling. I need to say. Yeah.
Yes.
And so, honey, definitely what I want you to do is interject as much as you wish. And by all means, by next hour, I'm probably going to have you just take over for the remaining hour of the show. We've got about 45 minutes of this hour left. And then after that, another 45 minutes before I stop transmission. So honestly, I want you to start dominating the show by the final 45 minutes. The next 45 minutes, just interject whenever you feel you want to while I perform my analysis here, kind of finalize and wrap up my analysis as best I can. Right now, I want to talk about a split among Democrats because that political alliance, coming after years of tension between Netanyahu and President Obama, the political alliance I'm referencing being between Netanyahu and the evangelical Christians of America, that brought warnings in both countries that Netanyahu risked making American support for Israel a partisan issue. And it proved to be true. Sympathy for the Palestinians rose notably over the last decade, with much of the movement coming among Democrats, the political left, and younger Americans. You represent part of this group of younger Americans, no matter what politics, taking an awareness or growing into an awareness of the Palestinian situation. Now, that shift has generated divisive debates among Democrats, especially in large urban areas where a resurgent left has gained support in recent years. In 2022, support for Israel surfaced as an issue in Democratic primaries, often pitting younger insurgents against an older, more firmly pro-Israel Democratic establishment thoroughly indoctrinated by the Zionist occupation government. With Biden strongly in the pro-Israel camp as a self-proclaimed Zionist, the issue has hovered in the background of Democratic politics as one of the party's recurring generational splits. This brings us to the sharp shift. The Hamas attacks, with their large death toll, including 27 Americans, because most Israelis hold dual citizenship in America, because Israel is effectively America's 51st state out of union, the taking of hostages and reports of multiple atrocities, many of which are completely false, it's all abruptly changed this picture I've just articulated. A poll taken Sunday through Tuesday by YouGov for The Economist magazine found that support for Israel had jumped 11 percentage points compared with its previous level. Our dear Victoria Lauren Hobbs was witness to this with a Bible study group where the pastor she was familiar with went all out with this, like, gotta help the Jews preach that, with everybody else just bobbing their heads, well, not in their heads, like bobbing hood ornaments, off an assembly line, driving her to tears. Did I express that right?
Yes, this is correct. Honestly, he was trying to be sympathetic to both sides, but the issue is that Christendom, the churchgoer crowd, definitely confuse their own Bibles so much. Christ made it very clear that after the new covenant was made, that there was no bloodline worshiping supposed to be going on anymore. We're all under Christ's blood. We're all under, God. We're all under God now.
Thank you.
It's not supposed to be. We're not supposed to. And it's so hard because these are pastors and preachers on pulpits speaking of idolatry while they idolize a place, which is not even real. Like you bring up all the time, the Rothschilds purchased Jerusalem in like 1847 or 1842 or something like this, to where Israel wasn't supposed to be a land. We're supposed to be in this world, not of this world. We're not supposed to be it's not supposed to be some state of Israel. Plus, as you also bring up, the state of Israel is mostly Khazars. It's like 98% Georgian Khazar or something like that. So it's truly, they're frauds. They're Kabbalists. They speak Yiddish, which is not even a Hebraic. It's some weird slithery little language. Yes,
yeah. There is the term called Yiddishism, which is just like they basically adapt other languages and kind of absorb them. I feel that certainly Yiddish was actually, for what it was worth, the national language of EVEDy, which is the what the Russians called the Jewish Autonomous Oblast, which is, of course, in fucking Siberia. And that's the buffer state created by the Manchurians, created by the Japanese in Manchuria to act as a buffer state between Manchuria and the greater Soviet Union. And so certainly it has a cultural relevance where it should be preserved in a place like EVEDy. But obviously it's something that has, shall we say, influenced American culture through media. And I think that in itself is very subversive. Many Americans begin to use Yiddishisms without thought. They'll say things like, oh, this soap has chutzpah. I mean, I've seen things like that on American commercials for like Ivory or Dove soap or something. I can't remember which one it was, and I don't want to taint either brand if I'm wrong. But this is something where they kind of like invite Americans to use these Yiddishisms. And even though there's nothing particularly wrong with that, it has its own ultimately subversive impact on the state of the American mind. Right now, that subversive impact manifests itself with the YouGov poll taken by The Economist, or taken for The Economist. YouGov was contracted by Economist magazine, that found that support for Israel jumped 11 percentage points compared with the previous level, and the share saying that they sympathized equally with both sides and the share supporting the Palestinians both dropped. So although younger Americans and liberals, remain less sympathetic to Israel than older Americans and conservatives, the shift towards Israel occurred at all ages and across ideological groups. By the way, this was the intent of the Israeli Special Forces when they infiltrated Hamas and basically committed what atrocities were committed. So this was, the point was to turn public opinion worldwide. So I would say that just 10% of Americans said the Israelis were more to blame for the renewed violence, while 39% blamed Palestinians. This is outrageous. And of course, it displays universal American ignorance.
It's a straw man, is it not? Like they're not all Palestinians are Muslim. There's actually more Christians in Palestine than there are in Israel, and yet the Jewish-run media is obviously going to speak one side, which blows my mind that people can sit there and look at multiple pictures of, kids. But gosh, can't you tell which kids are actually in trouble? Because they have like dirt, they have the worst clothes on you've ever seen. They're poor. Whereas Israel, it's so funny. I've heard there is no blood, there's no swelling, there's no this, there's no that, there's no. It just doesn't add up. So sorry.
There were several things that were being said. As I said, the claims that they were beheading babies and all that bullshit, as if what happened wasn't already bad enough. This was something that's just being used to promote outrage.
Also, what people don't understand is the Israeli government will at times sacrifice their own people.
Oh, absolutely.
That's just communism. If they'll sacrifice their own people if they're not completely on board. So, you said, I think the people at the festival were more Palestinian sympathizing leaning. So
So they considered them to be race traitors, and by God, they flew in and killed them. That was so just so people understand, when Victoria Lauren Hobbs uses the term communism, remember that Israel is highly Marxian in its ideological orientation. They may be economically capitalist, but they're ideologically Marxist, similar to communist China, where you've got basically a kind of a communist system and ideology that is doing its best to exploit productivity and profit, a kind of the worst of all worlds combined. About 1 in 5 that were interviewed by this YouGov poll for Economist magazine, 1 in 5 Americans blame both sides equally, which of course is just plain stupid. The survey also found that by 53 to 23% of Americans supported U.S. aid to Israel. By contrast, Americans opposed aid to the Palestinians by 49 to 21%. So this is something where we're doing our best here to educate people through alternative media. And we're a lone voice in the wilderness right now at this point in history. Hopefully someday our discussion will be required reviewing. But definitely among elected officials who tend to have keen antenna for changes in public opinion, even longtime critics of Israel have been quick to condemn Hamas. The representative is Ilhan Omar, the Democrat from Minnesota, for example, issued a statement shortly after the Hamas attack that condemned what she called the horrific acts we are seeing unfold today in Israel against children, women, the elderly, and the unarmed people who are being slaughtered and taken hostage by Hamas. Now, of course, there was a White House rebuke. Omar and a few other Democrats on the left, including the representatives Ayanna Pressley of Massachusetts and Cori Bush of Missouri, also called for de-escalation and a ceasefire. But even that limited call for restraint drew a rebuke from the White House and other Democrats who defended Israel's decision to retaliate against Hamas. See, this is just emotional response. It's not politically professional, and it will lead us to what will probably be a greater world war. Not that I'm, yeah, but not that I'm not looking forward to that in some ways, but nevertheless. Any observations there?
Yes, well, it's just incredible to me that we're where we are. I mean, they've been doing this for so long, but it is getting a bit more serious, I think, because at least I heard Israel was getting called out for using white phosphorus, which is goes against code or whatnot. Obviously, yes. Like you said it will burn through your entire body.
Yes,
like a speck of it.
Yes.
So somehow, is that going to get in the main papers that they're using that retaliating supposedly, which they're going to do the same thing that they did to Germany back in World War II, is they're going to not pick and choose where they're bombing. They're going to retaliate the false flag, which they started because they funded.
Thank you.
They're retaliating against themselves. It's such BS. It reminds me of the USS Liberty. It reminds me of 9/11. And here they are saying, oh, this is the next 9/11. The world will never be the same. They keep repeating this. And how do they get stuff brainwashed into people's head with repetition? And that's what they keep saying. The world will never be the same after this. That's what they said after COVID, over and over and again. And here they're getting the same script handed to them, no matter what news channel, right or left. So,
yeah, thank you. Thank you. I mean, to validate everything Victoria just said, at a pro-Israel rally in Boston convened last Monday, Representative Jake Auchincloss, a Democrat from Massachusetts, said, Israel did not ask America to de-escalate on September 12th, 2001. Well, of course not, you dumb fuck. They wanted you to go to war for them against Iraq so that they wouldn't have to.
Yes. and I don't remember the guy's name. I forget who he was. But there is a video floating out there around somewhere where this man is describing how someone walked into a room and said, huh, like laughing about it. Huh, well, this 9/11 thing basically caused them to have a full-scale plan to invade 7 countries. Yes. And that was right after 9/11. So obviously it had nothing to do with the bin Ladens, who were literally dining with the Bushes in the 90s. There are newspaper articles about it.
Yes.
Plus, what's his name? He was literally just a CIA plant, in my opinion. What was his fake name?
Oh, Osama bin Laden's fake name was something like Danny Osman or something. It was really weird. He was. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Osman. It's like, come on, y'all. So annoying.
Yes, no, it's just disgusting. At any rate, I'll tell you what, I'm just tired of the analysis. I've been analyzing all night. Thank God you exist. I did my best to this point. I think we've made our point with what I've said so far. Obviously, one of the things that I spoke about in the opening hours was, and this is something that you appear to have researched extensively. You actually have done a lot of research extensively. And so I was bringing up when it came to 9/11, of course, the individual who said, take the towers down, and how all of this, of course, was all part of... Yeah, it was Larry Silverstein. Larry Silverstein said pull it. And Larry Silverstein, of course, was painfully Jewish. And he, of course, had just purchased the Twin Towers 6 months before. He had millions of dollars in asbestos removal to look forward to, but instead he made billions of dollars collecting on the Twin Towers insurance policy. This while all these Israelis were dancing, and that's no urban legend. These guys were detained by the FBI and released after 72 days of detention, and basically the FBI concluded that at least 2 of them were Mossad. So you've got this situation in which they were interviewed on Israeli television as heroes, because they had dragged America into the war. And they were like,
and they admitted, we're just here to document the event, which literally is admitting that they had foreknowledge.
So, yes.
It's not right. Let me see if I can find this. Hold on, 9/11. So, what else? There was another group there was multiple groups. There was some cell phone group that also had foreknowledge, and they didn't do anything about it. And Haaretz or Forward did an article on it, but their own Jewish newspapers will talk about how, they had foreknowledge. They were flown home. They control the media. Netanyahu says, "I want to bleed America dry" right after 9/11 happened. There's enough quotes. They literally do a lot of. Who is this woman? Have you heard of this Zipporah Menench? Have you heard of this woman?
No, I haven't heard. No.
Zipporah Menench.
Not really.
Here's an interesting quote from this woman who looks like she's working with the Israeli government. She says, "You know very well, and the stupid Americans know equally well, that we control their government, irrespective of who sits in the White House. You see, I know it, and you know it, that no American president can be in a position to challenge us, even if we do the unthinkable. What can they, Americans, do to us? We control Congress, we control the media, we control showbiz, and we control everything in America. In America, you can criticize God, but you can't criticize Israel."
That's right. No, it's true. It's true.
I'll put this in the chat box.
Yeah, and even though I'll go into this more in probably maybe if not Wednesday, then on a future episode very soon, I'll go more into what Kissinger was saying, because he was, of course, he was observing that, what was it he said? Basically, when it came to the Arab-Israeli conflicts and all that shit, obviously I have to contextualize, what he was saying, but he basically said that the White House was at war between Jews and non-Jews, is what he said about the Trump White House. He said, it's a war between Jews and non-Jews. And basically, when a bunch of Jews were presented with this statement from Henry Kissinger, they couldn't even figure it out, because commonly their statement in response to it was that Trump had so many Jews in his White House that there weren't any non-Jews. That he was all...
Both him and Biden's entire cabinets are basically Jewish or married to.
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Unfortunately.
It truly, it's outrageous. It's and no one ever brings this up, but it's a factor. You can't say race is not a factor, or culture, even if you insist on calling race a construct, which is preposterous. But this is what many people do. But when it comes to the situation, culturally, of course, the Trump White House had Steve Bannon and all these other people who were unabashedly. So here we are. It was basically, it was when Kissinger said he was basically interviewed by the journalist Michael Wolff, and Michael Wolff published his book about President Trump in 2018. And when he was asked about the Trump White House, Kissinger said, "It is a war between the Jews and the non-Jews." By the way, this book is titled Fire and Fury, subtitled Inside the Trump White House. Basically, you might think that Kissinger's it's just a glib quip. You might think it's an attempt to characterize the clash between Trump's chief advisor, Steve Bannon, on one side, and Jewish Trump family members like Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump on the other. But it was basically, who was it that responded to that? It's like, if I try to remember who said what they think, it was the Jewish Daily Forward, Gesundheit. The Jewish Daily Forward this American news media organization that exclusively serves a Jewish American audience since 1897. They said, "There's so many Jews in this administration, you can't really have the Jews and the non-Jews." I mean, talk about just not giving a shit, just being brazen, being just rubbing it in your face. Yes. And so let me take a look at what Victoria shared with us. I'm going to go to the text box here. And let's see now. Here.
And then while you're checking that out, I'll mention, so I mentioned this to Nemo and Aristides, but I posted a little clip of a video of a CNN lady who was crouching down on the ground, and you can hear them saying, "We want you to look scared. We want you to look like you're in danger," right? So I just got a weak strike for that video, and then I go and what do I see? I see multiple other channels, including The Quartering, which has like over 1 million followers or 1.5 million followers, covering this. And of course their channels didn't get any weak strike, but of course mine did.
Oh my God. So this is on YouTube? This is on YouTube.
This was on YouTube. I got a strike on YouTube because I posted that little bit of a clip that a lot of other people are talking about. This is how it goes. Everything that I got 30 days for back when I still had a Facebook, Gutfeld and his all the comedy people on the television can laugh about the same stuff that I would get banned and eventually perma-banned off of Facebook from and for.
And we'll both consider that an honor. We'll both consider that a selling point in our careers.
Yes.
Is that we're both perma-banned off Facebook. It's
Mark loves us.
Yes, there we are. Yeah, the Fuckerberg. There's so many things we can do to twist his name. His name was meant to be twisted. Zuckerberg, Fuckerberg. Yeah. And, he married a Chinese female doctor. Did you know that?
Yes. And Priscilla Chen, and
yes.
She has her own. I believe she has her own different organizations that are for charity and whatnot. But I wonder if she's even human.
Yeah, what on? I'm sure she spends as much time away from him as possible. I'm sure she has as little.
He's busy there smoking his meats, just short circuiting, smoking his meats.
Yes,
Have you seen that video?
No. Wait, that's kind of infamous, isn't it? It's the one where he's just saying weird shit, like he's just kind of like over and over and again. Yeah.
He's literally just saying, "We're just sitting out here smoking meats," and everyone in the comments just calling him out for trying to look too human, like trying too hard to look human. We're like, yo. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he keeps remorphing into the reptilian zone. Yeah, and he can't hide it no matter what he does. Except that's an insult to reptilians. Yeah. But
yes.
So because of his doctor wife, he forced the San Francisco General Hospital to rename itself after him. It's now Zuckerberg Hospital. It sounds so fucking stupid going to Zuckerberg Hospital instead of San Francisco General Hospital. I mean, people have really tried to get the name changed back, but they can't seem to get it done because of his power, of course. But it's
his DARPA power.
There you go. Yeah, pretty much. And in terms of the other element about him, that anyhow, everything about him is repulsive, and of course, everything about all these social media sites are repulsive. I take it that you haven't had much better luck with Muskrat's Twitter, have you? Now it's X, of course, and
I never really got on there.
Thank God.
I was so OCD, the name bugged me. It's kind of like I watched 1 or 2 episodes of what's the show about? Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
Literally, the women's actresses' faces in Breaking Bad bugged me so much I could not watch the show. Yeah. Same thing with that. I just couldn't do it.
Thank you.
Couldn't do it. So I think for me it was when I was watching some UFC and I saw some guy who won his little belt thing go, "Yeah, find me on Twitter," and I was like, that is the gayest part of my language I've ever.
Thank you.
Couldn't do it.
Yeah, that's funny. And so with YouTube, you have how many days left in this week's strike against you now before you?
I guess 6 days or whatnot.
Oh my God, that's so outrageous! You gotta be careful though. I mean, YouTube. Yeah, you just I certainly appreciate what you had put up there, but every once in a while you got to remember some of these things they're just going to jump on. And I think you must have an intuition for what you're risking, right? I mean, I guess you figure.
Yes.
Yeah.
But again, I figure if other people are covering it on channels that have a lot of followers, I feel like I'm pretty safe. Then again, I think I did post it before the quartering. Still, it's the same clip, so what's the issue? I guess I'm not doing an introduction in my video first. I'm just putting the truth out there.
Right. Now, forgive my ignorance here. You say I did put it up before the quartering. Quartering referencing, what does that mean?
The quartering is some other channel. I think he was with some. It wasn't. He wasn't with what's not the Daily? I forget all these names. He's not like with a certain conservative group, but I think he started with a certain conservative group and then broke off with his own channel. But he's got like 1.5 million followers. He dances around stuff, he does his gatekeeping where he needs to gatekeep, and he talks about issues.
Okay, there you go. And so I guess you kind of preempted him, and maybe that's why they fucked with you. I don't find that hard to believe. It's
I guess so.
I think it's just basically because you're more vulnerable. You're just a smaller channel, and so they just say, "Yeah, fuck this, just a small channel, fucker." And,
yep, that's it.
It's awful. No, it's awful, and So during this week, no one can access your channel, right? It's kind of like shut down to the public. We can't access it.
No, anyone can access my Medusoid Humanoid channel. My issue is I can't post anything, and I can't go live. I haven't really gone live on there much, but I'd like to figure out how to start streaming. I don't know. I guess I should look up a video on it. I'm going to be old and in the grave by the time these kids, now kids can just tap two or three times on an app and seemingly make a TikTok video. No idea how these kiddos do it, but eventually I'll learn how to make my own content if I can manage to figure it out.
Honey, you'd be beautiful at it. You'd be wonderful. Medusa, but you got to be careful, especially be careful about, anything you say about certain protected groups of people, of course. So let's take
everyone has their ways to, everyone has their different code words for it. So I'll have just to make up my own code word.
Yes. And we can do that together some point soon. But Medusoid human? Medusoid human. I'm trying to look it up on YouTube. Medusoid human?
Medusoid humanoid.
Humanoid. Medusoid humanoid. Okay.
Medusoid humanoid.
All one word.
Yep.
Okay, let's see. Okay, here we are showing results.
Got it? 2 words with a little dove.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, there we are.
Yeah, I've got a few cute little clips up recently having to do with the recent conflict, but that one they gave me a week strike for, so I can't do anything for a week. And next time I get a strike, they said it'll be 2 weeks. So I'm like, oh
shit.
All right.
Yeah, no, just pin up cute cat videos for a while until the
exactly. Mess with the algo a little bit.
Yes, I'll try and give you a bunch of upvotes. Right now, if I turn it on, the voice will come on. So I just, I'm fading fast. I'll tell you the truth. It was a long.
Good. I'm sorry.
No worries. You're doing great. Believe me. If it weren't for you, the world would be a much poorer place. I assure you. But how Israel helped to spawn Hamas. That's excellent. The Wall Street Journal. This Israel created Hamas. Excellent. Thank God they didn't strike you for that. I'm
surprised they didn't.
Yes, I know. I'm surprised. Well, I mean, they can't. It's a fact. that's not hate speech.
I don't think they care about facts. I think YouTube is more about feelings, about people's feelings. It really should be a feeling check, not a fact check. It hurt my feelings.
Yeah, good point. I mean, your point's touche. Yes. And by the way, so your cat. Is this your cat? You should be worshiping every single one of us.
Darling?
You should be.
Oh no, the cat with the knife. But
Yeah.
that is an incredible clip where literally this rabbi sits there and says, "Look, you're worshiping one Jew. You should be worshiping all of us. We die for your sins every day," he says.
Oh,
No freaking joke. He says it. It comes out of his mouth. This dude, it was truly mind blowing.
But the image, you added that just to make it tolerable, just so that it was an image. But in the background would be this guy's voice. Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny.
Yes.
Because I took it as the cat saying you should be worshiping every single one of us, which is how cats.
Oh
think.
no, it's a rabbi.
Oh,
It's a rabbi.
Yeah, there we are. Okay. Incredible. You gotta hand it to them. They've been spoiled for so long. They just
I know.
Yes.
The
And
entitlement, but also they've been inbred so much that you can actually look up their bloodline is also prone to paranoia and violence because they've been bred so much. So it's like, what are y'all supposed to do? Maybe you should branch out a little bit, bro.
This is one thing that Amelia Willard, who's this young lady who was on my show maybe three times at the most. She was like somebody who was really into tarot card reading, doing the zodiac. So she spends a lot of time just going through each of the signs and basically tossing cardboard, so to speak, meaning drawing cards from her tarot deck. But when she had a intense interest in the Jewish phenomenon, she insisted that now here, of course, I disagree with her personally. And in the end, it almost doesn't really matter. But in the end, it's kind of a obviated or moot point. But she was pretty emphatic, or it was her conviction that the Jews are not a race. And when I pointed out all of the race-specific diseases, that there are hundreds of diseases specific to Jews, she insisted that came from all their morbid inbreeding. That it was the morbid inbreeding that led to that. So,
but it's the same. That's what happens. You're mixing your genetics when you breed. I don't want to. What's the?
I mean,
isn't that true? Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
What am I missing? Like, well, or what she was missing is that she herself is pointing out that it is a race. Obviously.
Thank you.
I guess.
Though she keeps arguing against that. I think that's what she's arguing against. She's trying to say that it's a religion that has become so cultic that they've effectively inbred. I mean, I don't know why there being a race. I mean, she obviously, let's just put it this way. She obviously does not like the present state of world affairs where obviously 2% of America's population effectively runs America. I mean, so she's obviously on our side, so to speak, in this regard. That, but at the same time, she just has this different perspective on it that I don't think really is concentrating on necessarily the issues that matter. Or the, it is, but everybody, it's funny how everybody has their own little trip with this sort of thing. And you have to find some kind of common ground and get people off the trip, so to speak, and into something that's more, a productive line of thought that would lead to some action that is, going to change our world in a constructive sense. And right now, hopefully all of the problems that were caused by Netanyahu basically instigating this attack on himself, hopefully all this gives us all an opportunity to move towards a better world. Let me take a look at, where you, what else you sent myself. Let's take a look at this, dear lady. Okay, and and by the way, you're looking so beautiful in your icon. It's a very nice photograph, and honestly, you're just incredible. So let me take a look at this here, and thank God we saved the West from Hitler. this. And I swear that one guy dressed in those see-through leotards hanging out with the cops in New York City looks just like Volodymyr Zelensky, which is that's pretty funny.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we've got the little girl in the rainbow dress, all the rest of this. No border Sharia. Yes, got the big.
Oh, that's a little boy. That's a little boy.
Oh, in the dress. That makes sense. Okay, that's
Yes.
How did you find that out?
Yes.
How did you find that out? How did you ascertain that?
Oh, because I probably know exactly who that is. There's a lot of these little boys whose liberal single mothers are encouraging them to be trans because it gets them millions of views on whatever platform they're trying to get famous on. And so they push their kids to be a star. And this is what's so wet, man. That's probably some Disney, like OG brainwashing from Disney. Like, oh, you got to be a star. Like, good golly, if there's anything I'm glad I avoided, it's Hollywood. I'm sorry, but I passed up a few opportunities where I could have done something else, I'm sure. But you got to do stuff to get up there, and it's not nice stuff. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. I mean, you probably haven't heard my story, but I've told it often enough. I'd be happy to tell it again. I went to John Robert Powers acting and modeling school, and I was brought down to you're too young to remember the series Beverly Hills 90210, but Beverly Hills 90210 was a real popular series. Of course, it was ultimately a Jewish production. Aaron Spelling, his daughter Tori Spelling, was of course the star of the show.
Right.
I mean, yeah, so I had an opportunity to meet her if I could only do the casting couch with a gay guy who was producing the show. And it was,
Right.
I'm not going to name him, as I've always said, or call him out. He was actually quite nice to me, but I couldn't get it up for him. And I just told him, I just, there was nothing moral about it. I just told him I just can't get into it. I said, look,
Yeah.
and he went so far as, come on, let's look at gay porn together. And I just said, look, I'm not getting into this. Not something moral. It just wasn't. There was no stirring of the loins. It was just, after a while, it was getting increasingly, just oppressive.
Awkward.
And
Yeah.
so then he, then he sent me home basically. And but anyhow, some of these other images that we're seeing, of course, what's her name again? I can't remember the chick's name. The one with the dollar signs, all the dollar signs on her. I forgot her name.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, you know the images. When you take a look at it, you'll know who I'm talking about. Then the other ones. Anyhow, there we go. It's just a series of images that are ultimately, shall we say, predictable. They're predictable. They're a bunch of people who are just got the big bull dyke down in the lower left-hand corner with all her shakes. At least 3 milkshakes or something. That I guess she's got to keep her weight up.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
4 shakes.
Man.
4 shakes. Yeah, go.
Yep.
Yep. That's scary to look at. I can't believe anyone could live through that. This other one, you said if there were death camps, why would they have midwives? Yes. Oh, that's right. The midwife of Auschwitz. Yes. Thank you.
Yes,
oh my
this
God.
is when I was on. I forget. I think I took that screenshot when I was still on Facebook. I was talking about that stuff so much that the AI, the algorithm, suggested support for my side, which is literally there was some audio book about the midwife from Auschwitz. I'm like, come on, y'all, you're digging your own graves.
Yeah.
What's going on here? But now I watched another little video of clips of this conflict stuff, and again, I took a couple screenshots. It's truly incredible. Whenever you see the screenshots from Palestine, you see people who are really dirty. They don't look healthy. They're in more poor clothes. And then you see the screenshots of people mourning from the other side, and they're like in normal places with normal things. I have a screenshot of this woman looking super heartbroken and crying really obviously in the middle of an airport, where it's like, you're just doing a show for the picture. It's just so strange to me. I feel like I'm in a dream.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is dreamlike. It's surrealistic. The term is surrealistic. It's like a Fellini film.
Yeah.
Yes. And some more photos are being provided here. And of course, we have to be careful about what we say. We certainly, but you're so much smarter than some of the,
Yes.
you know, there's so many of the other, you know, idiots I've had on this program who like will do things that get me knocked off or something. Yes, okay. So I'm looking now. At
No,
this
these are just good little photos that would be featured probably in a regular newspaper.
Yeah.
It's just when you step out of your box and take a look at them, it's like, all right, this woman is in an airport. She's obviously perfectly fine because she's surrounded by a bunch of people. And then you have the other side where these children are in rubble, literal rubble.
Yes. Yeah. No, I've seen photos of that. Anybody who it's basically any photo that comes out of Palestine, you're going to see that. It's
Yes.
it's basically people in rubble. I mean, you don't see the elderly because nobody lives very long in Palestine. It's a fucking nightmare, and so it's altogether. And by the way, I'm also looking at
Yep.
your lovely fur cap here and your lovely necklace. There is that. Now you have the what is that? That like I'll have to screen share so you can see what I'm looking at, just so you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, when you're wearing the fur hat in that one photograph, you have that one necklace that we know what that is. You have the other necklace that is more like almost like a dowsing rod
A
or something.
bullet.
Okay, that's what that
It's
is.
a bullet.
Thank you. Okay, I love it.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, delightful. Yes. Does that bullet have carvings in it? Like somebody carved some runic symbols or something, or it's just I'm just imagining.
No,
that.
I just had one of my fans make it for me a couple years ago
Okay.
and send it to me. I blocked him too. Man, pretty much everyone. Man, I've blocked so many people over the years. It's kind of funny.
Well, I know you had to,
Yeah.
because men get they're crazy. There's so many of them that are just so crazy.
Yes.
They you just smile at them and they think that you want them for life. It's like you can't even be friendly with them without them thinking, "I'm in." And now she is mine. And
Well, this is why I dress half Amish most of the time. Like I go out of my way to be modest because I feel more comfortable when I'm able to protect other people.
yes, thank you.
Yep.
And so now I'm looking at, yes, this is an actual photo of the Gaza Strip, and this is heartbreaking. This is heartbreaking. I mean,
Yes.
yeah, this is what these children grow up in, and it's outrageous. Outrageous. This is unspeakable.
Yeah.
And of course the tragic irony of the white dove there, the tragic irony of the white dove amidst the ruins, and it's just I'm left of course appalled. And when you see these photographs of what goes on in Palestine, I'm left aghast at Americans. I mean, Americans you got this minority of people who have brainwashed the Americans into tolerating their gratuitous sadism, in which they maintain an entire population under conditions of abject horror so they can hold them in contempt. And it's beyond appalling. It has to be brought to an end.
Yes.
I don't see how we can stand by and tolerate this. Israel needs to be invaded.
It's crazy to me that I can remember I probably blocked out a lot of my childhood. Even though I was a homeschool kid, I just was stressed out a lot of the time, so I don't remember a lot of it. But granted, I do remember as a child, even then, hearing free Palestine, and of course, I never knew what that was about. None of us kids knew what that was about. But by golly, now it's so funny because I'm shopping for free Palestine shirts. I'm like, good golly, this has been going on my whole life. It's been going on for multiple, generations, for forever. But people, Christians really do need to wake up to the fact that now the pastor that I like to listen to in North Carolina, he was calling it replacement theory or something like that, like a different type of replacement theory, I'm assuming. Mm-hmm. But basically that us Christians were replacing the Jews as the chosen people. And it's like, have you not read your Bible? That's what the entire thing is about.
What a thing for a Christian to say. That is like, why do you listen to this guy?
I mean, honestly, exactly. It's so people are so confused about the Zionism thing. They consider, oh, if you're anti-Zionist, you must be anti-Semitic, but they don't realize that, like you point out, there's a lot of Semitic people out there, and they're not even them.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
And if they're sitting there constantly bombing people, how is Palestine's land getting smaller? I wonder what's been going on for decades.
Thank you.
You know?
Thank you. Talk about replacement. That's not even 30.
For 5 minutes.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Say that again. What, for 5 minutes?
Well, and then a militant group goes nuts for 5 minutes, and now we can go bomb. Just take over the rest of it.
Yes.
So, and here they'll have I love that you called Israel America's 51st state. That is the truest thing ever. I love also. So my one of my other favorite YouTubers, Anomaly. He says that the real American flag these days should just be a gay Israeli flag, because that's what it is. It's true, though.
It's so
stinking true. It's so stinking true. He's the only like almost like normal sounding leaning person, Anomaly, on YouTube that will actually call this stuff out without saying or sounding hateful.
Well, yeah, he has to somehow manage that, or they, whack his ass too.
He's not. He's definitely not a hateful person. You can tell he's like on that kick. Like, look, I love everyone. I just want people to stop fighting. Like most of us do. But it's definitely a gay Israeli. We're in a gay Israel country.
It's as I said before, I don't know if you've heard me go on the subject before about Hollywood, but in terms of the Hollywood for the longest period of time, of course, in the early days, it was definitely a Jewish empire, and it was also, though very much undercover, it was also gay. Usually, all the majority of actors and to an extent actresses were definitely gay, and they were like just hiding it a lot more back in the old days, and oftentimes trying to put up this facade of looking macho and or looking ultra feminine or something like that. But the general attitude was this kind of really conservative, in some cases. It's hard to describe. In some cases conservative Jewish, and in other cases obviously communized, very radical leftist liberal, to the point where these were people who were basically communists in many cases, making propaganda films, glamorizing the Soviets and trying to normalize relations with Russia and all that shit. So you had that going on for what felt like forever. And then what happened was Scientology, and then Scientology gradually began to take over a good deal of Hollywood. And then you had all the crazies like Tom Cruise and John Travolta and all the rest of that. And the guys like Tom Cruise in particular, what's so sickening about him is these guys don't even look like they're quote unquote real men. This is a guy who doesn't even look like he can throw a punch, and they keep trying to portray him as this macho powerhouse, which is just offensive. It's truly offensive. It's ridiculous. It would be like having someone like myself trying to portray Bruce Lee. It's like, it's simply not physically, it's not even physically in the same mold. You just look like completely different species. But when it comes to someone like after a while, you had the gay community then come out kind of like all on its own, and they began to dominate Hollywood to a great degree. I mean, during the 80s, everybody had to actually come out as gay to get anywhere in Hollywood. 80s, 90s, it was awful. And then, but now, of course, another big factor, a fourth factor in Hollywood, is the communist Chinese. They just put a lot of money into Hollywood and are dominating more and more the American sports, American media. It's outrageous.
You're talking recently, this is?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's been happening over the past several decades. I mean, for instance, Zoom is owned by communist China, and which is
yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and so they dominate American communications already, communications in the West, and then beyond that, however, they dominate a lot of sports. For instance, for whatever reason, I've never understood it, communist Chinese love basketball, and so NBA is like slave to the communist Chinese. It's like that they'll say to NBA and various sports, you can't say anything about Taiwan. Remember, Taiwan is part of China. There's no such thing as Taiwan.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this kind of crap. And then NBA has to like kowtow to them. But they've also infected media, like the Barbie film. The Barbie film is outlawed and banned in Vietnam because the Barbie...
Yeah, you were saying.
Yeah, because they got this map of communist China that shows basically all the coast of Vietnam belonging to communist China, all the coastal sea. And this is this map that China produces. And then so Barbie throws that in the flick. Why would they do that? Because, of course, they want to be shown in China. And this way, they're guaranteed to be shown in China. Whereas they can sacrifice the Vietnam market because it's smaller. But this is, what they do in a lot of these films. It's disgusting. So there you go. So you've heard me cover some of this. It's and beyond all that, of course. Anyhow, back to what we were discussing earlier. Definitely, you had this wonderful new T-shirt that it is an American right to criticize Israel. Was that what it says on the T-shirt? I thought that was wonderful.
Yes, it says it is an American right to criticize Israel. And I'm really excited about it because it might be my last hurrah at having a say about these kinds of things. A lot of people think this might be their final reasoning to make it more of a thing, the anti-Semitism speech law thing, which we'll see how that goes. I don't think that's going to go over really well if they ever try anything like that. But
no, I don't. I don't think they can. If anything, what I feel is that this is going to be a last hurrah. Yeah, but it's a last hurrah of the dying older American generation. Obviously, when people are faced with the horror of what they claim happened in Israel, people are going to, of course, be emotionally manipulated. And because people are emotionally manipulated easily, right now you're going to get all these people just coming in on Israel's side, but the Israelis are going to fuck that up. They're going to shoot themselves in the foot. They're just going to go into Gaza, start mercilessly killing everybody, and the footage is going to come out. And at some point, more and more people will ask the question, why did Hamas attack Israel? And, why is it like this? And eventually this is going to have blowback against them. It's going to blow back in their face because...
Now, do you think that even though China designs and makes... the tech, but then Israel is kind of in control of the just the security part of tech, both everywhere, but also especially in America. Wouldn't they not allow that to happen, Israel? like basically footage from Gaza and stuff, wouldn't they just be able to block all those people's phones if they're kind of owning the airwaves? By the way, it does say in the Bible that Satan is prince of the air.
Interesting.
But anyway,
I know. I appreciate what you're saying.
Able to kind of just hack all those people's.
Your point is
do hacking stuff.
Your point is well taken, but I would say that it's like this. Basically, we have a situation now where how do I express this?
Are we going to hear from them? Are we really going to hear from them? I want to know.
I think that it's one of these things where I think the Jews have lost a lot of power. I really think that they've really lost a lot of power. They basically what had happened for years, you had the Jews in the House of Saud were kind of dividing America in terms of their power to manipulate our government, and it gradually got to the point where during certainly the George Bush administration, we were far more influenced by the House of Saud than we were by the Israelis.
Right.
We were influenced by the Israelis to an inordinate degree, as always. But, that's no longer the case as younger Americans are coming into it. First off, let's look at it this way. There's a positive to many Americans losing their religion. The younger and younger Americans in general are moving away from organized religion. So the positive thing in that is that they're less and less influenced by the Judeo indoctrination that comes as part of the package with so many of these religious
modern day churches. Yep.
Yeah, with so many of these misinterpretations of Christianity. These and so which are basically forms of to put it bluntly, they integrate to a greater or lesser degree, many of them just Jew worship. And so because younger and younger Americans are growing up without that baggage, the propaganda sourcing out of Israel has less and less impact on them. And because the Jews had so much power for so very long, they've really just become intoxicated with overconfidence. It's one of these things where they just took it for granted that everyone will do what they say. Now, say for instance that meme that you showed me of this woman in an Israeli uniform saying, whatever Americans can do, they can criticize God, but they can't criticize Israel. Obviously, this is something that I would basically take with a grain of salt as whether this is even a real meme or not, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it's real or not. But the reality is that what it states is effectively true. You see what I'm saying?
What it states is what has been stated by countless Jewish people prior.
Yeah, even if they didn't say it, it's virtual truth anyway. It's virtual truth whether they've caught.
But what's ironic is that they do say it, and they say it all the time.
Well, like you said, with the rabbi saying you should worship all of us, and I honestly thought it was the cat with a knife. Just so people know, there's a video on Medusoid Humanoid. Did I get the channel right? Medusoid Humanoid. Got the cute cat with a knife. And if you go over there, you'd think it was the cat saying you should worship all of us. Which would sound like a cat, but it's some rabbi apparently saying that, and that's mind-blowing. So there is this hubris, this insanity. By the way, I don't know if you've ever heard me explain this before, but obviously, tell me if I'm repeating myself. But I bring it up to make a point, and this is ultimately the great disadvantage that Jewish people have, or the Jewish culture has. There was Carl Gustav Jung was, of course, looked on in the Third Reich as the if you talk about replacement, the great replacement for Sigmund Freud. And Sigmund Freud was viewed, of course, as a product of German education. So there's always this bullshit crap that the propaganda that they push saying, the Germans thought of physics as a Jewish science. And, that's the most insane bullshit. The Jews, according to the Germans at that time, they simply felt that Einstein was a product of German education. They didn't look at physics as a Jewish science. That's American propaganda, and it's all bullshit. But when it comes to Sigmund Freud, who was considered the father of psychotherapy, that there was a real problem with his obsessions with filth, incest, fecal matter, just everything about the guy was sick. So the Third Reich said we've got to find an alternative psychotherapy that is not mired in this, what they truly did feel was Jewish neurosis, just Jewish mental illness. And they settled on Sigmund Freud. Now, Sigmund Freud was Germanic, and he considered himself something like the Aryan Christ. There's actually a book by that name about Sigmund Freud titled The Aryan Christ. And there's other books about him as well. I mean, obviously, there's many, many volumes written on him, but very few of them are worth something. But with Sigmund Freud and Carl Gustav Jung, the difference was Carl Gustav Jung focused much more on symbolism. He focused much more on the abstract. And therefore, psychotherapy in the Third Reich became very Jungian as opposed to Freudian. So when it came to Carl Gustav Jung at one point, and believe me, a lot of people don't know this, but enormous amounts of his writings, correspondence, and output were simply hidden by himself or destroyed by himself so he wouldn't be incriminated in some point post-war. But it's not like any of these views were ever given up on or that he hadn't truly expressed them. But when he was confronted with the conundrum of the Jewish culture, that you in this extraordinarily small culture, you had people who were communists, people who were capitalists, people who were quote unquote conservative, people who were extraordinarily liberal progressive, that how was it possible within this microcosm of the human gene pool that you had this entire rainbow spectrum of expression or manifestation of behavior and ideologies that were all so extraordinarily contradictory. And his response was that his final analysis was that the Jews are an insane race. And that was the conclusion that he drew. And I find that very compelling. And by the way, that doesn't mean that someone's not intelligent. Someone could be stark raving mad and extraordinarily intelligent. And the Jews have this history of, sure, they have a history of individuals who are high achievers. Now, of course, there's a lot of nepotism involved. Taking into account the nepotism, at least to a rational degree, and you could actually go so far as to say it's 50-50. 50% of all these accomplishments, at least, is probably nepotism. And it still leaves extraordinary accomplishments on the part of intelligence, on the part of products of the Jewish community and culture, but that doesn't make them any less insane. And the reality is that, honestly, I find it to be really inarguable. I mean, you take a look at the history of the Jewish people, and you see this kind of, and I'm not even saying, we don't need to say this is every individual product of Jewish genetics. We're saying as a culture, or certainly Gustav Jung was saying, and I happen to agree with him. I'll cop to that now. I share his stance. As a culture, as a gene pool, as a ethnos, as opposed to certain individuals who might be an exception, but as an ethnos, yes, you could use the generality pretty safely that they are an insane race, an insane culture, that they are in that sense they're not particularly conducive to the health of the human race, and as a result, of course, people they've suffered backlash. Certainly, when you get this rabbi, and I by the way, I believe that this video, which Medusoid Humanoid has on her channel, and it's accessible, people can go there now to review it. I believe that is a real audio of that rabbi saying what he's saying, because I've heard Jews say things like this before, where there will be this smugness, where it's like some young man asks his dad, what's the difference between Jews and everybody else, and basically, of course, he's Jewish. Then his dad or his grandfather or whatever elder he's talking to will say, oh, we're like everybody else, but better. And then you have even the audacity of scenes like in Independence Day, where somehow a Jewish cab driver turns out to be somehow connected to the president and shit, and that doesn't make any fucking sense, how the cab driver is supposed to be a presidential advisor. Like, how did that happen? But somehow in the movie that segued. But you just take it, you roll with it because he's Jewish, right? And I guess that's the way things work with Jews. And there's a scene in Independence Day where he's on the floor and he's lighting up some, I guess it's one of those candelabras, one of those Jewish candelabras. And some gentile joins him saying, can I pray with you? I'm not Jewish. And he says, we can't all be perfect. There's this kind of just arrogation, this smugness, this brazen, oh yeah, what's his face? Who's the Kardashian? The guy who published Tongue magazine, used to be in the Kiss group, the Kiss Rock group. He showed up on, Dr. fucking, who's that doctor that was promoted by Oprah Winfrey for years? That psychiatrist? Jesus, I can't even remember his name. Let me see. Psychiatrist promoted by Oprah Winfrey. If I can remember his name, I'd probably get sick. But anyhow, he showed up on that psychiatrist show, and it's like when he did, and some fan was just orgasming over his showing up. You're perfect. And he said, "Yeah, I'm Jewish." It just goes on and on. It just.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So it's just this kind of. Ceaseless. They truly believe themselves the master race, so don't ever doubt it for a moment.
So I mean,
now
I just looked up this I just looked up that lady, and I can't find anything on her, so that might just be a fake quote.
Yeah, probably. But it's virtual truth.
I have some other quotes that are quite wonderful, and they actually are referenced. It says, like, for instance, Harry Watton, a program for the Jews and an answer to all anti-Semites, says the communist soul is the soul of Judaism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, and these are the same people that...
we Jews cannot be called upon to denounce communism, or the revolution in Russia is a Jewish revolution.
Yes.
You know, this is their words.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yes. Yeah, it's
now,
true.
Question for you. I noticed another channel that would talk about this stuff.
Uh-huh.
Now, he didn't know, I don't think he'd ever seen Europa. I didn't know about the gas chamber thing, but he did speak on this kind of stuff. Did you know Brendan Lee O'Connell?
You mean like
you know
personally?
that name?
No, don't
would
know.
talk. Did you know his name? He would talk a lot about like the East India Trading Company and Talpiot project.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Do you know about I'm assuming you know Talpiot. I just
No. So what's Talpiot? Tell us about it.
I'll have to look into it again. It was like that's one of the things he was always talking about, but I'll have to look into it. And then the East India Trading Company, I'm sure you know the history with that, which I think is a Jewish run, like ancient. That was funny enough, back on my last remaining Facebook account, that's where I had my work. I said that I worked at the East India Trading Company.
That's funny. Oh, that's right. I remember that.
I had my hometown set for Troll. What was it? Troll Station in Antarctica. That's a real place.
Oh, cool.
Wild.
Yeah.
But anyway, sorry not to interrupt.
No worries. I was just rambling anyway, honey. I was just rambling. Me
too.
Yeah, but that's fine. No, I mean, that's what we're here for. We're just burning bandwidth until closing time, so to speak. And we're doing a good job of it.
Exactly.
And we're maintaining numbers pretty well, considering. But was
okay,
there ever...
so here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. The Talpiot program is an elite Israeli IDF training program for recruits who have demonstrated outstanding academic ability in the sciences and leadership potential. Graduates pursue double higher education while they serve in the Army, and they use their expertise to further IDF research and development in technology leadership positions. So, yeah, that's why he was always talking about the Talpiot program.
Okay.
Yeah.
This individual. Okay.
Yes, Brendan Lee O'Connell, who got his channel, I guess, deleted because I can't find him anywhere on YouTube anymore.
Weird. Fuck.
Yeah,
What do you think he did to do that?
He's talking about the tribe. That's all you have to do to get deleted. You just have to talk about the people who run everything. That's literally all you have to do.
We got to be careful how we phrase things. That's what we got to do. We got to be very careful. Yeah. But in terms of your own, was there ever any personal experience that led you down this line of research? I mean, like, did you happen to have like a negative experience? I mean, obviously.
No.
Yeah.
Funny enough, I used to work Burning Man, so I actually would work around and work with and party with a lot of wonderful Jewish and Israeli people. They're some of the most fun people to party with. They're very generous, very kind. Of course, it's easy to be fun and kind and generous when you have your life going like it's supposed to, just wonderfully. Gosh, it's so easy to be nice when you're rich. But either way, that being said, funny enough, I know some Jewish people, and they're, ironically enough, they're all extremely wealthy.
Yeah.
For instance,
seems to be a common pattern.
But for instance, like the president, I was friends with the daughter back in the day of the president of the World Bank, who was Jewish. So,
I mean, imagine that.
Why are they in these banking positions? Good golly, it's almost like they made their money off of something like the slave trade. Oh my, slavery.
Oh, yeah. That's, you heard me talk about Columbus the other day,
it's maddening. Just like the Aaron Lopez thing. People don't know. Oh, Christopher Columbus. Oh, Aaron Lopez.
What's with Aaron Lopez? Did he act the part or something? I can't remember.
Aaron Lopez was responsible for 50% of the slave trade. And he, of course, had Aaron changed his last name to Lopez.
Yeah. Okay. No, that makes sense. Yeah. It's outrageous. Yes. And it's egregious. And it just goes on and on. So then what was it that you just kind of like tuned into a documentary one day and it all clicked, or what?
Believe it or not, so I had been truthing and speaking out against the New World Order for over a decade.
Okay.
And I had seen the hand rubby memes. I had seen the merchant memes. I had ignored it purposefully because I was like, whatever, they run the banks, they're smart. Okay, whoop-de-doo. But it wasn't until a very beautiful passing trans girl showed me Hellstorm. And Hellstorm is a 2-hour documentary that is available to watch for all on YouTube. For whatever reason, they allow you to see the awful stuff that the communists did. They just don't let you learn about the chambers thing. So she told me about Hellstorm, and then she showed me Europa, which is 12 hours. Europa, the Last Battle, which goes into, at least in part 8, which is what I try to recommend people to go and watch. At least that part 8, goes over the gas chamber thing and the impossibilities of the numbers. But she showed me that, and it really did blow my mind. Like, there's a lot of I've woken up to some interesting stuff, but there's nothing like that one, because that's the one that's so deeply ingrained in us so early on.
Yeah, and well, it's certainly you understand I have a rather different perspective on the gas chambers. Do you understand what my perspective is?
I don't. I know that a Jewish guy created the gas chambers. I know that the gas chambers were only supposedly found in the communist taken over outskirts camps, and then I know Farben was literally charged for the gas chambers. But that's what I know about gas chambers. What do you know about it?
I mean, it's probably something I'll go over into as time progresses. It's one of these things where basically one of the things that I've expressed, of course, is that certainly Adolf Hitler, my biological father, certainly felt he had to do what he had to do because there were several factors involved in, shall we say,
like lice.
Yeah, that's cute. It's
6 million lice died that day.
Ooh, ouch! Oh, God, see, hey, let's read. Okay, let's twist that around somehow. Yeah, rephrase that somehow. That, oh my God, okay, that stuff's dangerous. We gotta be really careful. Maybe we need to talk about this privately first. Holy shit. Oh God, that's scary. Yeah, this is not. Yeah, she meant like perhaps something was used for fumigation. She meant some. Could you rephrase that? Help me out here, honey. Say that you were talking about.
Yeah, basically, a lot of people were killed, and that's why we need to basically be giving a lot of money to these people, because they actually got, not only did they get physically harmed, but it was passed down through the bloodlines, and so their whole mood got ruined. I don't know how else to say it. They got basically culturally depressed. And that's sad, because if you believe this, like, if they really, it's real to them, and it's real. So it's as real as you make it.
Thank you. Okay, good. Hopefully that helps. Jesus Christ, we gotta be fucking sure. I mean, come on, I've just been burning bandwidth for, 12 hours. We don't want to fuck that up, right? We want this to upload.
Right.
Okay, so,
yes.
Yeah, Jesus. We
love
everybody. We love everybody. Say that a few times. Join me in that mantra there.
Hello?
Yeah. We love everybody. Yes.
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 course.
Okay. So such being said, we got a few more minutes to kill. We'll try and do this without killing our fucking channel, without killing the fucking channel. It's like, so darling, it's like, maybe I better talk to you about the chambers privately and stuff like that, but we'll build up to it. It's an important topic. It is an important topic. The funny thing is I talk about it publicly
Well,
often
that's
enough.
what I think. It's kind of like, well, I think it's sad because a lot of people will say, oh, none of it was real, but there was plenty of it that was real, and that's why people need to be more careful about being like, oh, it was all fake and gay. No, it wasn't all fake. Things actually happened. There were actual gas chambers. It's just we need to be careful about how we talk about it because it wasn't precisely how they told us. But that doesn't mean that none of it was real.
Thank you.
So the doubters and the devil's advocates need to calm down because there is going to be truth in everything, a little bit of truth. You just need to know what of it is.
Discernment. Truth. Yes, discernment comes into play here. So what I was going to say about the a young lady dropped in earlier, and let me see if I can. She calls herself, if you roll up in the chat, which, let's see now, she was called the Arcane Observer, or that's her channel. Right now I'm going to see if I can actually go to her channel. Let's see if YouTube offers me that. Okay, it doesn't offer me that, so I'll look it up. But her actual name is like Holly or something like that, and so she's someone who, let me see, she was in, I put her in my Skype list here. So Jennifer Hawkins, that's it. So and in my opinion, I don't know if you scroll up and you see her face, I don't know if you feel the same thing, but she looks Asian to me. I don't know if you get that. Okay, so good, I'm not alone in that. And I asked her, oh yeah, are you Asian? And she just said, oh, I am what I am. I guess I'm a mix of all kinds of different races. So she didn't wish to pursue that. I find that interesting. But in my case, certainly all the while I was growing up, one of the things that I would hear constantly, I'd always be hit with two questions over and over again, relentlessly. And this would be like what people would say first thing that, I'd say, hi. And, it's like meeting a stranger, introducing yourself, just hi. And I would get, all the while I was growing up, 4 words in particular would be the first thing people would say right out of their mouth. No sense of self-consciousness, no sense of any sort of decorum or that what they're saying was something wrong. It's just everybody would say this, they'd blurt it out just reflexively, like they couldn't help themselves. The first thing I would always hear is, what race are you? So I find it somewhat, how would I say it, unfair that I can't ask that. I find it unfair that I can't ask that when everybody else, certainly all the while I was growing up, seemed so obsessed with mine. It's obviously one of these things that seems to be, as far as I'm concerned, foremost on the American mind. Certainly, this is while I was growing up in America. It wasn't while I was growing up in Taiwan. I can tell you fucking that, because we left Taiwan when I was very young, about 3 years of age. So very close to 3 years of age, and or just afterwards, just after turning 3, something like that. So it's not like I heard any of this while growing up in Taiwan. It was strictly in America all the while that I was growing up. So we're talking about well into my teens. This is what I would hear. So as far as I'm concerned, race is obviously an issue. And it's interesting to me that, some people want to avoid that and just not say what they are, so to speak. I
find it also so fascinating. As a homeschool kid, I was so, and that I grew up visiting Japan growing up, I was always so enamored with other cultures. I thought they were so beautiful,
Thank you. And yeah, like you said, you grew up, you've been in Japan multiple times. I mean, it's fabulous. I mean, you were so fortunate to have this exposure to other cultures. Honestly, it was like you said, you found them beautiful. You really appreciated them, and it speaks so well of you. I mean, it really does. And yeah. And of course, the second question would comprise 3 words, and I would get this asked immediately thereafter. And half the time, I would take it as a pass. Basically, they'd ask me after, "What race are you?" Then they'd say, "Are you gay?" Which is like, I was always figuring, okay, are you hoping that I say yes so that you have a chance? Is like, it was because I didn't fit the mold of the masculine presentation. And because I didn't fit the mold of the masculine presentation, I guess that was the next question. And again, this was always asked with no sense of self-consciousness, no sense of remorse or embarrassment. It was like, oh, I shouldn't have asked that. No, it was none of that. It was always just, people would blurt this out like it was the most natural thing in the world. It's obviously as an adult, I think it's disgusting that people would ask either of these questions because they're extraordinarily invasive. These are really invasive questions, but it's one of the reasons why I grew up with, the one thing I noticed is that nobody has any sense of boundaries in America. There's no sense of boundaries. And
not compared to Asian cultures, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, seriously. And and I think that this is probably, when you say that America's flag should be like a gay Jewish flag or a gay Israeli flag or something like that, it's I think that what one of the things that you're suggesting, one of the things you're alluding to, is that that everything is in your face. That it's like you don't really need to know that someone is gay or that they have a certain sexual orientation, or you don't need them, for instance, to tell you that they're Jewish. But I don't know if this has been your experience. Like you said, you were homeschooled, and you did, however, go to Burning Man, and I'm sure you probably had this experience. One thing that I can tell you about having a lot of exposure to San Francisco culture, and just so people, I'll explain this again for people who haven't heard it before so they can understand it. When it comes to the San Francisco culture, the one thing that a lot of people don't know is that when it comes to the Jewish population in America, remember I said it's 2%, it's basically 2 red dots. There's 1% in New York where they control all the finances, and there's 1% in Los Angeles where they control all the media. So these are basically the 2% of the Jewish population. But of that 2%, 1% in Los Angeles and 1% in New York City, there is these little sub-satellite states. For New York, it's Miami, America's hidden Holocaust, where all the Jews go to die. All the Jews retire in Miami, and so they all die there. And so that's like a sub-city that's almost like a satellite city of New York. It becomes a satellite city of New York because the Jews go there to die, to retire, and ultimately pass on. When by the way, I'm actually looking at the Arcane Observer. This is her channel. I'm going to enter it into both the chat and into our text box here. Now that I see her, she doesn't look Asian at all. She looks blonde, which any Asian can dye her hair blonde, mind you, but she looks Caucasoid blonde. And so let me see if I can hit the right buttons on this thing. I'm fading out, like I said. But when it comes to the San Francisco, just so people get it, Los Angeles may be the major Jewish center for media control of as much of the world as they can dominate, but San Francisco is where they film all the car chases. Because San Francisco is a city of hills. So, like The Rock, if you remember, or other car chase films that any film that features a big-ass car chase is almost always going to be filmed in San Francisco because the landscape is so exciting and interesting. Right. A grid overlaid on a city of hills. So there's all kinds of Jews in San Francisco, just like there are in Miami. And so I have had, spending a lot of my time in San Francisco, I have met more Jews than your average American will in a lifetime. And just like I said about people meeting me as a total stranger, and they're asking a series of 7 words that are completely invasive with no sense of self-consciousness or reticence or repression. Just, what race are you, and are you gay? The first thing I notice about Jews is when they introduce themselves, the first thing they tell you is, I'm Jewish. And I don't know if you've ever had that experience at Burning Man. Like, that's the second thing out of their mouth, after their name or after, hey, baby, you free tonight or something like that. But, the first thing I notice about Jews is that the first thing they say is after whatever pithy sentence or statement is introductory, after the most pithiest, meaning the smallest or passing of intros, the first thing they let you know is that they're Jewish. And this is something that I have always found offensive, because I always have questioned, why do I need to know that? Like, why do I need to know that? But I realized over the years what it was. This is what gets them privilege. Usually when they tell an American I'm Jewish, then the American bends over backwards to do anything he can for them, because he thinks they're a relative of the boss. That, they're the next best thing on earth to Jesus Christ. They're the closest thing we've got on earth to Jesus Christ. And so that somehow serving them brings you closer to salvation. You're earning brownie points in heaven by opening doors for them and giving them extra coffee and all this shit. I mean, there's nothing else that makes sense with why they would say that. It's the only thing that makes sense. I mean, they win arguments like that. But it is a sense of birthright. It is a sense of birthright. And so when you say what you did about, the flag should be the gay Israeli flag, it's basically what you're saying is that what you see in America is everyone's sexuality is in your face, everyone's race is in your face, and that they state it or put it in your face because they're expecting some sort of privilege because of that. That they expect you to respect that and somehow
special treatment.
And so I see what you're saying, and it's obviously it's certainly part of the culture wars. This is of course become extraordinarily important on the right, is this concept of culture wars. But the one thing that one of many things I'll give you credit for is thank God that you don't get militant about this. I mean, how do you maintain this balance? Because the majority of people who get into this realm, they get quite militant about it, or they start they can be really obnoxious about it, and you don't have that. Thank God. Is it the pot? Is the pot the kind of tones
I would
that down?
say, honestly, I think it's because I'm fairly hopeful for the future. I know that God will win. I know that good will win. I know that love wins. I know that Jesus Christ. I believe. Okay, so unpopular opinion on this channel, but I believe Yeshua was a real person. Yada yada. That's why the who's are not such a fan of Christians at this moment. The Talmud speaks very poorly of
I also insist on the reality of the historical Christ and that he was half divine. You do know that's my stance, right?
Nice, yeah, okay.
Did you not know that?
I don't know. Well, from a Christian perspective, we teach that Yeshua was fully God and fully man.
Yes,
but the same kind of thing. I think
it's the same thing. I mean, the same thing.
Half and half.
I mean, basically that he was he was holy God and holy man. By that mean, But we have a different way of saying it, but we're saying the same thing.
Okay, cool. Then we do. That is basically the same. It's just interesting because, and I was reading in Isaiah. It's not just Isaiah 53 that speaks about the Messiah being born of a virgin and him being called Emmanuel. That's like in chapter 6 and 7. And Jewish people absolutely love to talk about Isaiah. So it's funny that they want to ignore such an important part of their history. But it's I would say my balance comes from the fact that I live alone in a cabin in the woods, and I fill my mind with sermons, and I put more positive stuff in my head these days than the fear porn.
Okay, good.
And that has helped a lot. I'm a lot less angry, a lot less fearful. I know hey, I know where I'm going because I'm living right. Pascal's wager. I know I've wagered right, man.
So when it comes to like what you said about say for instance all this being in your face, but you maintain a good attitude because you understand that God will win in the end and good will win in the end. Are you viewing, say for instance, gayness as evil, or something like that, or?
So that's a hard one. So I've always been attracted to women. I don't really think that attraction is like, we all have attractions to things. I think Satan tries to get to us the best way that he can, which is through relationship, to try to distract us from what real love is. And the world and the flesh would like us to think that love is sex. But the Greeks have like 6 words for love, and the most truest word for love, like there's eros, right, and agape or phileo. But agape is sacrificial love, which is requiring nothing from the person who you're bestowing your love upon. It's sacrificial love. And so I guess I try to think less about, oh, is this right or wrong? I'm certainly not trying to tell someone, oh, you're going to go to hell, blah, blah, blah. I don't really think like that. I also am probably more leaning towards a temporary refining fire, Gehenna of hell version, not so much what maybe modern day Christians think of it as. But I believe that people are cheapening the idea of love by putting it all in one basket, when really we should be letting love define us, not we defining love. You know what I mean?
I'm willing to learn.
So basically, I'll always be attracted to women, but I choose to give that to God, because I know that women are beautiful. Women are nature's walking art. They're God's most beautiful creation ever, right? But maybe it's not the purpose for creation, and so if I'm personally convicted about it, then maybe it's not supposed to be my path. You know what I'm saying? It says, Paul says in, I forget where he says it, but he says all is permissible, but not all is beneficial. There's a lot of gray areas, probably. Jesus did come and kind of replace the law. Not that the 10 Commandments aren't relevant and aren't real and aren't required, but he tried to come to point out to the Orthodox Jewish people who had more rules than days in the year, right?
Yes. Yeah.
More laws than days in the year. He tried to basically explain to them, look, the 10 Commandments, you can sum those up in 2 phrases: love God and love people. So if you're honoring God, loving people, honoring people, then you're doing what's right, But what the issue is, where the devil is coming in and skewing with people he's trying to say that love is sexual gratification. And I've been down those roads. I used to be into like the kink stuff, and it just gets so dark and so twisted so quickly. I'm very glad God saved me from me, because the heart is deceitful and desperately wicked. Who can know it? And even though I was never a harmful person towards other people, I was in my most, fleshly state. I was never stealing or hurting other people, but I certainly was perverted. I was a perverse individual from the time I was very young. So I think it's more of a personal journey. Mm-hmm. But is gayness wrong? That's complicated. It's more like acting out certain acts are probably, it's like God has those rules for safety reasons.
Well, I certainly will discuss this more as time goes on. I think it's obviously fascinating. I think that you've gone.
I think so too.
I'm
learning. I'm learning. I just want to learn.
Yeah. We'll learn together. Yes. Certainly, what you probably heard, which probably gave you the impression that your perspective on Christ was unpopular on this channel, was Brooke Gibson, because Brooke Gibson is very vocal about insisting that she feels that Christ was some righteous individual who was basically completely human. And this is her way of dealing with the word, so to speak. This is her way of dealing with that phenomenon is to basically kind of she grew up with a bunch of Southern Baptists who were hammering into her head a very we'll call that a kind of perverse reactionary ideology that she had to overcome. So people usually, when they overcome something that is negative, then they overcompensate and they go completely in the opposite direction to an extreme. Get it? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I feel has happened in her case. So she got started investigating.
So
Yeah.
confused at
I'm sorry?
the idea of it all. I kind of walked away from the church world and the Christian life for a long time. It wasn't until a few years ago that God kind of drew me back, and I've healed so much, and it's just been wonderful, because I used to step out every day in fear and in just kind of a hopelessness because of the, again, kind of like her, the sect of Christianity that I was raised in was such bad theology. Bless their hearts, I know they're trying, but it was such bad theology that it just felt hopeless.
Thank you. There is such a thing as bad religion.
I knew it couldn't be real.
Yes, thank you.
Huh?
Yeah, there is such a thing as bad religion. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes,
And
absolutely. Bad theology.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's a better way of expressing it, of course. But
yeah, definitely.
So that's incredible, and you and I have a lot to learn with each other. We'll keep learning. I hope to be more available this. Oh fuck, maybe I'm kidding myself. Let's take a look at my schedule here. So what I'm going to do is go on screen share for a few moments here, so you can begin to get an understanding of what goes on with me. Can you see the cursor moving around your face, honey?
Hold on, let me see.
Yeah.
Go to call. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, that's right. And there's the Arcane Observer, and if you actually go to her channel, then you'll see she's like...
Yeah, I actually went to her. I think I subbed to her.
Okay.
Now.
Yeah, okay, great. So did I. And what I want you to do is, if you scroll back later when I'm talking to her, you'll hear me talk about the Holocaust. And you'll hear me talk about, to a degree, the gas chambers, or certainly the extermination campaign. And I want your response to that the next time you're on.
Yeah, definitely. I would love to. I would love to get into it. It's quite interesting. I really feel for people at this point, because there's a lot of people in pain right now, and that's why I'm praying for everyone. I know it's rough. I know it's kind of like when all the Ukraine and Russia stuff popped off. Everyone was like hating on either government. And I'm like, you know what? Somewhere there's someone's grandma just bawling. I'm feeling for her. Okay.
Yes. Right.
It doesn't matter what side you're on. If you're scared and you're sad,
well, believe me,
I'm praying for you.
Well, believe me, my stance is my stance is one that most people find very hard to take. They find it very hard to take, and but definitely, I think you're made of sterner stuff. So you'll have a better chance of understanding it. But when it's right after that spot where, she's trying to get on the show. I mean, I'm sure you'll find it even without timestamps. I know you'll find it. So here's my schedule. So this is the point, is that what I do is I try to take advantage of the holidays that I can to do certain things. You're aware of my physiology,
yes.
right?
Yeah.
You know I'm a vampire.
Yes.
Okay, so in order to have access to blood, I work on the estates where... Now, how aware are you of this? You are aware of the rise of vampirism in Silicon Valley, right?
Yeah, I've actually got screenshots from them talking about... It got kind of mainstream a few years back, actually. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did. I was aware of this, yes.
So, but you're aware that the kind of vampirism taking place in Silicon Valley is basically people who are using transfusions.
Yes, with young blood. They're just doing the young blood transfusions, yeah.
Right. Well, but
whereas your gut bacteria is literally different.
Thank you. Got it. So, okay, you're aware of that. So to take advantage of the blood boys and get my food, so to speak, in a fairly regular level, I celebrate quite a few holidays of multicultural. And this includes, of course, this being California, many of the gay awareness holidays. This, of course, was not a holiday today. It's WkEND-Cum-M-AQUINO's birthday. And you are vaguely aware of WkEND-Cum-M-AQUINO and what he's all about, right? You
Yeah, screw him.
Yes, thank you. We're not celebrating his holiday or his birthday, but
Happy birthday in hell, mofo.
One can. Unfortunately, I think his spirit is still very much wandering the earth. That's probably
They
the
kept
problem.
it here. They kept it here. That's what they're siphoning off of at this point.
Yes, that's right. And the argument could be made that Earth is hell.
Yes.
Yeah,
well,
and,
it is. It's inside of it too. But yeah.
Yeah, and then I have a dental appointment on Tuesday. International Pronouns Day on Wednesday. I know you'll love that. Okay.
I'm gonna go by a different pronoun like every 5 minutes just to drive someone crazy that day.
That'd be so funny. And of course, Clarice Claudette, God bless her, kiss out to her, has the same birthday as myself. She's this woman who sends me care packages, and she
wait, it broke up for a second.
It
broke up for a second. Who do you have the same birthday as?
Clarice Claudette is this wonderful lady who sends me very extensive care packages, and she has the same birthday as myself. She was and she's like the second woman I know who was an archaeologist. And both these women, I think, were very, very damaged by that profession. The one woman I knew who was Serbian,